Chapter 1 $3 million cell phone case? Pa! Because of his girlfriend's birthday in the evening, Feng was running all the way after work. Then the cell phone crumbled out of his pocket and was also kicked to the road by him. Ka-ching! And coincidentally a bus passed by. F***ck. The corner of Feng's mouth twitched. This death was also too miserable. After the bus left, Feng picked up his cell phone with some pain. It was already deformed, and you could see the components inside. The screen is broken into crumbs, even if it can be used. It also affects him very much to see the edge of the rubbing. Ahem. He did not say anything. Anyway, this broken cell phone is completely useless. Can't see the edge. Can't play the game. What do I want you to do? No way. Feng had to go to the second-hand market, spent a huge amount of money to buy a second-hand red rice. Black media said it was 90% new. Who knows? It cost him another $800. This makes the already not rich him even worse. Who made him just a security guard? $3,000 a month. Although it is really easy, but the salary is also really small. In addition to the rent of $800, but also barely maintain life. Not hungry. This now cost out another $800, which he had saved for months to save. It was too hard. Sighing, Feng inserted the card into his Redmi phone and started messing with it. Because it was second-hand, there was already a lot of software downloaded on it and it wasn't deleted. This is really not afraid of information leakage. Feng shook his head. If he was going to sell his used phone, he would definitely format it first. Although he was poor, this was the most basic. He kept the software he needed, deleted the ones he didn't need, and logged in again. Jitterbug Extreme, Racer Extreme, all kinds of extreme. Who let him be poor? These extreme speed versions give him money. They are all good people. Feng logged into his accounts one after another. After being busy for half a day, there was finally only the last one left. Last one to spell CCCC. Feng opened Pinxi'xi and logged into his cell phone account. After all of them were successfully done, Feng planned to buy a cell phone case on Pinxi'xi. Although Xiaomi's cell phone was very firm, it was better to play it safe. Feng searched for a cell phone case on Pinxi'xi. This one is good. This one is good. Feng looked at a cool black cell phone case and was ready to pay. Nanny. $3 million? Where's the robbery? Feng's titanium alloy dog eyes were almost blinded. Even if it was pure gold, it didn't have to be this expensive. Was this still the Pinxi'xi he knew? Feng retreated back and looked at the product introduction. Although the introduction was fancy, it was really just an ordinary cell phone case. Not pure gold, inlaid with diamonds or anything. Stupid. Selling so expensive. Cursing, Feng retreated. He was going to change to another store, but he glanced at the other store prices on the page. $5 million? This one costs $15 million? There's another $28 million? Feng's scalp went numb. Then he slid down a bit. There were basically millions to tens of millions, and hundreds of millions. A broken cell phone case was so expensive? Feng looked at the prices of other goods on the platform, all of which were so high that it made people's scalp numb. Coke $3 million a bottle, $20 million a box. Cell phones, computers, and other things, are tens of billions of dollars. That big string of zeros is scary to look at. Feng, is this world already so crazy? Did he cross over, traveled to the price inflation world? Feng hurriedly climbed up and came to a small supermarket in the middle of the city village, and saw the price tags on it, which were all normal. Bought a bottle of Coke, $3. Fortunately, did not cross. Once again returned to the rental room to open the spell UNU. The price above is still so scary. Open Jingdong. Tmall look, the price above is normal. Only the things on Pinxi'xi are ridiculously expensive. Finally Feng thought for a moment and guessed that it might be possible that like in the novel, his Pinxi'xi was connected to a parallel world with inflated prices. That world had inflated prices and devalued currency. The two platforms were similar except for the prices. Feng had some egg pain. What was the use of connecting to a world with inflated prices? Poor people like him couldn't afford any of the things on it. In the novel, people are crossing the world of price depreciation. There are a few $1,000s and the card is the richest man in the world. Go to the bank to pretend to face. This is the opposite of him, a reverse golden finger. This thing is not pulling. Just as Feng was about to exit spell Xiao and was about to watch the rubbing, his finger unintentionally clicked on top of the Duo video. Ding dong, you have a collection credited. It was that penny event from Pinxi'xi, but it was the spelling CC that connected to the world of inflated prices. So 1 penny turned into 10,000. Feng clicked on withdraw and opened WeChat, and it actually really arrived at 10,000. Crap, there is such a good thing. Feng was in a great mood. This was more than 3 months of salary. After that, another sign-in box popped up. The first day of signing in was also 10,000. The second day was 20,000. And the 7th day was 70,000. There was also a gold coin reward for swiping videos, which could be exchanged for money. Although this amount of money might not be much for the price inflation world, it was already a lot for him now. After playing for half a day, together with the 10,000 from signing in, Feng had more than 20,000 in WeChat. It turns out that this is how to play. He knew that the golden finger from heaven could not be of no use at all. Feng decided to come to Pinduoduo video to watch in the future rubbing edge. Ga ga ga. After watching for a while, Feng was ready to see if there was any wool to grip. His kind of poor people, perennial mixing spelling CCCC, very familiar with wool gathering sets. A lot of new stores open. Things are very cheap, even the first single as long as a penny. Then 5-star positive feedback and photo comments also return cash. Sometimes a penny something, merchants can give you back $5. Just ask you hard not hard? Simply crazy. Feng is now ready to find this kind. Soon Feng found a new pharmacy. The new store opened. The first single as long as 10,000, equivalent to the price of normal world a penny. The key 5-star praise with a picture also returned 5 million. That's right, is 5 million. Feng immediately clicked in. Some meet pain to spend 10,000 order to buy a box of the cheapest medicine. It doesn't matter what you buy. The main thing is to be able to wool gathering. Feng is a little curious about how the other side of the courier to send over. After all, it is not a world. Buzz. Feng had just submitted his order when a circular black hole suddenly appeared above his head. It startled him for a moment. Bada! A small square package fell from it. The black hole disappeared after that. Feng's scalp went numb. Spatial teleportation? Is that world so technologically advanced? Space technology is used for express delivery? Forget it, it's all connected to the other world. Spatial teleportation is nothing. Feng opened the box, only to see a small transparent bottle with 3 pills lying quietly. One red, one blue, and one white. It was not simple at a glance. What kind of medicine is this? Feng touched his dog's head. Just now, he only focused on wool gathering and didn't look carefully. Chapter 2 Genetic Drugs. Feng once again opened the store that spells CCCC. It showed that it had been delivered. Feng clicked to confirm receipt, and then gave a 5-star positive feedback, took a photo, and wrote a comment and passed it on. Then the other side really gave him back 5 million back, and the order was completed. The platform returned another 10,000. Feng was in a good mood. He put all the money in the gold coin account of Pinxi'xi, and he can transfer it to WeChat or a bank card at any time. It is also possible to buy things with this account. This is also a unique feature of this app that can connect to the world of price inflation. WeChat more than 10,000 or 20,000 was not a big problem, but with 5 million, he estimated that he had just transferred it out with his front foot, and then WeChat with his back foot, and the bank would have to check him. After that, Uncle Hat will have to come to the door. Huge property unknown origin crime to understand. Still have to think of a way to get the money out in name only. There is money that can't be taken out. What's the difference between that and not having any money? Thinking chaotically, Feng opened the page of the pharmacy just now. Now the pharmacy prices had returned to normal. The one he just bought had become 300 million a box. Feng looked at the introduction of the drug. Gene drug? Red unlock longevity gene. Up to 10 times. Feng. Really? 10 times? If he could live to 80, wouldn't 10 times be 800 years old? Even if he lives a shorter life and lives to 40 or 50, he can live to be 400 or 500 years old after taking this medicine? Feng continued to read on. Blue unlocks the human body strength limit gene. Up to 10 times. White unlocks the brain gene. Up to 10 times. Feng. After eating it he turned into Superman. But it was bought on Pinxi'xi. Or was it from wool gathering? Can it be eaten? Anyway, in real life, the medicine bought for a penny by spelling CCCC he definitely did not dare to eat. But the introduction on it is so tempting. Forget it. Starve the timid, embrace the bold. Feng decided to go out on a limb. Can Goldfinger harm him? Anyway, he is a poor man, so he will die early. In the end, Feng closed his eyes and ate the 3 pills successively. 3 streams of warmth entered inside his body. Feng closed his eyes and felt the transformation and upgrade of his body. After 5 minutes, the warm currents were gone. The strength of the body had improved a lot. The brain also started to wake up. Before it was a muddle. As for longevity, didn't feel it. Maybe he was still young now. Of course, 10 times now is definitely not there. The introduction above said that the first time he ate it, it would raise a little bit, and then it would slowly and continuously raise. Up to 10 times, at least 5 times. It wasn't a one-time boost to 10 times. This is a good thing. I'll buy more when I have the money. It doesn't say that you can only eat it once. Feng was in a good mood. Feng flipped through the other goods on the platform. Besides being expensive, the electronic products seemed to be much more advanced than this world. Apple has reached 136 generations. Xiaomi has also reached 135 generations. There were also a lot of unheard of brands that should have appeared later. There are also medicines, also much more advanced than this world. In addition to the genetic medicine that he bought for $10,000, there are also medicines to treat all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Cancer, leukemia, diabetes, whatever. In that price inflation world, technology is indeed much more advanced. The price is also not expensive. Cancer special medicine is only 100 million apiece, equivalent to $100 apiece. Of course, that is relative to the price inflation world. Relative to this world is still very expensive. After reading this mess, Feng began to think about how to get the money out. Did he forget something? Right, the birthday. Feng patted his dog's head. His girlfriend's birthday today. I forgot about it when I was tinkering with my cell phone. After thinking about it for a while, Feng went to the outside cell phone store and bought 2 millet cell phones. Now not bad money. One to himself. And a new card. The second-hand red rice will stay to play with the spelling of shi. One to his girlfriend Yang Qi, just to give her as a birthday gift. Her cell phone also used for a long time. Some card. Didn't expect it. He, a security guard, actually also have a girlfriend. Of course, this is mainly because he is tall, handsome and powerful. One night 8. Ahem. He did not say anything. After buying a cell phone, Feng took a taxi to the hotel that Yang Qi ordered for her birthday. From a distance, he saw him from the hotel room window. Yang Qi has arrived, but his face is a little bad. After all, Feng was understandably late for so long. In addition to Yang Qi, her few friends and colleagues from the property company were also there. Feng saw that their security supervisor Wang Huan was also there. This dog has been coveting his girlfriend. Don't look at you, fat head and ears. Aesthetically normal girls look at you, sooner or later set you sack. Why isn't Feng here yet? Making us wait for so long. Kiki, you should teach that guy in your family a good lesson. He wouldn't have forgotten, would he? If I want to have this kind of boyfriend, I'll break up with him directly. In the private room, a few of Yang Qi's girlfriends said in a conspiratorial manner. In their eyes, Feng was not worthy of Yang Qi. Yang Qi was even more furious. She had told Feng in advance, but she was actually late. Cough cough, maybe he was delayed by something. Zhao Peng spoke for Feng. The two were on good terms whether in the company or in private. I really don't understand what you see in him. Chi, just a security guard. Wang Huan on the side was full of disdain and said, You're not a security guard? Zhao Peng didn't have the good sense to say. The supervisor is also a security guard. The company project manager to scold you is still not the same as scolding a dog. What kind of attitude is this? Wang Huan's face sank. To actually dare to talk to him like this. I will give you small shoes tomorrow. That's my attitude. Find me trouble if you have the ability. Zhao Peng wasn't afraid of this bull supervisor. That's enough from you guys. Yang Qi was even more annoyed. Even if Feng was late, these two were still arguing in front of her. Cough cough. Chi, I see that your cell phone is also rather old, so I bought you an Apple phone. Happy birthday. Wang Huan took out a cell phone with some flesh pain. Although he was a supervisor, his salary was only 6 or 7,000. This cell phone was bought with a month and a half of his salary, but in order to poach a corner, he went out of his way. Yang Qi was one of the prettiest receptionists in the company. Ka-ching. At this time Feng pushed the door and walked in. Chi, my cell phone broke on the way, so I went to buy two. One for you as a birthday gift. Feng took out his Xiaomi cell phone and handed it to Yang Qi. At the same time, he also saw Wang Huan's movements. The two of them glanced at each other, and immediately sparks brought lightning. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit subtle. The crowd immediately came into the spirit and looked at the three of them. Everyone was curious which one Yang Qi would choose. Wang Huan glanced at Feng's cell phone, which was Xiaomi, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. His was a 10,000 plus Apple. What could Feng's Xiaomi compare to his? Feng, why did you come now? Yang Qi deliberately questioned loudly. Chapter 3. Who are you going to up? At the same time, she pretended to accept Wang Huan's Apple cell phone without thinking. If she didn't have Wang Huan's Apple phone, she might have forgiven Feng. After all, the latest Xiaomi cell phone costs 4 to 5,000. But who would still use Xiaomi with an Apple? Wang Huan laughed and looked at Feng with a provocative face. Zhao Peng on the side frowned. Yang Qi actually chose Wang Huan's. It was still on her birthday. In front of her co-workers, in front of her boyfriend. This was intolerable for any man. Even if you accept both, it's better than only accepting Wang Huan's. Everyone knows Wang Huan's little mind. Can Yang Qi not see it? And even if she accepted Wang Huan's, she still gave her boyfriend a look. Which man can tolerate this? Oh, Zhao Peng, here you go. Feng also laughed. He directly threw the cell phone to Zhao Peng. What was the difference between Yang Qi's choice and joining a certain army in 49 years? Nothing, nothing at all. Fruity, righteous father? Zhao Peng took the cell phone with a very excited look. At this time, he must cooperate with Yifeng to put on a good show, but he planned to return it to Yifeng later. After all, it wasn't easy for Yifeng to earn $2, and he often went out to work part-time. He was now angry with his girlfriend. What do you mean? Now Yang Qi was even more angry. She actually wanted Yifeng to apologize and admit his mistake and give her the phone as well. She wanted both phones. Even if she couldn't use it, she could take it and sell it. It would be best if Yifeng then sent her the difference in price with Apple in the form of a red packet. Then she can barely forgive Yifeng. As a result, Yifeng actually gave the phone to someone else. It doesn't mean anything. Can't I give it to someone else if you don't want it? Zhao Peng, let's go. It's all like this. There's definitely no need to eat the meal. Okay, brother Feng. Zhao Peng patted his butt and stood up. He definitely stood Yifeng. Yifeng, you stand still. Apologize to me immediately. If you dare to walk out of this private room, we will break up. Yang Qi's face became even more ugly. Yifeng actually gave her so little face. Just break up then. Yifeng said indifferently. Could he still disagree? Fine. Break up then break up. Yang Qi was so gloomy that she was about to drip water. After saying this, she even pulled Yifeng back and deleted him very decisively in front of everyone. Wang Huan on the side smiled. The two had finally split up. His chance had come. Shichi, don't be angry. It's not worth it for him. You're so beautiful and he doesn't cherish it. Wang Huan rushed forward to comfort. A trace of disgust rose from Yang Qi's heart, but having just received the other party's 10,000 plus Apple phone, she couldn't be bothered to show it too obviously. If I were you, I wouldn't be this licking dog. No matter how Yang Qi is, she wouldn't look at a fat head like you. Yifeng kindly reminded. Yang Qi was a face value controller. Otherwise she wouldn't have looked at him. Who are you calling fat head and ears? Wang Huan was enraged. A pair of gloomy triangular eyes stared at Yifeng dead in the face. Of course I'm talking about you, dead fat pig. Everyone calls you that in private. Zhao Peng added. Splat. Wang Huan slapped heavily on the table. He hated it when people said he was fat-headed, or in front of a goddess. Moreover, Zhao Peng said that everyone called him that in private, and the crowd at the scene actually didn't refute it. That meant what he said was true. Go, them to death for me. Wang Huan was completely mad. Today, he paid the bill, and these so-called co-workers that came, other than Zhao Peng, were all his close friends. All of them were the tall and big kind. Jie. A few people laughed grimly, and the one closest to the door even slammed it shut and unlocked it. Yifeng, you guys should either open the door. What are you guys doing? Zhao Peng was a little nervous, but still stood very firmly on Yifeng's side. What for? I'm going to let you guys know the price of offending me. Wang Huan's face was full of scorn. It was natural that he did this not on impulse. In fact, even if Yifeng didn't say that he was fat-headed, he would have found a chance to clash with Yifeng and beat him up again. He just wanted to kill the chicken to make an example of Yang Qi, so that Yang Qi would understand that his cell phone was not that easy to take. On the side, Yang Qi and a few girls stood by coldly, without the slightest intention to stop them. Go! Wang Huan waved his hand and several people pounced towards Yifeng and the two of them. F***CK. I'll fight you guys. Zhao Peng roared, raising his chair. Then there was no more then. Bang bang bang. Yifeng was expressionless as one person started to press the other group of people in the fight. Sandbag-sized fists, one after another. Wang Huan's people were powerless to fight back, and they were being beaten up, crying and wailing as they kept retreating. Wang Huan stared at his titanium alloy eyes. He knew that Yifeng could fight, but he didn't know that he could fight so well. He was scared. He wanted to run, but the door was locked. He couldn't get out. Bang! 2 minutes later, Yifeng kicked over the last person. With an expressionless face, he came to Wang Huan. Who are you going to up? Yifeng did not sweat at all and his breathing was very calm. Originally, he was a whole lot stronger after taking the genetic drug. Afterwards, during the dry fight, the strength was still gradually increasing. It should be digesting the drug. It seems that he will have to dry fight more in the future. Splat. Yifeng slapped Wang Huan's fat face. The other party was smacked and stumbled, falling to the ground. Yifeng looked at his palm. A hand of oil. Some disgusted, wiped it on Wang Huan's clothes. Wang Huan did not dare to move. Yifeng's earlier hit had jerked his soul away. Yang Qi suddenly had some regrets. Yifeng was too handsome just now. Although he didn't have any money, he was really handsome. Moreover, Yifeng was right. It was impossible for her to look at a fat head like Wang Huan. If the two of them were to get together, she wouldn't be able to get her mouth shut. If Yifeng admitted his mistake now, she might be able to forgive him. Let's go. Unfortunately, Yifeng walked away without looking back. Yang Qi stomped her foot. Brother Feng, wait for me. Zhao Peng hurriedly farted to follow. Brother Feng, here's your cell phone. After going out, Zhao Peng then returned the cell phone to Yi Feng. No need, it's a gift. No, it's not easy for you to earn money. Take it for yourself. Mine still works. You take it, I bought two. I have a new one here too. Yi Feng pulled out his own cell phone. Ha, it's still true. Brother Feng, you got rich? Well, I made some money from stock speculation. Yi Feng made it up. You still know how to speculate on stocks? Zhao Peng stared wide-eyed. What kind of eyes are you looking at? How come I can't speculate in stocks? But the TV said that speculating in stocks is easy to lose money. Blah blah blah. What are you saying? Oh, it's my fault. I'll treat you to a roasted sausage tomorrow. 2. The two of them fooled around, and Zhao Peng went back. Zhao Peng lived in the dormitory. Yi Feng sometimes had to work part-time, so he rented a house in the middle of the city. When he returned to the rented room, Yi Feng thought about how to get the money out while making more money. A few million is definitely not enough. It was not enough to buy a better large flat in the city. Chapter 4 Pinxi'xi Merchant Edition. But the platforms are so expensive, moving billions and billions of dollars. He couldn't afford most of it. If it was a price devaluation kind of thing, he could still be a second-hand dealer, buying things over there at low prices and selling them out. That's not going to work now. Yi Feng flipped through his phone and found a software in a software collection box. Pinxi'xi Merchant Edition. Yi Feng suddenly had a bright idea. Can't buy, but can sell. He could sell things from this world to the price inflation world. This way the banknotes must drop greatly. But before that, there was still one thing that needed to be determined first. Yi Feng opened the Pinxi'xi Merchant Edition. After that, he used the same account to register and open an online store on it. Like Yi Feng guessed, the merchant version was also the kind that connected to the world of price inflation. After thinking for a while, Yi Feng finally decided to sell cell phone cases on it. The lowest price in the entire network, $800,000 apiece, equivalent to 80 cents apiece in the real world. He had looked at it, and the other most inferior ones cost more than $1 million apiece. Selling other goods is not very convenient. Cell phones and computers have been updated for more than 100 generations. What about the ones in this world that they took out and sold as antiques? Whether or not they could connect to the internet was a problem. Other commodities also have a lot of problems. Like Coke, the logo has changed. You can only sell cell phone cases. In the following days, Yi Feng ordered a batch of cell phone cases in the real world based on the size and style of cell phones in the price inflation world. Once everything was ready, he started to officially sell them on pieces of CC. Ding dong, you have a new order. Just after going online, someone placed an order. Yi Feng was in a great mood. $800,000 was coming in, but looking at the address on his cell phone, Yi Feng was a little confused. Dak Province, West Asia City. Scratch that. He forgot that the customer who bought the stuff was from the world of inflated prices. How was he going to deliver the stuff there? When he was wool gathering, a black hole appeared directly on his head and then the stuff fell down. He wouldn't be able to do that stuff either. Careless, Yi Feng went to look at the shipping process. Just fill in the address and click send? Yi Feng followed the process, packed the phone case, filled in the shipping address, and clicked send. Buzz, that black hole appeared again. Yi Feng hurriedly put the express case in. Buzz, the black hole disappeared along with the express delivery. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The operation was still very simple. He had to say that the price inflation world express delivery was really convenient. Soon the background notified him that the transaction was complete. After deducting the platform draw, service fee, and withholding tax, $700,000 arrived. This efficiency is really high. At the same time the store had one more favorable comment. 800,000 can buy a cell phone case of this quality. Conscience price, 5-star praise. 800,000 in the price inflation world was equivalent to 80 cents in their world. And Yi Feng's customized phone cases were all of better quality, costing a few tens of dollars kind of thing. Put their world at least tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Can it be bad? At this time came a few more orders. Yi Feng one by one to deal with. After a few days, because the quality of his phone case is good, the price is still the lowest price of the whole platform. So the business is very good. Looking at the rising balance of the background account, Yi Feng's mouth was a little hard to press. However, this money can still only be put on the price inflation world Poundland account, and cannot be taken out for the time being. One had to think of a way to take the money out in a reasonable manner. Yi Feng began to start rummaging around on the price inflating world Pinxi'xi, seeing what good things were available. Just these few days down the line, he had already made a few $100 million by selling cell phone cases. It was possible to buy quite a few things. Even if he couldn't afford it for the time being, he would always be able to afford it in the future. After searching for half a day, Yi Feng finally found a suitable one. There was a store that sold artificially intelligent robots. Looking at the video introduction, the robot, highly intelligent, with the same appearance as a real person, can be faked and do a lot of things. It can also be customized according to the customer's requirements in terms of appearance, personality, body shape and so on. Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and immediately customized a Louis Fei, Dilly Hotba, Yang Mi, Guli Niza. Ahem, just kidding, is he that kind of person? Getting an AI over here and cashing in should be easy. But Yi Feng looked at the price, $10 billion a piece. The privately customized ones are even starting at $20 billion. Can't afford it at all. It is better to continue to sell cell phone cases. Let's talk about it later. Hey, brother Feng, I decided to set up a stall. The internet says that a stall can make tens of thousands of dollars a month. Zhao Peng, who had been dashing around for a few days, was financially strapped. After being expelled, he also rented a house in the middle of the city village. Just like Yi Feng, that's all flimsy. When someone teaches you which industry makes money, it means that industry is no longer profitable. Yi Feng knew that this girl must have watched too many short video marketing numbers. It also said that someone who delivered takeaways made millions in 3 years. How do you know if you don't try? Being a security guard is only $3,000 a month. You can never turn over. Zhao Peng is still eager to try to say, Yi Feng, you are a salted fish. Turnover is not still salted fish. Okay, I support you 100%. That's great. I've already planned it. It just so happens that there's a night market nearby. I'm going to set up a stall to sell grilled sausages, fried skewers and whatnot. That costs quite a bit of money. Right, do you have any money? Oh, no. Yi Feng, no, you say so vigorously. Zhao Peng looked at Yi Feng pitifully. Forget it, who let us two be brothers? I'll sponsor you 50 cents. Well, it's okay. Zhao Peng licked his face and said. He knew Yi Feng was joking. Look at your damaged color. With Yi Feng's help, the equipment was bought back the next day. Zhao Peng familiarized himself with it, and on the third day, the stall was set up. If he didn't make money, the rent would be gone next month. Brother Feng, this food stall can be set up. You are the major shareholder. If you lose money, I will pay you back. If you make a profit, we are half. Zhao Peng patted his chest and said. Yi Feng helped him. He can't pick Yi Feng. You can pull back. Don't lose your pants is good. Does anyone want my pants? So perverted. Yi Feng, damn you, kid, this is my place. Hurry up and get lost. At this time came a middle-aged strong man with a face full of crossmeat. Seeing the two young men occupying a good spot, he wanted to take it for himself. Yi Feng recognized the other party, a fried rice stall owner here. Bang! Yi Feng crushed the beer bottle in his hand. Who do you want to get lost? Yi Feng looked at the other party expressionlessly. Under the effect of the genetic drug, he was getting stronger and stronger these days, and it was simply not too easy to crush a beer bottle. I'm sorry, I'll get lost. I'll get lost. The corner of the burly man's mouth twitched, and he ran away in ashes. Those who could crush a beer bottle must have practiced. Ordinary people didn't have such a strong grip. Zhao Peng looked at Yi Feng with a face full of admiration. This is also too hanging. The vendors around who were originally stupid and still had some ideas were also honest. Chapter 5. I want this day. Alright, you set up your stall. I'll go back first. It's so hot outside. Yi Feng smoothed the roasted sausage and left. It had to be said that the roast was average. It's already July, and even though it's nighttime, it's still hot, and he's a person who just can't suffer. That's why he worked as a security guard before. And just for a moment, a good few more orders came in. He has to go back and deal with it. He's up and down a couple million a minute. He still has to save money to buy hot food. Ah shucks. No. Brother Feng, sold more than 200 today. Got rich. Ha. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Zhao Peng came back with his ass. If it wasn't for the many roasted sausage stalls, I'm sure I could have made more. 200 a day. A month is 6,000. It's really much better than going to work. Tomorrow I'll go find another opponent to set up a stall during the day, and strive for 10,000 a month. Zhao Peng said excitedly all the way. Yi Feng, big brother, you do not consider the cost? How much to sell is how much to earn. Gas, grilled sausages fall from the sky? Yi Feng didn't have the good sense to say. He had to re-estimate this guy's IQ. Oh yeah, it's just over 100 if you get rid of the cost. That's about the same as working as a security guard. Zhao Peng rubbed his dog's head in embarrassment. It's okay, I'll go back to setting up stalls during the day. Setting up stalls is a bit more free. It's definitely better than going to work. Zhao Peng thought for a while or decided to continue the stall. Didn't you say that I'm the majority shareholder? Half of one person? Zhao Peng, forgot about this one too. When you do the math like this, it's not as good as going to work. Just kidding, look at your damaged color. No, said to give you half on half, take out the money for goods. We one person 50. I WeChat transfer to you Yi Feng. Thanks to the big brother to send 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Zhao Peng's small stall was set up like this. But the next night, he came back with a crying face. Brother Feng, only sold more than 50 today. Why is it so much less? Those few roasted sausage stalls joined forces and secretly lowered their prices. Zhao Peng said hatefully. Those few mother heirs just wanted to squeeze him out. Before Yi Feng showed a little, they didn't dare to do anything to him openly, so they had to drive him away through this way. Still, a customer told him about it, and he realized it. After all, they were all selling grilled sausages. One more person must have taken away a lot of business. Want me to leave? I'm not going to leave. Tomorrow I'll also lower the price and fight them. Zhao Peng went out on a limb. Yi Feng, big brother, what are you going to fight them with? Do you have money? No, tomorrow you raise the price. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, why? Zhao Peng didn't quite understand. That side lowered the price. They raised the price. Will anyone still buy it? You'll know if you come to me tomorrow at noon. Yi Feng smiled evilly. Oh, good. Zhao Peng nodded. He trusted Yi Feng 100%. The day Yi Feng sold him, he would still have to help Yi Feng count the money to see if others had underpaid. After all, he was also worth a lot of money. After Zhao Peng left, Yi Feng took out a bottle of seasoning from the kitchen and tore off the label on it. This was a box of seasoning that he had gleaned from the price inflation world spell Pinxi'xi when he was wool gathering. Based on the principle of looking down on life and death, and eating to death and pulling in, Yi Feng tasted it. The flavor is really good, and eating it puts people in a pleasant mood. Very bullish and ruthless work. This world must not have it, otherwise it would have been famous long ago. The next day at noon, when Zhao Peng came over, Yi Feng gave him the seasoning. Sprinkle some of this when you're done roasting, and triple the price up. Is this okay? Zhao Peng was a bit skeptical. You won't know if you try it yourself. Okay, I'll try. Zhao Peng roasted 2 sticks on the spot, after which he sprinkled a little bit of the seasoning given by Yi Feng. Zhao Peng immediately widened his eyes after taking a bite, then closed his eyes again to slowly experience it. Screaming spring! Bang! Yi Feng kicked Zhao Peng out. This big night, other people heard him don't want to lose face? Hey! In the panic, Zhao Peng held the spice bottle. It didn't matter if he fell. The seasoning bottle couldn't fall. This was the capital he had used to dry out those grilled sausage vendors. This time, he would take back everything that belonged to him. Jia. I want the sky that can no longer cover my eyes. Zhao Peng took the seasoning that was called a spirited. Yi Feng, it's too much of a waste of talent for you to go to a stall. The next night, Zhao Peng also came to his stall early. He had seen it all when he came over just now. The few stalls selling roasted sausages had already arrived. Today they were even more ruthless, lowering the price to 50 cents apiece. At this price, counting the cost, it was definitely a loss. These people were determined to drive him away. Zhao Peng sneered. He then put up the sign for his secret sauce. The price of the grilled sausages also became $10 apiece, and the other products also went up a lot. When a few people took a look, they laughed and thought that Zhao Peng had lost his mind. It was impossible for anyone to come and buy it if it was so expensive. The fact is also true as they thought. At first, Zhao Peng's side did not have much business, and many people even cursed when they saw it. But Zhao Peng wasn't in a hurry at all. A few people even suspected that Zhao Peng was doing this on purpose, just to see them lose money. They all thought that Zhao Peng might not be able to sell a single one, but there was no shortage of curious people in this world. There was soon a foodie who noticed that Zhao Peng's roasted sausages here were much more expensive, but he was stupid and had a lot of money, so he bought one. A few of the grilled sausage sellers didn't care either. This kind of surely can cheat one is one. The business will not last long, and will definitely be scolded. If you meet a bad-tempered one, you might even get beaten up. Zhao Peng immediately smiled and fried it for the other party. After that, he brushed on the seasoning that Yi Feng gave him. The eater immediately couldn't wait to pick it up and take a bite. The expression on his face then went from surprise, to shock, to enjoyment, to, the expression on his face could be said to be quite wonderful. Zhao Peng called spring ah. He finally understood Yi Feng's mood at that time. Too delicious. Give me 5 more. No, 10. The eater's eyes were glowing. Alright. Zhao Peng smiled faintly and looked provocatively at the several roasted sausage sellers. The few people were instantly a bit disdainful. They felt that this was the trust Zhao Peng had hired. They had been selling roasted sausages for so many years. How delicious could it be? Didn't they know? 10 more. No. 20. No. 30. No. The eater still felt unfulfilled after eating it. Zhao Peng, do you want it or not? I'll see how much money I have. You see how much you can buy. The eater put the money all into Zhao Peng's hands. Okay, you wait. Zhao Peng cheerfully counted it. 420. even if 400. Ah shucks, count 450, give you 45. Zhao Peng unwrapped a package of roasted sausages and began to cheerfully fry up. Got rich. Today's turnover was already almost 500. Chapter 6 Good People Greatly. Shortly after the foodie went back, he brought a group of friends back to patronize it. The surrounding crowd, seeing how high they were eating, also began to try the food. And after that, it was all out of control. In less than 2 hours, the raw materials prepared by Zhao Peng were sold out. Several other roasted sausage stall owners were confused, but they also saw that the reason why Zhao Peng's business was booming was all because of the seasonings. Everyone bought their grilled sausages at the wholesale market. A few people licked their faces to ask Zhao Peng's seasoning where to buy. Zhao Peng said it was their own secret. A few people have no choice. Do not dare to come hard. People have friends who can pinch the beer bottle with their bare hands. The first day like that was a warning to them. Less than 9 o'clock, Zhao Peng came back. Things are sold out. Tomorrow more goods. Oh, brother Feng, we sold more than 5,000 today. After removing more than 100 costs, the rest is all profit. I'll transfer 4,000 to you. Zhao Peng knew that the reason why business was so good was all because of Yifeng's seasonings, plus the previous equipment. The 3 wheels were all bought with Yifeng's help, so he gave Yifeng 4,000. He also had to give Yifeng a little more in the back. He earned 900 a day, and it was still only 2 hours, which was already very good. Yifeng, thank you for the 3 melons and 2 jujubes sent by Big Brother. I casually sell a cell phone case as 800,000. It's a pity that I just can't take it out. Yifeng was a bit annoyed. He can only continue to sell cell phone cases to save money, and strive to buy a hot bar back earlier. Now he didn't just sell cell phone cases, he also started to sell some other small decorations. The money in the account was also getting more and more. It was also getting closer and closer to 10 billion. The following month, Zhao Peng continued to set up his stall and earn 3 to 5,000 every day. Each time, he kept 1,000 for himself and gave the rest all to Yifeng. After all, without Yifeng's seasonings, he would be lucky to sell 200 a day. Even so, he made 20 to 30,000 a month. Yifeng also received tens of thousands of dollars in dividends. At the same time, he had finally gotten together $10 billion. On this day, after Zhao Peng went back, Yifeng rubbed his hands together, opened the Price Inflation World Edition spell Pinxi'xi, and clicked to search for artificial intelligence robots. Soon the page appeared with a large number of stores selling AI robots. The cheapest billions, expensive thousands, trillions have. When he really bought it, Yifeng began to hesitate a little again. He only had 10 billion. Shouldn't buy an artificial retard back. With the price system of the price inflation world, 10 billion is the price of a good cell phone, almost equivalent to more than $10,000 in this world. $10,000 can buy what robot? In the end, Yifeng clenched his teeth and decided to buy a butler-type AI robot. If it doesn't work, then return it. Pinxi'xi other things can't be said. It's still very convenient to return the product. Because there was only 10 billion, it couldn't be privately customized. So the appearance Yifeng chose a middle-aged man like one. Hotba can only wait for the next time. Place the order and pay. The long string of numbers on the account was instantly gone, leaving only a few tens of millions in change. Yifeng was instantly heartbroken and couldn't breathe. My 10 billion ah! If this was taken out, it would be enough for him to spend and drink for the rest of his life. Buzz! After less than 2 seconds of heartache, a black hole once again appeared above his head. A package about 1 meter in length, width, and height fell from the top of his head. It almost didn't smash him to death. Yifeng, bad review. Must be bad review. Unless he is given a cashback of $5 million. Yifeng unwrapped the package, and inside lay a middle-aged man quietly. It was exactly the same as the real person. After that, Yifeng followed the instructions and started the robot. Master, a mellow voice sounded. The robot scanned Yifeng and recognized the master. After that, Yifeng was very satisfied with the result after briefly reading the manual of this housekeeper robot. The robot's kinetic energy used a kind of cosmic free energy in the future that did not need to be recharged, and it was highly intelligent. The so-called artificial intelligence of this world was artificial retardation to him. From today onwards, you'll be called Morning Biao. Yifeng gave the other party a domineering name. Yes, master. Well, I'll leave my store on Pinxi'xi to you. Is there any problem? No problem, master. The butler nodded. This was too easy for him. In their world, many people used AI robots to manage their online stores. Well, there is another problem. That is, the prices of goods in our two worlds are different. How do I? Yifeng said after a moment of deliberation. I know, master. I have a way to let you take your money out honorably. All legal and compliant. Others can't find out anything worthy of being a future artificial intelligence. As soon as Yifeng opened his mouth, he knew what Yifeng wanted. How to take it out. There are many ways. I can use my master's identity to speculate in the stock market. I can also go abroad to forge an old rich man's identity, and hand over the inheritance to my master before I die. Yossi, you're good people greatly. Yi Feng was in a great mood. This $10 billion was worth spending. Not only did he not have to work for himself in the future, he also solved the problem of not being able to get money out. By the way, you have no problem with your identity now, right? No, my identity is also completely legal and compliant. It can be found online, but my name is Wangan. Okay, great. Hit me with $5 million first. Okay, master. The butler made a beeline for the computer. Okay, master. It didn't take long for Yi Feng to receive the Farmers and Merchants Bank's $5 million arrival notice. This AI robot really did not let him down. Looking at the account balance, Yi Feng was in a great mood. 5 million off 5 million. In the future, he will eat a roasted sausage and throw it away, and pour a cup of soy milk into a cup. Well, are so rich, or drink milk. Soy milk is no longer worthy of his class, but milk is more expensive, so I won't pour it. Birdie I'm going home tomorrow. It might take a few days before I come back. This bottle of sauce is for you. Yi Feng handed the condiment to Zhao Peng. Brother Feng, don't call me little bird. I have a big bird, Zhao Peng said somewhat helplessly. If someone else called him that, he would have greeted him with a big beady. Okay, little bird. Rock ha. No problem little bird. Rock, I got it birdie. Never mind. Just be happy. Zhao Peng gave up resisting. After saying goodbye to Zhao Peng, Yi Feng directly took a taxi home. The bus and subway didn't even sit. He even took a fast car. Carpooling, hitchhiking are not hitting. Not bad money. The reason why he wanted to go back was that he was planning to pay off the mortgage in his hometown county. The down payment on the mortgage was given by his parents. He was paying off the loan. That's why he's living such a miserable life. Buying used cell phones. In addition to work, but also often part-time work, to pay back the $4,000 a month mortgage. On the way home, looking at the busy pedestrians on the road, Yi Feng envied them very much. They all have their own goals. Unlike themselves, at a young age, they have lost their motivation to fight. Can only eat and wait for death. Do a social assholes. Thinking chaotically, Yi Feng quickly returned to the village. Well, who's getting married? Yi Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't even know that someone in the village got married. Chapter 7, You're insulting my intelligence. On the square at the entrance of the village, a stage had already been set up. There were also a few staff from the wedding company setting it up. On the poster in the center of the stage is a pair of dogs and men. The woman looks quite beautiful. Her body is also good. Beautiful skin, white long legs. Of course, it could be P. Especially the wedding company. P up crazy. Male. Well, have nose and eyes. Is a man. He looks familiar. They're from the village. Of course they look familiar. It's too much. The woman should be blind or highly nearsighted. Or else she could be attracted to this man? I haven't heard of any rich people in the village. The center edge of the stage was made into a garlanded arch with wreaths. Ahem. Garlands of flowers hanging from it. The stage will be surrounded by a large number of flowers, roses and the like. It's quite a show. Who gets married like this? Rural marriages don't usually play like this. They usually drive the bride over on the day of the wedding, and then eat the banquet on the end. Yi Feng plans to go home and ask later. If you know someone, give them a gift of 50 cents or something. When he returned home, he found that inside and outside the yard, there were lights and colorful, red silk happy words everywhere. Yi Feng, home also married? Then saw that his cheap brother Yi Yang was wearing a suit and dress and greeting the guests with a smile on his face. Why say he is cheap? Because he is not expensive. Yi Feng, Yi Yang is getting married? And he, the so-called younger brother, hadn't received a single word about his brother's wedding. Not even a phone call. Not even a WeChat? What does this mean? By the way, the poster in the village square, the groom seems to be this retard. It's just that the wedding company's P picture was too powerful. He didn't recognize it for a moment. Yi Yang, what's going on? Yi Feng went up and asked. There is definitely a problem here. Why did the wedding have to hide it from him? Could it be that the bride was Yang Qi? But the bride in the poster at the village entrance doesn't look like it either. If it was Yang Qi, it would be too much. But Yang Qi is fine. They'd split up. As long as Yi Yang didn't mind wearing broken shoes. Little Feng, why are you back? Yi Yang obviously froze for a moment when he heard the voice. Can't I come back? I asked you why you didn't tell me when you got married? Yi Feng had a bad relationship with this brother since he was a child, and the two brothers had always been at odds. Ever since he could remember, he had never called him his brother. Yi Yang seemed stable, mature and understanding, but in fact, he was secretly very sinister and would use everything to achieve his goal, only he hides it very well. Other people don't know. Yi Feng grew up with him and knows him very well. Yi Feng didn't know how many times he had been punked by him and how many black pots he had taken since he was a child. "We are afraid of disturbing your work. Speak human." The ghosts didn't believe this. "Well, actually this is Grandpa's intention." Yi Yang didn't care and pushed it onto the old man's head again. He knew that Yi Feng and the old master didn't deal with each other. The old master preferred the well-behaved and understanding him, and didn't like Yi Feng, the rebellious grandson, too much. If he says not to inform you guys, then not to inform you guys. If he tells you guys to go to hell, you guys go to hell too, Yi Feng said with a face full of mockery. Speaking of this grandfather, he was even more annoyed. The family's ancestors were landlords, and they had fallen behind. But some of their landlord concepts hadn't changed. The old man still had the concept of the firstborn son inheriting the family business until now. Even though the family didn't have much of a family business. Grandpa has his own ideas, it's not good for us to disobey him. Yi Yang wasn't angry either. In front of people, he was always this generous and gentle, humble and courteous. Congratulations, everyone will come early to drink later. At this time Yi Dashan walked in from the doorway. Encountering the villagers saying congratulations was also joyful, his old face smiling like a chrysanthemum. "Grandpa, be careful." Yi Yang immediately went to support the old man. "Oh, it's not a problem." Yi Dashan was satisfied with this eldest son and first grandson. However, when he walked into the small courtyard and saw the cold-faced Yi Feng, his complexion was a little unnatural. "Ahem, you were working outside, so I didn't bother you with family matters. But since you're back, it's just as well. Your brother is getting married now, so you'll give up that house in your county and give it to your brother as a new house. I'll do the honors." Yi Dashan quickly recovered and then spoke. "Yi Feng, you made the decision about my house? Why don't you go to heaven?" "No need, Grandpa, that house will be given to my brother. I will buy my own house in the future." Yi Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of stealing joy, but it was quickly concealed by him. In fact, the matter of the house was something that he had been chanting in front of the old guy every day, just hoping that the old guy would help him get the house back from Yi Feng. Now the old guy had really opened his mouth, but he couldn't show too much happiness, otherwise his good brother, good grandson persona would collapse. Yi Feng, he knew with his toes that it must be Yi Yang's plot. As for the house, it was originally going to be given to Yi Yang, but when Yi Yang was admitted to the medical school, or the master's degree, a total of 8 years, the family was under a lot of pressure during that time, and the mother was sick, not in good health, and took medication for a long time. The father could not go out to work, to take care of her at home. In the end, he let him drop out of school and work to pay for Yi Yang to go to college. To make it up to him, or to get him to agree to it, he transferred that house in the county to him, but the loan has to be paid back by him, and he also has to pay Yi Yang's tuition and 1,005 living expenses every month. For the sake of this house, he came out to work since he was 18 years old. He worked during the day and part-time at night, worked day and night for 8 years. The cell phone has never bought a new one. It is a second-hand cell phone. Until Yi Yang graduated this year, he found an easier security guard. 8 years. Do you know how he lived these 8 years? Bouncing around every day. Shucks. Now the old man wants him to give up his house with a word. It's a daydream. Although he wasn't poor, he would never cheapen Yi Yang. Your brother is going to start a family. He is the first son of our family. This is a big deal. You are alone outside as a security guard. What's the use of asking for a house? Don't be ignorant. Grandpa knocked the tobacco pot on the ground. His tone became tough. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth twitched. He was still unhappy. Firstborn son, hey, it's no big deal. Those who didn't know, thought that the family had a throne to inherit. Yi Feng smiled contemptuously. Will you let it or not? Yi Dashan felt that his majesty had been provoked, and immediately blew his beard. Little Feng, you quickly don't make Grandpa angry. Grandpa, younger brother is still young and doesn't know anything. Seeing both sides swords drawn, Yi Yang hurriedly persuaded the fight. Yi Feng, little Feng, you first transfer the house to me. Don't worry, I don't want yours, just to cope with Grandpa. Wait for a while, I'll transfer it to you. Yi Yang came to Yi Feng's ear and whispered. Yi Feng, do you see me as stupid? Not only do you want the house, but you want to insult my intelligence. It's too bullying, whether you agree or not. As long as I'm around for a day, this family must be my say. The house is given to Yi Yang. Yi Dashan took out his family patriarch style and said in a tone that could not be refused. Chapter 8 Greater Good. In Yi Dashan's conception, they had to pool all the resources of the family to raise the firstborn grandson to be successful. Everyone in the family had to work together for this goal. There could be no personal thoughts. Grandpa, don't be angry. Xiao Feng is young and doesn't know any better. Don't bother with him in general. Yi Yang superficially persuaded the fight, but actually arching fire. All so adult, still do not understand things. Really, the more live more back. Sure enough, Yi Dashan heard more and more angry. Hate to eat Yi Feng. Bye bye Yulu. Yi Feng turned around and left. He already didn't want to talk to the two people. He hadn't relied on the so-called family before, and now even less so. You stand still. Yi Dashan was infuriated. Yi Feng ignored him. I'll kill you little bastard. Yi Dashan roared and raised his walking stick to smash Yi Feng. Yi Yang, who was on the side, was happy in his heart. Bang! Ah! Yi Yang screamed miserably, his forehead whistling out blood. Yi Feng also let go of Yi Yang. When the old man had just made his move, he pulled Yi Yang to his side to block it. With his current strength, grabbing Yi Yang as a shield was not too easy. The old guy hit quite hard. Yi Yang covered his head in pain and wailed there. Ah! Yang, are you alright? Yi Dalan was anxious and hurriedly crouched down to look at Yi Yang. This is his first son and grandson. He has poured all his heart and soul into cultivating him. Don't kill him. Cough cough. Grandpa. I'm fine. Little Feng didn't do it on purpose. Yi Yang's face was full of pain, but he still didn't forget to concave his persona. At the same time, he secretly poked and prodded the old guy to turn his anger towards Yi Feng. The old guy must know what to do after he said that. Why did you use Yang to block it? As expected, Yi Dashan was very angry. Yi Feng beat it and killed it. Yi Yang couldn't. He was heartbroken for half a day if he lost a hair. I'll kill you little bastard. Yi Dashan got angrier and angrier as he thought about it and waved his walking stick again. Swish! Ai! Yi Yang was startled. Bang! Ah! Yi Yang screamed miserably again as a second small fountain rose from his forehead. Pop! Yi Feng clapped his hands and threw Yi Yang aside like a dead dog. Ah! Yang, are you alright? Did you hurt anywhere? Yi Dashan rushed to see Yi Yang. Yi Yang, what do you say? 2 lines of clear tears flowed down from Yi Yang's eyes. Tired. All destroyed. Why are you hiding? I'll beat you to death. Seeing his good grandson being beaten again, Yi Dalan went completely crazy, as if he was insane, waving his cane again. Stop. Yi Yang was alarmed, but the old man could no longer hear anything at this time. All he wanted now was to avenge his firstborn grandson. Yi Yang turned his head to see Yi Feng's teasing gaze and was horrified. He was afraid of hotness. Ta! Bang! At the critical moment, Yi Yang's adrenaline went wild. Jumping up in place, he kicked Yi Dashan out. He finally chose to be righteous, because Yi Feng couldn't beat it. Yi Feng thought he was going to hit him. Grandpa, are you alright? I'm fine. Yang's foot didn't hurt. You're so strong. There's hope for the future of our family. Yi Dashan patted his butt and stood up, his face full of love. His good grandson must have his reasons for kicking him off. Yi Feng, he really had no fuck to say. Call your dad. I just don't believe it. Then looked at Yi Feng's eyes once again became gloomy. Soon after being busy outside, Yi Jian came back. Dad, what's the matter? Son, you're back? Seeing Yi Feng, Yi Jian was also a bit surprised and his eyes were a bit evasive. Well, son, what happened to you? Who hit you? Yi Jian then saw another son with a bloody head. Humph, forget about those first. Calling you here is naturally something to say to you. I decided to give our county house to Yang. You guys hurry up and go to the transfer. Yi Dashan's old face reddened, digressing from the topic. After all, Yi Yang's head was broken by him. Yi Jian froze for a moment. The house in the county was given to the eldest son. What about the youngest son? When the family was at its most difficult, his wife was sick. He could only take care of her while working odd jobs, and the money he earned was only enough for the family's expenses. It can be said that the younger son has carried the family all by himself. Without his younger son, his older son would not have been able to go to college. The house is also considered to be his compensation. They paid the down payment. In fact, they cannot afford to pay the mortgage. There is no way out. That's why they gave it to Yi Feng. Originally it was for the eldest son to buy. Now Yi Feng paid back so many years of loans, but also for the eldest son to finish college. Is it too much to ask him to give the house to his eldest son? Besides, with the younger son's character, would he agree? Yi Dashan's bull's eyes glared. Son, why don't you give the house to your brother first and we'll buy it for you later? Yi Jian opened his mouth with some difficulty. He had to listen to the old man's words. Yi Feng laughed. The last trace of fantasy was gone. He worked part-time to pay the mortgage, pay for Yi Yang's schooling, and sometimes had to take care of the family. His only thought in this family was the house. Now they actually wanted to take the house over. I'm just a tool. They don't care if he lives or dies. His only role was to burn himself and illuminate Yi Yang. Bye-bye Yulu. Yi Feng waved his hand, not taking away a cloud. I'm warning you, don't come back after you dare to walk out of this courtyard. You are no longer a member of our family. I'm going to expel you from the genealogy. You will no longer be a member of the Yi family in the future. Yi Dashan fumed. Yi Feng, it's a deal. Expel from the genealogy. Hey, I'm so scared. Put. In the end, Yi Feng really couldn't hold back and laughed out. It was really hard to hold back from laughing. Ah, look at the good son you gave birth to. Seeing that Yi Feng was full of concern, Yi Dashan was immediately infuriated and blew his beard. The walking stick struck the ground fiercely. He really wanted to go knock Yi Feng's head, but he was afraid of knocking Yi Yang. I can't control him either. Yi Jian snapped. Yi Yang's face was a bit bad. The house actually didn't ask for it. The old man couldn't do it either. But he was not going to give up. The house was his. What he said could not be changed even if the King of Heaven came. Yi Yang's face was a bit grim, but then quickly recovered. Yang, don't worry. The house you will live in after you get married. I'll see what he can do. I still don't believe it. No need. Grandpa, I'll just live in the village. The real estate license is on Xiao Feng's side. Yi Yang didn't want it on the surface, but in fact, he secretly poked and prodded. Isn't it just a real estate license? I will definitely help you get it back. He can still go against the sky. Yi Dashan patted his chest and guaranteed. On the side, Yi Jian glanced meaningfully at his eldest son. Yi Yang turned his head away somewhat sheepishly. He knew that the old man could see what was on his mind, but it didn't matter. As long as the old man was around for a day, his position was unshakable. Chapter 9 Giving a Big Gift. Until Yi Feng came to the entrance of the village, no one came after him and told him that the house was his and would not be given to anyone. Yi Feng was completely heartbroken. Since this is the case, it's better to give them a big gift. Aren't they going to get married? How can he, as a younger brother, not send a gift? Yi Feng smiled wickedly. Yi Feng found someone to inquire about where the bride was from and went straight over. Half an hour later, Yi Yang arrived at the entrance of Han Zhezhuang's village. This was the village where the bride was from. After asking the villagers, he quickly found the bride Han Fei's house. This side was equally busy with the wedding. Who are you? What are you doing here? A middle-aged woman who was cleaning up saw Yi Feng and asked with some suspicion as she went up. Yi Yang knew that this was most likely Han Fei's mother. My name is Yi Feng. May I ask if you're from the bride? I'm her mother. Han's mother frowned. Could it be her daughter's boyfriend, trying to get her daughter back? But she hadn't heard her daughter say that. Besides, it was too late to say anything now. Hello auntie, I'm looking for you for something. Sure enough, it was the bride's mother. Then come inside and talk. Mother Han welcomed Yi Feng inside. The family scandal can't be publicized. In case it's really her daughter's boyfriend outside, it's not good for the village to hear about it, especially on her daughter's wedding day. I want to ask, how much bride price did the groom give you? Yi Yang directly opened the door and said, why are you asking this? The matter of the bride price is not something you can just say. Han Fei's mother's face looked a bit bad. After all, this was a bit dishonorable to say, and she thought Yi Feng was here to mock her. No matter how much dowry Yi Yang gives, I'm willing to give twice as much as long as you cancel this wedding. Yi Yang smiled evilly. There was nothing that money couldn't handle. If there is, then you don't have enough money. He then asked if this big gift was enough. On the wedding day, the bride ran away. He then asked Yi Yang if it was unexpected and exciting. What do you mean? Han mother's face became even more ugly. Was this saying they were selling their daughter? 3 times. Yi Feng stretched out 3 fingers. You? Mother Han still didn't understand what Yi Feng was up to. 4 times? Don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. I just simply look at that guy with displeasure. Yi Feng shrugged. Are you serious? A middle-aged man walked out from the house. His face was full of excitement as he looked at Yi Feng. He had heard the conversation between the two just now. He was afraid that his wife would object and Yi Feng would back out. Are you really willing to pay 4 times the dowry? Han's father stared at Yi Feng dead on, looking up and down. Finding that Yi Feng was dressed in general, he was a bit skeptical again. That's right, as long as you cancel this wedding, I can immediately call the money, including the money you spent for this wedding. I'll reimburse all of it. Yi Feng took out his cell phone and showed the other party the SMS balance. Good, we agree. Father Han clapped his hands and agreed on the spot. Bark! The sound of something falling on the floor came from inside the room. Han's mother pulled Han's father. This was too casual. What for? The wedding is cancelled. We didn't get a license anyway. Go inform everyone. Han father glared at Han mother. Mother Han sighed and somewhat helplessly opened the door to her daughter's room. Yi Feng glanced inside. The bride, Han Fei, who was dressed in a wedding gown with exquisite makeup and a beautiful figure, was sitting on the edge of the bed with a face like death. From the beginning, her father was about to marry herself off to someone she didn't even like for the sake of a $300,000 bride price. And now when he decided to cancel the wedding just because someone offered a higher price, she felt like a piece of goods being placed on the shelf, with the bride price being her price tag. Her dignity had been trampled on over and over again. No, she had no dignity at all. She simply could not control her own destiny. Han Fei looked out the window at the sky. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She felt incomparably angry and aggrieved, yet she didn't know who to confide in. Yi Feng. This broken sense of absolute. This is the first time he saw the bride. The poster at the village entrance did not pee. Such a beautiful beauty. Absolutely cannot be cheap Yi Yang. He is suitable for the Northeast Fish sister. Yi Feng must break them up. Hey, this friend. Let's discuss the matter of the bride price. Han's father didn't care about his daughter's feelings and said to Yi Feng with a flattering face, "Don't you need to ask your daughter? What if the bride was blind and very much in love with Yi Yang? No need. My daughter doesn't like that Yi Yang at all. She's always been very against this marriage. They met on a blind date. The two of them actually met once. I see that guy is a graduate of a prestigious university. Or a doctor. The bride price given is also okay." Yi Feng, 3 seconds of silence for your daughter. I can't believe I'm stuck with an old man like you. Not much better than him. Cough cough. These are not the focus. I tell you, my daughter brand name university, or college students, have not talked about boyfriend, so that side of the bride price out of 300,000. Yi Feng, in the past, there was no money for him to go to school, but there was money for his son to pay 300,000 dowry to marry his wife. Hey, it's so good. Cough cough. Of course, I'm not hiding from you. They currently only gave 100,000. The remaining 200,000 to play IOUs. Slowly pay back later. You see? Han father looked at Yi Feng with some anticipation. 300,000 right. 4 times, plus your family's messy expenses. I'll round it up for you. 1.5 million. Yi Feng waved his hand. It was also the money of 2 cell phone cases. Okay. Han's father was overjoyed. Right. Don't force your daughter to marry someone he doesn't like in the future. Yi Feng looked at Han Fei's back with some pity. Unlike himself, she had a golden finger and could change her fate. Don't worry. With $1.5 million, I definitely won't. Han father cheerfully said. Okay, give me your bank card number. Han father immediately farted off to get his bank card. Han Fei looked at Yi Feng with somewhat complicated eyes. Logically, she should thank Yi Feng. It was Yi Feng who made it so that she didn't have to marry that stranger she had only met once. But the fact that he used this method again made her feel that he wasn't a good person either. No matter what, she herself was the most ridiculous one. The bank card is here. Soon Han's father returned. Yi Feng also gave the other party $1.5 million. After Han's father received the bank's SMS notification, his old face instantly smiled like a chrysanthemum. Have a seat. I'll go notify them that the wedding is cancelled. He. No need to get busy. The wedding is cancelled. Everyone disperse. Han's father shouted towards the courtyard. Although the family and friends were a bit surprised, but they had said so. What else could they do? So cursing and grumbling, they all dispersed. Alright, I'll leave first, but I'll remind you. My money isn't that good. Your daughter can marry whoever she wants. She just can't marry Yi Yang. Don't worry. Absolutely not. Father Han patted his chest and guaranteed. He wasn't stupid. He still knew which one to choose between 300,000 and 1.5 million. Not to mention that the other party had given 100,000, and the remaining 200,000 was still unknown when he would give it. Chapter 10. Do you want me or not? Also, no forcing her to marry someone she doesn't like, but if she likes Yi Yang, refer to the first rule. Yi Feng added after thinking for a while. But Han Fei, who was still sad, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Yi Feng's words. What a guy. What kind of grudge does this guy have with that Yi Yang? Spending over $1.5 million just to break each other up. She then remembered her own situation and felt that she shouldn't laugh at this time, but it was really hard to endure. No problem. I promise not to force her to marry someone she doesn't like. If she marries Yi Yang, I'll break her legs. Father Han guaranteed. Han Fei was shocked in her heart and showed pathos on her face. Everyone else thought that Father Han was joking. Only she knew that what Father Han said was true. He was really doing it. There was no need to marry a stranger this time. What about next time? Han Fei glanced at Yi Feng and seemed to have made some kind of determination. Maybe this was the only way she could get rid of this family. Are you stupid? You can break Yi Yang's legs. When you go in, I can still help you take care of your daughter. I'm a person who always likes to help people. Everyone calls me Lei Feng. Han father. He had never seen such a brazen person. Han Fei. Ah shucks. This isn't a good person either. Men are all big pig's hooves. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye bye Yulu. Doing good things without leaving a name. Yi Feng waved his hand and turned around in a dashing manner. Wait a minute. Seeing that Yi Feng was about to walk out of the door, Han Fei finally couldn't help herself and walked out of the room in a wedding dress. This was her only chance left. Go back. Han's father instantly changed his face, showing ferocity towards Han Fei. He was afraid that Han Fei wouldn't agree, and that wouldn't do. Although Han Fei was a bit scared, she still forced herself to walk towards Yi Feng. I want to go with you. Do you want me or not? Han Fei bit her lip and looked at Yi Feng very humbly. If Yi Feng refused, she would really be too ashamed. But she believed Yi Feng wouldn't. She no longer wanted to stay in this home that suffocated her. She didn't want to be controlled and used as a tool for the rest of her life. It was her luck that she met Yi Feng this time. What about next time? The next time someone offered a bride price of $300,000 to $500,000, she would still be sold like an object, so she was going to seize this opportunity. She was going to go with Yi Feng. She could see that Yi Feng was actually a good person, and had the strength and ability to protect her. Of course, it also had to be someone's willingness. Yi Feng, aren't you afraid of being sold by me? Do I look so much like a good person? Dead girl, what are you talking about? Give me back. Han's father stared with wide eyes, very angry. His daughter actually wanted to go with Yi Feng. Then how was he going to sell? Ahem, collect the bride price next time, said reaching out to hit Han Fei. Han Fei didn't hide, just stubbornly looked at Yi Feng. As long as Yi Feng agrees, she will go with Yi Feng, no matter what the consequences. Even if she was sold by Yi Feng, she recognized it. Slap. Han father's slap fell. Han Fei closed her eyes tightly in fear. Yet, she didn't feel any pain. Opening her eyes, she realized that Yi Feng had helped her block it. Han Fei was instantly a bit touched. It felt good to be protected. Since she was a child, she didn't know how many slaps she had received. It was still the first time someone had helped her block it. This strengthened her resolve to go with Yi Feng. Okay, you come with me. Yi Feng nodded. It seemed that this family was even more suffocating than he had imagined. A girl would rather go with a stranger she had known for less than a day than stay at home. It was hard to imagine what she had gone through. Okay, I'll go with you. Han Fei nodded, her body relaxing. No. Han's father jumped out. With his daughter gone, how was he going to sell? Ahem, collect the bride price next time. Yi Feng turned his head. You only said for me to cancel the wedding. You didn't say to take my daughter away. This is another price. Han's father licked his face and said, Ha! Han Fei was filled with misery. This was her so-called father. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The two were startled, somewhat alarmed. They looked at the wall that was pierced by Yi Feng. This was a brick wall made of concrete. One punch punched a hole? Say that again. Yi Feng slowly withdrew his hand, slightly failing to control the force. Originally, he only wanted to smash a crack and shock Han's father. Well, this wall definitely cut corners. Cough cough. It's fine. It's fine. You guys go. You're practically a match made in heaven. The corner of Han's father's mouth twitched. If this punch had hit him, he wouldn't have gotten a bruise or a purple patch. He wasn't as hard as concrete. Not to mention the fact that people still had money and had ways to make themselves disappear. Anyway, he had already gotten $1.5 million. If there is no Yi Feng, surely sell. Ahem. Surely not so much bride price. Not a loss. You can't be too greedy as a human being. Han Fei looked at Yi Feng with two glowing eyes. This man is so strong. It's her favorite type. She doesn't like those little fresh meat with no hands. Growing up living in a family like hers, she wanted to fight back but couldn't do anything about it. She longed for a strong man who could protect her. Now this man was here. Let's go. Han Fei was a little impatient. Her bags weren't even packed. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Yi Feng looked at Han Fei, who was somewhat speechless in a wedding dress. Not changing. Just like this. This home Han Fei didn't want to stay for a moment. She was even a little afraid that when she went to change her clothes, Yi Feng ran away and it was all a dream. It's good that you're happy. Aha! Han Fei was a bit touched. This was the first time someone cared about her feelings and said it was fine if she was happy. The two of them went out the door as they spoke, and Han's father breathed a sigh of relief. Then he opened his cell phone and looked at the balanced text message alert, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK. After the two went out, the villagers pointed, but the two didn't care. Where's your car? When they walked to the entrance of the village, Han Fei felt her feet getting a little sore because she was wearing high heels. Car? What car? I haven't bought a car yet. She was so busy working before that she didn't even bother to get her driver's license. So how could she buy a car? Han Fei, what about me? Not only high heels, but also wearing a floor-dragging wedding dress. Very inconvenient. She really did not expect that Yi Feng could smash $1.5 million to bring her out. And as a result, she did not have a car. Told you to change your clothes and you didn't listen. Who do you blame now? Then you carry me. Han Fei's eyes rolled. Wasn't this guy strong? It shouldn't be a problem to carry her then. Swish. Without waiting for Yi Feng to speak, Han Fei jumped onto Yi Feng's back with a red face. Actually, she was considered a rather melancholic person, but for some reason, ever since she saw Yi Feng, she felt very secure. One day after meeting him, she started to let herself go. If this was before, she would never be like this. Alright, I'll carry you. Sit tight. Yi Feng wrapped his arms around the other party. Chapter 11, the luxury car comes. Old colorful batch. Sensing Yi Feng's small movements, Han Fei gave Yi Feng a blank look. Wrong, little colorful wolf. People are still small, Yi Feng said without a care in the world. Han Fei, you're still quite proud. Okay, little pervert. Hurry up and go. The man is coming to pick up the marriage soon. Han Fei didn't have the good sense to slap Yi Feng. She's still addicted to touching. Yi Feng also saw from afar that all the luxury cars from their village were out. Bid, Xiaopeng, Ideal, Azure, and even a Volkswagen Polo. The degree of luxury can be seen. Only Yi Yang, who graduated from medical school and was the first grandson of the Yi family, could have this kind of arrangement. Sit tight. Yi Feng wrapped his arm around Han Fei's long legs and ran. Ah, ha ha, so addictive. Han Fei laughed out loud. Rack. Faster. Yi Feng, just wait, let's see who racks who in the end. Hold tight. Shoo. Yi Feng started to run wildly away. He had to run through the intersection in front of him before the caravan came over. Otherwise, he would run into the caravan that was picking up the bride. So fast. Han Fei hugged Yi Feng to death and kept yelling. She had completely let herself go. It had been suppressed too much before. Afterwards, the rumor in the Han family manor was that Han Fei had gone crazy after being robbed of her marriage. In the luxury car fleet, Yi Yang sat in the head car seat with a lecherous smile on his face, thinking of the beautiful wife he will soon marry home. It is hard to hold back from lewd laughter. The head has also been simply bandaged. Yi Dashan was originally prepared to let him go to the hospital, but he didn't want the night to be long, so he wanted to finish the wedding first before going to the hospital. They hadn't gotten a license yet. Ever since Yi Feng came back, he was very uneasy in his heart and always felt that something would happen. In the entire family, it was Yi Feng who was the most difficult to deal with, unwilling to sacrifice himself to help him. The first eldest grandson, he also wanted to hijack his house. It was simply treasonous. Sooner or later, he would be made to pay the price. Looking at the Han family manor getting closer and closer, Yi Yang was in a beautiful mood. It had to be said that the old man had done things quite well this time, finding him a wife who was excellent in all aspects, high face value, good figure, and still a college student. The most crucial thing was that she hadn't talked about boyfriends. The old man is discerning. At that time, when the old guy asked him to go on a blind date, he was against it. He was so good, why would he need a blind date? But in order to dent his persona, he still went. The first time he saw Han Fei, he fell. It was too beautiful. Immediately agreed. Although the other party wanted 300,000 for the bride price, it was worth it, and they only gave 100,000. The back 200,000. Ha, what back? What 200,000? Give another dime even if he loses. Soon the caravan came to Hanjiazwang. The village was quiet, and the villagers looked at him with strange eyes. Yi Yang sneered. These people are jealous that he had married their village flower. Soon the caravan came to the door of Han Fei's house. Yi Yang was a bit strange. According to their custom here, when the wedding caravan comes, the woman should immediately set off firecrackers to welcome it. How come there is no movement at all? And why is Han Fei's house so cold? Daughter married, their family relatives and friends did not come? Waiting for half a day, or no one out to meet, firecrackers and so on. Yi Yang had to get off, go and see what's going on. After entering the yard, the home is also cold and quiet. People were gone, and Han's father and mother were taking down the wedding decorations. Dad, Mom, you guys? Yi Yang's heart tightened. Hey, don't scream. I'm not your father. I'm informing you now that the wedding is cancelled. Han's father said with a face full of contempt. The bride price of 300,000 was given to 100,000. Really thought he didn't know what this family thought. If Yi Feng hadn't come over today, he would have gone to ask for the money tonight, and if he didn't give the money, he would have left, and he wouldn't have paid back the $100,000 he had already received. A poorer than just, not worthy of his daughter. Look at others, casually smashing 1.5 million. Yes, young man, my daughter doesn't want to marry you. She'd rather die than agree. We can't do anything about it. Han's mother also spoke up. Yi Yang, do not agree with you guys, do not say earlier. My side are ready. Relatives and friends are waiting at home. You guys just said we can't do anything about it? How do others look at him? No, I'll take Han Fei back today no matter what. Yi Yang's face was hideous. Doesn't he want to lose face? Bang! Father Han kicked Yi Yang out. I gave you face, didn't I? Get lost or I'll beat you to death. Father Han said viciously. Do you think you're Yi Feng? You dare to hit me. Brothers, give it to me. Yi Yang roared. The few people who came to help welcome the bride looked at each other. No one moved. What did he say? It seems like he's asking us to go on, but that's another price. Taking time off work to come to the wedding is already giving face, but to help you fight? Why don't you go to heaven? Do you think we're all your grandfathers? A few people turned their heads away, pretending not to hear. Yi Yang scratched his dog's head somewhat awkwardly. When he saw Father Han walk out of the courtyard, He hurriedly got up. Since the wedding is cancelled, the bride price is returned to me, Yi Yang said very unwillingly. No wonder the village people looked at him with strange eyes. So his wife ran away. Where is the money? I've already spent it. Don't worry. I'll pay you back when I have money in the future. Han's father's eyes turned. Why should he pay back the money he cheated with his skills? Paying back the money was impossible. Yi Yang's eyes widened. He could see that this dog didn't want to pay back the money, but now on someone else's home turf, there wasn't much he could do about it. So he had to go back first in his grayness and go to his grandfather to discuss it. Only the old guy could deal with him. Ha ha ha, so happy. Yi Feng's side also carried Han Fei on his back and ran to the town. Go buy a pair of shoes and another set of clothes. Don't. I want you to carry me all the way. Han Fei shook her head and hugged tighter. Are you Yao? Yi Feng rolled his eyes. He was still refusing to come down when he was on his back. I'm Yao. Han Fei was in a great mood. At the same time, she secretly sighed. This guy's physical strength, endurance was simply horrible. Yi Feng had no choice but to carry Han Fei all the way to the county. This was also him eating the genetic drug. Strength increased. The average person would have been exhausted. Why is your stamina so good? Han Fei said with some curiosity. Because I met a master when I was a kid. Taught me to practice martial arts since I was a kid. And recently, my divine strength has come to fruition. Yi Feng made up the story. Han Fei, I believe in your evil. By the way, what's your relationship with that Yi Yang? Why do you have to do this? Wait, your name is Yi Feng. You're also surnamed Yi. I've heard that Yi Yang has a younger brother. Could it be that you are? Han Fei guessed. It's not rare to talk about you. What a good guess. I'm his brother. Then why are you? Han Fei was a bit strange. Wasn't Yi Feng afraid of his family for doing this? It's nothing. Simply looking at him is not good. Han Fei. It seemed like the rumors that Yi Yang and his brother didn't get along were true. Chapter 12, Eat a Big Banana. Where are we going now? To sell the house. Han Fei. In order to avoid trouble in the future, Yi Feng planned to sell the broken house in the county. The house was originally prepared by the family for Yi Yang to use as a wedding house when he graduated from college and got married. Who knows that his mother suddenly fell ill? The family spent a lot of money. The follow-up medical expenses are also a lot. Plus Yi Yang will be attending college for another 8 years. The mortgage payment cannot be. The family had no choice to give him. Now that Ji Dashan said that, they will definitely continue to entangle. Especially since he abducted Yi Yang's bride. They won't give up. Why don't we sell the house? It's just a house for resettlement anyway. A little louder at night and the next door will hear it. With his current wealth, he wouldn't even want this. But it should never be cheap for Yi Yang. Yi Feng carried Han Fei to his home. After opening the door, it was already decorated as a wedding room. There was also a key in the house. They were really treating this as Yi Yang's. Han Fei looked at the home's arrangement and guessed a little. You take a rest first. I'll go find the agent. Yi Feng put Han Fei down. Han Fei had been picking at Yi Feng's back for so long that her whole body was also a bit scattered. Oh, good. You change into 2 of my clothes too, and go buy them later. Aha! Han Fei nodded. Going to the bedroom, she found a t-shirt and shorts of Yi Feng's and put them on. Although it was a men's t-shirt, it was bulging with support. Because the t-shirt was too long, it covered up the shorts. The long white legs were swaying there, almost blinding his titanium alloy dog eyes. Yi Feng looked a little apathetic. Han Fei covered her mouth and snickered. She was still confident in her charm. Be good at home. Close the door. Don't run around. Don't be abducted by human traffickers, who love to abduct and sell pretty little girls like you. Yi Feng patted Han Fei's small head. Han Fei, am I a little kid? Pretty girl, come over and eat some fruit. Yi Feng saw that there was fruit in the kitchen and shouted towards the bedroom. The fruits should have been bought by Yi Yang. He had already taken this place as his. He should be planning to come to work in the county hospital after getting married and live here. So he prepared some fruits. These fruits all looked quite good in quality. He usually couldn't afford to buy them, but this mother asterisk her didn't buy them at all. Yi Feng entered the room with the fruits and saw Han Fei with her head lowered, her small face red, her small hand pinching the corner of her coat. Yi Feng, did she misunderstand something? He's a decent person. Phew. Han Fei took a deep breath and continued to close her eyes. I'm ready. Yi Feng. Ready? Yi Feng smiled evilly. He wasn't a decent person. Don't. Bring it on you. The latter was a paid session. 2 hours later, Yi Feng came out refreshed. First, he went to the bank to pay back the loan in full, and after that, he found an agent to sell the house at a low price. Although the house is not selling well right now, Yi Feng gave a low enough price, only less than 2/3 of the same neighborhood. The only requirement is to sell it as soon as possible, preferably today. The agent is also very powerful. He just listed in the front foot, the back foot, someone door to see the house. after looking at the house is also very satisfied. To confirm that there is no problem, the other party quickly hit the money. In one afternoon, the house was sold. Where are we going now? Han Fei looked at Yi Feng with a gentle face. She was too satisfied with this man's previous performance. Good physical strength and strong in that area. She was no match at all. She decided that she would go wherever the other person went in this life. Going to the city to work. Do you drink the northwest wind here? Aha, working. I'll go with you, but you have to carry me. I can't walk anymore. Han Fei blushed a little. She was too crazy before. Can't we take a taxi to get there? Don't. You carry me on your back and go. Just think of it as a honeymoon trip, Han Fei said after thinking for a while. Yi Feng, although he didn't understand, he supported it. He had good physical strength anyway. The more exercise he did, the more medicine he absorbed and the more strength he had. Go! Yi Feng squatted down. You said the princess, please get on the back. Yi Feng, Han Fei Z, please get on the back. Han Fei, you're Han Fei Z. Your whole family is Han Fei Z. Originally she thought her name was pretty good. Now it sounded like a man. Han Fei pouted and climbed onto Yi Feng's back. Han Fei Z, student, what is the core of your legalistic thinking? Han Fei, don't want to ignore you. Right, let's kiss. Yi Feng suddenly thought of something. A big gift wasn't enough. It wasn't someone else. It was his favorite family friend, hand and foot brother. It had to be more than one gift. Han Fei froze for a moment. So sudden? It's on the street, so it's a bit shy. At least find a place where no one is around. Oh who? Yi Feng didn't care what she thought. Flipped Han Fei over and started kissing her. Han Fei symbolically resisted for a bit and then let Yi Feng do whatever he wanted. Yi Feng took out his cell phone while kissing and took 2 pictures of the two kissing passionately, WeChatting them to Yi Yang. He asked if it was unexpected, surprising, and exciting. After sending it, pull black and deleted dragon. Not only Yi Yang's, the other people in the family also pulled black. Thinking about the lack of insurance, the village also pulled black and deleted. You give me a good kiss. Han Fei disgruntledly slapped Yi Feng. How can you kiss a mouth and still be duplicitous? Crackle. When Yi Yang's convoy entered Yi family village, the villagers in charge of reception immediately set off firecrackers. Although he didn't understand why he came back so soon, his task was to set off firecrackers when he saw the convoy coming back. Yi Yang's face was hard to see. Yang, why did you come back without eating over there? Is the wound bleeding? Yi Dashan walked out concerned. Chapter 13, the second great gift. According to the custom, Yi Yang went to pick up the bride and would not return with the bride until he had finished eating at the woman's house. Now that Yi Yang came back early, there must be something wrong. Also, where is the bride? It didn't matter if they ate or not. Just bring the bride back. Grandpa. They backtracked. The bride ran away. I didn't receive anyone. The bride price wasn't returned, and they even beat me. Yi Yang's face is full of gloom. This time, he had lost a lot of face. Immediately the village will know that his wife ran away, and he will become the laughingstock of the whole village before and after dinner. They've turned against the sky. How dare that old thing? Yi Dashan was instantly enraged. This was his Yi family's eldest son and grandson, actually being humiliated like this. Don't they want to lose face? Let's go. Let's go and seek justice. Yi Dashan rolled up his sleeves and led Yi Yang to rush towards the woman's house. He wanted to tear the other party's entire family apart with his hands. Grandpa, are we walking? Yi Yang scratched his doggy head. Then drive there. Yi Dashan thought about it for a while as well. The two villages were quite far away. It would take several hours to walk there. Grandpa, we don't have a car at home. Yi Yang spread his hands. Yi Dashan, go borrow one. Oh, Yi Yang walked stiffly towards the few groomsmen who came back with him. Hey, what? Your grandmother is getting married. I'll be right over. Hey, Mars hit the moon? I'll go check it out. You saw pigs lined up in trees. I'll go check it out too. Go with me. Several people pulled out their phones and then drove off. They wouldn't lend their cars to Yi Yang. Neither the car nor the wife would be lent out. Yi Yang, humph, we'll go buy electric bike. Yi Dashan snorted coldly. Yi Yang went to the house and pushed the battery car out, and set off in the eyes of the whole village teasing. Riding halfway and still out of battery, the two had to walk there. It was hard to get to the woman's house. The already fiery Yi Dashan didn't care about it, pulling his voice and cursing. You old thing, what do you mean my grandson as a monkey? Return the money. 300,000 a share cannot be less. I go to your mother. You gave a total of 100,000. All the banquet spent, but also want the bride price. I tell you, not a penny. Han's father was also not willing to show weakness. Since the other party has this attitude, he doesn't intend to return the 100,000. You dare? Both sides had a word for each other, and the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. Neither of them had a good temper, and soon they were wrestling together. Bang bang bang. The two swung their king's fists and beat each other up. The scene was a mess. You guys don't fight. Don't fight. You can't kill people like this. Yi Yang hurriedly went to persuade the fight. Hoo. Although Yi Dashan was tough, he was older after all, so he was quickly defeated. Being beaten, he cried and wailed. Yi Yang wanted to go and help, but he was a Svengali and didn't fight, so he could only cheer his grandfather from the sidelines. Grandpa cheer, you can do it. Hearing this, Yi Dashan's old arms comforted him. Bang! In the end, Yi Dashan was kicked away by Han's father. Humph, old thing. Father Han clapped his hands. You wait for me, I won't let it go just like that. Yi Dashan put down harsh words. In the end, the grandparents and grandchildren left the woman's house in disgrace. It was hard to return home. Yi Yang was already exhausted, facing the mocking gaze of the whole village. The family cannot stay. He plans to go to the county to live. The spare key to the house had already been given to him by the old guy. He had even specially decorated it before, intending to use it for his wedding. Who knew that it had turned into what it was now? When he stood in front of the familiar door of the wedding house, Yi Yang skillfully took out the key and opened the door. The three people who were busy inside looked at him in unison. What kind of people are you? Why are you in my house? Yi Yang frowned. What's your house? This is my house. I just bought it. You are Yi Yang, right? Hand over the spare key. The male owner stepped forward. Yi Feng told him about the house when he sold it. What? Sold it? My own house. How come I don't know? Yi Yang's eyes widened and his eyes fell out, slamming his hands on the table. Oh, your house? You need to have some face. Do you have a real estate license? This house has been sold to me. Here's the paperwork, the male owner said, handing a document to Yi Yang. Yi Yang grabbed the document with one hand. His eyes quickly scanned through the contents on it, his hands shaking uncontrollably. No, I can't just let it go. This is my house. Yi Yang's mind went blank, unable to face this reality. He didn't expect Yi Feng to be so ruthless, preferring to sell the house at a low price rather than give it to him. Yi Yang angrily took out his cell phone and wanted to call Yi Feng to question why he sold the house at a low price and didn't discuss it with his family. As a result, when he saw the message from Yi Feng on WeChat, his finger froze at the top of the screen. A wave of uneasiness welled up in Yi Yang's heart, and after hesitating for a moment, he still clicked in. This point, he instantly broke down. What came into his eyes were two high-definition, no-code photos. In the photos, Yi Feng was embracing his fiancée Han Fei tightly, their lips pressed together in a passionate kiss of forgetfulness. Yi Yang's eyes instantly widened, staring at the cell phone screen as if he wanted to see through it. His mind went blank, and his entire body was frozen in place. Put! Yi Yang spat out 3 liters of blood. His hands shook uncontrollably, and his phone almost fell to the ground. Then his legs went limp and his entire body collapsed on the ground, his eyes staring vacantly at the sky. When he called Yi Feng again, he found that he had already been blacked out. Put! Yi Yang once again spat out 3 liters of blood. Yi Feng, Han Fei, you pair of dogs, you wait for me. Yi Yang used his last ounce of strength to squeeze out these words from his teeth. Then his eyes went black and he fainted. And beside him, the photos on the cell phone screen seemed to be mercilessly mocking his stupidity and misery. The man of the house shook his head, taking the spare key Yi Yang was carrying. He very kindly dragged him downstairs to the trash can afterward. The same kind should stay together. Is this our house? Han Fei was full of curiosity as she looked at the rented room in front of her. She didn't quite understand what Yi Feng was thinking, spending $1.5 million to take her away and living in a rented room in the middle of the city himself. Good day, young master. Good day, young grandmother. The housekeeper walked over. Butler, this is Han Feizi. Han Fei. Ah shucks, don't bother with him, my name is Han Fei. Han Fei gave Yi Feng a blank look. This is my housekeeper. Morning Biao. Yi Feng introduced. Han Fei. Now all the rentals in the city center were equipped with housekeepers? What's the difference between this and pressing a Rolls-Royce Little Golden Man label on a triplex? No, not at all. Hello young granny, my name is Wangan. Young granny can also call me Morning Biao. Hello, Butler Wang. Han Fei blankly glanced at Yi Feng. Without thinking, she knew that it must be this guy's nickname. People called Wang improperly, but had to call him Morning Biao, also called himself Han Feizi. I look like Zhuangzi, wooden stump. Chapter 14 Go away. Ugly. Butler, go buy a villa. The turnkey kind. There are too many people now to live here. Okay, young master, I'll go do it right away. The butler nodded. Classmate Han Feizi, let me take you to buy a few clothes and necessities. Han Fei didn't come out with any luggage. Go buy a few pieces yourself. The ones he used to buy from Poundland were no longer worthy of his current status. Oh, Han Fei gave Yi Feng a blank look, calling her Han Feizi again. The two of them took a taxi to the largest luxury plaza in the city. Yi Feng thought about getting a driver's license after moving, traveling and having to take a taxi. the compulsion dropped by half. Don't buy clothes that are too expensive, just wear them. Han Fei nodded. She felt the same way. Of course, the main thing is that she looks good, has a good body, and drapes a sack that other people think is fashion. It's called having a face. $10,000 a piece is about right. Ah, I'm so frugal. Han Fei, do you have some misunderstanding about saving money? Saying that, the two of them walked into a Chanel store. Welcome. Although the two wore average clothes, the shopkeeper was very qualified and discerning. Especially Yi Feng didn't have a bit of the nervousness of poorer than entering a luxury store. That girl was a bit timid, but people were so beautiful. It was impossible for the average poor person to have such a beautiful girlfriend. It could be that rich people pretend to be poor and want to learn from novels to pretend to hit the face. How many years ago was this routine? The clerk rolled his eyes in his mind, but his attitude was enthusiastic to help the two. May I help you? We can just see for ourselves. Yi Feng waved his hand. Okay, guest, feel free to tell me if you need anything. Han Fei followed behind Yi Feng, roughly looked at the price, and spat out her tongue in surprise. This was too expensive. The cheapest cosmetics cost several hundred for a small bottle, and those bags were even tens of thousands apiece. Clothes, on the other hand, ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands. It was worthy of being a luxury item. If not for Yi Feng being here, she would have turned around and left. She had never bought more than 300 clothes in her life. See which one you like. I'll go buy a few too. Yi Feng went to the men's clothing area, and Han Fei quickly adjusted and happily picked them out. Girls were born with a great interest in shopping. Han Fei was quickly attracted to a white dress. She was about to ask the clerk to take it down and try it on when she suddenly heard a piercing laugh from behind her. Yo, isn't this Han Fei, Han University's senior? Why did you come to Chanel wearing this? Don't even look at yourself to see if you're worthy of it. Anyone can run to Chanel now. Han Fei turned around to see that it was her college classmate Li Yu. At this time, she was full of mockery. Next to her were a few of her little followers, also full of good looks. Li Yu's family was rich, she was pretty, and she loved to dress up. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, she had always been the star of the show. Until Han Fei's appearance. Plain face could crush her, and the boys in her class basically liked Han Fei. She therefore looked at Han Fei in a bad light. Han Fei frowned, thinking in her heart that she was really unlucky to run into this person. This time Yi Feng went to try on clothes again. Han Fei was a bit overwhelmed. Don't look at her in front of Yi Feng very open, but long-term family environment. She is a little low self-esteem. Adding to the fact that she was pretty, there were especially a lot of flies around her, so she had to protect herself. Therefore she was usually still relatively silent. Now in this situation she really didn't know what to do. The few followers also looked Han Fei's clothes up and down, their faces full of disgust. Look at what you're wearing here. Spelling 1111 ground floor goods, right? Or men's style. Just like you still come to a luxury store. Can you afford it? Don't touch people's clothes dirty, then can't afford to pay. Can't afford it can only come to have a look, but I advise you to keep an eye on it. Don't let her dirty it and affect the buying desires of us real customers. Han Fei's face instantly turned red as she clenched her fists. Dress like this you guys actually receive it. It simply pulls down the quality of Chanel and affects my shopping mood. I'm considering whether I want to buy Chanel in the future. Unless you guys kick her out. Li Yu pointed at Han Fei and looked at the store clerk. This lady, it's your right to buy or not. It's our honor that our guest can choose our Chanel. Our quality won't be pulled down because of our guests. We, Yi Bing, won't drive away any of our guests. We don't have that right. The sales clerk smiled and said, then I won't buy it. Li Yu huffed. Ka-ching. At this time the dressing room door opened. Yi Feng walked out dressed in Chanel. Han Fei immediately brightened up. It was said that people depended on their clothes, and this guy was already handsome before when he was all dressed up in pieces of CC. Now that he's changed into Chanel, he's even more handsome and has more temperament. Sir, this one really suits you very well. It's simply tailor-made for you in general. The sales clerks also lit up before their eyes. Okay, no other tries. Wrap up these pieces. Okay, sir, handsome man, how are you? Add a WeChat. Li Yu couldn't help but step forward and said, just now, when Yi Feng came out of the locker room, it really seemed like the male lead of an idol drama came out. To have a face value has a face value. To have an aura has an aura. To have a body has a body. The t-shirt was tightly collapsed by the pectoral muscles. At first glance, it was a real man. She felt in love. Go away, ugly, Yi Feng said with a look of disgust. He heard it all just now in the locker room. Li Yu's smile froze on her face and soon tears were in her eyes. But she just couldn't hate Yi Feng. Who made him handsome? Handsome to the point that her three views followed her five senses. Well, even when he scolded her just now, he was handsome. Why haven't you chosen yet? I've bought so many. Yi Feng came to Han Fei's side and said gently, Women buying clothes was just troublesome. Oops, people always need to see which one looks good. Han Fei pouted and pouted. In her heart, she was very sweet. Li Yu and her followers on the side were dumbfounded. When had they seen such a small woman? Han Fei? Han Fei had always been the cold schoolgirl in school. She could actually be petulant as well. How about this one? Han Fei pointed to the white dress she was looking at. This one doesn't work. It's too cheap. It's less than 10,000. Letting others know still thinks I can't afford clothes. Change another one. It has to be more than 10,000. Yi Fengbao disagreed after taking a look at the price. Li Yu's eyes were full of little stars. Still the domineering president type. She liked it even more, but also hated Han Fei even more. Why did all the boys like Han Fei? Isn't it just a better face, longer legs, thinner waist, and a bigger bear? Well, she won. Han Fei. What's wrong with it? She was really liking this one. Why just not let her buy it? She doesn't care. She'll buy it. She'll buy it. Big deal. Let this old colorful batch beat his ass at night. Chapter 15. What's wrong? This one, that one, and that one over there. Bring them all over for her to try. Yi Feng pointed to the most expensive pieces in the store. There must be a reason why they were expensive. It was definitely right to pick the expensive ones. Okay, guessed. The sales clerks were all mad with joy. This time, the commission would definitely be huge. And this one. Han Fei pointed to the dress she had her eye on. Soon the clerk brought over all the clothes. Han Fei held a large pile of clothes and went to the fitting room. Li Yu saw that Yi Feng never looked at her and walked away sadly. But she wouldn't give up just like that. That Han Fei usually pretends to be like a pure saint. But in reality, she is married at home. And now she has a big money. Han Fei, those things she knows. Li Yu sneered. If Han Fei's lickspittles knew, there was no telling what would happen. Yi Feng, come in and help me with my zipper. Han Fei poked out a small head from the fitting room. Okay. Yi Feng was a bit helpless. Women were just troublesome. Just put it on casually and compare it to the body won't do. Ka-ching. After Yi Feng entered the fitting room, Han Fei immediately closed the door. Which one to try first? Try this one first. Han Fei threw the clothes aside, gave Yi Feng a flirtatious look, and squatted down with a red face. Yi Feng, it's true that the better behaved you look, the higher you play. It's so damn exciting. Hubby, help me pull the back. How about this one? Hiss, this one looks good. The clerk. Although it felt like something was wrong, there was nothing wrong with it. The two hooked up until the mall closed, and only then did they go back. Buying a villa would still take a bit of time, so they were still living on this side of the city village for the time being. You come with me. Han Fei had just put down her things when she saw Yi Feng walk over with a cold face. What's wrong? Han Fei's heart tightened. Why had she suddenly changed her face? Had she upset Yi Feng? But she hadn't done anything. Do you know it's wrong? Yi Feng said with a serious face. I know. Han Fei said timidly. Although she didn't know what was wrong, she admitted it first. She didn't want to lose this hard-earned happiness. What's wrong? Han Fei. How would she know? Letting you buy clothes that can't be less than 10,000, but you buy an 8,000. What did I say before? Yi Feng reminded. Hubby, I was wrong, but this dress is really nice. Han Fei spat out her tongue and hugged Yi Feng and pampered him. So it was this. This guy was deliberately looking for excuses to play these cheap games. It doesn't work even if it looks good. Then you punish people. Han Fei said pitifully. The latter was another paid session. Early in the morning, Yi Feng got up refreshed. Han Fei definitely couldn't get up without resting for 2 days. Ever since eating the price inflation world spell CC genetic drug, his body had gotten stronger and stronger. Now it should have been strengthened more than 5 or 6 times, counting the morning, the afternoon shopping mall fitting room. Yesterday were 7 or 8 times, but also the dragon spirit, money, good health. There is nothing happier than this. 2 days later, the housekeeper also came back again. Young master, young granny, the villa has been bought. It's in the Green City Rose Garden. You can move in turnkey. The housekeeper very respectfully handed over the housebook and key to Yi Feng. Okay, then we will move there now. Moving in, Han Fei was excited. It was still a bit inconvenient here. The butler waved his hand and a Rolls Royce immediately drove over. Young master, young granny, this is our driver, the butler introduced. Not bad. Yi Feng was satisfied. The pussy came up. Finally, there was no need to take a taxi and drop the pussy. This AI was really smart. Smart as hell. Simply cleaned up a bit. Before leaving, Yi Feng gave the sauce recipe to Zhao Pang, letting him match it himself later. The one that came from wool gathering has already been used up. A few million a box if you buy it. Apply it on a few dollars of grilled sausage, and earn tens of thousands of dollars. Like having a disease. It is good that the housekeeper is all-powerful and has relevant recipe data. Zhao Peng naturally thanked him 1,000 times. At the same time, He said that Yi Feng will always be the majority shareholder, and he will give Yi Feng 60% of how much he earns. Zhao Peng understands that without Yi Feng there is no him. Just these few days have earned tens of thousands of dollars. He wants to hold on to Yi Feng's thigh. Yi Feng's refusal was useless. Saying goodbye to Zhao Peng, Yi Feng brought Han Fei to Green City Rose Garden. It was a French-style detached house, the upper 3 floors with a basement. In addition to the main building, there was a 2-story servants' building next to it. Young master, young grandmother, this villa has a built-up area of 1,000 square feet and a garden of 1,400 square feet. There is a swimming pool both indoors and outdoors, 2 garages, and a hot spring, in addition to a Chinese and Western restaurant, a video room, and a fitness room all in one place. The butler briefly introduced it. Wow, it's so beautiful, so big. Will I get lost? Han Fei was a little worried. The housekeeper beckoned. A few servants came over as well. Young master, this is the family's driver, cook, maid, and gardener. The housekeeper had already arranged them all. You drop. Good people greatly. Yi Feng was more satisfied. Good day young master. Good day young grandmother. Several people said very respectfully. After that, the butler took the 2 of them on a brief tour before going to the servants' room next to them. Han Fei looked at the mansion in front of her and felt like she was dreaming. Just a few days ago, she was still lamenting the fact that she had a rough fate and was going to be sold by her father for a $300,000 bride price to be someone's wife. In the evening, she had become a young granny. Fate really does play jokes. She was also glad that she had made the right decision to follow Yi Feng. Otherwise the family would probably have to find her the next family. Young master, I took it upon myself to buy 2 cars. One is the Mirage that picked you up yesterday, and one is the Cullinan. I think only this car barely matches your temperament. Do you need any other cars? The butler came over. Yi Feng, the artificial intelligence robot could also kiss ass. No need. Make do and drive. This car is nothing else. It's true that the meeting is not jammed. Master is right. When no one was around, the butler would still call him master. Right. Enroll me in a driving school. He didn't have a license yet. So what the hell was the point of driving? Although there was a chauffeur, it was nowhere near as pleasurable as driving himself, and going out with a chauffeur always made him feel middle-aged. In fact, he was only 18. Rumble. A blast of thunder rang out. Yi Feng was startled. What the hell? It's okay to steal other people's wives, but a slight lie about his age is going to split him? What exactly is the standard for a heavenly strike of thunder? Okay, young master. The housekeeper nodded. Chapter 16, Come back for more bananas. At this time in Yi family village, Yi Yang, who was robbed of his wife, and Yi Dashan are going to be angry and spit out blood. His wife ran away, and he couldn't get the dowry back. The house was sold by Yi Feng, and the money is not coming back. The loss is too great. Yi Dashan also wanted to organize the village manpower to help him recover the dowry. As a result, he overestimated his own prestige. No one in the village took care of him, and none of his relatives or friends were willing to help. Yi Yang is the eldest son and grandson in Yi Dashan's eyes. Very important. Other people are not spoiled. Everyone is more willing to see Yi Yang's jokes. Who let Yi Yang go to school for a few years? Yi Dashan was there every day to fool around. How foolish he was before. How humiliated he is now. After Yi Yang called the police, Han's father still did not give. The police had no choice but to suggest that they go through the legal process and sue them in court. Deceitful. Simply deceitful. I'm going to expel him from the genealogy. He's no longer a descendant of my Yi family. The Yi family doesn't have this kind of unfilial descendant. Yi Dashan roared. Yi Yang clenched his fists even more. They just learned that it wasn't the bride who ran away. It was Yi Feng who went and snatched the bride. Yi Feng carrying Han Fei in a wedding dress was very high profile, and many people had seen it along the way. It wasn't hard for them to inquire about the news. Robbing his wife and selling his house. He and Yi Feng were at loggerheads. If Yi Feng was in front of him, he would definitely have to ruthlessly reason with the other party and tell him that it was wrong. If Yi Feng didn't listen, he would condemn the other party. Anyway, he was a Svengali and didn't fight. Let's go. Let's go now. He can never enter the genealogy, and he can't enter the ancestral tomb even after he dies. Yi Dashan said viciously. Saying this, he went to find a few talkers in the village. Strictly declared that he would kick Yi Feng out of the family tree, out of the genealogy. We don't have a problem with you kicking out the family tree, but not the genealogy. There weren't many young people left in the village, so if they were kicked out again, there would be no one left. But those things Yi Feng did, they did go a bit too far. A few of the talkers had those who agreed and those who opposed. He's not even my grandson anymore. Why is he still in the genealogy? No, he must be kicked out of the genealogy. Yi Dashan was very insistent. Alright, let's all vote by a show of hands. Finally 6-5. The village decided to expel Yi Feng from the genealogy. Yi Yang was in a great mood. With Yi Feng kicked out of the genealogy, no one would compete with him for the family property, although the family didn't have much property either. When the village found someone to inform Yi Feng was not only a little speechless, but even wanted to laugh a little. Kicking him out of the genealogy at this time. What was the difference between this and being a fool? No, not at all. The genealogy would be fine on its own in the future. Hubby, can I continue going to college? Han Fei said carefully. She was afraid that Yi Feng wouldn't agree and just wanted to keep her as a canary at home. Of course. Yi Feng nodded. Hubby, you're so nice. Love you, yo. Hubby, muah. Han Fei was in a great mood and hugged and kissed Yi Feng. Which university are you in and which major are you studying? Yi Feng asked. Well, guess. Han Fei's eyes rolled. Yi Feng definitely couldn't guess. Law. Yi Feng said without hesitation. Han Fei Z, right? Just kidding. You're so pretty. Here, Han Fei, trying to judge her major from her appearance, definitely guessed wrong. Southern Airlines, studying artificial intelligence. Right. Yi Feng smiled slightly. The housekeeper had checked Han Fei out long ago. He didn't expect that Han Fei actually studied artificial intelligence. Isn't this a coincidence? Let the housekeeper study it for Han Fei some other day. Yeah, how did you know? Han Fei looked dumbfounded. He and Yi Feng had only known each other for a few days, and she hadn't told Yi Feng about her major. She hadn't even told Yi Feng about her still being a college student. How did he know about it? Guess. Yi Feng pretended to smile. Han Fei, this can also be guessed? Well, the first day you see me, you have to go with me. Your eyes are full of clear stupidity. Definitely a college student without a doubt. Han Fei, she was actually speechless. Now that she thought about it, going with Yi Feng was really too risky. But luckily for her, she had made the right bet. And if you can be seen by Yi Yang's grandson, the school definitely won't be too bad. But you don't look too smart. So to synthesize, let's go with Southern Airlines. Yi Feng made it up. Han Fei, I believe you a ghost. You old colorful batchbad. She has reacted at this time. Yi Feng was so rich, and that butler of his did things so rigorously. A girl suddenly appeared beside Yi Feng. Must have investigated her identity long ago. And because your family won't buy you a smartphone, you enrolled in the artificial intelligence major and wanted to hand rub one yourself. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng couldn't make it up in the end. Han Fei, hubby, thank you. Han Fei was somewhat moved. Without Yi Feng, her life would have been over long ago. Han Fei's small face was red and very cute. Imperial sister appearance. Little girl posture. The contrast was too great. After that, Han Fei started to prepare for her schooling. She was going to get her student ID card renewed. Her student ID was torn by Han's father, and it turned out that her ID card was also withheld, but the ID card had already been asked back by Yi Feng. Other than that, she was doing some research on topics, and she was going to be a senior in college, so she was going to prepare for graduate school. Yi Feng, on the other hand, began to learn the driver's license. On this day, Yi Feng finished the subject 1 test and received a call from Zhao Peng when he came out. What? Someone forced you to hand over the formula? Yes, I don't agree. They said to give me 3 days to think about it. Zhao Peng on the other end of the phone was a bit anxious. Wait for me, I'll come to you. Yi Feng frowned. This was also someone's thoughts? But then realized, Zhao Peng with that seasoning, several thousand a day, although he could not see it, but it would be strange if other people did not redden their eyes. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Yi Feng once again came to City Central and found Zhao Peng. Brother Feng, it's good that you're here. Zhao Peng was like seeing a savior. Without Yi Feng, he really didn't know what to do. The thing is like this. Zhao Peng said it briefly. It was similar to what Yi Feng thought. Zhao Peng's daily business was so good that other people naturally looked greedy. His seasoning packet, other people couldn't buy it. More and more people knew about it in the back. A group of punks who thought they were powerful wanted to forcefully demand it. Chapter 17, You're safe and sound. Brother Feng, what should we do now? Those people have a lot of power, and the nearby night market is run by them. Zhao Peng was a bit worried. It's a simple matter, but you can't continue to sell roasted sausages in the future. Yi Feng thought for a while and said, this kind of small matter could just be handed over to the housekeeper. But if Zhao Peng continued to sell, ah shucks, if he sold roasted sausages, he would definitely be coveted by more people. Ah, what about me? Zhao Peng was a bit anxious. Selling roasted sausages was so profitable. It would be too bad to stop now. Look at your color. In the future you can just sell seasonings. Do you really plan to sell barbecued sausages for the rest of your life? Hey, right. Zhao Peng's eyes lit up. He could totally rely on this recipe and grow bigger and stronger. Just like Haitian soy sauce. Instead of guarding the gold mountain and selling roasted sausages. Brother Feng, what do you say? Just listen to me. Yi Feng also planned to start a small industry in this world. In the future, the money would be taken more openly and honestly. After that, Yi Feng brought Zhao Peng along with him to register the trademark, after which he opened a company, bought a factory, and set up a research and development team. As for the gang of punks, they were cleaned up by the housekeeper. These small minions, there was no need for Yi Feng to take action. Brother Feng, in the future, when the company, factory opens up, the position of security chief must be reserved for me. Zhao Peng greeted in advance. Yi Feng, look at your little bit of talent. You can't eat 3 dishes in a lifetime. What security chief? You come to be the factory manager. Ah, no, I can't. Zhao Peng panicked and waved his hand. How many kilograms of himself did he not know? He hadn't graduated from high school, so he didn't have the skills. If he became the factory director, this factory would be yellow the next day. I'm not discussing with you, I'm informing you. Hey, I can't do it. Brother Feng, you'd better let me work as a security guard. Are you going to work as a security guard for the rest of your life? Aha, Yi Feng, just give me the job of factory manager, and I'll beat you to death if you make any more noise. Yi Feng fumed fiercely. Zhao Peng, why bother? He just wants to be a security guard. What's wrong with him? Yi Feng also knew that Zhao Peng's ability was limited, but their factory was self-producing and self-selling, so they didn't need him to be much capable. Just catch production. Besides, there are other management in the factory. Just take your time to get used to it. After all, this is the only good brother before he is not developed. Definitely need to help out a little. If he does not advance, he will take the whip and whip him to advance. Arranged this side, Yi Feng continued to go to learn the driver's license. At the end of the month, the company has been formed. Factory side also took over a soon-to-be closed-down seasoning factory, and the equipment re-upgraded and remodeled successfully. At any time can be put into production. Today is the first day of business. Early in the morning, all the factory workers and management were concentrated in the workshop waiting for Zhao Peng to speak. Zhao Peng mannequin put on his spelling Shishi $9 Armani suit. Although the surface is calm, but the calves have been trembling. Ahem, everyone, I'm your new factory manager, Zhao Peng. Pa. The crowd immediately applauded enthusiastically. Originally, they were all ready to look for another job, but it turned out that someone had bought their factory, and also gave them a raise in wages and benefits. Thank you everyone. In fact, standing here today, my heart is also in a state of flux. As everyone can see, I'm very young and don't have a girlfriend yet. Ah shucks, not. Ha, the crowd laughed. From now on, we're all going to work together, so if you have any ideas or suggestions, feel free to come to me. I promise. Must listen carefully. Can solve the immediate solution, cannot solve, put aside, after a period of time to forget. If I do a good job, everyone give me some applause. If I don't do a good job, if you have the ability to come and hit me. Crowd. The new factory manager is in a very advanced state of mind. Alright, I'm not going to talk too much nonsense. Everyone go to work after taking the red packet for the start of work. Zhao Peng waved his hand and started handing out red envelopes. The crowd cheerfully lined up to receive the red envelopes. Han Fei also started school, and Yi Feng, who had already gotten his driver's license, drove her to school. It really feels like a dream. Thanks hubby, love you yo. Returning to school again, Han Fei was overwhelmed with emotion. At first, she thought that this was it for her life and that she wouldn't be able to go to school, because the car couldn't go inside the school. Yi Feng parked nearby and helped carry the luggage afterward. Han Fei usually lived at the school and only came back when she was on vacation. Fei, long time no see. I heard you got married and divorced in the summer vacation. Really? A girl bounced over. Han Fei, there was no need to think that it was Li Yu. Qian, I'm not divorced. Han Fei was a bit helpless. So the marriage is real? The other party's eyes widened, grasping the point. Marriage isn't either. Someone snatched me away halfway. Han Fei pointed at Yi Feng, and she also broke. Love what you want. The person who spoke then noticed Yi Feng next to her. He was so handsome. Well, the body is also good. Hi little brother, my name is Huang Qian. I'm Fei Fei's roommate and best friend. Are you the one who snatched the wedding? This is too romantic. Huang Qian was full of yearning. At a glance, she was poisoned by the TV series. That's right, I'm a person who likes to go out on the streets and rob pretty little girls to go home as my wife when I'm not doing anything. Yi Feng nodded his head. Huang Qian, what an over-the-top state of mind. Then I have to be careful. Huang Qian said fearfully. Don't worry, you're growing safe. Huang Qian, he. Han Fei covered her mouth and snickered. Don't want to care about you. Huang Qian glared at Yi Feng. Fei, I really envy you. You're so lucky to have found such an interesting and handsome boyfriend. But now the whole school is rumored that you're married and divorced, and you've even got a big money man. What are you going to do? Huang Qian stepped forward and took Han Fei by the arm. This big money should be Yi Feng. The two of them were covered in luxury goods, all over their bodies. There was nothing less than 10,000. But with Yi Feng like this, it was completely acceptable. What to do? Cool, the mouth grows on them. What can I do? Han Fei said indifferently. It was fine for her to live well on her own. Other people's thoughts didn't care before, they don't care now, and they won't care in the future. Well, sure enough, it's still the Han Fei I know. Huang Qian gave a thumbs up. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory as they spoke, only to see the hostile ant with a fierce face, staring at the students entering the dormitory with wide bull's eyes and deaf. All male students were not allowed to enter. This made many girls very helpless and could only move by themselves. Hello auntie, this is my girlfriend, take care of her in the future. Yi Feng sent a gift prepared in advance. Chapter 18. Nothing to see here. Auntie, isn't it true that boys can't enter? Then I'll wait for her downstairs. Yi Feng was ready to give his luggage to Han Fei. Young man, you're fine, you can go up. The hostess aunt smiled and took the gift. Looking at the packaging, it didn't seem cheap. This lad knows too much. After so many years of working as a hostess, it was the first time someone gave her such an expensive gift and was so polite. He also did not ask for it, and was very cooperative with his work. There aren't many young people like that. Whether the young man was a good person or not, didn't she know yet? Ah, why? The crowd was dissatisfied. There's no reason. I'm in charge of my place, the hostess auntie said in a domineering manner. Yi Feng, maybe it's because he's handsome. Thank you auntie, Yi Feng said very politely. You're welcome. Ha! Fixing the hostel. Yi Feng helped Han Fei go up with her luggage. This isn't fair. Why can he get in and we can't? They're all boys. Why are they still treating them differently? We're protesting. You're the one who received his gift to let him in. The other boys yelled. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Shut the up. The hostess aunt became angry and yelled, immediately shocking the entire room. Can you guys compare to others? Where do you guys get the face to compare with others? Look at you guys. You don't take a piss and look at yourselves. All of you have crooked eyebrows and slanted eyes. You're not good people at first glance. Are you as handsome as him? His girlfriend is so beautiful. Can he still look at other crooked people? He's a match made in heaven. You guys are just toads looking on. The hostess ants indiscriminately attacked for a while. Although the crowd didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that the hostess had a point. He had a girlfriend who was the school's flower, so the others must not be able to look at him. Han Fei, who hadn't gone far yet, was somewhat speechless after hearing this. This guy is still a decent person. The old color batch one. At home every day let her eat. Ahem. She did not say anything. Soon the two came to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Han Fei's two roommates were sitting around chatting. Seeing Han Fei and Yi Feng come in, immediately warmly welcomed them. This is the gift Yi Feng specially prepared for you. Open it and take a look. Han Fei smiled and handed the gift box to them. The two took the gift box, their eyes filled with anticipation. Carefully unpacking it, their eyes instantly lit up when they saw that it was a Chanel bag inside. Surprise and excitement overflowed on their faces. Wow, this is a Chanel bag. It's too expensive. How can we be embarrassed to accept it? Yes. Really thank you so much. This gift is also too expensive. The two roommates were very excited. Qian, this is yours. Han Fei handed one to Huang Qian. He. I'll be polite then. She had waited half a day for this. Wow, mine is Gucci hey. Huang Qian was happy. Fifi, he is? The two roommates looked at Yi Feng. Could he be the one? Now the school is spreading. He's the big money I'm evening. Han Fei broke the mold. Everyone said so anyway, and although it was hard to hear, to a certain extent, there was no problem with what they said. I have to say, you're good at evening big money. If I meet such a handsome and young tycoon, I'll also evening one. The two gave a thumbs up. When they heard the rumor earlier, they both thought Han Fei had found a middle-aged greasy guy with a big belly. It turned out to be a super handsome guy with a powerful body and good face value. The key is that he has money. Now it seems that Liu is jealous that Han Fei has found a rich boyfriend. After Han Fei settled in the dormitory, the three of them came out. Look at you guys, how decent he is. His eyes don't slant. His face is full of righteousness. If it were you guys, your eyes would have fallen out long ago. When they went downstairs, the hostess aunt was full of admiration and said, Yi Feng was that kind of decent person at first glance. No one knew it better than her. Han Fei, his eyes were straight as well, except that he was well camouflaged when he came down. It's a pity not to go to the theater. Yi Feng, that's right, I'm the decent one. The girls' dormitory is not nice at all. He doesn't want to look at it at all. It's not just female college students. It's not just about wearing cooler clothes, is it? Aren't they all fat and thin, and all warbling and swallowing? Really, it's not pretty at all. He used Yi Yang's personality to guarantee it. That was Yi Dashan's eldest son and grandson. His personality was absolutely guaranteed. Go, take you to our school for a stroll. Have a meal in our school cafeteria before going back. I'll treat you to the school cafeteria. There are several there that are still good. Han Fei held Yi Feng's arm and said, no, must go eat a big meal. Huang Qian quit. It's not easy to meet a tycoon. Eating in the cafeteria is like words? Fine, go eat a big meal. Yi Feng waved his hand. Good, hey, eat a big meal. Huang Qian was very excited. The three of them strolled around the school for a while, then went to the seafood hotel next to eat a seafood dinner. After that, Yi Feng was ready to go back. Bye, call me if anything happens, come back for fruit on the weekend. Yi Feng squeezed his eyebrows and said, he, eat fruit. Huang Qian laughed badly. This was also an old driver. Qian, he's talking about real fruit. Han Fei stomped her foot and said, this guy, he said everything outwardly. Hey, I didn't say anything. Han Fei had an innocent face. You're all bad guys. Han Fei covered her face in great shame. I'll leave first. After teasing Han Fei for a while, Yi Feng planned to go back. The seasoning company had just opened up, and he was going to watch over it. Although it didn't make much money, it was his first industry after all. Aha! Han Fei nodded, a little reluctant. Though he went back at the end of the week on weekends, the two sent Yi Feng to the school gate and watched him walk away before going back. Did you forget something? But soon Yi Feng came back. Didn't forget anything. Han Fei scratched her head. Isn't that so? Han Fei kissed Yi Feng. Okay, you didn't forget. You'll just drink the northwest wind at school. This science girl, full of formulas, codes. Me? Han Fei spat out her tongue in embarrassment. She then remembered that she didn't have any living expenses. I put $500,000 on your card. Eat more. You're still too skinny now. Yi Feng dotingly rubbed Han Fei's small head, too thin to hug comfortably. Thank you, husband. Love you, yo. Han Fei threw a wink. Well, I'll go first. Yi Feng went back this way. Boy, $500,000. This is a real tycoon. Huang Qian on the side was filled with envy. Although they were all senior students of the Southern Airlines, even if they graduated in the future, it wasn't that easy to earn $500,000. Not to mention that this was just living expenses. Missy, I'll be hanging out with you from now on. If there's anything you need, just order the slave girl. Huang Qian blinked her eyes and said, alright, Qianer, let's go back to the mansion. Yes, Missy, haha, the two had a great time. Chapter 19, Maybe I Can't Read. After Yi Feng left, the two held hands and bounced back to the dormitory. Just arrived at the door of the dormitory, Han Fei felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. The usual noisy building entrance was filled with a mysterious and eerie silence at this moment. The surrounding students were all walking around. Ayo, this is a good show. Huang Qian had sharp eyes and saw the main characters, only to see two people standing under the dormitory building. One was the school's famous rich second-generation school bully Huang Haoyu, with two minions behind him. The other was the school bully god Jihan. These two people in the school on weekdays that is a man of the people. One of the family has a mind, acting arrogant and domineering, known as the school bully, beat up a lot of people. The other with a high IQ, during the school has already achieved a number of scientific achievements. At one time, Qingbei all came to snatch people, but I don't know why. Jihan didn't go, stayed. These two gods would actually appear at the door of their dormitory at the same time. There was no need to guess who they had come for. Gu, what are you guys singing about? Huang Qian stepped forward. Han Fei sighed. She had wanted to quietly sneak away and take a detour back, but when Huang Qian said that, both of them found her. Hey, Han Fei. The two immediately walked over. Young Huang, Schoolmaster Su, what are you guys? Han Fei stiffly stepped forward. I'm here to find you. Han Fei, are those rumors at school true? Huang Haoyu was very anxious. The girl he had his eye on had actually been taken first. It's true. Originally I was going to get married, but someone snatched it away in the back, and now it's his girlfriend. Han Fei completely let herself go. You're all too late. The person already has a famous wife. Huang Qian smirked. Impossible. Han Fei, you must be joking. The school bully was unwilling to believe this fact. Did someone force you? Tell me. I'll go get him killed. Huang Haoyu fumed. Han Fei, I heard that you were forced to marry because of the $300,000 bride price, but in the end, you escaped the marriage, didn't you? Jihan, however, was not so agitated. As a school bully, he had always been relatively calm. He had already investigated, and those rumors at school were all false. Han Fei wasn't married at all, but seeing that Han Fei was now covered in designer labels, he was a little unsure again. It's not just $300,000, you tell me as long as you are my girlfriend, I'll give you $500,000. Huang Haoyu waved his big hand. Han Fei, I think fate should be in their own hands. I now have a project in hand. You give me together if. Jihan also stepped forward. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend now. He was the one who took me away before I got married. We're fine now, so don't waste your time on me in the future. Han Fei interrupted the two. Who's your boyfriend? I'm going to get him killed, Huang Haoyu said viciously. Jihan on the side also had a bad look on his face. He guessed that Han Fei wasn't married, but he didn't guess that she had a boyfriend. So the rumors that she had a big money man on her side were true? Are you sure? Fei Fei's boyfriend is also very rich. Oh, look at her in this. Tens of thousands of dollars, and just now she also transferred $500,000 of living expenses. Huang Qian smiled and said, she hated this Huang Haoyu the most, relying on his family to have a little money. He was rampant in tugging. Impossible. Huang Haoyu didn't believe it. Swish. Huang Qian took out Han Fei's cell phone and opened the transfer records. Han Fei didn't stop it either. Let them know that they had a rich boyfriend, and they wouldn't pester themselves in the future. Watch this. $500,000. Huang Qian was full of contempt. Feng's $500,000 was a pain in the ass to give. This guy even came with conditions, and people were only living expenses. Ha ha, it's clearly 5 million. You're lying. Huang Haoyu laughed out loud. Jihan, this stupid thing. How did this kind of IQ get into the Southern Airline? It must have found a relationship to get in. $5 million? Han Fei and Huang Qian both froze for a moment. Didn't Feng say 500,000? Huang Qian retracted her hand and looked at the cell phone transfer information. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 zeros, 5 million. After counting, Huang Qian stared wide-eyed. It was actually $5 million. He pressed an extra zero? Huang Qian guessed. Han Fei also immediately called Feng. Hey, honey, why did you call me 5 million? 5 million? Maybe I can't read numbers. It doesn't matter. Just count it as 2 months of living expenses. Han Fei, who could college students spend more than $2 million a month? Huang Qian. She also wanted to have a boyfriend who couldn't recognize numbers and transfer her $5 million. I'll transfer it back for you. If you dare to transfer it back, I'll kick your ass. Oh, Han Fei's small face was red, but her heart was very sweet. When she put down the phone, the two of them all looked at her deadpan. Just now, Han Fei's shy little woman posture was something they had never seen before, so the boyfriend was real. Huang Haoyu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but finally loosened them. People could mistakenly convert $500,000 into 5 million and still not care. He definitely couldn't do it. This kind of person was not something he could mess with. Now you guys believe it? Han Fei once again resumed her cool appearance. Han Fei, I still think that fate should be in your own hands. I'm now preparing to do a drone project. Do you want to join me? Jihan said without dying. As long as he succeeded in this project, he could also become rich and become a member of the rich generation. No need. Han Fei refused. It was fine to be in Feng's hands. She didn't have any plans to be a big heroine. Being a woman was quite good, Han Fei said and went straight into the dormitory. Bye-bye Yulu. Huang Qian waved her hand and followed along. Han Fei, Jihan didn't die, followed and chased after her. Ta! When he had just crossed the dormitory entrance, he only heard a sharp and violent cry. Only a huge figure was seen descending from the sky. The hostile ant flew out from the janitor's room. Jihan's eyes widened. A 40-yard kick flew towards him. Bang! Jihan screamed miserably and flew backwards. Oomph! Anti-hostess clapped her hands and snorted coldly, actually trying to enter the girl's dormitory from under her nose. Really thinks she doesn't exist. The corner of Huang Haoyu's mouth twitched. It was said that he was the school bully, and he was nowhere near the hostile ant. At least he wouldn't dare to touch Jihan. He's the school bully, the genius that the school focuses on cultivating. Try touching him. You? Jihan's eyes widened. This old actually dared to hit him. Do you know who he is? Don't say it's you. Even if the principal is here, he's still not allowed to enter. Look at your thieving eyes. You're not a good person at first glance. No one understood what bad guys looked like better than her. Except for that little handsome guy from before. There wasn't a single good guy. Chapter 20. A hostile ant with a background. The corner of Jihan's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. It was said that Huang Haoyu was the school bully, which was nothing compared to the hostess ant on this side of the girls' dormitory. She is the first school bully of the Southern Airlines. What Huang Haoyu in front of her is scum. How many boys has she beaten? At least Huang Haoyu would not dare to touch him. But this old woman dare. And her background is so powerful. They can't do anything about her. Rumor has it that her husband is the head of the boys' dormitory. If they dare to do anything, they won't be able to get into the boys' dormitory. Isn't it scary? It's horrible. Of course, he won't give up on Han Fei. Although she had a boyfriend now, he was even more excited. He finally understood the joy of Chow Thief. Early the next morning, Yi Feng had nothing to do, so he made a trip to the seasoning company. That said, after opening for so long, he hadn't come here yet. Mainly didn't care about these few small amounts of money. Just in these few days, the butler's side had already made another 10 billion or so on Pinxi'xi. Now in addition to selling cell phone cases, they would also sell some other accessories, decorations. All of them were the lowest prices on the entire network. So business was good. The account balance was growing fast. Yi Feng was planning to buy a diligiba, Louis Fei or something when he had $20 billion. Anyway, they could customize their appearance based on photos. Along the way, the mood was beautiful and arrived at the company building. Yi Feng just entered the elevator, and when the elevator door was about to close, a shout came from outside. Wait for me. A cute and adorable girl dashed over from the front door. Cheer up, Yi Feng said silently in his heart. However, there was no movement in his hands. He liked to let the other party fail to catch this elevator and be in a dry hurry. It was best to be late for work and deduct some money was best. He was really a bad silver. Wait. The girl who darted over became even more anxious, rushing towards the elevator with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. If she couldn't get on this elevator, she would definitely be late. The elevator doors were getting smaller and smaller. Cheer up. Yi Feng continued to cheer the other person in his heart, but his hands still didn't move at all. When the person said wait, she didn't ask herself to help her press the elevator. As for whether the elevator waits or not, he can't do anything about it, isn't it? Everyone is reasonable. Eventually the crack in the elevator door got smaller and smaller, and the girl got closer and closer. Just before the doors closed completely, the girl finally came to the elevator and pressed the up button. The elevator doors also opened again. It's a pity. Yi Feng had some regrets. It was so close that the other party couldn't catch up. I should have known that it would be better to come earlier. Who? The girl panted and entered the elevator, then blared fiercely at Yi Feng. What kind of person? There was no poise at all. He said he would wait for her for a while, even if he didn't help. He still said it was a pity. If I'm late and get deducted, you're happy, right? Soon the elevator reached the 8th floor. The elevator door opened. The girl's eyes turned, raised her foot and stepped on Yi Feng's gray shoe, then swooshed and ran away like a rabbit. Looking at the footprints on the shoes, Yi Feng was somewhat amused. I didn't expect that looking cute and adorable. She was quite shrewd, but if he remembered correctly, the 8th floor was their company, right? The whole floor was rented by him and there was no other company. This is interesting. Seeing that the elevator was about to close, Yi Feng went out. The girl who was running wildly in front of her saw Yi Feng following her up, and immediately got a little nervous and ran even faster. It was not easy to run into the company. After clocking in, looking at the 2 strong security guards at the door, she was relieved. She didn't believe that the other party would cause trouble in their company. Anyway, when the time came, she would not admit to stepping on the other party's shoes. Soon Yi Feng also came to the company. What are you going to do? I'm telling you this is my company. If you dare to make a mess, Big Brother security will arrest you. The girl milked her ferocity and said she didn't expect that Yi Feng would actually come to the company with her. If she couldn't, she would just compensate him for a pair of shoes. It was just a pair of sneakers. How much money could it be? Are you from our company? Do you have a work card? The 2 security guards also went forward. They took Yi Feng as a pervert who was tailing girls. Indeed, the girls were quite cute. Brother security guards, you must not let him in. I didn't step on his shoes, the girl hurriedly said. The security guard looked down at Yi Feng's shoes. There was a small shoe print on the gray shoes. Said the security guard, "Beauty, it's really hard for us to help you like this." The girl spat out her tongue in embarrassment. She seemed to be exposed. Yi Feng smiled and took out his work card from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. After the security guard took the work card and examined it carefully, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Mr. Yi, sorry, please." Then he hurriedly and respectfully returned the work card to Yi Feng and made way. This person was actually the mysterious general manager and chairman of the company who had never shown his face. He had actually treated the other party as a pervert just now. "Mr. Yi?" As soon as the security guard opened his mouth, the girl knew it was bad. The corner of her mouth twitched and she stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that Yi Feng was actually General Manager Yi. There was only one General Manager Yi in the entire company. "Ah, I'm sorry, General Manager Yi, I didn't mean it. I'll accompany you." "Yi Feng, evening it, pair of shoes it. You must not dismiss me." The girl hurriedly went forward and apologized. "Yi Feng, poor," the girl said and also bowed deeply. She didn't want to lose this job that was well paid and also easy. Other people were envious. Yi Feng, pink, ahem. He was actually blind. He didn't see anything. "Are you sure you want to pay for it?" This pair of Nike sneakers of mine, Back to the Future, is about $20,000. This was bought by the housekeeper. Yi Feng was also very speechless when he found out. Gray and gray, asking for more than $100,000. Refreshing his 3 views. Girl, she didn't have this much money even if she did it for a year. Rich people so bold? A pair of shoes is more than $100,000. Now the question is, what about her? If she had known that, she would not have stepped on the other shoe even if she had died. Oh, Mr. Yi, let me help you polish it. The girl snapped. It was definitely impossible to pay for it. General Yi, actually, I'm your assistant. My name is Su Yao. Only that you haven't been coming and the company doesn't have a picture of you. That's why I didn't recognize you. Seeing that Yi Feng did not speak, Su Yao pitifully played the emotional card. Mr. Yi, good day. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi, I am having something to report to you. At this time the other management of the company heard Yi Feng come over and came out to greet him. Su Yao hurriedly lowered her head, like a quail, hoping that everyone would not see her. She actually stabbed such a big basket. Alright, go to the conference room. Yi Feng nodded. Good. The crowd hooted and hollered and came to the conference room. After that, it was the crowd that gave Yi Feng a report on the various situations of the company. Overall, their seasonings had just been launched in the market and received huge popularity. Chapter 21, I'm blessed to have you. There is a tendency to crush all other brands in the world. Orders are already lined up for next year. There were many other seasoning companies that had already sat on their hands and wanted to cooperate with them or take shares, but they didn't need it at all. After the meeting, Yi Feng then came to his office. Although he didn't come often, his office was the most entire company's luxurious one. Very open and spacious. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows could see the street traffic. Dark walnut-colored desk, calm and atmospheric. Desktop computer, folders and other office supplies are available. The office chair is ergonomically designed with soft and delicate leather, which can effectively relieve the fatigue of sitting for a long time. On the other side of the office, there is a set of simple parlor sofa. It was similar to the general manager's office he used to watch on TV. Yi Feng nodded, very satisfied. Sitting on the parlor sofa, Yi Feng casually looked through the company's documents, rules and regulations, seeing what needed to be improved and perfected. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Click. Su Yao lowered her head and pushed the door in. Mr. Yi, I'm here to help you shine your shoes. Su Yao held a wet tissue in her hand and didn't dare to look at Yi Feng. Anyway, compensation is not affordable. It's more than $100,000. She just checked online. It's really more than $20,000. It's not scaring her. Good thing it was just stepped on and didn't break. No need. Yi Feng waved his hand. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Su Yao was relieved. Mr. Yi didn't seem to be angry. Great. He. Deduct 200 paychecks. Su Yao. No he. Mr. Yi, I didn't do it on purpose. Su Yao whined. She saw that Yi Feng was not very old, so she should eat this. There is no boy who is not horny, unless the development is abnormal. Mr. Yi, don't deduct people's wages. I'll wipe it clean for you. Okay, Su Yao said and squatted down to shine Yi Feng's shoes. If the salary is deducted, the bonus might be gone. The moment she squatted down, she once again revealed that flash of pink color. That's why Yi Feng was blind. If anyone else would have seen it. After rubbing for a while, the shoe prints rubbed with no trace at all, and she also rubbed the dust in other places, before she stood up. When she looked up, she saw Yi Feng's eyes, and immediately her small face turned red and covered her chest. Cough. Go and pour me a cup of coffee. Yi Feng's mouth was a bit dry. After Han Fei left, the big bananas were eaten less in the past 2 days, so it was inevitable that he was a bit impulsive. I'll go right away. Throwing the paper into the trash, Su Yao ran out in a panic. 2 minutes later, walked in with coffee. Mr. Yi, your coffee. Okay, put it on the table. Okay. Su Yao hurriedly went forward. When she bent over, she was nervous and splashed out the coffee. Good luck. It happened to splash onto Yi Feng's thighs. Hiss. Yi Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was him, whose body had been strengthened by genetic drugs. The average person was so scalded by the boiling hot water, even through the pants, it was probably enough to choke, especially now that it was summer. The pants were very thin. If you don't believe me, let Yi Yang try it. Yi Dashan also came to scold it for fun. Sorry. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean it. Su Yao's small face instantly turned white. It was over now. Yi Feng, having you as an assistant is really a blessing for me. Are you sent by a rival or a monkey? Mr. Yi, if you can't make it, I'll be your wife. Su Yao was about to cry. When she poured the coffee just now, she used boiling water. What's wrong with her today? Yi Feng, you're the one who can't. Your whole family can't. bring some paper over. Yi Feng was a bit tired. Oh, fine. Su Yao panicked and rummaged around the table for paper towels. Her hands were so busy that she almost knocked over another pile of papers. Yi Feng, such an extreme assistant. How did personnel recruit him? It was not easy to grab a handful of paper towels. Su Yao hurriedly bent down and helped Yi Feng wipe up. Yi Feng, after wiping for a while, Su Yao realized that this action was a bit improper, and her hand froze over there. The office atmosphere also started to become incomparably awkward and ambiguous. Su Yao's face turned red. Forget it, you go out. Go buy me a pair of pants. Oh, okay, are you really okay? Su Yao was a little worried. All said it's fine, if you don't believe it later you try. Yi Feng didn't have a good mood. Oh, Su Yao's red face went out. After that, she went to the nearby mall to help buy a pair of pants. Thinking about what Yi Feng said, she made a call to her best friend and told her about her situation today, asked her what she should do. The two of them usually had nothing to say, and were muttering BFFs from childhood to adulthood. You're done. You've definitely offended the boss now. Even if he's okay, you won't be able to stay in the company for long. If he's not okay, then you're in trouble. He's sure then he won't stop. He'll retaliate against you. The lesser case is that you'll be blocked inside the industry, and the more serious case will also involve your family. You think for yourself. Don't look at the surface. He didn't say anything. Rich people have always been happy and angry, but you don't have to worry. His last words seem to be a joke, but in fact, he is giving you a hint. The water here is deep, so the following depends on your own. After hearing this, her best friend is giving her a flurry of analysis. Hanging up the phone, Su Yao's face was gloomy. She felt that what her best friend said was very reasonable. Thinking about the possibility of being retaliated by rich people, and the possibility of involving her family, Su Yao felt that the sky had collapsed. The ferocity of rich people. She had seen a lot online. She herself had burned Mr. Yi this time, although he didn't seem to care, but who knows? Finally clenching her teeth, she made some sort of determination. Su Yao drooped her head and took her pants back to the company. Taking a deep breath, she once again came to Yi Feng's office. Yi, Mr. Yi, the pants are bought back. Su Yao handed the pants to Yi Feng. Thinking of what her best friend told her, her voice trembled a little. Okay, you go out. I'm going to take a shower. Yi Feng received the pants and went to the next door restroom. There was a bedroom next to the office that was dedicated to his rest. There was a bed and a quilt, and a bathroom. In fact, they thought too much. He wouldn't even stay in the office for so long, much less sleep here. He was so rich, how could he be so manipulative? Su Yao clenched her teeth and followed Yi Feng in. Hey, what are you doing in here? You're hurt. I'll help you wash. Su Yao's face was so red that it was about to drip out of the water. Yi Feng, then I'm not polite. Hiss, this is hot water. Ah, sorry. Yi Feng, tired. I'll destroy it. Chapter 22, kill you if you don't do well. 1 hour later, Su Yao walked out of the bedroom. It's finally done. I know, Mr. Yi, I'll do a good job on the statement and give it to you tomorrow. When she went out, in order to prevent her co-workers from being suspicious, she pretended that she had been working just now. The co-workers didn't care either. After all, who would have thought that the two would hook up on the first day? Even if it was subterfuge, it was still too fast. Listening to Su Yao muttering to herself and wanting to cover up her words, Yi Feng was a little amused. The life of a rich person is so plain and simple. It's good to be a rich man. Beautiful women don't need to be chased. They are all reverse pushed. After staying in the company for most of the day, Yi Feng took his little assistant to the factory side. There is no problem on this side of the company, as long as the factory production keeps up. He went to see how Zhao Ping was doing, whether he was bullied by other people, being hollowed out or something. If this really happened, he wouldn't be soft. Su Yao's performance was still good afterward, except for the fact that she had her hands full at the beginning. All aspects of the business were very skillful. Otherwise Yi Feng wouldn't have brought her on. Mr. Yi, actually I just accidentally stepped on your foot at the beginning. That's why I'd been on tenterhooks and kept making mistakes, Su Yao explained. Although the company hadn't been established for long, the quality of the company's products was excellent, crushing all seasonings on the market. It was not a dream to surpass Haitian in the future, and as the assistant to the general manager, an assistant to the chairman, her future was unlimited. Who in the company does not call her a Su assistant? But the first impression given to Mr. Yi today was too bad. She was a little chagrined. Aha! Yi Feng nodded. Mr. Yi, I really... Su Yao thought that Yi Feng was mocking her. I know you're very capable. Okay. Yi Feng pinched the little assistant's cute little face. The hand feeling was really good. Very capable? Su Yao cocked her head and muttered in a small voice. What does Mr. Yi mean by this? I'll get my girlfriend to analyze it later. She knows more about these in the workplace. The cart quickly arrived at the factory side. The trucks that came to pull goods were already lined up for several miles. Dealers all over the country are lining up for the goods. Now that the factory is working 3 shifts 24 hours a day, the machines are turning up smoke, and the demand still exceeds the supply. The two drove from the back door of the factory before entering the factory. When they came to the office, they found Zhao Peng was not there. Mr. Yi, the factory director has gone to the workshop for a meeting. Should we call him over? The office staff told Yi Feng. No, I'll just wait for him here. You guys are busy. Yi Feng waved his hand. Okay, everyone has worked hard. Now mealtime is here. I know about the cafeteria problem that everyone reflected, but because of time constraints, our factory doesn't have a cafeteria yet, but it's already in the bidding process, and we can eat in the cafeteria after the National Day at the latest. At that time, the meal will not cost money. Now everyone still bring their own food, or go out to eat. For this, the factory daily meal allowance of 50 per person. At the end of the shift, Zhao Peng was there in a meeting with 5 or 6 people. In the past, he hated the meeting when he was off work, and he did not expect to turn into the person he hated the most. The dragon-slaying teenager finally became an evil dragon. This feeling of dragging a little bit of time off work is so good. I like it when you can't look at me and can't do anything about it. Yes, snap. The workers were very satisfied and even wished that the cafeteria could be later. That's 50 a day and 15,000 a month. Some of the ones who were close by and had people at home could still have their food sent over. They couldn't eat 50 a day at all. Dismissed. Zhao Peng gave an order. The workers happily went to eat. Factory director, your meal has been ordered and sent to your office, the deputy factory director said with a flattering face. Aha. Zhao Peng nodded. He didn't like this fawning deputy factory director very much. With his experience of watching TV and movies, and short videos, he told him that those who could flatter were usually not good birds, but it had to be said that it felt pretty good to be someone's ass kisser. After the workers left, Zhao Peng went back to his office and prepared to eat. As a result, he saw someone sitting on his chair eating his boxed lunch, and a beautiful woman serving beside him. The chicken leg in the boxed lunch had already been eaten. He just wanted to get mad, but then he saw that it was Yi Feng who was eating the chicken leg, and immediately went forward with a fawning face. Of course, there was a fundamental difference between his fawning and that of the deputy plant manager. That guy was an ass kisser, and he and Brother Feng that were brothers. Brother Feng, why are you here? He. Zhao Peng naively scratched his dog's head. Came to see you. Yi Feng threw away the bone. Su Yao immediately handed over wet tissues. She felt like she was a maid now instead of a company assistant. How does it feel to be a factory manager? Yi Feng took the paper towel and wiped his hands. It's not bad. It's just that I was a bit frazzled in the beginning, but it's much better now, Zhao Peng said with a raised eyebrow. In fact, being a factory manager was not as difficult as he thought. Mainly their factory does not worry about sales, just do it according to the company's orders. When the machine broke down, there was a maintenance department. Production has workers, workshop director, purchasing, payroll has financial, including logistics, quality control. There are relevant departments. He just need to meet every day 5 people 6 on the line. Get used to it slowly. I believe you can manage this factory well. Yi Feng smiled. Thanks to your trust, Brother Feng, I will definitely not fail you. Zhao Peng looked at Yi Feng with a grateful face. Well, if you don't do well, I'll beat you to death. Su Yao, is it so serious? Can I break a leg? Zhao Peng said pitifully. Plus a hand. Deal. Su Yao, so ferocious. Luckily she apologized in that way. Otherwise, Mr. Yi would not have broken her legs. It's a pity to break such a good-looking leg by herself. Ha ha ha. The two of them were happy when they finished. It was as if they were back in the old days when they were security guards. Every time Zhao Peng was bullied, Yi Feng would take him to get back at him. If Zhao Peng was scared, Yi Feng said he would beat him to death. Beauty, Brother Feng is joking with me. We are good brothers. Seeing Su Yao's scared face, Zhao Peng explained. He was afraid that others would misunderstand that Yi Feng was a ferocious person. Well, there was actually no misunderstanding. Brother Feng was indeed ferocious to his enemies. Before, he had pressed that Wang Huan alone to beat up a group of people. Aha, I know, Mr. Yi is a very good person. Su Yao nodded. Alright, I'm not a good person. You guys are the good guys. Your whole family are good guys. Yi Feng rolled his eyes, saying that he is a good person. Isn't this cursing? Let's go. It's time to eat. Factory Director Zhao's treat. Chapter 23, Invisible Paint. No problem. Zhao Peng patted his chest. Although he hadn't been paid yet, he had made a lot from selling roasted sausages before. It wasn't bad money. Let's go. The three of them found a restaurant near the factory. Brother Feng, I want to go back on the National Day and take 2 days off. While eating, Zhao Peng was a little embarrassed. Yi Feng trusted and cultivated him so much. The factory had only opened for a few days. He actually thought about taking a vacation. It's so wrong. It's worse than a beast. It's outrageous. Punish yourself by eating a piece of beef. Aha, it's delicious. Let's eat 2 pieces. Just arrange the work. You don't have to tell me. But what are you doing home? Yi Feng was curious. It's not like I've seen how filial this guy usually is. Hey, didn't I become the factory manager? Going back to show off a bit. Rich and not pretending to be rich is like walking in brocade clothes at night. Zhao Peng was a little embarrassed. Makes sense. Yi Feng nodded his head. If he went from a security guard to a factory manager, he also went back to pretend. Do you want to arrange a luxury car for you? Arrange an assistant, a secretary or something. Make a row. No need. The family doesn't even know yet. I'm just waiting to go back and be looked down upon by them. Then pretend to hit my face. Zhao Peng rubbed his hands. He was very much looking forward to picking up the National Day homeline. Why don't I go and have some fun too? Don't. Your aura is too strong. If you go, I won't have much presence. Next time. That's fine. If you need anything, just talk to me. Good. After drinking and eating, Zhao Peng went back to work, and Yi Feng also went home. He had been working all morning. It was too tiring. He had to go back and rest. He was so rich, he couldn't tire himself out. You also go home. Not counting leave, counting work. Just say you accompanied me out. Before leaving, Yi Feng said to the little assistant. Okay, thank you Mr. Yi. Su Yao was a little bit happy. It's so good. There's still half a day of vacation. Su Yao also went straight home. After that, she made a call to her best friend and asked her to come to her house after work to help her analyze it. Those words of Yi Feng always made him a little uneasy. At 6 in the evening, the best friend came over on time. Yuan, you're here. Yao. I'm really convinced that you actually made such a big mess in one day. Song Yuan was a bit speechless. Usually, she didn't see her best friend as such a presumptuous person. I can't help it. I was going to be late for work in the morning. I saw someone who happened to be inside the elevator and asked him to press it for me. As a result, he not only didn't help, but also said it was a pity after I got in. I was a bit angry, so I stepped on him when I was getting out of the elevator. And then later, because I was nervous, I spilled coffee on his pants. Su Yao spat out her tongue. Who could have known that a random person was the general manager and big boss of the company? He usually doesn't come to the company. On his first day here, he was bumped into by himself. I can tell from your words that he wasn't angry at that time, but it's not necessarily the case later on, right? Did you have sex with him? Song Yuan gossiped. Oops. No, just that for a bit. Su Yao lowered her head, embarrassed. Song Yuan nodded. The two girlfriends had a tacit understanding and knew what was being said. By the way, he took me to inspect the factory later, and said that I can do it. He also joked with the factory manager, saying that if he can't do it well, he will beat him to death. What do you think he really means? Su Yao said all of what Yi Feng said in the morning to her best friend. She always felt that Yi Feng had something in his words. Well, his meaning is already obvious. Obviously you still didn't do enough in the morning. This is called finger pointing. On the surface it's about that factory manager, but actually it's about you. Otherwise that plant manager wouldn't have made a point of emphasizing with you that it was a joke. He's just knocking you with a joke. Song Yuan analyzed in a serious manner. Then what should I do? Su Yao said with some anxiety. You only have one way out now. Invite him back for dinner tomorrow. Fan. Shucks. Drink more wine. Naturally the water will flow. Only by hooking him up can you truly feel at ease. Song Yuan squeezed her eyebrows. You're not losing out anyway. Your boss is so handsome and rich. Don't you always want to be in a sweet relationship anyway? Isn't this just right? This is the opening of an idol drama for you. You have to seize the opportunity. If you succeed, you'll be rich in the future. Encouraged by her girlfriends, Su Yao gritted her teeth and made up her mind once again. Figured it out? You old driver. You're the one who figured it out. Su Yao said shyly. Song Yuan. Thinking is a verb. Still saying I'm an old driver. You're the old driver. When the time comes, you can do this. The more Su Yao heard, the more she blushed. Yi Feng returned home and began to browse the price inflation world version of Pinxi'xi to see what good things can be taken out and realized. Just one seasoning was definitely not enough. He had to slowly build his business empire, preferably technological ones. The kind that was a little bit more advanced than the current era would be best. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to grasp the ones that were too advanced. But before that, he planned to buy 3 more gene pills to eat. The ones he bought before had absorbed almost all of the medicinal power. Lifespan was unknown how much it had increased. It was not good to test it. IQ was also unknown, not tested, but he was a lot smarter. When he used to read books and documents, His brain was a mess, but now he can read at a glance and forget it, and he can still find the key points. Strength he tested. An ordinary person's punch strength is around 100 to 150 kilograms. He now punched around 800 kilograms, more than 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary person. Killing 5 Yi-Yangs with one punch was not a problem, not up to the maximum 10 times, and he asked the butler about this stuff. He could eat it all the time, until he died. It's a bit of a nutrient. Only the strength of the medicine will gradually weaken later. It was impossible to live forever just relying on this. Clicking on buy, a black hole appeared above his head again and an express dropped down. This time Yi Feng no longer hesitated and directly ate it. After taking the medicine and feeling the effects of the medicine, Yi Feng once again strolled through spell CC. Soon Yi Feng saw a good thing. Colorless, odorless, invisible waterproof paint? Yi Feng came to be interested and clicked in. The description on it said that anything that is coated with their paint will be invisible immediately, and it is waterproof and high temperature resistant. Also took a video. Put a raincoat coated with paint. The raincoat immediately became transparent. Splashing water on it is also fine. Yi Feng immediately some excitement. This is a good thing. If this is painted on the body, is it possible to go some? Ahem. He means to go to the movie theater will not be expensive. Right. The price wasn't too expensive. 1 billion a barrel. Yi Feng flipped through the comments again. There were quite a few bad reviews. This thing isn't much use. It's just not visible to the naked eye. Any other random thing can be detected. Infrared, ultraviolet, heat sensor, miniature radar, whatever. Chapter 24, Invisibility Cloak. I bought a bucket, brushed it on my raincoat, hid in the goddess's bathroom, and was detected by her accompanying smart butler. My son's bracelet can detect it. Garbage stuff. After reading it, Yi Feng was even more excited. Those bad reviews were all from the price inflation world. They were technologically advanced and had all sorts of high technology with them that could be detected, but not for his own world. This paint was simply invincible. Yi Feng looked at the price. 1 billion a barrel. 2 pounds. 2 billion a barrel is 5 pounds. Yi Feng bit his teeth and bought the 5 caddy pack. It was equivalent to saving 500 million. Hatba, Lu Yifei, or whatever. Let's talk about it later. Clicked on the order and paid. Then the black hole flashed. Clang! An express parcel once again fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Yi Feng hurriedly opened it, leaking out the paint bucket inside, and a brush. Opening the lid, it looked empty inside, but Yi Feng knew that it was because the paint was transparent. He had the weight of the bucket in his hand, and it was really colorless and odorless. Yi Feng picked up a brush and dabbed some paint in the bucket. The piece that was brushed immediately turned transparent. It was as if there was an empty piece. It was impossible to tell that the paint had been brushed. Yi Feng immediately became excited. It is actually true. Yi Feng immediately put in the villa basement paint put away, and then went to the animerecap clothing store to buy a Spider-Man suit. After coming back, he immediately went to the basement, took out the paint and started to brush up. As he brushed left and right, the whole suit gradually became transparent. If it wasn't for the zipper opening and being able to see the inside of the suit, you wouldn't be able to see it at all if you casually tossed it aside. Yi Feng wore it on his body with great interest, took out his cell phone and took a look in the mirror, and sure enough, there was no shadow at all. Yi Feng was in a great mood. The invisibility cloak was born. He can be invisible. Gaga. Gave the merchant a 5-star review. Putting the paint in the safe, Yi Feng took the clothes and set off. He couldn't wear it yet, otherwise it would be too scary when he drove later. A paranormal event that would immediately be on the hot search. Of course, the smarter ones would think it was driverless technology. Driving his beloved small car, he soon came to the South Airline side. He was going to look for Han Fei, see what she was doing while he was away. Parking his car at a corner where no one was around and there was no surveillance, Yi Feng put on his invisibility cloak in the car. After looking around and seeing that no one was around, he got out of the car. When he came, the shoes he also painted. Otherwise at night, a pair of shoes where to walk would be scary. A pair of embroidered shoes upgraded with a pair of sneakers. Much scarier than a drone or something. No one noticed him along the way either. Yi Feng swaggered to Han Fei's dormitory, but the dormitory door and windows were closed. Looking through the window, Han Fei was the only one in the dormitory. This is normal. It's just after 6 o'clock now. It's the time for college students to eat and let off steam. Only Han Fei, the house girl, had no desire to go out. At this moment, Han Fei was frowning at the drawings on the computer, occasionally holding a pen to calculate and draw. She was different from the others. At the undergraduate stage, she was valued by her tutor, followed the project, and was also guaranteed graduate school, so she didn't have time to go out and play. Yi Feng was thinking about how to sneak in and not let Han Fei notice when Han Fei patted her head. Headache, take a shower first. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Taking a bath was good. to take a bath. Although the two had already that, he still liked to sneak around. But how to get in? Yi Feng was even more anxious. Ka-ching! Han Fei stood up and opened the door to the dormitory. With such a good timing, Yi Feng immediately tiptoed in. Han Fei felt a gust of cloudy wind float by. Somewhat puzzled, she glanced at the dormitory and balcony. Did something go in just now? But everything looked normal. Maybe it was her own illusion. After studying the drawings for a day, her brain was buzzing. Patting herself on the head, Han Fei collected her clothes, closed the dormitory door and went to the bathroom. At this time, Yi Feng had long been hiding in the bathroom. Han Fei, who was about to undress and take a shower, felt like she was being secretly watched. She looked at the bathroom again to make sure no one was there, uneasy to go outside, looked around, including the balcony, windows, again and again to make sure no one was there. Then she took off her clothes and started to take a bath. Yi Feng naturally feasted his eyes. This front and back long legs, it is simply a visual feast. Seeing the end, Yi Feng's gasp became heavier. Who's where? Han Fei instantly sweated. This time, she was very sure that she wasn't hallucinating, and that gasping sound she heard clearly. From just now her sixth sense told her that someone was watching her. Could it be surveillance? Filled with fear, Han Fei blocked her body with a towel and looked around. She also picked up a broom to defend herself. Heavenly spirit, go away, all go away. After searching for a while and not finding anything, Han Fei suspected that she might have touched something dirty. It's me. Yi Feng opened his mouth. If he didn't come out, Han Fei would go crazy. Ah! Han Fei screamed, becoming even more terrified. Surely she had touched something dirty? Swish! Yi Feng unzipped his zipper. Go away! Go away! Han Fei closed her eyes and frantically waved the broom. Yi Feng, that's how women are, closing their eyes every time they're scared. It's me, Yi Feng reminded loudly. Go away! Ha! Han Fei, who had her eyes closed, felt as if the voice was somewhat familiar, slowly opening a sliver of her eyes. After seeing the scene clearly, she screamed again and closed her eyes. Because at this moment, Yi Feng only zipped the zipper on his head and his body was still invisible. Han Fei then saw a head floating in the air. Hubby, why are you like this? Are you a human or a ghost? Have you been victimized? Are you here to tell me the truth? Do you have some kind of grievance? You tell me. I will definitely help you redress your grievances. Han Fei was trembling. Snap! Yi Feng gripped Han Fei and slapped her on her arse, and pulled the zipper open. Ouch! Feeling the warmth of Yi Feng's big hand and body, Han Fei then slowly opened her eyes. Only then did she see Yi Feng's entire body. Then she touched Yi Feng's face and arms. Hubby, why are you here? Determining that Yi Feng wasn't dead, Han Fei was a bit surprised. I came to see you. Then why are you? Suddenly Han Fei stopped talking. She saw Yi Feng's invisible clothes. From the inside, it was a piece of clothing, but from the outside, it was transparent. This was an invisibility cloak? Is there already this kind of technology in the country now? Let's take a shower first. He. Oops. Don't. I've already finished washing. Wash again. Oops. This is our dormitory. Bring it on you. Yi Feng picked up Han Fei and entered the bathroom. The back is the pay session. Chapter 25. This thing is simple. Afterward, the two of them came to Yi Feng's car, ready to go to a nearby hotel and study life philosophy or something. Badass. Han Fei slapped Yi Feng. She was really scared to death just now. What if her roommate came back halfway through the wash and Yi Feng didn't have time to wear his invisibility cloak? Luckily, those three didn't know where they went to make waves and didn't come back. But it's quite exciting to think about it now. By the way, what's going on with that invisibility cloak of yours? Han Fei's face turned serious. It was important to know that the invisible airplanes everyone was talking about now weren't really invisible. Rather, the probability of being detected by radar, infrared, visible light, and other means of detection was reduced through a variety of technical means. It could still be seen by the naked eye, but Yi Feng had achieved true invisibility. This role will be big. In the future, their aircraft not only radar detection cannot be seen, people cannot see, truly achieve a full invisibility. This technology can also be used in more military, science and technology fields. The entire Chinese science and technology, the military are going to rise a level. Didn't I see you researching invisible drones? So I came up with a kind of invisible paint to see if I can help you. Yi Feng made something up. This can be too much. Han Fei was very moved. She didn't realize that Yi Feng had been silently supporting her. She was now following her mentor to develop an invisible hummingbird drone. Of course, it was traditional stealth. If it was coated with this kind of paint from Yi Feng, the performance would directly rise several notches and become the most cutting-edge technology. But this guy actually put this kind of paint on Spider-Man's clothes and hid in the bathroom to watch her shower. Almost scared her half to death. You said you want to see directly, say cannot? It's not like you haven't seen it before. is that paint still available? Yes, I've mixed a big bucket of it at home. Can you give me some? Han Fei was full of anticipation. Can't. Ah, why? Han Fei was a little aggravated. Wasn't it to help her? Why couldn't it be given to her again? A little can't be given. A lot can be given. This thing Feng was planning to use to cash in, so he naturally had to find an opportunity to show the product. That program of Han Fei's and theirs was suitable. Han Fei. Damaged color. We'll go back and get it now. Han Fei rubbed her hands together and said with some impatience. The opportunity to change technology was right in front of her. Could she not be excited? Feng also started the car and drove back. All the way dog sneaky. Avoiding crowded places, it was not easy to return to the villa. Han Fei also straightened up and pretended to be fine. I'm going to wash it. You quickly take out the paint. Han Fei gave Feng a blank look. Good. Feng farted to the basement and took the paint out. Han Fei had also finished washing and was waiting in her room. This is that invisible paint? Han Fei hugged the paint bucket and felt the weight inside, but the bucket was transparent. Han Fei immediately took a brush and brushed the paint bucket. The area that was brushed instantly turned transparent. Great! Han Fei was overjoyed. With this transparent paint, after the success of their project, they would have no problem going straight to doctorate, not to mention graduate school. I'll go find my mentor now. Han Fei held the paint and planned to go back. You come back. Pa! Feng gripped Han Fei. Ouch! Han Fei hurriedly held the paint bucket tightly for fear of being knocked over. What time is it now? Doesn't your tutor need to rest? Go back tomorrow. Oh, Han Fei thought about it. It's not too late to go tomorrow. As for tonight, early the next morning, Feng had his driver send Han Fei to school. He, on the other hand, found the housekeeper. Butler, is it complicated to get invisible paint like this? Master, this thing is simple. His chemical formula is, the butler blah 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 for half an hour. Feng, god damn it's not complicated. Forget it, just write it down and I'll read it. Okay, master. The butler immediately sat down, took out a pile of A4 paper, and wrote a full 8 sheets before finishing. Even with his current IQ, after 2 rounds of genetic drug development, looking at it, his scalp was a bit numb. Feng probably looked at it. 8 sheets of A4 paper. 4 of them involved chemical formulas and ingredients that were not yet available in this world and needed to be resynthesized. The housekeeper had labeled them all. Any one of them would be a great discovery in the material world. Taking them all out would be enough to subvert the current material science. I didn't expect that just a bucket of paint would be so complicated. Feng hurriedly took the chemical formula and read it. Otherwise, when others asked, he might be suspected if he didn't know. The butler did business while patiently helping to explain. With Feng's IQ, he understood very quickly. In the back, the butler even suggested that Feng go to the price inflation world and buy a science encyclopedia of their world. It had the basic scientific knowledge of their world. Feng looked at the selling price, $5 billion. Finally he bit his teeth and bought it. The account balance was once again emptied. The plan to buy Jiba and Tianxian had to be postponed again. Money is so damn unforgiving. Early in the morning, Han Fei came to school. Qianxian, take a vacation for me. Han Fei gave Huang Qian a call and asked her to help her take a vacation. Hey, you went back last night? It's only been a few days and you can't hold it in? You didn't come to class in the morning. How intense was the fight last night? Huang Qian on the other end of the phone teased. Aya, what are you talking about? I'm at school right now. It's about that project of mine. I'm going to look for my tutor. Han Fei stomped her foot. Although what the other person said was true. Last night was indeed intense. Her legs were soft even now. That guy was like a perpetual motion machine. But this couldn't be said. Alright, that's it. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Han Fei went straight to her mentor's office with her paint in hand. But because she came too early, the mentor hadn't arrived yet. She had to wait at the door. Hey, Han Fei, are you here to see your mentor too? Then we really do have a heart-to-heart. I'm also here to find my mentor. Ha! Jihan walked over with a smile on his face. Chapter 26, Greedy. Originally, he was with another mentor, but for Han Fei's sake, he was transferred over here, and joined Han Fei in the research of their project. I already have a boyfriend, and I'm going back to see him at the latest. Han Fei frowned. She'd told the other party many times, but she didn't expect the other party to still not die. You? Looking at Han Fei's flushed, sweet face, a ghost would know what going back to see him meant. Jihan's heart was like a knife, lowering his head and clenching his fists. Without realizing it, he saw the box in Han Fei's hand. This is not the point. The point is that the inside of the box seems to be paint. That wasn't the point either. The point was that he saw a piece of the edge of the paint bucket that was transparent. Could it be? Jihan began to get excited and had a guess in his heart. Then I wish you happiness. A million thoughts flashed through Jihan's mind before he finally pretended to have a sad face and said, Ahem, I'm here to find my mentor to discuss the intelligent program issue. I've re-upgraded the drone's intelligent program. It can make. What about you? Jihan said a bunch of times before pretending to be careless. Han Fei was a little hesitant, not knowing whether to say it or not. We're a team now. If you don't say it now, your mentor will still say it later. I'll know sooner or later. Jihan spread his hands. Han Fei thought about it for a moment and was right, so she told Jihan. Jihan's eyes instantly widened after hearing this. Clear paint. If he brushes his body and goes to the female test. Ah shucks. No. Such a great invention. In the future, the country is going to rise a level in the field of military industry, science and technology. As the inventor, he was going to go down in history. He had already decided that he was going to invent this. Han Fei, let me hold it for you. Jihan was filled with desire and said that he wanted to pick it up with his hand. No need. Han Fei clutched the paint tightly and took a somewhat wary step back. She somewhat regretted telling Jihan about the paint. Jihan scratched his dog's head somewhat awkwardly, his brain working fast. Not a moment later, mentor Zhang Guangyi came over. Han Fei, what are you looking for me for? No class in the morning? Come in first. Zhang Guangyi opened the office door. Teacher, we've invented a transparent paint. If we put it on our hummingbird drone, it can be completely invisible. Before Han Fei could say anything, Jihan jumped the gun. Han Fei, there are actually such brazen people in this world. This paint has nothing to do with you. Completely invisible? Zhang Guangyi frowned. As far as he knew, this world didn't have this kind of technology yet, right? Han Fei, quickly show it to your mentor. Jihan acted as if he had led the research for this paint, and Han Fei was just helping out with the work. Zhang Guangyi also looked at the paint bucket in Han Fei's hand. Teacher, this is it. Han Fei couldn't care about anything else for the moment and held it out to Zhang Guangyi. Hiss, it's actually real. Zhang Guangyi's eyes widened after testing it. He was researching the hummingbird drone, which was mainly used for reconnaissance. If this could be stealthy, wouldn't the enemy base camp just fly around? It would basically be invincible. And as far as this clear paint was concerned, it was already far more significant than their project itself. This paint? Zhang Guangyi looked at the two. Teacher, this paint was developed by the two of us just to give you a surprise. Jihan once again shamelessly jumped the gun. He couldn't care less now. No matter what, he had to bind himself to this paint. At that time, the banknotes would surely drop greatly. What? You say he's shameless? What's a face? Is it worth a lot of money? Han Fei, quickly tell the teacher the chemical formula of this paint. The principle. Jihan urged. He definitely didn't know. Only Han Fei could say it. I don't know. It's better for you to say it. Han Fei shook her head. She really didn't know because it was Yi Feng who had researched it. Zhang Guangyi looked at Jihan. This guy had been jumping up and down since just now saying that he had developed it. He also saw a bit of a problem. Ahem. This we mainly added a special ingredient inside the paint to make it transparent. As for what ingredient? Han Fei, you say it. Jihan's forehead began to sweat. He knew. I don't know anything. Go ahead. Han Fei looked at Jihan like he was looking at a clown. Didn't you know how to say it? Didn't you say that you developed the paint? You continue to say it. I'll say one sentence and count it as my loss. This, Han Fei, what's wrong with you? Do you say it or not? Don't say it and bring it over. Jihan became infuriated and reached out to grab the paint bucket. As long as you get the paint, casually go to the laboratory and don't know the composition. Stop. Zhang Guangyi glared at Jihan. He could sort of see that this paint might not have anything to do with Jihan at all. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't give such an important thing to someone else. Jihan snapped and retracted his hand. Han Fei, what's going on here? Teacher, this paint was actually researched by my boyfriend, so I don't know the ingredients in it. Han Fei said truthfully. Your boyfriend? Nonsense. Jihan let out a cold laugh. Han Fei's words gave him a hint. Teacher, this is actually something I developed with a friend. Han Fei, I was going to bring you one on the paint R&D list, but I didn't expect you to actually want it for yourself. Just that boyfriend of yours who didn't graduate from high school. It's a daydream for him to develop transparent paint. Jihan had already found out some of Yifeng's background. You, Han Fei didn't expect there to be such an open-eyed, shameless person. No wonder you wanted to take it from me just now. I was really blind before and didn't see that you were such a person. Jihan also went out on a limb. This paint had to be developed by him. What the hell is going on? Zhang Guangyi's face looked very bad. Between the two, someone must have wanted to take the other's results for themselves. This was too bad in nature. Didn't you say that your boyfriend developed it? Then do you know the chemical formula? The ingredients in it? He must have told you. Right. Have the ability to say it? Can't say it, right? Jihan had a smug look on his face. Han Fei was shaking with anger. Teacher, I can responsibly say that I developed this paint with a friend, but my friend is more low-key and didn't want to show his face, which is why he gave it to me. He also told me that the principle of this transparent paint is very simple. It's just adding a special ingredient, letting me test it a little bit, and also letting me not disturb him. He was afraid of trouble and went on vacation abroad. Jihan said, the words dripping with water. Han Fei, what do you say? Zhang Guangyi looked toward Han Fei. At first, he was more biased towards Han Fei, but after Jihan gave a beating of his output, he was a bit shaken again. After all, one could not know a person's heart. Who knows? In the face of such a major invention, it was only natural to be greedy. Chapter 27, Education doesn't mean character. I'm going to call and ask my boyfriend, Han Fei said, and took out her phone to call Yi Feng. She had been eating all night yesterday. Ah shucks, didn't have time to ask. She didn't know anything about this paint leaf either. Hey, honey, what's the composition of the paint you gave me? Is it complicated? Han Fei said carefully. It's not complicated, it's very simple. Yi Feng pretended just like the butler. He couldn't let the butler pretend alone. He had to pretend too. Swish, Yi Feng had just finished speaking when Jihan, who was on the side, suddenly grabbed the brush and ran. He had also heard Yi Feng's words. Since the other party said it wasn't complicated, he would take the paint left on the brush and have it tested. That way he would know the ingredients as well. Han Fei wouldn't be able to say anything by then. Even if there is a controversy, a senior student of the Southern Airline, a school bully, and a high school non-graduate, he didn't believe that people wouldn't believe him and believe Han Fei's boyfriend. Even if the mentor was a bit skeptical, he would definitely be on his side for the greater good. He basically won steadily. Hey, what are you doing? Han Fei was startled, wanted to go after the other party, but with the paint in her hands, she couldn't even run away from the boys even as a girl. Jia, I developed the paint. Jihan let out a sinister laugh and turned around to run even faster. Oh, hubby, the brush was snatched by him. He said that the paint was developed by him. I'm sorry. Han Fei was about to cry. She was afraid that Yi Feng's efforts and achievements were going to be stolen by Jihan. She didn't expect Jihan to be shameless to this extent. It was true that education did not represent character. It's fine, let him grab it. I'll go reason with him later. Yi Feng comforted. Han Fei, does that guy look like a reasonable person? Teacher, you saw it. The paint was developed by my boyfriend. It was Jihan who snatched it. You'll have to testify for me later. Han Fei looked at Zhang Guangyi. Well, I saw it. I'll testify for you when the time comes. Zhang Guangyi nodded. He was basically certain that the paint had nothing to do with Jihan. Moreover, Jihan was studying programming. He was not familiar with the material piece at all, so how could he have developed the paint? He also didn't expect that this SAC school leader, the pride of the sky, was actually this kind of person. But with the importance that the school leaders attached to Jihan, if he has to say that he developed it and let him assay the ingredients, the school may. Zhang Guangyi frowned. Jihan was one that the school had managed to keep with great difficulty. It had also spent a lot of resources to cultivate him before. Behind him was the entire school leadership. Now that this had happened, the school would definitely be more willing to stand on Jihan's side without any definite evidence. What then? Han Fei was very anxious. It was all her fault. If she hadn't gotten it to the school, it wouldn't have been seen by a villain like Jihan, and there wouldn't have been what happened later. You go to your boyfriend now and ask him to apply for the intellectual property patent in advance. Jihan won't be able to figure out the ingredients for a while. Zhang Guangyi suggested. Right. I'll tell him right now. Han Fei hurriedly called Yi Feng. Yi Feng received the call but was indifferent. 4 sheets of A4 paper were all compositional substances that were not found in this world, and that retard could detect them after a laboratory test? Why doesn't he go to heaven? Atomic bomb principle online also have. How not a few countries can build it? Make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the more famous he is for this paint, the more money he makes in small bills. Of course, some people coveted his things, but also dare to rob. He naturally will not just let it go. Yi Feng also drove to the Southern Airlines. Jihan went to the lab immediately after getting the brush and started to assay it. What is this? What the is this again? He originally studied programming and didn't know much about materials. It was only at a high school level. Plus there were a lot of ingredients in it that hadn't been discovered in this world. He was even more confused. Even if he got a professor of materials science, the other couldn't tell. Jihan, where did you get this paint from? What's the chemical formula? The professor was very excited. It was given to me by a friend of mine. Jihan was still talking tough. Then quickly call your friend here. This is an epic-making product. So many ingredients in it are currently undiscovered. The professor was getting more and more excited. Me? Jihan was speechless. Where was he going to find someone? In the face of the professor's urging, Jihan paced anxiously in the lab with some anxiety. he knew he was caught in a dilemma. If he admitted whether the paint was his or not, then he would inevitably face serious consequences. It wouldn't work if he didn't admit it. My friend has gone abroad on vacation, and he knows that when this paint comes out, it's bound to cause an uproar. He is very indifferent to fame and fortune. He only wants to do research, so he left the country, and I can't contact him. Jihan could only take it hard. Professor, do I look like a 3-year-old to you? In the lab, the professor was still constantly prodding Jihan. Jihan's forehead was covered in sweat as he tried to continue to find some excuses to shrug it off. However, the professor didn't believe him at all. Just when Jihan was about to be overwhelmed, Feng appeared at the entrance of the lab. Along with him, there were Han Fei, Zhang Guangyi, and a group of leaders from the Southern Airline. The crowd stared at Jihan in unison. Han Fei's eyes were even on fire. Jihan secretly screamed that it was not good. The main man had come, and he hadn't been able to analyze the paint composition. The other party made such a big scene, so they must have a plan. He was going to be finished. Student Jihan, I heard that you developed a transparent paint. Can you tell us about the chemical composition of this? The principal of the Southern Airline smiled and said, it was developed by my friend. Jihan didn't say that he had developed it. Oh, then can your friend call him over? He's gone on vacation abroad and doesn't want to be disturbed, and I can't contact him. That's fine. You tell me what his name is. I can find him. Don't worry, we won't disturb him. We just want to see him. This kind of talent, the country will definitely try to protect it. The principal was still smiling. Jihan's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He knew that his reputation had become infamous, and no one would be willing to take him into research in the future. Even if he was a genius and wrote programs well, it was useless. Humph. Only then did the principal let out a cold snort. The talent that their school focused on cultivating was actually this kind of scum. The rest of the leadership was also very disappointed. Jihan's heart is not right. He attempted to hijack and take other scientific research achievements by force. He is no longer suitable to continue to stay in the Southern Airline. After a solemn study by the school's leadership, it was decided that Jihan would be given expulsion from the school. The principal coldly said, this was the condition that Feng was willing to cooperate with them. Although it was a bit of a pity to expel Jihan, compared to transparent paint and compared to Feng, expelling a Jihan was nothing. What? Jihan's eyes widened. He was Jihan. He was actually directly expelled. He had thought a demerit, detention at most. Principal, I was wrong. Give me another chance, okay? Jihan begged bitterly. Chapter 28, The Little Assistant Invites You to Dinner. Hey, Mr. Yi, let's go to my office to discuss about this paint. The principal, however, ignored him and instead looked at Feng with a fawning face. He knew the great significance of this invisible paint for science and technology, and for the development of national defense weapons. It was possible that the era of invisible weapons would officially enter next. Jihan looked at Feng with spiteful eyes. It was all because of this guy that he had changed himself from a proud son of heaven to nothing. He had only made a small mistake and actually fired him directly. This was too unfair to him. Ta! Bang! Feng kicked the other party out. How dare you look at him with this kind of eyes? Really think that I don't dare to hit you? That's why this number is a bit lower profile now. If it was any other number, he would have kicked you away long ago. Good kick, Mr. Yi is truly a man of letters and arms, a pillar of the country. Has Mr. Yi considered coming over to our Southern Airlines as a professor for fun? If Mr. Yi comes to our Southern Airlines, the crowd applauded and applauded. Put. Jihan spat out 3 liters of blood. These old guys used to say the same thing about him. Feng went to the principal's office with a group of leaders of the Southern Airlines. Feng agreed to give a portion of the paint for them to use. Of course, the formula would not be told to them. The Southern Airlines side didn't have a problem with it either. Even if Feng told them, they couldn't grasp it. However, the Southern Airlines also told Feng that their stealth drone was going to be taken to the military for bidding, so they definitely couldn't hide it. Feng also knew that. He did not intend to hide it either, and had wanted to use it to cash in. However, it was obvious that the Southern Airlines had not reached a level where they could cooperate with him. He wanted to cooperate with the military. After coming out of the Southern Airlines, Feng went home to study the formula for the invisible paint. He wanted to get this paint out in this world before the military came to him. Otherwise it was not good to explain. It was good that after taking the genetic drug twice, his brain was substantially developed and became a lot smarter. And with a housekeeper teaching him by hand, he should be able to master it soon. On the side of South Airlines, with Feng's paint, their stealth drone program naturally went to the next level. They had the confidence to beat the other competitors. Su Yao went to work early in the morning. Because of the previous lesson, she advanced a little this time, no longer stuck to the time so rigidly. Otherwise, if she encountered that situation last time again, she would go crazy. When she arrived at her workstation, she looked at Yi Feng's office and realized that he hadn't come yet. But that was normal. He is the boss. He doesn't need to work from 9 to 5 every day, and he doesn't need to punch in. Su Yao waited and waited until work time, lunch, afternoon work, all off work. Yi Feng still did not come. Su Yao was a little anxious. Last night, her best friend analyzed so much for her, and she thought it made sense. Originally, she wanted to hook up today. Ahem. Invite Yi Feng home for dinner and apologize to him. What if he didn't come? She had no choice but to call her warlord BFF again. Yuan, what if Mr. Yi didn't come today? Su Yao said breathlessly as she lay on the table. Are you stupid? Song Yuan didn't have the good sense to say. You're the one who's stupid. Su Yao said defiantly. She was smart. Say you're stupid and you still don't believe me. He's not at work, wouldn't you call him and ask him out? Hey, yeah, look at this brain of mine. Su Yao slapped her forehead. She had been thinking of waiting for Mr. Yi to come to work to ask him out for dinner, but it turned out that he didn't come and she couldn't do anything about it. Thanks Yuan. You're so smart. Love you yo. Bye. Su Yao happily hung up the phone. Song Yuan on the other end of the phone rolled her eyes. After using her, she just hangs up the phone. Listening to her best friend's suggestion, Su Yao immediately called Yi Feng, indicating that she wanted to invite him home for dinner tonight to apologize. No need. I forgive you. How could Yi Feng be in the mood for dinner right now? It was too late to study paint. Hearing Yi Feng say this, not only did Su Yao not settle down, but instead, she panicked even more. Mr. Yi, I'm wrong, please spare me. Thinking of the ones that his girlfriends analyzed for him, thinking of the hammering that General Manager Yi and that factory manager had joined forces to give her, Su Yao was about to cry in a hurry. Yi Feng, is he that scary? He didn't say anything, he didn't do anything. Okay, I'll do it, isn't it okay? You send me the address. Yi Feng was also speechless. The little assistant had to eat her herself. Couldn't Yi Feng see her little mind? He didn't know what she was afraid of. He was obviously such an amiable person. Soon the little assistant sent the address. Yi Feng looked at his cell phone, collected the information and set off. Soon the car came to the place where the little assistant rented a room, a somewhat old neighborhood. His Cullinan was a bit conspicuous in the neighborhood, attracting many girls to take the initiative to talk to him. But Yi Feng was definitely not able to look at these girls, without bothering with these people. Yi Feng went directly to his little assistant's house. Mr. Yi, you're here, please come in. Seeing Yi Feng really came, Su Yao was very happy. At this time she was wearing a prehensile blue apron, sweat wet her forehead bangs, very virtuous appearance. The temperament is completely different from that of the company. Mr. Yi, you sit down first, there is one more dish and the meal will be ready soon. After Yi Feng came in, Su Yao greeted. Aha! Yi Feng nodded his head. I didn't expect that the little assistant would also cook. These days, there really weren't many girls who were pretty and could cook. Originally, I wanted to invite you to eat outside, but I just worked and still have to rent a room, so I can only invite you to come to my home. It's all homemade food, and I don't know if you can get used to eating it. Su Yao was a little embarrassed. It's fine, you have good hand skills. Yi Feng nodded his head as he looked at the several colorful and fragrant dishes on the table. Thank you Mr. Yi for the compliment. Su Yao's eyes narrowed into a slit and she continued cooking. Yi Feng also took out his tablet and draft paper and continued to read the information. He had to hurry up and figure out the formula for the paint. After the Southern Airlines side sent it to the military would definitely come to him. At that time, if he couldn't say 1, 2, 3, then the fun would be great. Mr. Yi, well, it's time to eat. Soon Su Yao came out with the last dish. Seeing Yi Feng reading the information, she couldn't help but go up and take a look. Then she gave up. The densely packed formulas made her dizzy. Sure enough, education does not mean ability. No, education doesn't mean that Mr. Yi has no culture. The whole company knew that Mr. Yi didn't graduate from high school, but she, the so-called high school student, couldn't understand those formulas and ingredients on Mr. Yi's tablet. Of course, she was studying liberal arts. It was understandable that she couldn't read it. Mr. Yi, it's time to eat, Su Yao reminded in a low voice, afraid of affecting Yi Feng's reading of the information. Yi Feng nodded, put down the tablet, picked up the bowl and served the rice and started to eat in large mouthfuls. Finish eating early to continue reading. Su Yao, the script is not like this. Where is the meal really eat? According to her original preconception, first drink some red wine, drink until slightly drunk, 4 eyes, dry fire. Now Yi Feng does not stop dry rice. What does she do? Chapter 29, Drone Acceptance. Mr. Yi, you slow down. Do you want some red wine? Su Yao smiled a bit reluctantly. General Manager Yi really doesn't understand the flavor. No, I drove here. Yi Feng shook his head and continued to dry his meal. Su Yao, what you said makes sense. I'm actually speechless. Su Yao had no choice but to secretly take out her cell phone and quietly send a message to the military division under the table, asking her how to crack this situation. Song Yuan on the other end of the phone was again a crazy analysis, and then gave a bunch of suggestions. Su Yao looked at the screen full of words of tigers and wolves, and her face turned even redder. Raising her head again to look at Yi Feng, who was burying his head in dry rice, she finally gritted her teeth and closed her cell phone. Mr. Yi, let's have some red wine. Su Yao took out a red wine glass and smiled charmingly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, let's not talk about the fact that I'm going to drive back later. How are you going to drink with a cup just there? But soon Yi Feng understood. Su Yao poured herself a cup of red wine and took a sip, then kissed Yi Feng with a red face before ferrying the red wine from her mouth. The following is the paid session. After successfully taking down Yi Feng, Su Yao was relieved. She hadn't been able to sleep well in the past few days, always afraid that Yi Feng would retaliate. Now she could finally have a peaceful sleep. After Su Yao fell asleep, Yi Feng also took out his tablet and started reading the information. It was important to hurry up. Who knows when the military will come over. When Su Yao woke up and saw Yi Feng reading the information, her eyes rolled and she burrowed inside the quilt. The quilt started to go up and down. Southern Military Region Headquarters, Drone Test Site. Today was the final acceptance time of the Southern Military Region regarding the stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The research teams from the major universities participating in the bidding are all full of confidence. In addition to the Southern Air Force, local universities such as Southern University, Southern Polytechnic University, Southern Engineering University, and Eastern University were all here. They were also all involved in this project. For this project, they had spent countless efforts, and today they were finally going to see the real thing. Soon the military personnel entered. The leading officer was a major with 2 bars and a star on his shoulder. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. The representatives of all the major universities straightened their backs, ready to meet the upcoming rigorous inspection. The military requirements were naturally very strict, not even a little bit worse. Are we all here? Let's begin. The major gave the order, and the major universities began to display one by one. The first one to come forward to display was Southern University. As the number 1 ranked university in the province, they were the obvious choice. Our drone uses a drogue-lesson flat tail, with smooth fuselage lines, and the wings and fuselage are fused into one, which reduces radar wave reflections. We also use special paint that absorbs radar wave energy. Specific signals can be emitted to interfere with enemy radar, making it difficult to detect. And electronic countermeasure technology, radar jamming and deceptive jamming can also be utilized to enhance concealment. Professor Nan de blah 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 introduced. The major nodded his head straight as he listened. Then came the official test. After the South University's drone took off, the military turned on various equipment to jam, scan, and test its performance. The results were naturally very good, much better than the previous ones. Next, the major nodded. After that, the major universities also displayed them one by one. The major looked satisfied. Each college had its own focus and could complement their strengths in the future. Han Fei was secretly staggered as she watched from the sidelines. Originally, she wasn't qualified to come over this time, but because of Yi Feng's relationship, she not only came, but also became the main speaker. She would go up later to introduce the products of SAC. Looking at the superior performance drones of other universities, she was very nervous. If not for Yi Feng giving her invisible paint, their drones could be said to have no advantage. But now with the invisible paint, their drones were king bombs. The other colleges soon finished their demonstrations one by one, and soon it was the turn of the Southern Airlines. Hello everyone, this drone of ours uses. Han Fei stepped forward and introduced the drone to the crowd. The major frowned. It was because although Han Fei seemed to be holding something in her hand, he really didn't see it after looking hard for half a day. What the hell was Southern Airlines up to? A physical objectless performance? The Emperor's new clothes? Was South Air so abstract now? The major looked at the Southern Airline crowd, noticing that they were all holding their heads up and very confident. For such an important occasion, they shouldn't be messing around, but he really didn't see anything. The major frowned and continued to listen. The crowd of other colleges and universities also looked dead in Han Fei's hands at first. At first, the crowd thought that the drone from the Southern Airline was on the small side and was in the palm of Han Fei's hand. As a result, when they looked left and right, they just didn't see it. Just when the crowd thought that the Southern Airline was here to be funny, Han Fei spoke again. In addition to various anti-radar detection techniques, our drone also utilizes a state-of-the-art stealth coating. As long as the surface of the drone is coated with this material, it can be completely invisible and invisible to the naked eye, making it truly stealthy. Han Fei had a proud face. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. If a stealth drone that dodged radar could also dodge the naked eye, it would really be invincible. Even if it went to the enemy base camp, they wouldn't be able to see it. But they were still somewhat skeptical. It wasn't like invisible paint hadn't been developed, but it was too difficult to succeed. The Southern Airline wasn't very prominent in materials science either, and they had succeeded in developing it? Really? Then the meaning of the paint itself was going to be far greater than the project itself. Next, everyone watched the actual operation. After Han Fei's introduction, the Southern Airlines team stepped forward with a six-parent pace. They weren't targeting anyone, but they were saying that everyone in the room was trash. The crowd also gathered around to scrutinize it, trying to see something, but there was still nothing. Buzz. Once the Southern Airlines team started operating, the crowd heard the drone take off. At the same time, the screen in front of them also transmitted the real-time images taken by the drone. But there was really nothing visible in the sky. It really was like a ghost. The crowd's scalps were numb. It was actually real. China's Southern Airlines had really made a real invisible drone. If this thing was put on the battlefield, it would be a real killer. The enemy wouldn't even need to know how they died. And Special Forces combat, coated all over the body, invisible, cannot see people. I'm asking you if you're afraid. The Major's eyes are glowing. Prof. Zhang, is this paint developed by the Southern Airline? The Major, who had been as steady as a mountain, took the initiative to go forward. No, a girl's boyfriend on our team developed it, Zhang Guangyi said truthfully. Where is this person? I want to meet him. No, I'll report to the top first. Everyone must keep today's incident a secret, and all relevant people who know about it must also keep it a secret, the Major said with a straight face. Chapter 30, Su Yao showing off. Yuan, are you free tonight? Come to my house for dinner. Su Yao lies on the soft leather sofa of the large flat floor, her fingers casually fiddling with a strand of hair as she looks at Xuanwu Lake outside the floor-to-ceiling window. There was an unhidden excitement in her voice. After hooking up, with Mr. Yi, she moved here. Compared to that previous rental, this big flat now was so much better. Well, you really should treat me to dinner. I'll be right over. Song Yuan on the other end of the phone nodded. During this period of time, she had worked her ass off for her best friends, giving advice every day. Inviting her to dinner was the right thing to do. Which one to go to? Or the usual place? Come to my house. As you know, I just worked and don't have much money. The corner of Su Yao's mouth rose slightly. Okay, but this time it doesn't count. Next time when you get your paycheck, then make it up. I'll come over here. Aha, you come, but I've moved. I'll give you an address. Just come over directly then. The corner of Su Yao's mouth couldn't help but rise. You moved? Isn't that house of yours not due yet? Song Yuan was a bit surprised. Moved. You'll know when you come. The address has been sent to your cell phone. Hurry up. I've prepared a table of delicious food. Su Yao hung up the phone after saying that, got up and went to the kitchen, humming a little song in a beautiful mood, imagining Song Yuan's expression when she came later. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Su Yao hurriedly ran to open the door, only to see Song Yuan wearing a casual outfit, looking at Su Yao, who opened the door with a face full of surprise. You finally came. Come in and take a look. Su Yao pulled Song Yuan around the house for a tour. It's really you. This is your home? This is too luxurious. Song Yuan's eyes widened as soon as she entered. She marveled as she looked around. The exquisite crystal chandelier, the soft wool carpet, the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, everywhere revealed refinement and luxury. When she first received the address, she thought that her best friend had sent the wrong one. This is a high-grade district in the city center, and the price is tens of thousands of dollars a square foot. Such a large flat, at least a few million. Until now, she still feels a little unreal. How is it? Su Yao clasped her hands in front of her chest, complacency written all over her face. Did you win the lottery or something? No, winning the lottery isn't enough. Song Yuan still had an unbelievable face. The lottery was only $5 million. Totally not enough. Right, it couldn't be that Mr. Yi who rented it for you, right? Song Yuan finally realized. Her best friend was now like a spring breeze, plus this big flat. 80% took that Mr. Yi. That's right, it's what Mr. Yi bought for me. The corner of Su Yao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sweet smile. My goodness, you're too happy here. Song Yuan sat with her but on the sofa, feeling the softness of the leather sofa, full of envy. No, he bought it for you? Song Yuan's eyes widened again. Not rented, but bought? Aha. Su Yao nodded. The house book was written in both of our names. Originally he planned to give it to me and only write my name alone, but at my request and insistence, this was added to his name. Su Yao's heart was very sweet. This is even their common home. Song Yuan mother's dog stayed. This kind of extremely good man was actually encountered by her best friend. This girl was really lucky. By the way, How much does this big flat cost you? Song Yuan asked curiously. Well, it's not too expensive. It's just over $8 million. Su Yao said lightly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. In fact, when Yi Feng bought it, she almost dropped her jaw in shock. How good it would be to give her this $8 million, directly put it in the bank, get a large certificate of deposit, and the interest every month would be enough to lie flat. 8 million is still not expensive? You are also pretending up now. Song Yuan wanted to hit someone as she listened. Ha ha, actually I also think it's quite expensive. But, Mr. Yi said that he's not poor. Su Yao became more and more excited as she spoke, her face overflowing with happiness. Get. I don't want to hear you flaunt your wealth and spread dog food anymore. Song Yuan pretended to cover her ears. She could sort of see it. Her best friend inviting her to dinner was fake. Showing off the large flat and spreading dog food was real. Hurry up and start dinner. I'm starving. Song Yuan patted her flat belly. Okay, let's start eating. Su Yao nodded. It was also almost loaded. There are still some details. Take your time during the meal, Su Yao said, and the two of them began to eat. She specially made a big table today, just to thank her best friend. Without her best friend, she wouldn't be where she is today. Mr. Yi, who was a god, made a trip to the company. Su Yao also specially opened a bottle of red wine and elegantly took a sip. Boy, this is an imported red wine. Look at this packaging. It's not cheap, right? Well, Mr. Yi knows that I like to drink red wine, so he bought me a case. 96 years Lafite. Actually it is Yi Feng who likes the way she feeds the wine. I'm so envious of you. When will you meet such a multi-golden and considerate man too? Song Yuan sighed exaggeratedly. Don't be anxious. You're so pretty and cute. You'll definitely be able to meet one too. Su Yao smiled and comforted, but in her heart, she was secretly pleased. The most correct decision she made in her life was stepping on Mr. Yi in the beginning. If it wasn't for that one kick, there would be nothing behind it. The two ate and chatted while Su Yao showed off the large flat floor details from time to time. Yao, you've really fallen into the honeypot. I think you should be a broad wife in peace in the future and stop working. Song Yuan lamented. That won't do. I still have to have my own career, Su Yao said in a serious manner. A person like Yi Feng, there must not be a lack of beautiful women around him. She had to help each other in her career so that both of them could last long instead of being a vase. Mr. Yi has already told me that the company will be handed over to me later, letting me seize the time to learn how to manage the company. He has more important things of his own. Song Yuan, what kind of luck is BFF getting? Giving away a house and a company. The key is that the man is still handsome, and listening to the girlfriends say that the time is still long. It's the perfect partner. Why can't she meet him? Seeing her best friend's envious eyes, Su Yao was obviously very satisfied. All people have vanity, and she is no exception. After dinner, Su Yao also invited her best friend to stay at home for a night, letting her experience the life of a rich person. By the way, you guys have already hooked up. Why do you still call Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi said that it feels like subterfuge. Song Yuan, you guys are really good at this. Yi Feng sighed. After these few days of time, finally figured out the various components of the invisible paint, the chemical formula reaction, and how to make it. It's so brain-consuming. It's not a human job. Yi Feng closed the tablet. Chapter 31, maybe because you don't like it. Looking at the densely packed drafts inside the study, Yi Feng stretched his back. It was really not easy. This is still his brain after 2 times of genetic drug development. Otherwise it really can't get it. Counting the time, the Southern Airlines side is almost back. The people from the military were also about to come. Sure enough, it didn't make him wait too long. 2 days later, Han Fei returned. Hubby, did you miss me? Han Fei hugged Yi Feng with an excited face. Even if there were other people around, she couldn't care less. Along with her, there was also the military major, as well as a group of school leaders and professors from the Southern Airline. Little brother, I heard that you developed the transparent paint this time? The major couldn't help but step forward. Aha! Yi Feng nodded his head. He had already figured out all the components of the paint and the related chemical formula. There was no panic at all. Although he didn't develop it, he had a thick skin. Come hit me if you don't want to be convinced. Can you tell us about the principles? The crowd came to be interested. I didn't realize that this paint was actually made by someone so warm-hearted. They had already taken it to the lab. However, the ingredients in it were very complex, and there were so many ingredients that were not currently available. This is actually very simple. We know that the main ingredient of paint is wanting to be invisible. Yi Feng blah 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 blah. The crowd listened to the scalp numbness. The first half could still be understood. The second half, Even those professors of materials science in the South China Airlines listened to the clouds. They only knew that they were substances and ingredients that hadn't been discovered in this world. Han Fei looked at Yi Feng with a face full of admiration. This was also too powerful. Isn't it simple? Yi Feng smacked his lips after finishing his dry mouth. Han Fei immediately brought a cup of water. Classmate, seeing that you're not very old, which school did you graduate from? The principal of the Southern Airline was curious. This kind of genius, by all rights, couldn't have remained in obscurity. Which school would focus on cultivating it? I didn't graduate from high school. The crowd didn't graduate from high school? Are high school students so demanding now? Why don't you go to college? The principal of the Southern Airline was curious. Well, probably because I don't like it. Yi Feng didn't have a good mood. The principal was a little embarrassed. Ahem, let's talk about the paint. The major came out and rounded off the conversation. Since he reported the invisible paint up, the military had checked Yi Feng's background. He knew why Yi Feng didn't go to university, including Yi Feng's inheritance from overseas. He couldn't hide it from the military. That was why the others were still surprised when they came to the villa. He was not surprised. Good. In the end, after both sides negotiated amicably, the Southern Military Region and Yi Feng, the Southern Airline jointly set up to open a factory. Together, they were responsible for producing this invisible paint and only supplying it to the military. The military was responsible for security and handling all the troubles. SAC is responsible for providing follow-up technical support, formula upgrades and so on. Yi Feng is responsible for providing the formula and daily management. Yi Feng accounted for 60% of the shares. The military accounted for 30% of the shares, and China's Southern Airlines accounted for 10% of the shares. Yi Feng was very satisfied with the effect. Invisible paint is a big killer. Without the military cover he does not dare to easily take out to sell, although currently only sold to the military, but the order is enough. He didn't care about this small amount of money, mainly through this paint and military relations. It would be much easier to do things later. Young man, are you interested in coming to our army to develop? I'm very optimistic about you. Oh, the major was very appreciative of Yi Feng, a person who hadn't even finished high school, through self-education, developed transparent paint with hundreds of substances that were not yet available in this world. This was no longer something that could be described as simply heaven, and those family members of his really deserve to die. This kind of genius actually won't let him go to college. If it wasn't for his own self-improvement and accidental inheritance, this genius would have been buried. Cough cough, go to the army or forget about it. I'm a rather diffident person. I can't take a little bit of suffering. The army is not suitable for me. Yi Feng shook his head. He had too many secrets. It was better to be at home and be a bit more peaceful. Okay, if you change your mind, feel free to find me. The major nodded and didn't force himself. Student G doesn't want to go to the army. Then is there any interest in coming to our Southern Airline to attend college? We will focus on cultivating you. The principal of the Southern Airline also invited. How to focus on cultivation? What can you guys teach me? Yi Feng said with a face full of sincerity. What he wanted to learn, he could just ask his butler directly. The butler, as a future AI butler, knew some of all kinds of future knowledge. The principal of the Southern Airlines was speechless. There was nothing wrong with what Yi Feng said. It seemed like they couldn't teach Yi Feng anything. Instead, they still needed Yi Feng to teach them in material science. It was more or less the same to let him be the teacher. Cough cough, Yi student, if you need South Airlines in the future, just ask. We will definitely cooperate fully. The principal of the Southern Airlines embarrassedly touched his dog's head. Ha! The crowd was happy. Things were decided just like that. With the military covering it, everything went smoothly. The security aspect was left to the military. The Southern Airlines side also set up a research and development team to learn the formula of invisible paint and the production process. Yi Feng also started building the paint factory. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Mr. Yi, it's not good. Yi Feng's side was busy in a frenzy when his little assistant called him in a panic. Panic what? What is it? Mr. Yi, it's like this. It turned out that their seasoning company's products were quickly recognized after launching in the market. It was highly favored in major supermarkets, restaurants and home kitchens, including various street vendors. Very much in short supply. The major dealers are waiving their bills to urge for goods. If it were not for the fact that it is just starting out now and lack of productivity, there would be no other company. Such a rapid momentum of development has made other established seasoning companies feel unprecedented pressure. Several giants in the industry couldn't sit still and began to join forces. Just today, the representatives of several old seasoning companies in the industry came to the company together. At the head was Wang Hong, who was in charge of Flavor Source Seasoning, which was once the market leader. After briefly greeting the other party, Su Yao hurriedly called Yi Feng. The other party was aggressive and it was no longer something she could solve. Soon Yi Feng came over. Mr. Yi, their demands seem reasonable, but they are actually very excessive, the little assistant reported. Okay, I know. Yi Feng nodded. To put it simply, the other party wanted to take an 80% stake at the price of the current company valuation. This was no different from wanting to go to heaven. Soon the two came to the conference room. The others were already waiting. Mr. Yi, we are here today to talk about a cooperation with you. Wang Hong cleared his throat and took the lead. Your company's products are really good. We all admire them. Chapter 32. You don't want to lose this job either. But as you know, Mr. Yi, the competition in the market is too fierce right now. In order to avoid creating vicious competition, why don't we several join together and operate together? For this reason, we made a plan for equity swap. We several equity swap. You read it first. Saying that, Wang Hong handed over a plan that had been prepared long ago. The other representatives also looked at Yi Feng with great anticipation. They all understood that if Pinxi'xi International spread out across the country and production came up, there would be nothing left for them. Yi Feng took the plan, didn't even look at it, and casually threw it into a trash can. The faces of the people at the scene changed. What does Mr. Yi mean by this? Wang Hong's face was full of gloom. The young people nowadays really don't know the sky and the earth. Do they really think that just because they get a good product out, they are invincible? Don't look at Pinxi'xi International's strong momentum right now. If they were to join forces, there were 100 ways to screw each other. They just need to find a few marketing numbers on the internet to bring the rhythm. Saying that Pinxi'xi International's seasonings are unhealthy. Eating too much causes cancer. As long as the online marketing number said more, no matter true or false, the public will definitely not go to buy for the time being. Even if Pinxi'xi International clarifies later, it will be greatly affected. And by then their imitation products are almost out. So it was good that Yi Feng agreed. But if he didn't, don't blame them. What they wanted now was time. There's no point. My company has its own development plan. I don't need others to interfere for now. You guys please go back. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't spoil them. Even in the past, he didn't put these people in his eyes. Let alone now. Wang Hong's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Yi Feng to refuse so dryly. A few other people also began to exchange words. The atmosphere became a little tense. Mr. Yi, I advise you to reconsider. With several of us joining forces and sharing resources, the market can definitely grow bigger and stronger. But if you are bent on having your own way, I'm afraid. Another person also stood out, with a hint of threat in his words. Are you threatening me? What if I am inclined to be bent on my own way? Yi Feng laughed. They even threatened on. It was also this book that made him better tempered. If it was before, he wouldn't even listen to these people's nonsense and directly beat them out. Since Mr. Yi is so unforgiving, then don't blame us for not being polite. From today onwards, several of our families will join forces to blockade you in all aspects, from raw material procurement to marketing. It's still not too late if Mr. Yi changes his mind now. Or do you think you can fight so many of our companies? Mr. Yi, you are still too young to know the cruelty of the capital market. The crowd continued to threaten. Ah hit, bang. Yi Feng's brain hurt a bit from their noise. He couldn't bear it and kicked Wang Hong. Ah! Wang Hong screamed miserably and flew out backwards. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect Yi Feng to suddenly lash out. And it was still a physical attack. It hadn't been encountered before. Su Yao also stared wide-eyed. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng then beat up the other representatives. Being a human being must be reined down. Anyone else? Yi Feng put away his fists. Wang Hong and the others looked at Yi Feng with a face full of fear. This was too ferocious. Scram! A few people walked away with bruises and swollen noses. Mr. Yi, several of them are domestic seasoning giants. If they unite, their strength cannot be underestimated. What should we do? After Wang Hong and the others left, Su Yao said with a worried face. The fight was a good one, but what if the other party retaliated? She had recently been in the management of a school company and knew the cruelty of capital competition. For the sake of profit, they would disregard everything. Now that both sides are equal to tearing their faces apart, the other side doesn't know what underhanded tricks they will play. Wasn't MSG back then the subject of a rumor that if you ate too much of it, you'd lose your hair and get cancer? It was to launch the more expensive chicken essence. But the first ingredient list of chicken essence is MSG. Ah, it's fine. Yi Feng waved his hand. When he came, he had already spoken to the military. By the time they went back, they should have already received a warning from the military. Really? Don't worry. With just a few of them, they can't afford to make any waves. In the future, if anyone looks for trouble again, just call this number. Yi Feng handed Su Yao a business card. There was only one number on it. That major gave it to him last time. It said that if something happens, just call this number. Whose call is this? Su Yao picked it up. Southern Military Region. Su Yao. She didn't expect that General Manager Yi actually had military connections, so she was relieved. General Manager Yi, you go to the office first. I'll give you a report on your work. Well, I'll pour you a cup of coffee first. Su Yao's small face reddened, remembering the first time the two of them met. Yi Feng, good. Yi Feng lewdly, ah shucks, evil smile. Another office, another coffee. He would be silly if he still didn't understand what it meant. After Yi Feng came to the office, in no time Su Yao came in with coffee. Mr. Yi, drinking coffee. Su Yao's voice was whiny. Just walking in front of Yi Feng, Su Yao accidentally wiggled, and the coffee just splashed on him again. But this time it was lukewarm water, not cold or hot. Yi Feng, the acting was too pompous. This chick must have done it on purpose. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, are you okay? I didn't mean it. Su Yao was full of fear. Next is naturally another paid session. After Wang Hong and the others went back, the company they worked for naturally received a warning from the military. The originally prepared retaliation programs were naturally all nullified. Now they could only seize the time to imitate the other party's seasonings. Only then could they stabilize their market. The good thing is that the other party is still only a small company. Only one factory. Most of the national market is still theirs. When the other party got bigger, it was almost time for their cottage goods to come out. Although there will be one more competitor in the future. But people in the military have relations. They have no way. How can they dare to stand up to the military? They just want to make money. Not crazy. Chapter 33 Can't eat 4 dishes in this lifetime. After dispatching those seasoning companies, Yi Feng continued to come back to build the paint factory. It was hot and busy until the end of the month. Master, that retard is getting married again. Yi Feng had just returned home when the housekeeper came over and told him. Which retard? Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. There were quite a few retards around himself. Yi Yang. Last time, Yi Feng asked the housekeeper to take care of Yi Yang. If Yi Yang got married, he would inform him. He could go and snatch the marriage. Gah! With him around, Yi Yang wouldn't be able to get married. He found it again? Yi Feng was a bit surprised. That guy sent himself a woman again. Ahem. No. What he meant was that a retard like Yi Yang didn't deserve to get married. He should die alone. He himself was just going to rescue those girls. That's right. That's what he meant. Yes. This time it's a middle school teacher. The two met on a blind date. Yi Yang bragged about his monthly salary of 10,000 plus the other party before agreeing. In fact, Yi Yang internship 3,000 a month, and the probability of not being able to turn positive. Yi Feng, internship actually also has a salary. What broken hospital surely earned a lot of black money. Poor evaluation. Okay, I know. Yi Feng nodded. Here comes the job again. Now that everything was on track with the construction of the factory, and with the military watching, he didn't have to go every day. Since this was the case, it was time to go back and have some fun. However, he had already been kicked out of the genealogy and family tree by the village, and the village definitely couldn't go back. Yi Feng then called Zhao Peng and said that he would go back with him on the national day and stay at his house. Don't. Brother Feng, if you are there, the aura is too strong. I won't be able to pretend happily. Zhao Peng said somewhat reluctantly. I'll try to keep a low profile. This way, I'll pretend to be your driver. Hey, a fart. So decided. And then hey will kill you. Zhao Peng. Why always want to kill him? Break a leg cannot? Early the next morning Yi Feng drove to the factory. This time he drove the sedan. It felt a bit awkward for a big boss to hire a driver to drive an SUV. I'll sit in the passenger seat. The passenger seat has a good view. Seeing that there was no one else, Zhao Peng prepared to open the door. Sit in the back. Look which big boss. Factory manager sits in the passenger seat. Yi Feng glared at this retard. Unproductive thing. Can't eat 4 dishes in this life. Okay. Zhao Peng drooped his head and went to the back row. Although he did want to sit in the passenger seat. This is the legendary Rolls-Royce. Really don't say. You really don't say. Zhao Peng looked left and touched right, with a very unseen look. Yi Feng. This car is just high class. And it's comfortable to sit in. Much more comfortable than cabs and drips. Zhao Peng was satisfied. Look at your point of interest. How can you go back like this and pretend to be a bully? People can tell at a glance that you are a turd. Yi Feng looked disgusted. Oh, I haven't sat on it before. Zhao Peng scratched his doggy head in embarrassment. Although he was now the factory manager, the time was too short and his temperament hadn't caught up yet. It's actually very simple to be a rich man. No matter who you see, you look down on him. Just treat him as a poorer person. Really? Of course, I am the rich man. Would I lie to you? Okay, I'll try my best. All the way to talk nonsense. Soon the car came to Zhao Peng's Zhao village. Because it was National Day, many young people in the village had returned. The village was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Ideal. Bid. Xiaopeng, Neza, Chang'an, Wuling, Yifeng in their Rolls-Royce could be said to be very inconspicuous. They were too embarrassed to greet others. Ahem, overloaded. Brother Feng, it's here, just over that small two-story building in front. Zhao Peng was a little excited and a little apprehensive, not knowing if he could fake it or not. Good, just call me Xiao Yi when you get off the car. Ah, you won't beat me to death. Zhao Peng was afraid. Don't worry, at most, I'll break one of your legs. Then I'm relieved. Yi Feng, following Zhao Peng's guidance, the Rolls-Royce stopped at Zhao Peng's door. Immediately, it attracted quite a few young people who were bragging over to see what was going on. Whose car is this? In front of Zhao Peng's house. It should be Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng can afford this car? Maybe it's his friend? If he had friends like that, would he still be a security guard? Hey, I guess he's been adopted by a rich woman. This is a rich woman's car. Crap. Where is the morality? Where is the dignity? Where is the address? And where is the contact information? Grow into the Northeast Fish sister like that. Can also. Yi Feng. This villager wind is really tough. Not at all picky. After Yi Feng parked the car, Zhao Peng was about to get off the car to explain to others that he had not been adopted by Northeast Fish sister, and was stopped by Yi Feng. You sit down first. I'll come down and open the door for you. Zhao Peng had to stay still. After Yi Feng got off the bus, everyone was curious about who this was. It seemed like there was no such person in the village. Yi Feng came to the back row to open the door for Zhao Peng. Factory manager, we're here. Be careful. Yi Feng used his hand to block the top of the car door. The service was that much more thoughtful. Zhao Peng also came out with some trepidation. He didn't serve anyone but Yi Feng. He wasn't afraid of anyone but Yi Feng. Yi Feng served him so well. He was afraid that Yi Feng would beat him to death afterwards. Yi Feng, this goon, no matter what. In the end Zhao Peng got off. All around the crowd did not expect actually really is Zhao Peng. And just now that driver called Zhao Peng what? The factory director? Isn't he a security guard? How did he become a factory manager? This span is not a little big. Is it that easy to be a factory manager? In order to make a big deal out of it, Zhao Peng didn't tell anyone, including his family, that he was the factory manager. Naturally, no one in the village knew. Zhao Peng, you became the factory director? Ahem, just lucky. A friend got rich and insisted that I go to be the factory director for him. Not going is still not an option, Zhao Peng said with a helpless face. Crowd, all don't stop me. I'm going to kill this pretender. In fact, how would I be what factory director? I just want to be a security supervisor. But this friend of mine insisted that I be the factory director. I also reluctantly agreed. Zhao Peng continued to pretend hard. The crowd wanted to hit someone even more. You don't want to be let us, when the factory director even if, but also have to give me a car. Match a car even if it is, but also have to match Rolls-Royce. Even if it's not enough, you still have to give me a driver. Zhao Peng was gradually getting better. The crowd, definitely being adopted by a rich woman. No matter what the truth was, they determined it anyway. But the rich woman's eyes weren't very good. After fooling around with the crowd for a while and pretty much pretending, Zhao Peng went home with a 6-parent pace. Yi Feng also followed behind. The crowd looked at the two figures. How to think Zhao Peng is the driver. If they were rich women, they would definitely be harboring Yi Feng. Chapter 34. Temperament didn't keep up. When he came to the door, Zhao Peng took a deep breath and pushed open the door of his house. Yi Feng, on the other hand, followed behind. In the living room, his sister Zhao Lin was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Zhao mother was busy in the kitchen, while Zhao father was helping with the work. I'm back, Zhao Peng shouted, his voice dripping with undisguised excitement. With the sudden shout, Zhao father almost didn't hold a plate of food steady. Without good humor, he glared at his son. Brat, why are you back? But it was still a surprise to see his son. Zhao mother also walked out from the kitchen. Although her son was no good, but after all, he was his own, they were still happy to be able to come back. Zhao Peng had a few moments of complacency on his face and was carrying a bulging briefcase in his hand. You don't want your triple salary? Zhao Lin teased. Zhao Peng worked as a security guard, and used to stay behind to work overtime on legal holidays, and triple his salary. What triple pay? Dad, Mom, Lin, I'm the factory manager now. It's me who pays triple pay to others now. Zhao Peng puffed out his chest, a smug smile on his face. What? You're the factory manager? Don't joke. Zhao Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, obviously not believing it. Son, what level are you? What culture? How could you possibly become the factory director? Zhao father obviously didn't believe it either. Mother Zhao also nodded along. What kind of heartless person found his son, a middle school educated scum, to be the factory manager? He wasn't afraid that the factory would turn yellow. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Zhao Peng was a bit upset in his heart. but he also knew that he couldn't blame them. He himself felt like a dream, but this time he was prepared and calmly pulled out his work license from his briefcase and slapped it on the table. No, you do not believe, but you see for yourselves. This is my license plate, our factory steel seal. There can be fake? And that car outside. See? That's the car that the factory assigned to me. That super invincible universe first handsome guy in the yard is my driver. Zhao Peng had a smug look on his face. Yi Feng. This was said without any suspicion of flattering. After all, he was indeed the super invincible universe's first handsome. Zhao Lin grabbed the license plate and looked at it carefully for a few moments, then looked at the car and driver at the door. The expression on her face changed from skepticism to surprise, and in the end it was even a little complicated. You really became a factory manager? Zhao Lin's tone carried a few moments of unnaturalness. She didn't expect that her brother, who she used to look down on the most, had actually become the factory manager. Now really, anyone could be a factory director, that's for sure. Zhao Peng raised his chin proudly. Son, this is a big happy event. Why didn't you say so earlier? We have to celebrate tonight. Zhao mother's face was filled with joy. Their son had made a fortune now, so they were naturally proud of him. No need to be so troublesome. It's just a small factory director. No big deal. Zhao Peng waved his hand and said in a relaxed manner. Yo, when you became a factory director, your tone is different. You weren't this humble before. Zhao Lin skimmed her mouth, her tone carrying a few sour flavors. Right, son, what does it feel like to be a factory director? Zhao's father rubbed his hands together and curiously said. Well, it doesn't feel like much, just have meetings every day. Right, there are 2 chicken legs for lunch, and sometimes there are duck legs, Zhao Peng said with an excited face. The key is not to pay In the past, when security guards would eat like pig food. Yi Feng, this is the only thing you can do in this life. You became a factory manager just to eat 2 more chicken legs? That's too unproductive, isn't it? Zhao Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this. Ahem, I mean the food in our factory is quite good, Zhao Peng snapped. Although he became the factory director, his temperament didn't keep up. Son, you're the factory director now. You need to pay attention to your words and behavior. You need to be a bit of a factory director and study more. Zhao's father frowned, his tone carrying a bit of seriousness. Dad, you're right. I'll pay attention. Zhao Peng nodded his head in a hurry. Alright, everyone come in and talk. Zhao mother smiled and rounded off the conversation. Brother, you're the factory manager now. You have to cover me in the future. I'll be hanging out with you after I graduate from college. Don't even leave me a chicken leg at that time. Although Zhao Lin's tone carried a few points of flirting, she had already looked at this brother somewhat differently. Don't worry, chicken legs aren't certain. Chicken ass is enough. Zhao Peng patted his chest and assured. Zhao Lin, hee. The family laughed into a ball, and the atmosphere became much lighter. The siblings were very close when they were young, but after Zhao Peng dropped out of school to fool around later, the two began to drift apart. Zhao Lin also hated her. Now, Zhao Peng has risen to the occasion, and the prodigal son has returned, and has become the factory director, so the two of them seem to have returned to their childhood at once. Right, Mom and Dad, this is my driver, Xiao Yi, temporarily living in our house, convenient to help me drive at any time. Zhao Peng introduced Yi Feng and said, Hello Uncle and Aunt, hello Sister Zhao Lin. Yi Feng nodded. Hey, hello. Zhao father and Zhao mother nodded repeatedly. Although Yi Feng was just a driver, they didn't look down on him in the slightest. Wow, what a handsome little driver brother. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up. Little nymphomaniac. Zhao Peng rubbed his sister's small head. Oops, my hair is all messed up. Ignore you. Zhao Lin huffed. Ha, everyone laughed. Mom and Dad, pack up one of the upstairs rooms and give it to Xiao Yi. Okay, we'll pack it up after dinner. Everyone sit down first. I'll add 2 more dishes. You guys didn't notify me when you came back, and you didn't prepare any dishes. Zhao mother cheerfully went to prepare. Zhao father on the other hand helped to go clean up the room. Zhao Lin stared at Zhao Peng with interest. Brother, tell me honestly, how much is your salary a month? Zhao Lin gossiped. Salary? Zhao Peng froze for a moment. He had just worked for less than a month and hadn't been paid yet, and he didn't know how much he was paid. Yi Feng asked him to come as the factory manager, so he came. Anyway, Yi Feng wouldn't let him suffer, and he didn't ask how much his salary was. You don't even know your salary? Zhao Lin said suspiciously. Zhao Peng looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng secretly stretched out 5 fingers. I'm sure I know my salary. I'm 5,000 a month. Zhao Peng said with a confident face. It was 2,000 higher than when he was a security guard. How nice. Put. Yi Feng sprayed out a mouthful of tea. This guy is wasted. If he can't eat 4 dishes in his life, he can't eat 4 dishes in his next life. You might as well go sell roasted sausages for 5,000 a month. Zhao Lin stared wide-eyed. 5,000 a month? That even comes with a car and driver, making it look like the real thing. Cough cough. Our factory director is joking. His monthly bonus is more than 5,000. He is 50,000 a month. 600,000 a year plus bonus. Yi Feng hurriedly said. Factory manager 5,000 a month. This factory is not far from closing down. Now it is Zhao Peng's turn to stare. How much? How much did you say? 50,000 a month? Seeing that Yi Feng secretly gave him a nod, Zhao Peng was sure that what Yi Feng said was true. In his heart, he was ecstatic. Zhao Lin, however, nodded her head. This is a reasonable salary for a factory manager. Chapter 35. He came, he waved the banknote came. Soon Zhao Peng became the factory director, but also drove a Rolls-Royce with a chauffeur. Thing spread to the whole village. All the people in the village couldn't sit still, and came to get close to each other. Zhao Peng's house was immediately crowded with people who came to get close to him. Those who used to look down on him and treat him with disdain now come to visit with big bags of gifts. Even some of the village has never met, do not know the people, and even a little contradictory, but also on the pretext of a variety of reasons want to flatter him. Zhao Peng, he is not good to refuse directly. After all, are all folks, and he is now the factory director, to have pattern. His parents, on the other hand, enjoy this feeling of being surrounded by people and feel that their son has given himself a long face. Luo's father cheerfully bragged to the crowd. In fact, there's nothing good about being a factory manager, although the salary is a bit higher. 50,000 a month, and there are bonuses, but seriously, it's too hard, and there are a lot of things to worry about. I'd rather he just be mediocre for the rest of his life. But who let his friends trust him and have to make him the factory manager? I told him that he must do a good job and not let down his friends' trust, otherwise I can't even spare him. Ha! Zhao father's big mouth corners to grin to the back of his head heel. Zhao Peng, that's not what you used to say. He, yes. Zhao Peng, this child, I know at a glance that he has a future. This child has been resourceful since childhood. The factory manager is not a job for everyone. He must be able to do it. The villagers naturally kissed their asses like crazy. Zhao Peng didn't even know he turned out to be so good. Zhao Peng is bragging at home. Yi Feng then left first. He had business to attend to. The Luo family was going to keep him for dinner, but he refused. It would be too late if Yi Yang took his bride back. With Yi Yang's monkey-like personality, he might pick her up and do something right away. According to the address given to him by the housekeeper, he drove to the Luo family home where Yi Yang's marriage partner was located. It's only been a few months. That retard is actually getting married again. The action was quite fast, but it was useless even if it was faster. With him around, that retard wouldn't be able to get married in this lifetime. He wouldn't let any pretty girl live a life of water and fire with Yi Yang. Of course, the ugly ones were even. Northeast Fish Sister, Phoenix Sister and the like were perfectly fine. He had no problem with that. After all, that was true love. The beautiful looking cannot, that is to see the color, not true love. Yi dash in this time to Yi Yang to find the bride. Yi Feng is seen. From the information given to him by the housekeeper, the bride is called Luo Bing, a high school English teacher. From the photos, she is also very pretty and has a good figure, with a convex front and curved back. It's just that her eyes aren't very good, and she actually looks at Yi Yang. He cannot let this human tragedy happen. Messy thoughts. Soon the car came to the bride's side of the house. After asking the villagers, Yi Feng quickly found the bride's house. At this time, the bride's house was also busy in full swing. The female relatives were all there. The crowd was also surprised to see the Rolls-Royce coming over. Is this the wedding car? Quite beautiful. Why is it here now? It hasn't even eaten yet. No way. Whose wedding car is just one? Haven't posted the happy words yet. Maybe look at the bride is too beautiful. Can't wait. The crowd speculated. May I ask where the bride's parents are? Yi Feng asked directly after getting off the car. We are here. And you are? Soon a middle-aged couple walked over. Can we find a place where no one is around to talk? Okay, let's go upstairs. Luo's father agreed after a moment's thought. In fact, they had long heard about Yi Yang's previous wedding being cut off by a mysterious tycoon. This one drove a Rolls-Royce, so he should be that tycoon. He came waving his banknotes. The two were a little excited and took Yi Feng upstairs, leaving behind the relatives and friends who were dumbfounded. Where's the bride? Call it together. Yes, Mother Luo nodded. Soon the bride in the shogun was also let in. As expected, she had a very strong figure, and her body was very strong, and she had tightened up the show dress, worthy of being strictly selected by Yi Dashan. There is a guarantee. If this were to marry Yi Yang, it would be too cheap for him. He did not agree with this marriage. Luo Bing's face was a little complicated when she saw Yi Feng's rear collar, together with the Rolls-Royce at the door. She also guessed a little. Nonsense, I don't say much. My name is Yi Feng. I came to send the purpose. You guys must have guessed a little bit. It is to stop this wedding. How much dowry Yi Yang's side promised to give you? Yi Feng directly opened the door and said it was 500,000, but only gave 100,000. Luo father truthfully said, this was Yi Dashan's usual practice. The latter 400,000 was probably not going to be given. Didn't he know Yi Dashan well enough? Fine. I'll give you $1.5 million. Immediately, as long as you cancel this wedding and can't marry Yi Yang in the future. Otherwise my money isn't that good. Han Fei's side gave $1.5 million. This was just as good. Good. It's a deal. Luo's father nodded crisply. What about the bride? What do you say? Yi Feng looked at Luo Bing. A good big beautiful woman. How come she has bad eyes? I also agree. Luo Bing nodded. The truth was that she and Yi Yang didn't know each other before, let alone talk about how deep their love was. The reason why she agreed before was that her family was also pushing her hard, that Yi Yang is also a doctor, and the dowry is also given a lot. Originally, I thought that this is the way to get through life, but now the tycoon came. Between 2 million and Yi Yang, normal people know how to choose, but he and I have already gotten a license. Luo Bing compensated. 2 million. Yi Feng added another $500,000. Since he had gotten a license, he had to add money. I didn't expect that retard to learn smartly this time and know to get a marriage license first, but it's useless. Even if he welded the two people's marriage thread together, he still has a way to break the thread. It's useless even if welding Martial Emperor Yi Song comes to weld it. He said, good, we'll go and get a divorce license right away. Yi Xiao, don't worry, although the two of them have received a marriage license, they haven't lived together. The two of them are clean and innocent of each other. Luo father was overjoyed. There was actually another $500,000. This is really dirt cheap. Give me your bank card number. Okay. Luo's father farted and brought his bank card. Yi Feng also gave the other party $2 million. Okay, you guys get busy first, I'm leaving. After hitting the money, Yi Feng stood up. There was nothing that money couldn't handle. If there was, then add money. Luo Bing, this is leaving? What about me? Hey, Yi shall slowly go. Luo father's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. 2 million, 2 million. Seeing that Yi Feng was about to walk to the stairwell, Luo Bing gritted his teeth and also got up to follow. Luo's father and mother didn't say anything. They defaulted that Luo Bing was Yi Feng's person. People give you $2 million. It's impossible to just stop the wedding. What are you following me for? Although Luo Bing was beautiful and had a powerful body, Yi Feng had no idea of taking the other person away. There were so many beautiful women in this world. He couldn't be busy alone. Chapter 36, Wedding cancelled because left foot entered first. Aren't you here to snatch the bride? What kind of bride snatching is it if you don't take me away? Luo Bing winked playfully. It could be seen that Yi Feng was rich, the very rich kind. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to drive a big labor and give them $2 million back, just for them to cancel the wedding. So this was the best chance for her to realize a reversal of fortune and class advancement. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would still have to find an ordinary person to get married and have children and raise them for the rest of her life. This was still good. There might be more messy ones. In the past, there was no way. Now the opportunity was right in front of her. She must grasp it. Mainly the other party is still handsome. It could be said to be perfect. Of course, she knew the cost of it. The other party must be more than just her woman. But it was good to think about it. If you can't think about it, put it aside. You won't be able to think about it soon. Yi Feng, does he agree? Or does he agree? Or does he agree? It was really hard to choose. Okay. Yi Feng solemnly thought for 2 seconds before agreeing. Such a big beauty. Sent to the door where there was no refusal. Isn't it hurting the self-esteem? Good. Luo Bing was a bit smug. She was still confident in her charm. Let's go. Wait. Why don't we go get the divorce license after Yi Yang comes over? Luo Bing thought for a moment and said, no need. Yi Feng refused after thinking for a moment. Wouldn't it be more exciting if we didn't get the divorce license? Gah! Chow Thief is actually myself. Moreover, if this side doesn't get divorced, Yi Yang's side can't get married. He just has a nominal wife. Let's see who gets anxious first. I'll change my clothes. Luo Bing returned to her room to change into her usual sportswear. The loose sportswear added a bit of spontaneity and ease to her, yet it didn't affect her elegant temperament at all. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of her nose, transmitting a cool light. Still a glasses lady. Gah! Blessed. I heard that 9. Ahem. 9 out of 10 eyeglasses ladies wear glasses, and the other one wears contact lenses. Let's go. Yi Feng extended his hand. Luo Bing blushed and took Yi Feng's hand. The two were about to go downstairs when they heard a crackle of firecrackers at the main entrance. From the balcony a row of luxury cars greeted them. Ideal. Azure. Bid. Xiaopeng. The first car is a super luxury Volkswagen Polo. It seems like the bride receivers are coming. I'll go and tell them that the wedding is cancelled. Luo's father went down first. He hadn't had time to inform the firecrackers. Since Yi Yang was here, they wouldn't leave for a while. Yi Feng moved a small bench and prepared to watch the show. Crackle! Yi Yang, who heard the firecrackers that greeted them, breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that, like last time, it would be quiet when he came and then the bride ran away with someone. Now, since there were firecrackers, it meant that the bride didn't run away. It had to be said that the old man's vision was really good. Both girls were very good looking. A female college student with youthful vigor, and a high school professor with intellectual elegance. Both were his favorite types. Both were beauties from the 10 miles and 8 villages. It was a pity that the first one was snatched by Yi Feng. It was really cheap. The gloominess in Yi Yang's eyes flickered. That dog. Sooner or later he will get back everything that belongs to him. House, car, woman. He is the eldest son of the family. The eldest grandson. Everything in the family should be his. Everyone in the family should serve him. Everyone smoke. Yi Yang then adjusted his mood and got out of the car to give out cigarettes to the female relatives. The kind that cost $10 a pack. After tossing and turning twice, the family really didn't have any money left. The bride price money from the last time has not been asked back, and it is still in a lawsuit. Oh, we don't smoke. Not that when the doctor is very profitable. 20,000 a month? 20,000 a month can smoke this. Bragging rights. The woman's relatives are very indifferent. What about sending out the beggars? Yi Yang was a little embarrassed. He was talking about 10,000 and 20,000 after the transfer. Of course, it was all bragging. In fact, he was 3,000 a month, and the list for the transfer had heard that it had been internalized without him. He's still trying to figure it out. Luckily, the awkwardness didn't last long. Luo's father soon came out. Dad, smoking. Yi Yang cheerfully went forward. Wait, did you just step in left foot first? Luo's father's face was very serious and said, I didn't pay attention. It should be the left foot. Yi Yang was a bit confused. Is there anything else to say about this? Is it the left foot or the right foot? Luo's father was very anxious. Let me think about it. Just now I was standing over here giving out cigarettes. I was standing with my back like this, and after you came over, Dad, I crossed in. Yi Yang briefly restored the scene just now. Dad, I crossed in left foot first. Finally Yi Yang determined. Hey, how can you step in left foot first? The custom on our side is to receive the bride with the right foot first. Otherwise the groom will kill the whole family. Luo's father said worriedly. Yi Yang, there's still this kind of saying? Not only Yi Yang, the other family and friends were also a bit confused. Not to mention Yi Yang, even they didn't know about it. Hey, it's my fault for not reminding you beforehand, but you also came too early. What do you think you're in such a hurry for? Luo's father said with a reproachful face. Dad, so what now? Yi Yang hurriedly asked. He didn't want his whole family to die. There's only one way now. Yi Yang, there is a way to defuse it. Great. Can only cancel this wedding? Actually, I am very optimistic about you. Now you left foot first door. Luo's father smiled evilly. He can really be a little witty. He had just seen Yi Yang's left foot come in first when he came out, so he had the bright idea to think of this solution. It wasn't good to cancel the wedding directly, as if he was being unreasonable. Yi Yang, not said half a day originally to cancel the wedding. Yi Feng, who was on the second floor, heard Luo's father give a thumbs up towards Luo Bing. This is a talent. Luo Bing embarrassedly spat out his tongue. Dad's excuse was too lame. No, I'm against it. I'm not afraid to die my whole family. Yi Yang fumed. You're not afraid, I'm afraid. My daughter is also considered a member of the groom's family after marrying you. I don't want anything to happen to my daughter. Luo father quit. He doesn't care if your whole family dies or not, but his daughter can't have anything. She just got married to a tycoon, so she can't be okay. Yi Feng is here, isn't he? Yi Yang was about to say something when he suddenly remembered the Rolls-Royce parked outside. At first, he thought it was some rich relative of the Luo family. After all, Yi Feng's car Rolls-Royce was an SUV. This was a sedan. Now that the Luo family suddenly reversed, it should be Yi Feng's car. Thinking of this, Yi Yang's face changed. That dog actually dared to come. No matter who came or didn't come, the wedding has to be cancelled today. I'm informing you, not discussing with you. Luo father's face was also gloomy. Giving you a step you're just going to take, and you're still objecting. Is it useful for you to object? Chapter 37, Smash it. Smash whichever one you fancy. Have Yi Feng come out to see me? Yi Yang's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Stealing the marriage twice in a row. Really thinking that he didn't have a temper. He would definitely reason with the other party and even severely criticize them. Let the other party be groundless and deeply realize his mistake. I'm here. You're looking for me? Yi Feng came down from upstairs. Luo Bing followed him closely like a little daughter-in-law. Yi Yang's eyes were on fire. What was the difference between this and cuckolding him? No, not at all. He hadn't seen it last time and was still blind to it, but this time he saw it with his own eyes. It's really you. Why are you doing this? Yi Yang's anger value immediately soared wildly. He was the first son of the Yi family. When the other party had money, they should give it to him with both hands, or at least share half of it with him. How could he steal his wife? Is he still a human being? I don't think you're suitable. You're a sinful relationship. It's better to break it off before it's too late. Yi Yang, what does it have to do with you if we're not suitable? Do you think you're the Moon King? Do you think being rich is everything? Right. Yi Feng nodded. At least for now. He hadn't found anything that money couldn't handle. If there was, it was not enough money. It's not right for you to be like this. We have to be reasonable as human beings. Seeing Yi Feng's oil and salt, Yi Yang started to reason. Man is born from man's mother. Demon is born from demon's mother. We have to have a kind heart whether we are a man or a demon. Ah ta! Bang! Ah! Yi Yang screamed miserably and flew out backwards. It's noisy. Go home and howl. Luo's father slowly retracted his foot. The crowd stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect Father Luo to be so powerful yet. Oh, you're all bad guys. I won't play with you anymore. Yi Yang was sad and drew circles on the ground with her hands. When he was wreathing, he happened to see Yi Feng's Rolls Royce. The anger value immediately soared wildly, casually picking up a brick. He was going to smash the car. Headlights 80,000, hood 100,000, car logo 200,000, center net 130,000, front bar 330,000. Smash it, see which one to smash. All smashed is fine, Yi Feng friendly prompted. Yi Yang's small hand froze in midair. It seems like he can't afford to smash one, and with Yi Feng's personality, he would definitely make him pay for it. I'm afraid that this brick will affect your driving later. I'm just helping you take it away. Yi Yang snapped and put down the brick. The family was already not rich. If this brick went down, it would definitely add to the problem. He still has to keep the money to marry his wife. Speaking of marrying a wife, how could he avoid the plague that was Yi Feng? Really? Thank you then, let's go. Yi Feng kissed Luo Bing. Luo Bing's small face was red, and she didn't resist. Since she had chosen, there was nothing to regret. Yi Yang's eyes were on fire. That was his wife. His already licensed wife. Ah! Yi Yang let out a long whistle to the sky. His eyes were red, and he could no longer endure this strange shame. With all his strength, he pounced to the ground and vigorously drew circles to curse Yi Feng. Today he will at least draw 10,000 circles to curse Yi Feng. What he said, whoever comes is not good. Looking at the departure of Yi Feng, the village people who came to receive the marriage looked at each other. This time another trip for nothing? Next time this will cost more money. But this big show was pretty good. This is the 100,000 dowry given by your family. Take it back. Luo's father also took out the 100,000 dowry given by Yi Yang. He was going to be slightly better than Han's father. Yi Yang was slightly comforted by this. Fortunately, the dowry was taken back and it was better than last time. I'll count it. Yi Yang was a bit uneasy. Later, he would draw a circle to curse Yi Feng. He couldn't afford any more losses now. The packaging we didn't even open. Luo's father was a bit speechless. Ha! 2A. Yi Yang spat on his hand and started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yi Yang, however, didn't care. It was better to count clearly in person. 98, 99, 100. This is 10,000. This pile is just right. 1, 2, 3, 4. After counting a pile, Yi Yang started counting the second pile. 96, 97. This time, he counted up to 97 and it was gone. We didn't take it. The package wasn't even opened. Luo's father was anxious. They didn't count it when they took it in the first place. Maybe there are more others. Yi Yang thought for a moment and continued counting. As a result, except for the first pile, the others were more or less missing. A total of 2018 nearly 3,000 pieces were missing from the 100,000 pieces. Uncle, it's 2018 less Fortunately I counted it. Yi Yang said sorrowfully. Then we don't care. We didn't even dismantle it. It must be that you guys took it over with 2018 missing. Luo's father naturally denied it. Although he was rich now, he wasn't stupid. He really didn't expect this family to actually put their hands in the bride price. This family really has a heart and the first pile is enough. It is estimated that they are afraid of counting themselves. Luckily the wedding was cancelled. Impossible. The money is the nest grandfather personally take. 2,800 return me, or I will beat wash you. Yi Yang fumed fiercely. Bang! Yi Yang screamed miserably and flew out backwards again. I gave you face Father Luo clapped his hands. Yi Yang, everyone is a Svengali. Can't we reason properly? He is the person who loves to reason the most. Zhao Peng, I heard you became the factory director. Awesome. Tianjing gave a thumbs up. She had come to the village to visit her relatives and heard that Zhao Peng had gotten rich, so she came over to take a look. I actually still have a lot to learn. Zhao Peng was red-faced and stuttered a bit in his speech. This was his former crush. The two were middle school classmates, and Tianjing was the class flower. A large portion of the boys in the class had a crush on her, but since junior high school they hadn't seen each other. I didn't expect to see her again today. The other party is now even more beautiful. Zhao Peng, which factory director are you? Pinxi'xi International. Have you heard of it? It's what I was named after. Zhao Peng had a smug look on his face. You're from Pinxi'xi International? Tianjing's eyes lit up. The hottest seasoning on the market right now was Pinxi'xi International. It was snatched up as soon as it hit the shelves in the supermarket. It was hard for her family to grab a bottle, and she usually didn't even bother to use it. Aha! Zhao Peng raised his duck neck with a proud face. So awesome. Tianjing's eyes were filled with little stars. The goddess's adoring eyes made Zhao Peng's vanity greatly satisfied and somewhat fluttered. Then in the future, we'll buy seasonings directly from you. Wrap it up on me. Zhao Peng patted his chest and assured. As a factory, it was still no problem to get a few boxes of seasonings. Great. Let me add your WeChat. How else can I contact you? Tianjing took the initiative to take out her cell phone. Great. Zhao Peng was naturally very happy, and his ass took out his cell phone to add the other party. Chapter 38. Then you go report him. Well, contact often in the future. Oh. After adding, Tianjing playfully shook her cell phone. Good. Ha! Zhao Peng was instantly mesmerized. Tianjing was smug for a while. She had been able to pin down the entire class of boys before, and now it was the same. You must have a high salary for being the factory manager, right? Tianjing asked, pretending not to think about it. For salary, 50,000 a month, and commission plus bonus. Exactly how much? Depends on the factory's production efficiency. Zhao Peng pretended to smile. In the past, he used to earn 50,000 a year was considered too much. Now it's 50,000 a month. So, life choice is far greater than effort. Follow the right big brother and win directly lying down. 50,000 a month. Then isn't the salary of the two of us combined 53,000? And there's a bonus. Rounded up. It's $1 million a year. Tianjing's eyes lit up, breaking her fingers and counting. Zhao Peng, you can't just directly say that you're paid 3,000. Right, Zhao Peng. Where's your car? I heard that you drove a Rolls-Royce back. Let's drive out and play. Tianjing took the initiative. The car was driven away by my driver. Zhao Peng scratched his head in embarrassment. Feng hadn't returned yet from his trip to snatch the bride. What kind of driver is this? Actually drove away the master's car. Now the master wants to use it but he's actually not there. It's too much of a shame. Call him to come back. Tianjing frowned. Somewhat unhappy said. Zhao Peng, if I make this call and delay brother Feng, he will designate to beat me to death. It's better not to. The driver might have something to do. Zhao Peng scratched his dog's head. He wouldn't dare to make this call. Don't look at brother Feng treating him well. The beatings are also real beatings. Zhao Peng, you're just too nice to talk to. That's why even the driver doesn't put you as the factory manager in his eyes. I'm telling you, this time we must make an example out of him. Dock his salary and establish authority. Tianjing said with eloquent eyes. Zhao Peng, what virtue can I have in docking his wages? It's good that he doesn't dock my wages. You're the factory manager now. You must take out the aura of a factory manager. If you can't even control a tiny driver, how can you manage the whole factory? I'm telling you, the more you back down, the easier it is for them to get an inch. You can't be too nice to them. Zhao Peng, the factory manager aura and what not to say first. You, the factory manager's wife aura is definitely enough. He suddenly understood something. The other party didn't like him as a person, but looked at his position as the factory manager. DD. At this time Feng drove back. Hey, brother Feng. Zhao Peng immediately farted forward to help open the door. Tianjing was even more dissatisfied. What kind of factory manager opens the door for the driver? Rewind the Big Dipper. I'm done with my business. Your house won't be staying. I might go back tomorrow. If you're together, just get ready. Or you can rest for a few days and go back on your own. After pretending for so long, it's almost time. I'll just go back by myself. I won't bother you guys. He. Zhao Peng was very sensible. Brother Feng deserved to be brother Feng. He managed to grab another one, and each one of them was one of those superb beauties. All of them were much better looking than Tianjing. It was a pity that he hadn't reached brother Feng's level yet. He still had to continue to learn more from brother Feng, and sooner or later, he would snatch them too. Tianjing on the side was even more dissatisfied. A driver. How did he manage to order his master in a condescending manner and let him go back on his own as he drove the car away? Those who didn't know, thought Zhao Peng was the driver. When Luo Bing got out of the car she was even more upset. Regardless of the face value, figure, and temperament, The other party was able to crush herself. It was as if she was more like the Rolls-Royce mistress. The two stood together, setting her and Zhao Peng off like a chauffeur and a maid. They were the young masters and young ladies. This made her very unhappy. Wasn't it just a chauffeur? What are you dragging for? Turn around and I'll deduct your money. Zhao Peng, since the driver is back, let's drive and have fun. Tianjing deliberately said the word driver very heavily. Driver? Luo Bing looked at Yi Feng with some doubt. This guy was a driver? Are all drivers so rustic now? Then how awesome must his boss be? He, you don't know. Right, he's just a chauffeur, driving for my family. Zhao Peng, Tianjing sneered. This woman must have thought she had met a tycoon, but it turned out to be a driver. It must have been very disappointing. Break up. Luo Bing looked at the two. How do you look at Yi Feng? He doesn't look like a driver. Instead, Zhao Peng looked like a driver. Zhao Peng was a bit anxious, but he didn't dare to say Yi Feng's real identity. Otherwise he was afraid that Yi Feng would beat him to death. She is? Yi Feng looked at Zhao Peng. Could it be that the two were having an affair? I haven't heard of it before. A middle school classmate of mine. Zhao Peng snapped. This kind of classmate. It's better to have less contact in the future. Yi Feng shook his head. You? Tianjing was infuriated. What kind of thing is he? How dare he point his finger at his master? Go to the county and buy you a sweet. Luo Bing worked as a teacher in the county high school and still lived in the school dormitory. Yi Feng planned to buy her a sweet near his high school. Good. Luo Bing smiled sweetly. The two drove off again. They just left like that? Tianjing was dumbfounded. Didn't they hear that they wanted to use the car? The master wanted to use the car. And he, a driver, drove it away? Who the hell is the driver? Is there any law? Actually, the car is the factory's, not mine. I can't afford it at all with my salary. I can only use it when I have office work. Zhao Peng politely reminded. Yi Feng wanted to pretend to be a driver, and he had no way to explain it. So he's a chauffeur who can just drive around to pick up girls? And he said he wants to buy a house. Can he afford it? Tianjing got even angrier. Then go to the factory and report him. Zhao Peng suddenly lost his patience. Feng was right. This kind of classmate should be contacted less. The white moonlight on Tianjing seemed to start dissipating. The current Tianjing was no longer the Tianjing in his deep impression. I didn't mean that. Tianjing also sensed that Zhao Peng was angry. Moreover, Zhao Peng had the look in his eyes just now that revealed a murderous aura in his shrewdness. That was the aura of a higher power. His usual naivety was all pretense. I'm sorry. Tianjing hurriedly apologized. She guessed that Zhao Peng must have a reason for doing this. Maybe that driver was from another faction in the factory and intentionally let the driver embarrass Zhao Peng and force him to make mistakes. And Zhao Peng had just become the factory director and his position wasn't stable yet, so that's why he held back. And he himself was too high profile just now. That's why Zhao Peng got angry. Tianjing immediately brainstormed a workplace office battle. It's fine. That driver's identity is a bit special. Zhao Peng reminded implicitly. After all, it was his former white moonlight. And although it dissipated a little just now, it didn't dissipate all the way. Not to mention that no one is perfect. It's normal for girls to be a bit vain. He intended to give the other party another chance. His mindset has been completely adjusted now. Although the other party was his white moonlight, he wasn't a dog licker. I know. Tianjing nodded. Let's take a taxi then. Good. Chapter 39, wrong. It's less. Do you prefer a villa or a large flat? In the car, Yi Feng asked. Big flat. Luo Bing thought for a while and said, villa is hard to take care of. Just getting hygiene is troublesome. She taught high school and was busy with her work during the week, so she didn't want to spend her precious weekend time cleaning. Okay, what about a car? For a car, a BYD would be good. Bid? Yi Feng was a bit surprised. Very few girls liked BYD, right? Even if they like trams and support domestic production, it is also more to buy millet. Or is she hinting to herself her BYD first two initials now? Ahem. He didn't say anything. It's not BYD. It's Yachty. Emma is fine. Luo Bing spat out her tongue. Yi Feng. For others to hear this and think I can't afford a car, go sell Bugatti. Buy 7. Drive one every day for a week. Every day is not the same. All the way nonsense. Yi Feng drove Luo Bing to the county. In her teaching high school for her to buy a set of large flat, turnkey kind. After that, I ordered a millet car online, but I have to wait for a while to have a car. As for what Yachty, go buy it yourself. He is so rich. To buy Yachty like words? The whole group of Yachty to buy down is more or less. After the messy formalities, Yi Feng drove Luo Bing to move again. Now the house naturally will not live in the dormitory. Soon the car came to the 4th high school where Luo Bing was teaching. After registering at the door, the two went in. Because it was the national day, the students were on vacation and the entire school was empty. There were only a few teachers on duty, as well as the security guard at the entrance. The car drove directly to the door of the female teacher's dormitory. After that, Luo Bing went up to pack her luggage. Yi Feng was waiting below. Ka-ching! When Luo Bing opened the dormitory door, the three female teachers inside who were chatting were a little embarrassed. Just now the three were cricketing Luo Bing behind her back. There was no telling how much she had heard. Luo Bing's dormitory at the school was a quadruple room. Why are you back? Mr. Luo, aren't you getting married? Is it over so soon? Was there an accident? The three guessed. Luo Bing didn't say anything, but instead glanced at the clutter piled on his rummaged bed and the bed. Ahem, we thought you were moving out after you got married, so we put our stuff on your bed for now. The main dorm is so small, there's really no place to put things. You won't mind. The three of them had some unnatural faces, but they didn't have the slightest intention of taking them away. They had always been at odds with Luo Bing. Otherwise, if they were all in the same dormitory and were still co-workers, Luo Bing wouldn't have gotten married without inviting them. Luo Bing teaching quality is good. She teaches English off in the first school. Because of her beauty, she is also the goddess of all male teachers and boys in the school. She is also the goddess of all the male teachers and boys in the school, overshadowing all the female teachers. This time, she heard that she was going to marry a doctor. They had long been jealous. I'm not tying the knot. Luo Bing shook her head and began to pack up her things. When Luo Bing said this, a few people immediately became interested. Not tying the knot? Is the other party too much for the bride price? If you ask me, Ms. Luo, although you're quite pretty and your figure is okay, but $500,000 for the bride price is indeed a bit too much, and it's understandable for the person to back out. I want to get married, as long as the person's character is good. I don't want a penny for the bride price. Several people gloated. In fact, they were just jealous that Luo Bing had found a doctor boyfriend, who was still willing to give such a high bride price. Wrong, it's not more, it's less. Luo Bing smiled faintly. She was too lazy to bother with these three people. Less? What do you mean? It's already $500,000, and you still want to add a dowry. No wonder people are backtracking. I won't be on your side this time either. A few people were even happier. When school starts they'll spread the word about Luo Bing all over the school. Let everyone know that the cool goddess in their eyes was actually a gold-digging woman. It's not that they're backtracking, it's me who's backtracking. My boyfriend came back. He directly gave my family $2 million to cancel the wedding, and also bought me a big flat. I now pack things is to move over. Bye-bye Lu. You slowly live this stinky dormitory it. I go to live in the big flat. Luo Bing simply packed up his things and went out. $2 million, but also a large flat. I do not believe it. Bragging about it. Definitely being withdrawn from marriage. Giving himself an excuse. Moving out is also for fear of being ridiculed. In fact, the prettier the woman, the more money-worshipping she is. It's our kind that are better suited for life. A female teacher who looked on the ugly side said sourly, you go aside. Who's with you us? You remove that word we. The other two were disgruntled. Speaking as if we are as ugly as you. Hey guys, look. The one that came to pick her up is a Rolls Royce. A female teacher saw from the dormitory window that Luo Bing, who was going downstairs, put her luggage into the trunk of the Rolls Royce. The other two also looked over. After looking at it, they were not calm. It's actually a Rolls Royce. Could it be true what she said? The three looked at each other. And her boyfriend is also handsome. No wonder she's backtracking and wants me to backtrack too. Rolls Royce and this man, just one and I'll back out. How come all the good things are taken up by her alone? The three were even more jealous. Phew. After releasing her luggage, Luo Bing was relieved and felt that the air around her was a lot fresher. What's wrong? You don't know. It's too hard to live in this dormitory. A dormitory of 4 people. 6 groups, probably more than that. Some of their groups didn't take me. Yi Feng. Every day all kinds of ganging up and fighting. Anyway, I'm fed up. Yi Feng. What the internet says is true. Let's walk around. Let me also reminisce about the high school life I once had. Yi Feng proposed. Good. Luo Bing nodded. These buildings are all teaching buildings. I'm currently taking senior class 1 and class 2, and I'm still the homeroom teacher of class 1. The class is on the 5th floor. I'll take you to our class to have a look. Luo Bing said with excitement. Good. Yi Feng nodded. Let's go. The stairs are this way. You lead the way in front. Yi Feng's eyes rolled. Luo Bing. Men really are all old colorful people. Does she still not know what Yi Feng has in mind? Luo Bing flavorfully blankly glanced at Yi Feng, then pouted her arse and twisted her small savage waist to walk in front. Hiss. Yi Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. You take this test cadres. Which cadres can withstand this test? This staircase climbing is called a stimulation. Bang. When he reached the 5th floor, Luo Bing suddenly stopped. Yi Feng didn't pay attention and crashed head-on, and was bounced back by the powerful elasticity. Hee. Luo Bing covered her mouth and snickered. Chapter 40 Heirloom Treasure. Luo Bing squatted down with a red face. Occasionally, one or two other people passed by in the square downstairs. Really exciting. Yi Yang and his luxury fleet returned to the village again. The villagers have long been grinning and waiting to see the joke. And Yi Yang went to pick up the bride of the village. People have long been the news back. Yi Yang's second wife was robbed of the village. No. Poor baby. His wife was robbed again. The greatest sorrow in life is to have one's wife robbed. The greater sorrow is to be robbed twice in a row. Looking forward to the third time. Gah! They're really bad silver. All kinds of gongs and horns have stopped. A large portion of the relatives and friends who came to the wedding have left, except for those who stayed to watch the show. I heard that this time the bride was robbed by his brother again. They did that to the little one. The little one must have a grudge and will definitely retaliate. I think it'll be hard for Yi Yang to get married in the future. Now there's a good show to watch. Facing the crowd's finger pointing, Yi Yang was full of humiliation. These sons of ES. I'll go back and draw circles to curse them. One person draws 10,000. In his hand, he was still clutching the $97,800 of the bride price. The wedding's cancelled. What are you still doing here? Disperse, all disperse. Yi Dashan blew away the remaining guests. Then with a face full of heartache, he pulled his grandson back home. What a good, excellent grandson. This was his pride. He had personally cultivated him, and now he was being forced into what kind of situation? Grandpa. The moment he saw Yi Dashan, his tears could no longer be held back and flowed indisputably from the corners of his mouth. Yang, I know everything. Yi Dashan's body was shaking with anger when he found out. That was the granddaughter-in-law that he had chosen for his Yi family's first eldest grandson, but it turned out to be snatched by that little son of a Yi Feng. Robbing one is not enough. Actually robbed two. Simply worse than a beast. Yang, don't worry. You've already got a marriage license. She can't run away. Yi Yang. It was even harder. When he thought of Yi Feng kissing and touching Luo Bing before, he was a little excited. Cough. No, he meant it was hard. Grandpa, this is the bride price. I fought to the death to get it back. Originally they didn't intend to return it, but they underpaid by 2018. Yi Yang somewhat reluctantly handed the money to the old man. How nice to give him this money. Good boy. I've wronged you. Yi Dashan was a little embarrassed. The lesser 2018 was naturally drawn out by him. I didn't expect this retard to actually count it out. You said that you take it back, not just count the ass. Now everyone knows. Yang, don't worry. This won't just go away. Yi Dashan quickly adjusted. After these two incidents, Yi Yang completely became a laughingstock, and it was still a problem if he wanted to be able to get married in the future. Go and call your father over. You've been back for so long and he hasn't even shown up yet. It's so disgraceful. Yi Dashan was angry. The consequences were serious. Good. Yi Yang was happy in his heart. The old guy looked really angry this time. There was no telling how he would deal with Yi Feng. Not a moment later, Yi Jian came over with his head hanging down. He knew why Yi Dashan was so angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. Now all 10 miles and 8 villages were looking at their family as a joke. I called you here to discuss how to deal with that scourge Yi Feng. The day he's around, none of us in this family can think well. If he were in front of me right now, I would hate to knock him to death with a crutch. Yi Dashan's crutch struck the ground with a thud. Speak up. Are you deaf? Looking at his son who didn't speak, Yi Dashan became even more angry. Dad, he's just rich. He can bribe the woman to regret the marriage. Why don't you take a family heirloom out and sell it? Won't we be rich? Let's compare with him. The extra money can also buy a house and a car. How good. No one in the village will dare to laugh at our family. Yi Jian proposed. Their family's ancestral landlords only started to decline in Yi Dashan's generation. However, Yi Dashan said that his ancestors had left a handful of heirlooms, all of which were valuable antiques. In fact, he was a little skeptical. After all, when the family was so difficult, the old guy refused to take it out. But the old man swore. He also saw from various clues, the family seems to really have a few heirlooms, so he did not dare to bet. Yi Dashan was shocked in his heart, and Yi Yang looked at each other and immediately shook his head. No, that's my Yi family's heirloom. Unless there's no food to eat and you can't survive, you have to pass it down from generation to generation. How can you sell it because of this little thing? You are simply a loser. How can I feel confident to pass things on to you in the future if you are like this? Yi Dashan exasperatedly said. Yes, Dad. How can a family heirloom be sold so easily? Yi Yang also spoke up. In fact, there was no such thing as a family heirloom. It was a trick he had given to Yi Dashan. When Yi Dashan wanted to fully cultivate him, his parents were actually against it. After all, by their generation, the concept of firstborn son and whatnot was already very thin. On the surface, Yi Yang advised both sides, saying that the two brothers should be treated fairly and equitably, but secretly let Yi Dashan claim to have a family heirloom. If the parents don't listen, Yi Dashan will give the family heirloom to his daughter, the father's sister. It was to facilitate the control of the parents. The parents had to compromise. He did get what he wanted. And since then the family has been training him with all their might. And Yi Feng has been reduced to a marginalized tool. Didn't finish high school and went to work. I just didn't expect Yi Feng to be developed now. If I sell the family heirloom just for me to get married, I'd rather not get married. Yi Yang said with a firm face. There was nothing to sell even if you wanted to. If there was, it would have been sold long ago. Look at you. Loser. It's still Yang Yang who understands. Yi Dashan glared at his son once again. Then I have no choice. Yi Jian spread his hands. His wife's health was not good. He couldn't even go out to work. What could he do? However, he only slightly mentioned about the family heirloom and these two were so excited. He was even more skeptical. Plus now Yi Feng had money. To be honest, he was starting to have some regrets. I heard that the youngest son gave $2 million this time to make the woman regret the marriage. And the last one gave $1.5 million. It added up to $3.5 million. This is still for the woman. He himself must be more. He also drove a Rolls Royce. And the 2 times he drove it back were different. Even if the old man had a family heirloom, it wouldn't necessarily fetch this much money. Not to mention that it's still an unknown if there is one or not. You're really useless. You can't even control your own son. That can't be helped. You didn't let him go to school in the first place. He was the one who supported himself during the most difficult years. And you want to take back his house. Can he not be angry? So I'm still wrong? Heirloom you still want not want. If you do not want I will pass it to your sister. Yi Dashan's bull's eyes glared. Chapter 41, he's a liar. Dad, that's not what I meant. Jian Yi shook his head. He still had some thoughts about the family heirloom. What if it was real? It had been wimpy for so many years. There was no need to flip out now. Humph. Yi Dashan snorted coldly and didn't say anything else, saying too much for fear of revealing the truth. Jing Jing, see you tomorrow. After playing all afternoon, Zhao Peng and Tianjing also came back. Naturally, he wasn't as bullish as Yi Feng, and was able to that on the first day, but he was still in a good mood, and the two of them had a pretty good time today. Anyway, Feng said he could rest at home for 2 days before going back. Tomorrow, will we take the bus again tomorrow to have fun? Tianjing sneered. Originally, she had thought that she was evening the big money and the factory manager, but after an afternoon of contact today, she realized that she was wrong. This guy was a poorer than. In the county, he took her to buy clothes and said that he would buy 2 sets of good ones. Just when she was expecting that the other party was going to take her to the latest luxury mall to buy Chanel, LV, Dior, the other party took her to Meters Banhui. The latter evening said to take her to a big meal. Just when she was expecting the other party to take her to a 5-star hotel to eat seafood dinner, the other party took her to Sha Xian Snacks, ordered a chicken leg rice for her, and specially asked her for an extra chicken leg and a halogen egg. While eating, he also looked like a domineering president. She was drunk at that time, but no matter how much the other party pretended, he couldn't hide his air of poverty. She had had enough. She could kind of see it. This guy was just a poor guy. Moreover, she heard that he was a security guard before, and suddenly became the factory manager. How could she see that it didn't make sense? So she guessed that this guy might have been looked down upon by his family and the village, so he wanted to come back and pretend. The Rolls Royce must have been rented, and only for half a day. Otherwise the driver wouldn't have been so mad that he didn't get angry when he drove the car away himself. It all made sense now. What do you mean? Zhao Peng frowned. He had just changed his opinion of Tianjing somewhat. Why did she change back? What do you mean? Pretend. You pretend again. Tianjing's face went cold. It's this time, still pretending with her, wasting time and feelings, coaxing the other party like a licking dog for so long. She had just thought that the other party was testing her, so she had accompanied him for the afternoon. As a result, now it's time to go. Still no benefit at all. See you tomorrow. See you my ass. Going to eat Sha Xian Snacks again? Or cassoulet rice? You're not even a factory manager, right? You're a liar. Your car is rented. Your whole body is no more than $200. Your cell phone is no more than 1,000. You tell me, what kind of factory manager are you? Tianjing deliberately said loudly. Zhao Peng. Now, the white moonlight in his heart was completely shattered. The woman in front of him was a mercenary gold-digging woman. Many villagers also came over to watch the fun after hearing this. In fact, they also have some doubts about whether Zhao Peng is the factory manager. Seeing the two arguing, they came over to watch the fun. Everyone come over to see. This guy is a liar. He's not a factory manager at all. Invite me to dinner and eat Sha Xian Snacks. The body is all spelled Zui Bai. Go out to play on public transportation, which has such a factory manager. His car is also rented. Can't everyone see the driver is even more tugging than him? The reason I went out with him today is to break him down and let everyone know his true colors. Seeing that there were more and more people, Tianjing became even more energized and spoke even louder. Hearing Tianjing say this, There was also a lot of discussion. Actually, I could tell he was faking it a long time ago. How can someone go straight from security guard to factory manager? Zhao Peng was so naughty growing up. He went to mix with the society right after graduating from junior high school. How could he be the factory manager? If he could be the factory director, even a pig would be able to climb a tree. The villagers were full of mockery. They went back and felt that there was something wrong here. Now that Tianjing said so, it was certain. Ha! Zhao Peng laughed. What did these people think? Did he care? If these people looked favorably on him, could he get a penny more in salary? These people do not look favorably on him. His salary can be a penny less? Who cares? I can't believe I know English. Feeling great about myself. No, my brother is the factory manager. The driver. At this time the younger sister Zhao Lin walked out. Seeing that her brother was misunderstood, she was a bit anxious and wanted to tell the truth about what happened. Zhao Peng was afraid that his family had offended Yi Feng, and had already taken the time to tell them about Yi Feng's identity, but told them not to say anything. Lin, don't say anything. Zhao Peng stopped his sister. He didn't care what others thought of him, but Feng's identity couldn't be exposed. Is it don't say it, or can't say it have the ability to call out that driver to confront him. What? Can't call it out. Tianjing continued to sneer. I don't need to prove anything to you guys. You love to believe it or not. Zhao Peng spread his hands and said indifferently. When Zhao father and Zhao mother saw their son like this, they were originally a bit worried, but when they saw him being so open, they were very relieved. The son had grown up. They naturally believed in their son. Everyone saw it. He's a liar. He has no way to prove that he's the factory manager. Tianjing was still chattering away. Thinking about everything she did today made her sick. Factory Director Zhao. Factory Director Zhao. At this time another group of people walked over. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Seeing the crowd gathered here, he greeted them very friendly. Factory Director Zhao. Finally meeting you. Several people were very happy. They had come in the afternoon. Only Zhao Peng wasn't there at that meeting. You guys are? Zhao Peng was a bit puzzled. He didn't know them, right? It's like this. Factory manager, I'm Zhang Shuai. We're all in catering. Isn't your cafeteria looking for investment? Can we go and try? Yes. My family's beef noodles are a masterpiece. Your factory workers will surely like it. My family makes buns. Can we sell breakfast? The crowd said one after another. That Pinxi'xi International one was a big factory, and there were a few thousand people in it right now. If they could go in and open a stall in the cafeteria, they would definitely make a lot of money. So that's how it is. Go to the factory tomorrow and talk to the administration. Zhao Peng nodded. Although there was already a cafeteria in the factory, since it was free, the food would definitely not be too good. There was a suggestion from the leadership that they could go outside to attract business and find some other businessmen to open stalls in the cafeteria. Want to save money can eat free cafeteria. Want to eat well can buy other merchants. This factory cafeteria expenditure is also less, but also can earn some money. The workers also have more choices. 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Peng thinks it makes sense, and now it has begun to attract business online. These people should have seen merchants, and happened to know that he came back, so they looked for the door. It had to be said that these people were really well informed. Thank you, Factory Director Zhao. Thank you. Then we'll go to the factory tomorrow. Chapter 42. I am indeed a poorer man then. The crowd was very happy. Although Zhao Peng didn't agree right away, it was good enough to go to the factory. They had also signed up and applied online before, but they were stone cold and didn't receive a notice. After all, there were too many enrollments. Now that they had gotten the factory director's agreement to go to the factory, as long as all the standards were met, it was basically a success. Plant Director Zhao invites you for a drink tomorrow. Plant Director Zhao is still really young and promising. I won't bother you guys. We'll leave first. We'll treat Factory Director Zhao to dinner tomorrow. The few people were very grateful. Saying that, they also planned to go back. Did you guys make a mistake? Tianjing was not calm. The surrounding villagers were also confused. Didn't they say that Zhao Peng wasn't the factory manager? Could these people be the trustees Zhao Peng hired? But that's not right. Some of them recognized the leader as Guo Bei, who owned a small restaurant in the next town. I heard that business is not so good lately and he is trying to find a way out. How idle does he have to be to come as a trustee? He's not a factory manager at all. He's just a poor guy. You've all been tricked by him. Tianjing yelled. Boss Guo, you guys must be careful. He's just a security guard. You guys must have been tricked. He's from our village. If he's some kind of factory manager, don't we know it? That little girl was cheated by him. The villagers also said one after another. They actually didn't want to see Zhao Peng get rich. A poorer than Zhao Peng was the good Zhao Peng. Ha! Guo Bei and the others laughed. Did they still not know if it was true or not? I can tell you guys very responsibly that there is absolutely no problem with Zhao Peng's identity as a factory manager. If you guys don't believe me, you can go to Heaven's Eye to check. What era is this? Guo Bei and the others looked at the crowd with eyes full of disdain. Even if they were uneducated, they were still yelling around. He sort of understood. These people didn't believe that Zhao Peng was the factory manager and were still collectively criticizing him. They didn't check beforehand. How brain dead is this? It's not easy for the village to have a promising person, but they don't know how to flatter, and they still sneer at him. Zhao Peng's factory is not an ordinary factory, but the hottest factory in the country, Pinxi'xi International. Pinxi'xi International, the future can definitely compare to the existence of Haitian. Heaven's Eye check? Tianjing suddenly had a bad feeling. Immediately taking out her cell phone, she first checked what Tianyeka was. Then she opened the website and found Pinxi'xi International. Then her eyes widened. It actually did check Zhao Peng. The age, identity, and information on it all matched up as well. And she also saw another name in the company's chairman column, Yi Feng. He was the major shareholder of Pinxi'xi International, personally accounting for 95% of the shares. Zhao Peng accounted for 5% of the shares. Tianjing's hands were trembling. Zhao Peng is not only the factory director, but also a shareholder of Pinxi'xi International. And that driver of his was actually the boss behind Pinxi'xi International, the major shareholder. Now all of Zhao Peng's behavior was explained. Think about what you did today. Tianjing want to cry. Big brother, don't bring you guys to play like this. Zhao Peng, Tianjing stepped forward and extended her hand to see if she could retain it. Dad, Mom, Lin, let's go inside. Zhao Peng ignored the other party and went back inside with his family. Tianjing's hand froze in midair, somewhat embarrassed. The villagers also looked at each other in disbelief. Some of them had also seen Zhao Peng's information from the Sky Eye check. People are really the factory manager, or shareholders. The crowd then looked at Tianjing angrily. It was this woman who said that Zhao Peng wasn't the factory manager and said so. So they believed it. Now it's good. Zhao Peng did get rich, but it has nothing to do with them. The joke didn't work out, and they became the joke themselves. It was all this woman. By the way, just before Zhao Peng entered the house, he suddenly turned around. Tianjing was delighted. Was there still hope? It was also right. As the class flower herself, she was Zhao Peng's white moonlight. Even if there was a small flaw, it could be forgiven. Besides, what woman in modern society didn't worship gold? This wouldn't be a problem for her. You're right. I am indeed a poorer than 2 months ago. I was still a security guard. Pa! Zhao Peng closed the door after saying that. Tianjing. It was only then that she realized why Zhao Peng smelled like a poor man as the factory manager. It was because he had only been in the job for less than 2 months. Although he was rich, his temperament hadn't kept up. She kept comparing him to other successful people, but forgot that he has not been successful for a long time. Character traits. Spending habits cannot be transformed at once. Careless, but it's too late to say anything now. Zhao Peng would never forgive her. Tianjing picked up the phone. Want to send a message to Zhao Peng to apologize, even if they can not be together. Do a common friend, classmate or Tianjing vocally wrote a small essay. Said she was not easy. Accused her family of origin. She also said that she knew she was wrong, and invited him to dinner tomorrow, which she personally cooked. Just as she was full of joy and clicked send, it showed an exclamation mark in a red circle. Obviously, the other party had pulled her black. Tianjing looked at her cell phone in a daze. She was now very regretful that such a high-quality boy had actually missed out like this. Bang! A villager went back to pass her and kicked her in the face. Looking for me for what? Yi Feng had been in the county hooking up with Luo Bing when he received a call from Zhao Peng saying that his family had come to the door. He then drove back. Yi Feng, we were sorry in the past. We were wrong, but that was all your grandfather. Yi Jian's face was very complicated. You came to me just to tell me this? Yi Feng said expressionlessly. What Yi Jian thought he could see at a glance. It's not that he sees himself developed now. He regrets it, and wants to let himself forgive him and then enjoy the blessings. Is it possible? At first he let himself drop out of school to work. He begged him, said the house sold, at least let him finish high school. He can think of his own way to college, but the other side did not do anything. It's too late for regrets. Go find your firstborn son. 8 years. Do you know what I've been doing for 8 years? Bouncing around every day. Ah shucks. In fact, I was against it at first, but your mom's health is not good, and your grandfather insisted, so I really had no choice. Yi Jian put all the blame on Yi Dashan, so deserve my bad luck. In order for me to work hard to earn money to support my family, the house refused to sell, just to hang me. Yi Yang graduated to give him the house. I don't have money for school. You guys have money when he graduates and comes out to get married? Yi Feng even wanted to laugh a little. That's your grandfather's money. Yi Jian snapped. Do you think I'm stupid? Yi Dashan had been indulging in the fantasy of his big family all his life, and just liked to pretend that he didn't want to go to work. So where did he get that much money? I don't mean that. Yi Jian was a little embarrassed. Right in the middle of the two people's conversation, Yi Yang rode a motorized three-wheeler and brought Yi Dashan and the sickly Zhang Ying, also known as his mother. Here, chapter 43, you stop. It's all out there. Dad, why are you here? Yi Yang was a bit surprised. They had searched for half a day at home without finding Yi Jian, and the phone couldn't be reached, but they didn't expect him to be here. Yi Dashan narrowed his eyes at Yi Jian. Ahem, I came over to persuade your brother. Yi Jian's eyes were a little evasive. The old man should have seen a little bit, but he was dead set on not admitting it. Humph. Yi Dashan snorted coldly. But now is not the time to talk about this. This was an internal conflict. Go back and talk about it. As long as the family heirloom matter was not exposed, it was still easy to pin down this son. Let's settle Yi Feng's matter first. Ahem. Yi Dashan gave Zhang Ying a look. If other people spoke, Yi Feng probably wouldn't listen. Zhang Ying was the last card. Son, you stop. It's all over the outside. Ah shucks. He's your brother. We're a family. Ah, how can you brothers fight each other hand to hand? Cough. Zhang Ying painfully said. Now it's a family? Not when you made me drop out of school to work? Not when he got married without informing me? Not when you guys took the house back? For this so-called mother, Yi Feng didn't have much good feelings either. In the past, when the family squeezed him, they pretended not to see it and played dead inside the room. Now it was for Yi Yang to come out without regard for her body. She never said a word for herself. In the past, when he worked so hard, she rarely cared. Every New Year's holiday only to her eldest son, afraid that he is too hard at school. She also let herself give more living expenses, so that Yi Yang eat better. As for her own death, she never cared. Wasn't it us who apologized to you in the past? But you've also robbed your brother's wife twice. So stop it. Your brother didn't do anything to wrong you from start to finish. He has always cared about you. He is an honest man. You can't do this to him. Zhang Ying continued to speak bitterly. Yi Yang also looked at Yi Feng with a sincere face. You also think I'm stupid, don't you? Does he really think that I don't know about the he did in secret? Yi Feng laughed. Yi Yang honest? This was no different from a sow that can fly. No one knew better than Yi Yang. There were people who believed in that poor acting. Of course, it was possible that they knew, but enjoyed Yi Yang's ass-kissing and didn't care about their own lives. What did he do? Tell me clearly. Yang is such a kind child. Has been speaking to you. You actually did this to him. Are you still a person? Yi Dashan couldn't help but jump out. Do you really want me to say? Heirloom. Yi Feng sneered. This was what the housekeeper had found out. He also didn't know how the housekeeper found out about this when he was selling cell phone cases at home every day. He was stunned when he found out at that time. There were people who believed such words. He remembered watching a cartoon when he was a kid. There was an old man who had 3 sons and no one to support them. The daughter in the back gave him a solution, saying that there was a family heirloom. When the 3 sons found out, they immediately rushed to support him. When the old man died, the 3 sons realized it was a bag of rocks. The plot is more or less the same, but Yi Yang is controlling Yi Jian through this. It's the other way around. The teacher said that when the butler told him, he was still very impressed with Yi Yang. This wasn't something an ordinary person could come up with. Cough cough. Little Feng, don't blame mom. Even more so grandpa and dad. It's all me. If you don't feel relieved, little Feng, just hit me. Seeing that something was going to happen, Yi Yang hurriedly interrupted Yi Feng. At the same time, he did not forget to concave his persona of filial son and virtuous grandson. The family listened and nodded their heads. Sure enough, he was their good son and grandson with commitment. Bang! Ah! Yi Yang screamed miserably and flew out backwards. Everyone heard it. He asked me to fight. Yi Feng slowly withdrew his hand. I've never seen this kind of request in my life. Zhao Peng matched the cudgel and said, Hey, you've seen it now. Aha! The way he flew up just now was so handsome. Yang, are you alright? Yi Dashan's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. This was his precious firstborn grandson. The future revival of the Yi family depended on him. Cough cough. Yi Feng, you've gone too far. Zhang Ying also glared angrily, being so angry that he kept coughing. It's him who asked me to fight, so I did it. You guys are not happy after fighting. What do you guys want? Yi Feng said helplessly. Being a human being is too difficult. That's it. What do you guys really want? Zhao Peng continued to cuddle the one lying on the ground. Quickly persuade them. It's clear that you let me fight. That's right. Be reasonable and keep your words. Yi Feng and Zhao Peng sang in unison, cooperating very well. Zhao Lin on the side was very speechless as she listened. It felt like her brother and this Mr. Yi were the villains. Put. Yi Yang spat out 3 liters of blood. I let you fight and you fight. Then I let you give me half of my property and you give it or not. Humph. Don't be complacent. Seeing Yi Feng's 6 relatives, Yi Dasheng jumped out once again. Why? Zhao Ping didn't understand. Brother Feng had money if he wanted money, and women if he wanted women, so why couldn't he be complacent? If he wanted to have the strength that Brother Feng had, he would walk sideways every day. Yang Yang and that woman are already licensed. Even if they didn't have a wedding, legally they are still husband and wife. Your girlfriend is someone else's wife. Ha ha. Yi Feng. It's not good. Ahem. No, he means, it's good that Yi Yan doesn't care. He didn't have a problem with it anyway. Put. Yi Yan once again spat out 3 liters of blood. His own wife was hooking up with someone else. Why was the old man so happy? Although the two didn't have a wedding, it was still considered his wife. Which side is the old guy on? If I spread this news out, you'll have a bad reputation in a while. Ha ha. Yi Dasheng had a smug look on his face. Yi Feng. Sweep it. Sweep it. No. Divorce. I want a divorce. Yi Yang sat up in shock in the dying disease. The old guy actually wants to still spread out. He doesn't want to lose face? No. Yi Dasheng firmly disagreed and said, this was the best opportunity to destroy Yi Feng's reputation. In his concept, reputation was still very important. Without a reputation one could not gain a foothold, although his reputation was not great either. Grandpa, if I don't get a divorce, I won't be able to marry the next one. Yi Yan came to Yi Dasheng's ear and whispered. Yi Dasheng's face changed. He almost forgot about this. Divorce, must divorce, so that woman will be a second marriage. Yi Dasheng sneered. So what if he had money? He still found a second wife and still had a bad reputation. Anyway, his grandson would never find a second marriage woman. Yi Feng had some regrets. Actually being a chow thief was quite good, but Luo Bing did not agree. She is not like Yi Feng who likes these low-level flavors. She originally planned to take the time to come back after the National Day to get the divorce certificate. This is also the reason why Yi Feng came back. Who else would take care of them? Okay, then go get divorced after the National Day. Yi Feng said and got into the car. Good. Yi Yang gritted his teeth. Although he was not willing, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 44 English has to be learned. The two sides sort of reached some more consensus amidst the unhappiness. The family also rode back on their electric bicycles. Yi Yang looked towards the place where Yi Feng's small car left, his eyes filled with gloom. Only no one saw it. Of course, Yi Feng didn't care if he saw it. If you have the ability, come and hit me. You beat me up. You beat me up. Originally, Yi Feng intended to go back in the next 2 days, but he was afraid that the family would do something again, and Luo Bing could not cope with it alone. He intended to finish dealing with the matter of the 2 people and then go back. Zhao Peng went back to work after dinner. He came back to pretend to have pretended, and his life has been enlightened. If you continue to stay at home, you will only see those disgusting things in the village. It was better to go back to work, or else he would be too sorry that Feng gave him a salary of 50,000 a month. Dad, Mom, here's $20,000. Take it and spend it. This was the money he sold in the first place. Ah shucks, the money from selling roasted sausages. The salary hadn't been paid yet. Originally, he didn't know how much he was paid, so he didn't take it out. But now that he knew that it was 50,000 a month, then he would give a little to his family. So many years, basically never took money to the family. Sometimes the family should give him a little support. It's so wrong. Son, you've really grown up. Zhao's father and mother cried with joy. In the future, they would have something to brag about in the village, letting those who once looked down on them stare at them with wide dog eyes. They didn't reject it either. It was a piece of their son's heart, and they would save it for their son to buy a house and car for marriage in the future. Lin, give you 2,000. Save it and spend it. I'll cover your living expenses in the future. Zhao Ping patted his chest and said, as soon as a person has money, they naturally have a bottom line when they speak. Thank you, brother. Brother, you're so nice. Zhao Lin immediately smiled happily. That's right. Is 200 a month enough? Zhao Lin, don't want to pay attention to you. Ha! Zhao father and Zhao mother were happy. Yi Feng drove back to Luo Bing's side, told her about getting a divorce license. Go as soon as the National Day is over. Good. Luo Bing smiled faintly, and the stone in her heart could finally be put down. Otherwise it was too diabolical. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Last night's battle was too grueling. Luo Bing couldn't get out of bed yet. I'll just order some porridge. Luo Bing was full of tenderness. This man was not only rich, handsome, and physically fit. He actually knows how to cook. Simply perfect. Okay, how about pumpkin porridge? Aha! Luo Bing nodded. That's right. In the past, when the countryside fed the piglets, they fed pumpkin porridge, and the piglets were all raised white and fat. Humph, you're the little pig. Luo Bing pouted her little mouth dissatisfied. Hee. Yi Feng was happy. This angry little look is so cute. Yi Feng pinched Luo Bing's small face and got up to go to the kitchen to start cooking congee. Over the years of working, in order to save money, he cooked most of the time by himself, and he also worked as a chef in a restaurant. Therefore, his cooking skills are still okay, and cooking some kanji is a piece of cake for him. Feng was busy in the kitchen. Soon, the sweet smell of pumpkin porridge filled the air. Luo Bing sniffed her nose, her heart full of happiness. Not long after, the pumpkin porridge was ready. Feng served a bowl and carefully brought it to Luo Bing. Afterward, he helped her gently stir it. Okay, it's ready to eat. Feng helped Luo Bing up. You feed me, Luo Bing said with a shy face. Feng was quite good at it. Feng scooped a spoonful into his mouth. Luo Bing, letting you feed me, why are you eating on your own? Feng leaned down, then kissed Luo Bing. I didn't let you feed with your mouth. Luo Bing covered her face and was shy. All old married couple. Shy what? Feng was somewhat amused. This imperial sister, sometimes especially bold, could be in the school building. Sometimes it was as shy as a little girl. This contrast was also too cute. The two hooked up and finished the porridge. The two of them were so shy and shameless for 3 days. At night, Luo Bing started preparing for class. Hubby, I'm going to work starting tomorrow. She had been completely conquered by Feng. Just like this, I was conquered by you and ate your hidden. Isn't the national day off for 7 days? I'm taking senior year now, and senior year will have 3 days off. Luo Bing opened the lesson plan. That's right, by the way, you teach English right? Feng suddenly remembered something. Aha! Luo Bing nodded. English is good. English has to be learned. I also want to learn English. It's good to learn more. Feng smiled evilly. What's wrong with you again? You'll know at night. He. Luo Bing. Soon she understood. 2 hours later, Luo Bing finished preparing for class. Oh, yes. In the bedroom, Feng struggled to learn English. It was a pity that it wasn't a Japanese teacher. After learning English for a night, the next morning Feng told Luo Bing to get up. She was so tired from teaching English last night that she was getting dark circles under her eyes. Let's eat breakfast. Feng had already made breakfast. Luo Bing was full of happiness. This was the happiest time of her life. After eating, Feng drove Luo Bing to school. It was different from last time when there weren't many people. This time, when the small car arrived at the school entrance, many of the majority of the senior high school students and teachers had already returned to school. Seeing the Rolls-Royce, the crowd stopped curiously. These days, there really weren't many teachers who could afford a Rolls. When Luo Bing got out of the car, the crowd then realized, it turned out to be her. So that was understandable. I'll come pick you up at night. Mua, bye, honey. Luo Bing kissed Feng and waved her hand very sweetly. See you tonight. After Feng left, some teachers who knew Luo Bing then came forward. Teacher Luo, I heard that you went back to get married. Is that your husband? Too handsome and too rich too. The crowd was very envious. I had heard that Luo Bing had been matched with a young and promising doctor boyfriend. This is too young and promising. She was driving a Rolls-Royce. I'm not married. That's my boyfriend. Was going to get married. He came back and snatched me away. Luo Bing explained. Hiss, driving a Rolls-Royce to snatch you away. So romantic. Boy, a doctor, a rich second generation fighting for MS. Luo Yu. Idol drama only has the plot. Think about it and get excited. Who made MS? Luo so beautiful. The crowd was a little sour in their compliments. It was hard as hell for them to find a quality boyfriend, and they had two competing. Let's go in. Class is about to start. Luo Bing smiled and didn't say anything else. If they knew that the two were still brothers, they would definitely brainstorm a scene of hand-to-hand combat in the mansion. After Luo Bing entered the school, he started to devote himself to his work. Feng drove back and stayed for a while feeling a bit bored, so he found out the invisible clothes and invisible shoes. After checking it, he found that there was no paint loss, and the quality of the paint was very high. Chapter 45. Am I that kind of person? This equipment he always carried with him. After that, Feng once again drove to the neighborhood of the 4th middle school. He found a place with no surveillance and few people, parked his car, put on the equipment and swaggered to the inside of the 4th high school. This feeling of stealth was really good. Although the senior classes had already started, the first and second year of high school had not yet started. Therefore, other than the senior class building, the rest of the place was still very empty. Feng circled around the entire senior class and realized that it was still his Bing Bing who looked the best. He then found an unoccupied seat in the back row of the classroom and sat down to listen to the lesson. Sort of experiencing high school life, he realized that his brain was really too much smarter after 2 rounds of genetic drugs. The various subjects in high school all sounded like they were very simple. If he were to take the college entrance exam again, Qingbei would not be a problem. Soon the morning classes ended, accompanied by the bell ringing at the end of class. The students seemed to hear the horn of the charge. All of them were like hungry ghosts, surging out of the classroom like a tidal wave and running wildly in the direction of the cafeteria. Wherever they passed, not an inch of grass grew, not a single piece of armor was left behind. Get out of my way. Those who block me will die. Generals, charge with me. Build a career. Today, the students who rushed at the front waved their rice bowls and wailed. Yi Feng watched with a small wistful comfort. Familiar flavor. Familiar feeling. He was also like this in the beginning, and he often rushed in the first. The small standard bearer of eating was not a joke. Every time he dines in the first one is very accomplished, feeling like a young general charging into battle. It's hard not to shout a couple of slogans, waiting for the students to leave. The teachers only then pack up things, go to eat. Luo Bing in the office also finished grading the last paper, rubbed his temples, put down the pen in his hand, and prepared to go eat. Yi Feng looked around. No one was around, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Little Bing Bing, did you miss me? Yi Feng came to Luo Bing's ear and whispered. He also blew a breath into her ear. Ah! Luo Bing turned her head with a face full of panic, but found that there was no one behind her. Who's talking? Luo Bing's eyes widened as she tried to calm herself down and looked around. The office door was closed, and she immediately walked over to the window to take a look. This was the 5th floor, and there was no one outside the window. Could it be surveillance? Luo Bing checked around again and still didn't find anything. It's me. Hey! Yi Feng unzipped his zipper. You? Luo Bing's eyes widened. Why are you here? And why are your clothes transparent? Luo Bing looked at Yi Feng with disbelief and went up to touch Yi Feng's clothes. Technology is already so advanced now? Shoo, this is the military's latest technology, invisible clothes. It's about military secrets. It must be kept secret. Don't tell anyone, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Oh. Luo Bing nodded dully. Then if you wear this, aren't you able to casually go to the girls' dormitory? Luo Bing playfully winked. Snap. Yi Feng slapped Luo Bing's arse. Ah, you lighten up. Luo Bing flavorfully blinked Yi Feng. What are you saying? Am I this kind of person? I usually go to the bathroom. Luo Bing. Men are really all big colorful wolves. Old colorful batch. Big pig's hooves. At this time the sound of footsteps approached, and Yi Feng hurriedly zipped up his zipper. Luo Bing looked at Yi Feng, who disappeared again. Very amazing look. Waiting for the footsteps to go far away, Yi Feng then unzipped the zipper. This is also too powerful. Can you get me a set? Luo Bing rubbed his hands together and said with anticipation. When the time comes, if you see anyone who is not happy, you will have a grudge to avenge and a grudge to avenge. Do you want to go to the women's bathroom too? Luo Bing. I am the female. I want to go at all. Do not need to wear this. Do not want to care about you. Let's go. First go to eat. Don't starve thin. There were not a few to meet. Thin? I am fat. Luo Bing touched her flat belly. Yi Feng got a few boxes of Pinxi'xi international seasonings, and her appetite got a lot better. If it wasn't for the fact that she exercised too much every night, she would definitely have gained quite a bit more weight. Not fat. You are wearing clothes to appear thin. Take off clothes to have meat. Body first class. Aha, I feel the same way. Luo Bing nodded. Very agreeable. Nonsense. Yi Feng zipped up his zipper, and the two of them went to the teacher's cafeteria together. Master, give me 2 servings today, one with more rice. Teacher Luo eats so much today. The master who beat the rice was a bit surprised. Luo Bing usually didn't have such a large meal. Brought it for someone else. Luo Bing spat out shi tai chui and made an excuse. So that's how it is. Then I'll give you a little more. Thank you, master. Luo Bing carried the 2 boxes of rice and found a corner with pillars, just enough to block them. Eat. Yi Feng unzipped his zipper a little. The two of them sneaked around there and ate. This sneaky feeling was really good. Gah! As for the taste of the meal, because of the teacher's cafeteria, it was still good. After sneaking around and eating, the two went for a walk around the campus. Hold on to me a bit. It always feels insubstantial when you can't see anyone. Luo Bing whispered. Good. Yi Feng immediately stretched out his claws and grabbed Luo Bing. Luo Bing, you are good at picking places. Letting you grab a bit. Who's a good guy grabbing his ass? Old colorful batch. Luo Bing gave Yi Feng a blank look and didn't object. Anyway, other people can't see it. And in broad daylight, it's quite exciting. The two came to the playground. Although it was senior year, there were still many boys playing basketball. These poor students, now they actually have the mood to play basketball. If I were their parents, I would break their legs. Yi Feng looked very angry. He was so angry that he unzipped his zipper and kissed Luo Bing hard several times. Also, look at that. So short and still come to play basketball. Not even as tall as a basketball. Not afraid of being hit by a basketball. Muah. Luo Bing. People are not tall, but not short to that extent. And that bamboo pole, also not afraid of being broken by a basketball. Muah. That guy is so damn ugly. It really pisses me off. Muah. Yi Feng was so angry that he could only hug Luo Bing and kiss him vigorously. Luo Bing. People with ugly parents, you also angry. You angry is not too big a little. You want a kiss on kiss. Find so many excuses for what? I don't want to talk about you. Luo Bing gave Yi Feng a glance. You see that one is even uglier. Really? How can there be such an ugly person in this world? Well, oh. Yi Feng repeated the same trick, but as a result, not waiting for him to finish, Luo Bing came with a counterattack. Anyway, they were more secluded here. Not many people. Even if someone came, it would be quick for Yi Feng to zipper it up. Chapter 46. I will help you take revenge. Kissing and kissing, Luo Bing let out a bad smile and reached in with his small hand. 10,000 words were saved here. The two then went back. Just walked to the bottom of the school building. Swish! Yi Feng's ears moved, then quickly tugged Luo Bing. Luo Bing stumbled and almost fell. Wow! She was just about to ask Yi Feng what he was doing when she saw a pot of water splashing down. Luo Bing was startled and frowned as she looked upstairs. After the body was strengthened by the genetic drug, the five senses also became more handsome. Ahem! It was the five senses that became more sensitive. In fact, he glimpsed someone upstairs with a water basin meowing them from a long distance away. But why didn't he warn before? It was just for the sake of pretending. As far as pretending was concerned, a reminder was not at all as effective as a hero saving the day. Yeah, it's Mr. Luo. Sorry, I didn't see you. It was a teacher from one of her previous dormitories. Although the other party was apologizing, he could not see the slightest sign of guilt, and even somewhat regretted not splashing. If this was a male, if Yi Feng didn't wear an invisibility cloak, he would have gone up and hit someone. It's okay, Mr. Lee, but now that school has started, there are a lot of students coming and going, so it's better to pay attention to your demeanor. Don't just throw water around, or throw it from upstairs. It's not good if you splash the students. Luo Bing naturally knew that the other party was doing it on purpose. She wasn't angry either. If it was before, she might not be able to do anything about the other party, but now with Yi Feng as the big killer, the other party was considered to have kicked the iron plate today. You said I have no quality? The other party was still unhappy. You do? Luo Bing asked back. Who had quality would pour water down from upstairs? You? I'll report it to the school. Otherwise, what if it splashes the students in the future? Luo Bing said and took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. The other party also grayed out and ran away. Who is she? Why did she splash you? Yi Feng whispered. She is one of my former dormitory roommates. Has always looked at me as bad, often secretly tripping me up and making other teachers isolate me. This time, I guess I saw that I found a boyfriend with money, and my heart is unbalanced. Luo Bing spread his hands. What do you mean by rich boyfriend? Said as if I only have money. Yi Feng was dissatisfied. Yes. You are also handsome and have a good body. That's more or less the same. I'll go help you take revenge. Which bed does she live in? Yi Feng knew where Luo Bing's previous dormitory was. Number 2. In the past there was no way. Now there was Yi Feng. What was she afraid of? The other two don't have a good relationship either. Luo Bing added. Yi Feng. This chick is quite dark. Gah, I like it. Okay, I'll go give them a big gift. Well, hard-working hubby. Luo Bing smiled faintly. She wasn't a good person. After separating from Luo Bing, Yi Feng went to that female teacher's dormitory. He already knew where it was last time when he helped Luo Bing move. Quickly arriving at the door of the dormitory. The dormitory was also empty because it was class time. The door was locked, but it didn't matter. He climbed the window. The window on this side of the balcony was closed, but the window on the other side was not closed. Although it was on the 3rd floor, it was a small scene for him. This height, he casually climbed up. Yi Feng once again went downstairs to the back of the dormitory and climbed in through the back window. Afterward, he set up a bit inside this before coming out with satisfaction. After classes ended in the afternoon, Li Jia was ready to go back to the dormitory. There were no classes tonight, and she didn't need to be on duty for the evening study hall. She was in a good mood. The only thing she regretted was that the pot of water at noon didn't splash that Luo Bing. She even added ingredients in it. It was a pity. Ka-ching! Li Jia took out her key and opened the dormitory door. Poof! A basin of water fell from the sky and splashed her. Li Jia sucked in a breath of cool air. Barf! The basin rolled down as well. Looking at the face basin spinning in circles on the ground and the water stains all over the floor, Li Jia looked up. Someone had filled the face basin with water and hung it above the door with one end of a line. It would splash on her as soon as she opened the door herself. Li Jia's face was grim. It must be that Luo Bing. She was the only one who had a key to her dormitory. She just splashed water on her in the morning and she came back with a vengeance. And the water seemed to have some flavor. Li Jia's face became even more ugly. Li Jia sat on her bed with her butt, intending to take a shower and change her clothes before going to settle the score with Luo Bing. She felt something sticky under her butt. She immediately stood up. Is this dog poop? The corners of Li Jia's mouth twitched, then collapsed. Luo Bing, I'm going to break you into pieces. Li Jia growled, not caring about how wet she was, and huffed and puffed her way to the office to settle the score with Luo Bing. Luo Bing, did you put a pot of water on my dormitory door to splash me on purpose? Only you have our dormitory key. Li Jia questioned loudly. Luo Bing waved his hand in front of his nose and pulled some distance from the other party. The other party smelled really bad. Teacher Li, you have to have evidence when you speak. I've been here all day, and my key is already in the dormitory. How can I open the door? Luo Bing spread her hands. Yi Feng had already told her what had happened, but she naturally wouldn't admit it. Have the ability to hit me Who knows if you're going to have to secretly match one to facilitate harming us later. You can ask the hostel manager if I have ever gone back. No, the dormitory entrance has a monitor. You can also tune the monitor. Luo Bing is naturally not afraid. The black hand behind the scenes is behind her, and one hand is still making a mistake on her body. Have the ability to go to beat him The bad hand was getting more and more excessive. Luo Bing spoke while trying to manage her expression well. I'll go find the evidence. Li Jia looked at Luo Bing so frankly, and was a little less confident. And Luo Bing was right. There was surveillance at the dormitory entrance. She once again went back to find the dormitory manager and asked her if she wanted Luo Bing to go back in the afternoon. No, and her key has been given to me. If she goes back, she has to get the key from me. The hostess was very sure. Where is the monitoring? Call out the afternoon monitoring. Li Jia is still not dead. The hostel manager on the doorway to the monitoring was transferred out. Li Jia looked for half a day. Except for a few female students coming in and out, there was really no Luo Bing's figure. Who else could it be if not her? Could it be the other two in the dormitory? Is not that ugly monster? Could it be that last time she said she was ugly and asked her to remove the word we? She was harboring a grudge and wanted to take revenge? And this morning, she was the second to leave, and the ugly one was the last to leave. Only she had the chance to do this. Li Jia's eyes flashed with a fine light and quickly reasoned out the truth. At night Li Jia launched the Battle of Jinhuan. That's my foot washing water. Yi Feng smiled evilly. You're so bad. I like it so much. Luo Bing also laughed evilly. It had to be said that there was a reason why the two were able to hook up. Now she will definitely suspect that someone else did it. The only ones who can enter the dormitory are the three of them. The next thing between them will definitely be wonderful. Luo Bing was happy just thinking about it. Chapter 47. I gave you face, didn't I? Then how are you going to thank me? Yi Feng winked. Slave will definitely serve master well at night. Luo Bing threw a wink. Okay, the horse is off duty. I'll go back first and come back to pick you up. Mua. Hard work, darling. Love you yo. Luo Bing kissed Yi Feng. Yi Feng then went back alone first. After that, he returned to the car, changed his clothes and drove the car to the school entrance. He picked up Luo Bing back in the envious eyes of the crowd. In the following days, Yi Feng hooked up with Luo Bing during the day wearing an invisible suit. Every day, he also took the time to go to give her three roommates a whole lot of work. Under Yi Feng's provocation, the three had completely fallen out, and the dormitory was jumping around every day. Now the three are paranoid every day, thinking that the other two want to harm her. Luo Bing is naturally in a very good mood. These years suffered from the gas Yi Feng have helped her report. Soon the national day was over. It was also time to go with Yi Yan to get a divorce certificate. In the morning, Luo Bing took a half day off and also transferred 2 classes with other teachers. Yi Feng drove Luo Bing to this side of the Civil Affairs Bureau early. Are you leaving in the afternoon? Luo Bing was a little reluctant. This week had been the happiest and most up and down week of her life. Originally, she thought that she was going to marry someone she didn't know well and settle for life, but she didn't expect to be robbed of her marriage. Then she realized the joy she had never felt before in her life. Being a woman was quite good. Well, that side has been rushed several times. Come to the city when you're free, and I'll come back to you when I'm free. The factory side was still under construction. The paint formula involves a lot of unfamiliar ingredients. What are all the properties? And the NAC side hasn't fully grasped it yet either. He still had to teach. After all, this was a cooperative project with the military, so he still had to be on top of it. Aha! Luo Bing nodded obediently. The two waited for a while longer. Yi Yang still hadn't arrived. Yi Feng was a bit impatient and decided to find an excuse to beat up this retard later. Damn it! You 3,000 a month. I'm in it's a few hundred million up and down. Actually let me wait. Inverted anti-Tiangong He's here. Quick, let's kiss and gluttonize him. Yi Feng saw Yi Yang riding a broken battery car slowly coming from afar. Where? Why didn't I see it? Luo Bing looked around and didn't see anyone. Believe me? Yes. When have I ever lied to you? Didn't you always lie to me? Every time you say it's the last time, it turns out to be time and time again. Luo Bing gave Yi Feng a blank look. The legs were still trembling now. Ahem, he's really here. Yi Feng's old face flushed. He only blamed his body for being too strong. He couldn't do anything about it. Where? Bring it you. Where is all this nonsense? Yi Feng hugged Luo Bing and kissed her. Ouch. Oh. Luo Bing gave Yi Feng a blank look without any good humor. So she cooperated with him. Yi Yang drooped his head early in the morning and rode his broken battery car to the Civil Affairs Bureau like a dead relative and a dead grandfather. In fact, he is very reluctant to divorce. He is still very satisfied with Luo Bing. Good looking, good figure, professional teacher, mature, charming, flavorful, with all the advantages of a woman. More attractive to him than Han Fei. It's a pity that he met that plague Yi Feng. Just wait, when he turns regular, he will soon become an attending doctor, then deputy chief physician, and because of his excellent medical skills, he'll soon be promoted and get a raise to become the director, after which he'll be transferred to a tertiary hospital, and after that to the Central Health Ministry. At that time, he ordered that all hospitals are not allowed to give Yi Feng medical treatment. When the time comes, the battery car will buy two, one to ride normally, and one to press walnuts. Wow! The battery car was also already worn out and clattered when he rode it, but he didn't have the money to buy a new one, and he couldn't even afford to pay back for a new battery. His salary was 3,000 a month, and his house in the county was sold by Yi Feng, so he could only spend 1,000 to rent a room. With only 2,000 left, it was barely enough to feed himself, and he couldn't buy any of the other things. All the way to fantasize, finally came to the Civil Affairs Bureau side. All here to get divorced, all here to get divorced. Wishing all lovers in the world to become brother and sister. Looking at the crowds coming and going in and out, Yi Yang secretly cursed. At this time, he saw another couple kissing fiercely. Like I haven't kissed in 8 lifetimes, I kissed Dilly Reba in my dream. Am I proud? Yi Yang skimmed his mouth. No, why do these two look so familiar? Yi Yang moved a little closer again. This woman was his nominal wife and the man was his brother. So happy Yi Yang's blood pressure went wild. So it was this pair of dogs and men. No wonder they looked so familiar. This pair of dogs and men actually kissed in public. They did it on purpose. But why did he feel some excitement inexplicably while being angry? Yi Feng naturally knew that Yi Yang had come, and while kissing, he looked at Yi Yang provocatively. Yi Yang looked up to the sky and his eyes were red. Luo Bing was startled and hurriedly stopped. Swish! Yi Yang looked at the two with a gloomy face and viciously stretched out a hand. Luo Bing somewhat nervously shrunk into Yi Feng's arms, not knowing what Yi Yang was going to do. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Yi Yang ruthlessly squatted down and began to draw circles to curse the two. This time, he had to draw 100,000 circles to curse, otherwise it would not be able to solve the hatred in his heart. Luo Bing, is this overstimulating? Are we going too far? Luo Bing said with some uncertainty. Not too much. Is there a law that says you can't kiss on the mouth? Also, Luo Bing nodded. Since we're here, let's go do the formalities. Yi Feng opened his mouth. No, I'm not leaving. Yi Yang got up with a huff. In fact, this week, thinking about his wife at someone else's, was kinda exciting. Bang! Yi Feng kicked the other person over, then ruthlessly stepped on the other person's chest. I gave you face right? Yi Feng condescended. He still disagreed. Cough. You? Yi Yang was a little alarmed. Hurry up and do the formalities for me, or I'll beat you to death. Bang! Yi Feng punched at the battery car. Wow! The originally broken battery car was instantly dried into a mess of parts. Cough cough. Go, I'll go right away. Just now it was a joke. Yi Yang's face just changed. He was a Svengali and didn't see eye to eye with Yi Feng. And although he had taken the divorce certificate, Luo Bing would always be his wife in his heart. There was also Han Fei who was also his wife. Every time he thought of his two wives and Yi Feng hooking up he was very happy. There is no property division. The wedding was not organized, not to mention the child support and other messy issues. The two very smooth to get a divorce certificate. Luo Bing also finally rest assured. Otherwise the heart always have a lump. But then there is some reluctance to get a divorce certificate, which means that Yi Feng will go. Yi Feng sent Luo Bing to school. Well, I'll go back first. As soon as I'm free I'll come to you. After the car arrives you can also come to me at any time. It's not far. Aha! Luo Bing nodded. Slow down on the road. Bye. Yi Feng waved his hand and drove away in Luo Bing's reluctant gaze. Watching Yi Feng car leave, Luo Bing felt that this week was like a dream. Chapter 48 Cold Heart. The real cold heart is not a big fight. Yi Feng's side also returned to the city villa side. Han Fei, who knew that Yi Feng was back, also immediately returned home. Honey, I've already gotten a guaranteed place in graduate school. The drone program was so successful that the school naturally wouldn't begrudge a guaranteed graduate school spot. Congratulations then. Thank you. But for our subsequent drone upgrades and research and development, we'll have to cooperate with the Southern University side. Why? Feng was a bit surprised. It wasn't a big loss to cooperate with someone else for such a good project. South University is a leader in the country in terms of computing and artificial intelligence, and we are going to make smarter drones next, so we chose to cooperate with South University. The South University side also agreed to have us as the main focus and them as a supplement. There was still a bit of a gap between NAC's AI and Nanda, but Nanda also knew how powerful stealth paint was and agreed to play a secondary role. Honey, do you remember Jihan? Han Fei suddenly said. That school bully? Well, after he was expelled, he went over to Zhejiang province to join a startup company, got an intelligent model called Chilling Thoughts. It's been very hot lately, and I heard that it can be comparable to the old U.S. GPT. Chilling Thoughts? Aha! The real cold heart is not a big fight, but short words and shallow eyes. Han Fei, you specified something is wrong. What kind of is she following here? Ha, is that what their company name means? No, it's Jihan's name, and Yibing doesn't know how Jihan convinced them to name it after him. Han Fei rolled her eyes and explained, that guy's quite the bouncer, but it worked out so easily? It's only been a few months? Feng was a bit surprised. It's only been 2 or 3 months, right? It's like playing around. That company was established 2 years ago. Only Jihan just joined them. Jihan still has strength, but it's a pity that his heart is not right. Han Fei shook her head. Forget about him, you organize your drones. I'll work on my invisible materials. We care about each other in life. We support each other in our careers. How can I describe it to you? Feng looked at Han Fei with anticipation. Han Fei, do you have to pull her along with the epilepsy? Make do. What else? Encouraged by Feng's eyes, Han Fei cooperated. Ha, that's it. Feng was in a good mood. A few days afterward, Chilling Thoughts also caused huge repercussions at home and abroad. Countries, major companies, conglomerates, and banks had accessed this model after testing. Cold Heart Thought directly changed the global AI competition pattern, but also improved the status of domestic AI, and Cold Mind Think directly open source. Not only promote the popularization of technology, but also let the old United States a number of technology giants' market value fell sharply. A certain up to a day the market value is down $500 or $600 billion. The original old U.S. this year, but also invested hundreds of billions of dollars in the development of AI program is a global joke. The old U.S. had to re-examine the level of science and technology in China. On the contrary, although not listed, but industry insiders valued between tens of billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. The R&D team of Cold Heart Sisua is naturally famous, all Chinese, and all young people. This allows the world to see the rise of China, especially the genius schoolteacher Jihan. It was even hailed as a genius young man that is rare to see in 100 years. Of course, Jihan Bull. But the South China Airlines has become a joke in the industry, and even the entire education sector actually drove such a genius away. The Southern Airlines side had a bitter experience. The invisible paint thing is still in the confidential stage. Cannot say. South China Airlines cannot refute. It can only be mute. But as long as there is invisible paint this big killer in, they do not care what model. Besides, that thing is not something that Jihan got up alone. It was a team of others who had developed it for 2 years before succeeding. Even if they hadn't kicked out Jihan, that whatchamacallit wouldn't have appeared in the Southern Airline. Jihan only joined when people were almost successful. But by the marketing numbers said to leave the South China Airlines 2 months to develop the Cold Heart Sisua, Jihan was said to be like a genius that could not be found in 100 years. They were all speechless. In the face of the ridicule of the crowd, the Southern Airlines still do what they should do. Studying this invisible paint through was more important than anything else. So many ingredients that are not yet on the market. All the research out. They South China Airlines material science sooner or later the world's first. What kind of bull ***** is the cold-hearted thinking? It's nothing. Han Fei's side of the drone project also officially began to research and develop together with NU. Han Fei is now starting to run both ways. On this day, Feng went to South University to pick up Han Fei, but he saw that the auditorium of South University was crowded, and many students were illegally gathering there. Ahem. Just kidding. What's going on over there? Feng was curious. All people have a heart for gossip. It's the end of the freshman military training. I heard that the South University has invited some successful people from the enterprise, and they are pouring chicken soup. Feng. Indeed. Instilling chicken soup should be done before it's too late. In freshman year, most students have eyes full of clear stupidity. After 2 years, they would become old farts. Not good for fooling. Let's go back. Feng naturally had little interest in chicken soup. Aha! Do you have a driver's license? I'll buy you a car someday, in case I'm not around. You can drive yourself. Yeah, I have a driver's license. Ha, Yi Feng said, but he saw a familiar figure walking towards the auditorium, surrounded by the crowd. Ji-han? Han Fei froze for a moment. She didn't expect this so-called successful person who came to give a speech to be Ji-han. The other party also noticed his eyes and glanced at them with a face full of provocation. Then, surrounded by the crowd, he walked onto the stage in a crowded manner. At this moment, Ji-han was in high spirits, with the confidence of a successful man in his eyes, but also hiding a hint of imperceptible coldness. Let's go take a look. Yi Feng came to be interested. Aha! When the two of them arrived at the auditorium, Ji-han had already taken the stage and started his speech. First, he shared his entrepreneurial experience. In his speech, the entire Chilling Thoughts was a success that he single-handedly led the research and development of. Without him, there would be no Chilling Thoughts. Han Fei skimmed her mouth. Those who didn't know thought that the company was founded by him. The college students under the stage naturally listened with fervor, expecting themselves to be the same as Ji-han. The first part was just bragging, and in the second half of the speech, Ji-han's tone became sharp, a hint of a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. As you all know, I was once a student of the Southern Airline, and those years were really an unpleasant time. Chapter 49, I think you're more horny, Master. In SNA, what I felt was the stagnation, the suppression of students' innovative thinking, the bullying. Just because I offended some people, I was expelled from school. The college students on stage were in an uproar. Such an outstanding student was actually expelled. The leaders of the Southern University had a somewhat bad look on their faces. When this guy said this, wasn't it the same as directly tearing his face off with the Southern Airlines? They still had cooperation with Southern Airlines. A few of Ji-han's leaders' faces also looked bad. This latter part was something they didn't know. Where did he get the guts to rip off Southern Airlines? They were the 7 sons of national defense. Ji-han smiled coldly, looking at Yi Feng and Han Fei with a provocative face. Actually, these were what he mainly wanted to say today. The current him wasn't the same as before. Wasn't it just an invisible paint? Could it be compared to his cold heart Sisua? The highest valuation of their cold heart thought reached hundreds of billions of dollars. If they were to go public in the future, as a member of the team, his shares would definitely not be small. Money is just a number to him then. Gold can shine anywhere. What was Southern Airlines? But, my life is up to me. I'm just going to chase after Sit Gao step by step. I'm going to be Zhao Gao. Ji-han hissed and growled. How does he reverse black and white? It was clearly him who tried to hijack your invisible paint formula and was only fired when he was dismantled. Han Fei frowned. Forget it, as long as he's happy, he's going to be a eunuch. Can we still bear to blame him? Yi Feng said indifferently. That what Chilling Thoughts. If he wanted to, he could go up to the price-inflated world of spelling CC to customize a more advanced model in minutes. Only there was no need. The paint thing is still not done, and then the whole intelligent model out, and cannot come out of thin air. He still have to go to learn computer-related knowledge. He was so rich, there was no need to be so manipulative. To save his time for playing girls and, eating and drinking. That's right too. Han Fei covered her mouth and snickered. She actually didn't really care about this. She just had to do her own thing, and she reckoned that Ji-han must have used some kind of scheming again to get to the top. Otherwise it had only been 2 months. It was impossible for him to mix into the core management. Seeing the two leave, Ji-han's face was gloomy. He also hurriedly ended today's speech. What's wrong with you? Bragging about yourself in the front is just fine. Why are you talking about Southern Airlines in the back? After Ji-han stepped down from the stage, Zhuang Zitao was dissatisfied. Isn't this offending the entire Southern Airlines? In fact, he was the general manager of Cold Mind Thinking, the person in charge. The team is also him leading. Previously did not understand why the internet vigorously touted Ji-han. Today after listening to this speech he is understood. It is estimated that the online marketing number is also what he is looking for. Today's speech at Nanda University is also Ji-han's own fight. If he had known that he was chucking personal goods, he wouldn't have let him on. I know that you were expelled from NU, no matter what the reason is. It's definitely not appropriate to talk like this in public. Zhuang Zitao frowned. He had recruited the other party on the basis that he had some ability. Usually, he looked quite good at things, but this time, it was as if he had been hit with a descending head. Cough cough. I just got angry for a moment. Mr. Zhuang, I promise there won't be a next time. Ji-han hurriedly said. He couldn't offend anyone but this person. Otherwise people would be able to kick him out at any time. His own position in the company right now was still no match for him. I also hope that this is the last time. And I hope that there are no consequences for this time, or else you pose for the camera yourself. Zhuang Zitao wouldn't be used by the other party. I know, Mr. Zhuang, getting off won't happen. Ji-han's face looked a little bad. Sure enough, there wasn't a single good thing in this world. That's good. There's a dinner party in the evening. You come with me, and I'll bring you to know the real big shots. Zhuang Zitao could lead a good team, naturally had some means. Having just hammered Jihan, it was natural to give him some sweetness. Although Jihan was a bit of a misanthrope, he saw all those small moves in his eyes, but the ability is still there. Although came only 2 months less, but also really helped a lot, but it must be utilized well. Okay, Mr. Zhuang. Jihan's eyes lit up. I heard that the person behind the company at this dinner party. Ah shucks, it was the investor who would come. In fact, if it wasn't for the other party's capital injection 2 months ago, their cold-hearted thinking might have long been yellowed due to a lack of funds. If he could meet the other party, with his ability, he would definitely be valued by the other party. At that time casually with some means, to tie up with each other, and then find ways to empty Zhuang Zitao, so that he became the real person in charge of the cold heart of Sisua. Zhuang Zitao just responsible for product development and upgrading on the line. These people in the company do not have any threat to him at all. Before casually fooled around and changed the company's name to his, he had the confidence to convince the investors. As long as he was given time, he was confident that the company would all become his. Jia, honey, I'm going to live in school next. The project will start soon. I have to prepare some information. This project is all doctoral students only qualified to participate. I'm the only one who's still a junior, so I have to work harder. Han Fei clenched her small fists. Originally, she wasn't qualified to participate, but because of Yi Feng, this allowed her to join. Well, good. Find me if you need anything. Okay, ta. After separating from Han Fei, Yi Feng went back. Master, there's a dinner party tonight. Do you want to go for a bit? Just after arriving home, the butler came up and said, What dinner party? Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. It's like this. Master, didn't you ask me to find a way to get the money out brightly? I thought that it wouldn't do to just make up an inheritance gift, so I set up an investment company and made some investments outside, and now the person in charge of them is here and wants to invite me for dinner. Yi Feng, well done, and this time will come a few beautiful female stars. I see, Master, you are also more horny. Should be interested, there are surprises. Oh, the housekeeper squeezed his eyebrows and said, Yi Feng, do all you robots speak so directly? What do you mean I'm more horny? What man isn't horny? Everyone is horny, so there's no need to highlight me alone. Besides, what's good for a man if he's not horny? Is it good for digging for oil? What's the use of being rich if I can't get laid? It's not like I'm stunted. What company did you invest in? About artificial intelligence. Invested in a few. The most successful called what? Cold heart thinking. Yi Feng, engaged in half a day. That thing is you invested. You are going to invest. I'll go. Yi Feng smiled evilly. He definitely didn't go because of the actress. Gah! He guaranteed it with the personalities of Yi Yang, Yi Dashan, Yi Jian, and Ji Han. Master, don't talk dirty. Yi Feng, you, a robot, think you're funny? I don't even care to talk about you. Don't be funny. Go arrange it. I'll go. Okay, Master. Chapter 50. Who still buys robots when there are real people? Hatba, this time you must seize the opportunity. You as a top stream. Good looking. Acting skills no problem. Road people's edge is also good. But why resources have not been able to keep up? In the circle also have to be careful. For fear of offending this, offending that. A 5-star hotel. The agent said bitterly to the popular top stream Dilly Reba. Also, do you remember the last time that the crew actually arranged a trainee to give you makeup? Even if the technology is poor, lipstick painted too much, you shouted at each other but also be ignored. And that award ceremony. Why did that unknown media dare to dislike the face shot the whole time? It's not because you don't have a capital big brother to cover you. Otherwise would they dare to be like that? The agent said indignantly. Their family Hatba was too difficult. Just because she was too nice, she was bullied to death. An internship makeup artist dared to bully people. I know. Hatba sighed. She only wanted to act well. But the reality was that there were many rights and wrongs when people were popular. Too many people wanted to overpower her. Unable to press in terms of works, popularity, and acting skills, they tripped her up in other areas. Especially in recent years, after becoming the so-called top stream, too many people want to step on her to get to the top. In the past, there was still Yang Mi covering her. It would be better. Now that Sister Honey had left, she was in a much more difficult position. In many dramas, her female makeup is not as good as that of her female counterparts. Anyone who aired it said that it was a showstopper for her. This meal is I'm so hard, only to fight for it. The other party is a technology big brother. Capital new nobility. You must grasp the opportunity. Does that cold heart Saiso know about this? He is the big man behind the curtain. The other party has a great background. Cold heart Saiso? Hataru's eyes lit up. Yes, you've heard of it too? That's really great. I've heard of it, and I know how their company name came about. Hataru smiled slightly. How did it come about? The agent was curious. Did Hotaru know their executives? That was even better. Chilling, the real chilling is not a big fight, but short words and shallow eyes, Hotaru said in a podcast accent. Agent. Haha. At the end of the sentence, Hotaru herself was amused. It's fine for you to say this here, but you still need to keep a low profile when you meet people later on, you know? In case people don't like it too much when you make jokes about their company name. It's not good for you to say it like that. You'll offend people, the agent admonished. I know. Hotaru nodded. She would just say it in private, and would definitely not joke about other people's company names. At her level of curiosity, a casual remark would be taken in the past and interpreted. Right now, she was already very cautious in her speech. Alright, get ready. Let's go over now. Don't make people wait for us. Good. Hotaru sighed. Other people thought she was a big star, shining brightly. In fact, she also had a lot of helplessness of her own. There was no telling what would happen at this meal. With trepidation, Hotba followed her agent to the hotel where the dinner was held. After the waiter led down to the private room, the waiter opened the door. The crowd inside looked over. Hello everyone. Hotba somewhat awkwardly waved her hand and greeted the crowd. In fact, she didn't recognize any of the people here. The agent had just met that person in charge at the entrance, and he was waiting for someone at the entrance with him. She was told to come over first. Where she stood was not good. If she was photographed, she would be on the hot search tomorrow. Your hot bar? Jihan stood up with some excitement. The real person was even more beautiful than on TV. Well, can there be a fake? Hotba smiled awkwardly. Come on in. Jihan immediately invited warmly. Thanks. Hotba nodded very politely and slowly stepped into the private room. A floor-length blue dress, an absolutely beautiful face, a beautiful figure, and delicate curves, exuding elegance and nobility all over. Like a white moonlight, it stunned everyone and made people unable to take their eyes off it for a long time. Jihan's eyes are looking straight, and it was at this time that Hotba looked at him twice. Jihan immediately raised his head and chest, his eyes filled with confidence and pride. To think that at his young age, he had risen to prominence in the technology circle and become a new capitalist. The other party must have come because of him, wanting to find him as a backer. That's right, it must be like this. Although he didn't have any money yet, as long as the company went public, he would instantly become a billionaire. Jihan's heart skipped a beat. The other party was looking for him to be a backer. So did he agree? Or did he agree? Jihan straightened his tie and walked towards Hotbar with a confident stride. Hello Hotba, my name is Jihan. I'm the person in charge of cold heart thinking. Jihan smiled confidently. When you go out, you give your identity to yourself. A few other company executives bristled, but were too lazy to bother with him. In fact, they had all discussed it. It was good for this guy to bounce in front and draw fire, just to be a mascot for the company. If something happened one day, he could just open the back door. Jihan? Hotspur froze for a moment. Jihan, cold heart technology? Could there be some relationship here? Was this guy that hidden big brother? The agent had told her that the big guy was very young. I believe you've guessed it. Cold heart thinking is named after me. The corner of Jihan's mouth rose slightly. He was trying to give the other party the illusion that he was very powerful and connected. Is that so? Hotaru smiled and didn't say anything. She remembered that her agent and the person in charge of that chilling thought were still waiting for someone outside. It should be waiting for the big guy. So this one in front of her definitely wasn't. After so many years in the circle, she had long since developed a pair of fiery eyes, not to mention the other party's clothes, this manner of speech, this temperament. Seeing her eyes straight, she couldn't wait to swallow her. So how do you look at it? It doesn't look like a bigot. A real big brother wouldn't be this attentive, and many even looked down on the people in their circle. Hotba, Jihan was still gushing there. Hotba had to have a perfunctory conversation. The others didn't know each other either, and the atmosphere could be said to be awkward to the extreme. Mr. Yi, Butler Wang, this way please. Luckily, it didn't take long for the agent to return. Hotba's heart moved and she hurriedly stood up. General Manager Yi must be that big brother, and with a butler, it must not be simple. The other executives of the company also stood up. Jihan was a little upset, but he wasn't capitalizing yet, so he could only stand up. Ka-ching! The private room door gate opened. The crowd looked up, only to see Feng, who had a white t-shirt on his upper body and big pants on his lower body, walk in with a domineering look. If it wasn't for the butler in a suit behind him on the left, Zhuang Zitao on the right, and then behind him was the hot agent, everyone would definitely think that Feng had gone to the wrong place. Welcome Mr. Yi, please take a seat. Zhuang Zitao welcomed Feng to the main seat. Let me introduce to you all. This is the general manager Yi who invested in us. This is Butler Wang. Without him, there would be no cold-hearted thoughts for us. Zhuang Zitao introduced. Chapter 51. Are you a human being now? If they didn't have that investment 2 months ago, their capital chain would have been broken long ago, and the other party not only injected money, but the housekeeper also sent people to help him and them to solve a lot of technical problems. This is the only way to have a chilling thought comparable to the old U.S. GPT. Otherwise they are still facing the two major problems of capital and technology. Even if they finally succeeded, it might take a long time. Hello, Mr. Yi. The company executives all went forward and greeted one another. This was the real big brother. Only Jihan stood in place, his smile instantly frozen, his face a white and red. It was Yi Feng. That big brother was actually Yi Feng. Why was it that every time he was on the verge of success, this Yi Feng had to jump out and stir things up? Jihan clenched his fists, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Hello Mr. Yi, this is Hotba. At the agent's urging, Hotba also stepped forward and extended her hand and said, this was the real big brother now. Everyone else was dressed formally, only he was dressed in a personalized and informal manner. Others were here for a dinner party, only he was here for a meal. Although he was a bit surprised to see her, he didn't make a fuss like the other men. Yi Feng. He also didn't expect the actress that the housekeeper said was Reba. Isn't that saving $20 billion? Originally, he also thought that after having $20 billion to customize a hot bar, Naza, also Fei, now that a real person has come to the door, who still buys robots. Gah! Actually, with $20 billion, it should be easier to find a real person. Hello, I enjoyed watching you act. Yi Feng also smiled and shook the other party. Having saved $20 billion, his mood was awesome. I didn't think that I would be able to capitalize one day. Mr. Yi knows our Jiba. That's great. Jiba, you quickly sit next to Mr. Yi. You guys talk more. You young people have something to talk about. Ha! The broker also went forward. Originally, he was worried that the big brother might not be able to look at Hotba. After all, what kind of beauties hadn't the other capitalists seen? Not necessarily able to look at her family's Hotba. But now it seemed that the other party should still have a good feeling about Hotba. And the other party has also seen Hotba's theater. As long as there are no surprises next, basically stable. Hotba sat beside Yi Feng with a red face. The others naturally would not object. What kind of drama has Mr. Yi seen of our Hotba? The agent said as he found a topic for the two. Ahem, it's a nice day today. In fact, he rarely watched dramas anymore. Hotba, embarrassing, isn't it? How would a big shot of this level have the time to watch her dramas? Broker, okay, it was himself who talked too much. The crowd looked up to the sky and pretended they didn't hear anything. Jihan, what's wrong with you? Zhuang Zetao saw the disgruntled Jihan cowering in the corner. Wasn't he usually quite good at getting things done? Today, the big shareholder, the big boss has come for half a day. Not a word, not even a greeting. Also bowed his head. There is money on the ground. Ah, yo, isn't this brother Zhao Gao? Long time no see. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth rose slightly. Well, Mr. Yi knows Jihan? Zhuang Zitao's face changed. This tone of Chief Ye's voice was not too friendly. Had this guy offended General Yi? Brother Zhao Gao? Did Mr. Yi hear that speech he gave at South University? Zhuang Zitao quickly reacted. Pa! Jihan slapped himself hard. General Yi, it's my fault. I wasn't a human being before. I didn't dare to covet your scientific research. Jihan decisively chose to admit his weakness. After all, he was about to succeed. It would be a shame to give up now. Of course, he wouldn't just let it go. He was going to use the company as a springboard to a bigger stage, and finally build his own business empire before coming back for revenge. Zhuang Zitao's face changed. This guy actually tried to hijack General Yi's scientific research? He even recruited him into the company himself. Would General Manager Yi have a problem with himself? That's true. Yi Feng smiled and shook his head. Zhuang Zitao, this tone, could it be that Mr. Yi does not blame Jihan? Then Total Yi really has pattern but Total Yi has he doesn't. Go back and fire this retard. This person cannot stay in the company. Jihan, sure enough, still too young, so easily fooled by him. A womanizer is doomed to not achieve great things. He, are you a human being now? Jihan, no he. Put. Hataru on the side didn't hold back, although she knew it was a bit inappropriate to laugh at this time, but it was really hard to hold back. So abstract. The agent glared at Hotba. Is this the time to laugh? Hotba turned away, but her shoulders were still shaking. Can't help it at all. Totally poking her at the point of laughter. The others were also filled with mockery. They had long looked at Jihan with displeasure. His ability was a little bit, but he didn't put his heart into his work, and every day he thought about being the company's spokesperson. Those news on the internet were probably all the rhythms he found marketing numbers to bring up. Humph, I quit. What's the big deal? Barf. Jihan viciously yanked down the work badge and smashed it at Yi Feng. Yi Feng tilted his head slightly, dodged the work sign, and then slapped it. Slap! Ah! Jihan screamed miserably and flew out of the private room. Yi Feng slowly withdrew his hand. The crowd was startled. All of them looked at Yi Feng with some horror. Hotba's heart also jerked a bit. Was this the way Big Brother did things? Just now, he was laughing and joking, but in an instant, he changed his face and smote Jihan as if he was swatting a mosquito. The entire face was expressionless. It's noisy. Butler, you go deal with it. Jihan was ghostly crying there. Okay, young master. The butler nodded and also went out of the private room. Bang! A kick followed, sending Jihan further away. The crowd. Is this how you settled it? Only after kicking the butler this went up to the other party and said a few words in his ear. Jihan's face turned green after hearing this, and he rolled and ran away. Mr. Yi, I toast to you. If it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be any of you. Cold heart Ciso. Zhuang Zitao raised his cup and said, as for Jihan, naturally no one cared. I should be thanking you guys. After casting several, you're the only one who succeeded. Let's all drink together. Yi Feng also raised his glass. Yi Feng had said so naturally the others could not afford not to give face. They all got up and raised their glasses. Hotba, who was sitting next to Yi Feng, hesitated for a moment before she also stood up and raised her glass. Just don't drink. Yi Feng reached out to stop Hotba. The agent's face just changed. Hotba's hand that was holding up the quilt also froze in midair, somewhat at a loss for words. Could it be that the big brother looked down on them and felt that they were not qualified to drink with him? This is white wine. You girls shouldn't drink it. Waiter, go get 2 bottles of red wine over here. Okay, Mr. Yi. The waiter nodded and brought over the red wine, opened a bottle and poured it for the two. The two of them then breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were looking down on them, they were concerned about them. Come on, let's drink up. Yi Feng tilted his head and dried a glass. Chapter 52. We're not going to the car. Mr. Yi is a good drinker. Let's dry up too. Yi Feng had dried up, so the others naturally wouldn't really be casual and also dried up. You girls feel free, you don't need to join us. Yi Feng waved his hand. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Feng finished a cup. The agent gave a look, and Hotba hurriedly poured it for Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, let me toast to you. Urged by the agent's eyes, Hotba raised her glass. Okay, I'll drink up. Feel free. Red wine also has a big aftertaste. Yi Feng dried another glass without blushing. The body had gone through 2 rounds of genetic drug modification, and now he drank like water. Hotba gritted her teeth and dried up as well. Cough. Because he drank too quickly, he was choked. After drinking, her face was flushed and very tantalizing. Although it was red wine, the aftertaste was also great. Slow down. No need to be so hasty. Yi Feng gently patted Hotba's back. Hotba stiffened, and then was somewhat moved. Having participated in so many dinners, various award ceremonies, and killing banquets, there were many people who advised her to drink, and the one who told her to drink less and not to be in such a hurry had not really encountered one. Mr. Yi has a good capacity for drinking. The crowd gave a thumbs up. Yi Feng's dry ones could be white wine, and both cups were muffled in one gulp. General Manager Yi, thanks to you this time. After that it was the normal eating and drinking and bragging. Mr. Yi, can I ask the origin of the name of our cold-hearted thinking? After a few glasses of red wine, after realizing that Yi Feng didn't have much of a stance, Ziba gradually let go. The main red wine also started to go up. When it comes to the name, we were actually originally called. Zhuang Zitao opened his mouth. He was afraid that Yi Feng didn't know and was embarrassed, so he wanted to help him out. You hold your tongue. I'll say it. Shaba. Hold your speech. So cute. He. Zhuang Zitao. Could it be that Mr. Yi knows? That's right. After all, it's invested by Mr. Yi. It's normal to know about the company culture. No one knows the meaning of our company name better than me. Yi Feng was confident. The reason why we are called Chilling Thoughts is because, hot bar. Because of what? It couldn't be the one she was thinking of, could it? Broker. Curious. Crowd. Curious +1. Chill. The real chill of the heart isn't the fuss. It's the short words and the shallow gaze. Our company got its name from this. Hot but. It's still true. She seemed to have found a confidant. Hataru looked at the agent with some amusement. She said something about it. Agent. You guys are really perfect for each other. Crowd. You're right. You're happy. Who made you the boss? Ha ha. Actually guessed it all along too. Hataru said with a proud face. Then you're really smart. Aha. Agent. Hataru seemed to have gotten high. Good thing the big man was pretty good-tempered. Well, except for the fact that he just started slapping that Jihan around. After the wine and dinner, the crowd dispersed. The housekeeper also went off with the agent to discuss the matter of Hot Bar's endorsement of Cold Heart Thought, leaving space for the two to be alone. The broker was a human savant, and the housekeeper was even more super intelligent. They could see that this hanging was considered a success. Since it was successful, it was natural for the housekeeper to give the other party some resources. The first one was the endorsement of Chilling Thoughts. Nowadays, Cold Heart Saiso was not only hot at home, but also abroad. A hot endorsement could drastically increase her international popularity. Mr. Yi. After the crowd left, Hotba lowered her head and pinched the corner of her coat somewhat nervously, not daring to look up at Yi Feng. Although she was prepared when she came, Yi Feng gave her a good impression. There were no other rich people's problems, but when this moment came, it was still a bit overwhelming. You go with me to a place, Yi Feng said after thinking for a while. Ah, where to? Hotba was even more nervous. Not in the hotel. Did she go outside? The car. This was too exciting. Are all rich people so good at playing? You'll know when we get there. Let's go. Yi Feng got up and left. Hotba gritted her teeth and followed. Car whatever it is. It's quite exciting to think about it. It's good to be young and crazy, not to mention that she had a choice. Soon the two came to the hotel's underground parking garage. Sitting on Yi Feng's Cullinan, Hotba was also well camouflaged. No one found her. Mr. Yi, where are we going? I have a plane to catch tomorrow morning. Why don't we go near the airport? Hotba proposed with her head lowered. After the car, find a hotel to take a shower and take the plane directly tomorrow. What's the point of going near the airport? Yi Feng was puzzled. Aren't we going to Shayhen? Anyway, I'm going to take a plane tomorrow, Hotba said with a droll face. Her brain couldn't keep up with her mouth now that her red wine afterburner was up. Oops, that's not what I meant. After saying this, she realized it was wrong and covered her face shyly, her eyes sneaking a glance at Yi Feng through the cracks of her fingers. Yi Feng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Hotba. If you want to, I actually don't object. But right now he had more important things. I'll take you to meet someone. He's always liked you. He's a big fan of yours. He's liked you since you played that Gao 1. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth rose slightly. He liked Jiba and was ready to customize the same AI robot, solely because Jiba was good looking and he was an old colorful guy. However, there were people who really looked at Jiba as an idol. A goddess. Really? That's kind of my old fan. Who is it? Hotba was a little happy and secretly a little disappointed. She actually had some desire to try the car. That's something. Brother Circle. Hotba. Who was Brother Circle again? Forget it, we'll find out when the time comes. Now, people are the chopping board and I am the fish meat. She has no other way. In Jiba's apprehension, Yi Feng drove with Jiba and drove out of the city to the county. Finally, after another 7 turns, he finally came to an urban village in the county. Again, he stopped at a relatively remote rental house. Hotba, this what Circle brother lives here? It's also too shabby. Is it a friend of Big Brother's? Listen to me later and cooperate with me. Oh, good. Hotba nodded her head. Although she didn't know what Yi Feng was going to do, she inexplicably had some expectations. Bang! Yi Feng stepped forward and kicked the gate. Hotba. Big Brother's work was so simple and rough. Who? Yi Yang, who was sleeping inside, was startled and stood up with some panic. After the original rental of the house expired, he did not have the money to renew the rent. The last time he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau battery car was also smashed, so he had to find a cheap one in the middle of the city. This can also save some money every month to do a big treasure sword. And this side of the city center village big sword is also a little cheaper. Simply 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 53 Delivering a Surprise. The person Yi Feng was coming to find was naturally Yi Yang. He came to give the other party a surprise. This retard has been a big fan of Hotba since the Clara lovers days. Sometimes, if Heppa has an event in Magic City, or a nearby city, this retard often takes the living expenses he gives, and goes to various events to follow the star. The round-trip fare, accommodation, food, drink, and transportation all cost a lot of money. This retard will find an excuse to say to buy study materials. Still, one of Yi Yang's classmates couldn't stand to watch and secretly told Yi Feng. Yi Feng told his family. Yi Yang did not admit it, and his family did not believe it. They also said that Yi Feng slandered him. Said more, Yi Dashan said to go and smashed again. His grandson vision is good. In the future to give him a wife like this. Far from it. Since this retarded person likes Jiba so much, bring Jiba to him and then. He must be very surprised. Only after Yi Yang's eyes adjusted to the darkness did he see clearly that it was Yi Feng. The anger value immediately soared wildly, but he quickly adjusted his emotions again and said with a smile on his face, "It's little Feng. What are you looking for me for?" He remembered that Yi Feng was not used to him now. Last time, he beat him up at the Civil Affairs Bureau and smashed his battery car. By now he was still taking public transportation to work. This big night, He was a big man with no hands. It was better not to provoke him. Hey, look who's here. Yi Feng smiled faintly and pulled Hotba over. You are? Yi Yang immediately had an excited sheepish seizure, convulsed, foamed at the mouth, and hiccuped. That was naturally impossible. Yi Yang couldn't believe his dog eyes. The goddess actually appeared in front of him. Still thought he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, after confirming again and again that the person in front of him was really Hotba. Are you really Hotba? I'm not dreaming. Yi Yang's voice was a little shaky as he said, Hello, I'm Hotba. Hotba revealed a sweet smile and waved her hand somewhat awkwardly. She also didn't understand why Yi Feng didn't go to the car in the middle of the night. Ahem. To bring her to see a fan in the middle of the night. I'm a huge fan of yours. I've always loved the plays you've acted in, ever since Clara Lovers. Yi Yang felt like his heart was going to stop. An ugly face reddened and stammered. Thank you for your support, Hotba said with a smile. Ha! Yi Yang was so excited that he didn't know what to say and just giggled one after another. By the way, why did you come here? Yi Yang suddenly said with some doubts. Hotba, who do I ask if you ask me? She was also wondering why Yi Feng brought her here. Looking at this relationship between the two, it didn't look very good. Hotba glanced at Yi Feng. Yi Yang also looked at Yi Feng. Could it be that Yi Feng wanted to introduce Jiba to her? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Right, this made sense. Although there were some small conflicts between the two brothers, he was after all his elder brother, the first son of the Yi family. It was only right for the whole family to concentrate their resources on cultivating him. And Yi Feng had always known that he liked Hataru. That's why he snatched his bride away before, just to give him a surprise and introduce Hotba to him. In order to make this surprise even bigger, he even deliberately fell out with them and snatched away his house. But if he's with Hotba, what's the point of having a house? He could move in with Hataru. He wouldn't mind. Doesn't mind at all. Really? That's right. That must be it. Yi Yang fell into a huge fantasy. Oh. Seeing that Yi Yang was still fantasizing, Yi Feng kissed Hotba as soon as he wrapped his arms around her. Hotba responded enthusiastically after symbolically resisting for a bit. You guys? Yi Yang's eyes widened. This pair of dogs and men, actually in broad daylight. Well, it was already dark now, actually in the middle of the night, specially ran to his house to kiss him. Kissing even if, Yi Feng that paw actually placed on the Hotba quite arched. He also pinched. Uing. He realized, Yi Feng is not to introduce the hot bar to him, but over to show off to get his goddess. Is there anyone more shameless than him? This dog thing. Put. Yi Yang's blood pressure shot wildly and spat out 3 liters of blood. Afterward, he immediately squatted there and dipped his finger in blood and drew circles to curse Yi Feng. Ha. He then asked if it was unexpected, surprising, and exciting. Hotba covered her face and somewhat embarrassedly shrunk in Yi Feng's arms. Seeing the circles on the ground, she somewhat understood why Yi Feng called him Brother Circles. Phew. Yi Yang took a deep breath. Jiba, you have to think clearly. He's not a good person. Yi Yang's face was grave. He had to save his goddess. He couldn't let her be tricked by the bad guys. Oh. Jiba froze for a moment, then nodded her head. There were no good guys who mixed to Yi Feng's level. The good guys had been eaten up long ago. The cruelty of the capital market could be much more cruel than the entertainment circle. He also has more than just you as a woman. Yi Yang gritted his teeth and said, Oh. Hotba nodded her head. Which big man would have only one woman? Yi Yang, is this the right reaction for you? Aren't you angry? Yi Yang wanted to say something else, but he was slapped out by Yi Feng. This time Yi Yang didn't dare to speak. Hotba, so fierce, but so good looking. Let's continue. Yi Feng wrapped his arm around Hotba and continued kissing. You guys? Seeing the two of them kissing again like no one else, Yi Yang was so anxious that his eyes rolled over and he fainted. Is he alright? Hotba was a little worried. Can't die. Let's go. Pissed off Yi Yang, Yi Feng was in a great mood. Oh, bang. Before leaving, Yi Feng smashed Yi Yang's home window as well. God will definitely open a window for you while closing a door for you. Yi Feng was different. He was much better than God. Helping you kick down a door while smashing your window ensures that your life is exceptionally smooth. No need to thank me. My name is Lei Feng. Hotba. What kind of grudge is that? Pissed people off and smashed the windows and doors. Yi Yang woke up later, looking at the broken gate doors and windows want to cry. Originally not rich, now even worse. Finally, he viciously in microblogging, shaking voice, fast hand cancel attention to hot bar. He wants to make her lose him forever as a fan, and he will powder Louis Fei in the future. Let her regret for the rest of her life to go. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll send you back. After getting into the car and fastening his seatbelt, Yi Feng asked, going back now? It's too late. Right. Hotba looked at her cell phone. It was already 3 in the morning. It was too late to go back to the hotel and then to the airport. And not that? 2 kisses and that's it? Will not work, right? Hotba gazed down. Yi Feng, what kind of eyes are you looking at? The main time is too tight. Not enough for him to play. Then I'll just send you directly to the airport. And find a place to rest there. Yi Feng said after thinking for a while. Chapter 54, Wanting to Learn English. Well, I'll call my assistant to come straight to the airport. Hotba nodded and made a call to inform her assistant and manager. Yi Feng also drove Hotba to the airport. On the way, Hotba wanted to say something several times, and her eyes were a little complicated when she looked at Yi Feng. Can't you do it at such a young age? It's a pity to be so handsome. I didn't fail. Time is running out. Yi Feng said somewhat helplessly. Ahem, I don't mean that. Although he said this, Hotba obviously still didn't believe it. It was mainly just kissing, without that she was a bit uneasy. Fine. Yi Feng spread his hands. In order to prove that he had no problem, he drove the car to an isolated off-ramp where no one was. Inside the car was a paid session. When Yi Feng sent Hotba to the airport afterward, she looked at Yi Feng with drawn eyes. At first, I thought that Yi Feng could not do it. I didn't realize that people don't want to be too good. They are too much time. In fact, if she didn't have a job, she really wanted to fight with the other party. Ahem, she didn't say anything. When the two arrived at the airport, the agent and assistant were already waiting. The agent secretly looked at Hotba. Hotba nodded with some embarrassment. Coupled with the fact that Hotba's walk was a bit unnatural, the agent then put his heart down. Don't look at Hotba as a top stream right now. If you don't have a powerful capitalist big brother to cover you, you will only be reduced to a pawn and be madly squeezed. One day when you are over the top, then eat it all up and kick it away. There are too many examples of this in the entertainment industry. Since Yang Mi left, Hotba has been targeted by many people. If she couldn't find a strong backer, Hotba was also in danger and the end wouldn't be too good. Now it was good. Bye. Because there were too many people. After a brief farewell, Hotba went in with her manager. Hotba, where did you guys go last night? Went to his house? Just after Yi Feng left, the agent couldn't wait to ask. Going to a hotel and going to the big brother's house were completely incomparable. No, he took me. Yesterday, Hotba briefly talked about what happened last night. Of course, the car and stuff naturally said. Agent, although I do not know why the big man did so, but there must be his reasoning. Well, let's not talk about this. I've already negotiated the endorsement of Cold-Hearted Thought, 2 years and $30 million, and shoot the promo next month. This price was neither too much nor too little. It was exactly the price of Hotba's endorsement. Originally, she offered to endorse for free, but Big Brother that butler refused. Not bad for money. Also, the butler also promised that if you want to come out and set up your own studio, it's no problem. They will fully support it and guarantee that there won't be any resistance. The broker was very excited. She and Hotba had long thought about coming out and setting up their own studio, but the company had never let go, and they couldn't afford to fall out with the company. Hey, what are you giggling about? I'm talking to you. The agent reached out and waved her hand in front of Hotba. Ahem, I'm listening, go ahead. Hotba's small face reddened, a little embarrassed. She was naturally reminiscing. Ahem, she didn't say anything. Then I'll continue. Since we have a big brother covering us, our future planning can now be adjusted. Don't read those few scripts before, throw them all away. The agent also began to talk hard. After sending Hotba to the airport, Yi Feng also returned to the county. What came. Then go to play Luo. Ah shucks, go to find Luo Bing to play for 2 days. The factory side is almost there. Paint formula NAC also mastered. Even if occasionally encountered will not make a phone call to ask his family on the line. So he is now very idle. He wants to learn English. English is good. Gah! After Yi Feng came to Luo Bing's side, she had already gone to school. High school work hours were still very early, especially since she was also the senior class teacher. Yi Feng took a shower and put on his invisible gear to go to school. Luo Bing, who saw Yi Feng again, was naturally very surprised. The two could sneak around again. Of course, Yi Feng had wanted to send some surprises to her 3 roommates, but this time they learned the hard way. Closed the windows on both sides. Also installed a surveillance camera at their door. What happened before was like seeing a ghost. They were scared. Yi Feng didn't have a chance to do anything. Otherwise, if the monitor saw something moving inside the dormitory and couldn't see anyone, it would be a big fun. Teacher Luo, the school notified that starting today, Fu Haoren, Li Yiting, and Huang Wenjie from your class are going to be transferred to our class, Class 5 and Class 8. Li Jia came to Luo Bing with a smug face holding the notice. What? Transferring classes now? Luo Bing frowned. Now that he was in his 3rd year of high school, he was about to enter the final review and sprint stage. Transferring classes at this time and giving the students a new batch of unfamiliar teachers would have too much of an impact on them. and the ones who were replaced were still the top 3 in her class. The class that she switched to was still the 3 roommates from her previous dormitory. To say there's no problem here, ghosts wouldn't believe it. This is the school's decision. I can't do anything about it, Li Jia said with an innocent face. After the last time, their dormitory Jinhuan battle quickly realized that something was wrong. After that, the 3 of them openly and honestly reconciled their accounts. It was discovered that they had been shaded by someone. Although there was no evidence to prove that it was Luo Bing, she was the one with the most motive. Regardless, the 3 ended up joining forces to shade Luo Bing. They found all sorts of connections and transferred the top 3 students in Luo Bing's class to their own class. This not only weakened Luo Bing's class strength, but also allowed them to get more scholarships. The other substitute teachers in their class would also be dissatisfied. I'll inform them to switch classes now, Li Jia said with a smug look on her face. No, I'll go to the principal. It was too childish to transfer classes now. Did these people not consider the impact on the students at all? Or students with excellent grades? It's useless for you to find anyone. This is the school's rule. In order to balance the classes, who made Mr. Luo's grades in your class too good? Li Jia said conspiratorially. Every time there was a big exam, a joint exam, Luo Bing's class was always number 1, and her grades in all subjects were also at the top. Every year she had the most bonuses. So many teachers looked at her with disdain. This time, the transfer of the class has received the secret silent support of many people. Luo Bing ignored her and went to the principal's office. When she came back, her face was bad. Li Jia also left with a smug look on her face. Honey, what now? Luo Bing looked at Yi Feng pitifully. It wasn't that she cared about bonuses or anything. She was just afraid that it would affect the students' college entrance exams. Changing a group of teachers at this juncture would more or less have an impact. The school must have been taken care of by them. It must be useless for you to look for the school. You can only go to the parents and let them come to the school to make trouble. Good idea. Luo Bing's eyes lit up, then immediately caught up with Li Jia and told her to wait. Teacher Luo was still not dead in the water? The corner of Li Jia's mouth rose slightly. The matter had been finalized, and it was no good looking for anyone. Chapter 55, You don't know what love is called at all. Wait for me to notify the students' parents. As long as they agree, I won't object. Luo Bing said and took out his cell phone to call the students' parents. Li Jia's face changed. They had gone to great lengths to fix the school, forgetting about the parents' side. If the parents insisted on not agreeing, I'm afraid this class wouldn't be a good transfer. Hello, is this Fu Haoren's mom? Yes, I'm his homeroom teacher, and now the school wants to transfer him from first in our class to a bottom class. Second. Li Jia gritted her teeth. This was important to her. That ugly class was the bottom one. I'm afraid it'll affect my child's college entrance exams. Yes, if you guys don't have a problem with it, then transfer it, it's fine with me. If you don't agree, come to the school immediately. It's the school's decision. I can't do anything about it. Okay, I'll wait for you guys. After that, Luo Bing notified the other 2 students' parents. The 3 families heard that it might affect the college entrance exam and said that they would come over immediately. Only then did Luo Bing put away the phone. Li Jia's face changed. When Luo Bing said that, the parents definitely wouldn't agree. Who would let their child temporarily change classes before the college entrance exam, or move from the top-ranked class to the bottom 3 schools? The parents would definitely come to the school and make a scene. They had carefully planned for so long, and they were just going to be broken? She hurriedly went to the other 2 to discuss it. But she hadn't been gone for long before the parents of the 3 came to the school to make a scene. Li Jia's trio also hid early for fear of being beaten up. In the end, the matter of transferring to another class was naturally forgotten. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't just let it go and started a series of counterattacks. In addition to making trouble for the 3, he also started rumors that they were having an affair with the principal, vice principal, and the director of instruction. The entire school was once again jumping up and down. This last question is a typical inverted sentence with a definite article postposition. On the podium, Luo Bing took the test paper and analyzed it there in a blah blah blah. Yi Feng squatted under the podium, zipping the zipper on his head from time to time, looking at Luo Bing's heart in fear, but also felt very exciting. Alright, everyone revive yourself. After lecturing the last question, Luo Bing sat down. Luo Bing tried to manage his expression well. Teacher, my stomach hurts. I want to go to the restroom. At this time, a student raised his hand. Fine, go ahead. Luo Bing nodded. Teacher. After that, one after another, there were students with stomach pains. The more serious ones were already sweating profusely. Luo Bing also sensed that something was wrong. While reporting to the school, he called for an ambulance. After that, it happened in other classes one after another. The school speculated that it might be what they ate at noon. Food poisoning. Immediately organized the whole school teachers, have a car to send the poisoned students to the hospital. But the poisoning of a lot of students teaches that a few cars are not enough. The county ambulance is not so much. For a moment, the whole school moved. Everyone sent the more serious ones to the hospital first. Yifeng also drove his own car to help out. Get in this one. This is my boyfriend's car. Luo Bing commanded there. Immediately, 3 people got into Yifeng's car. I'll go with this car. Li Jia, who was in the crowd, had a twinkle in her eye and was about to get into the car. The school regulations stipulated that in order to prevent accidents, each car must have a teacher following it. Otherwise it would be too busy when they arrived at the hospital. She recognized that this was Luo Bing's boyfriend's car. This was a Rolls-Royce. This was rich. It would be great if she could hook up with the other person. Although she is not as good looking as Luo Bing, her legs are not as long as her fierce is not as big as her waist is not as thin as her, and she is not as temperamental as her. But we are all women. Rounding up is about the same. She teaches math. No one understands rounding better than her. It's still a good idea to dream, just in case the other person is blind. Scram! Yifeng didn't spoil him. Li Jia's smile froze on her face. Obviously, the other party was not blind. Luo Bing also pushed the other person away and sat in the passenger seat. It didn't matter so much at this time. Yifeng also immediately started the car and drove to the hospital. The hospital side had already received news from the school and was preparing in advance. Therefore the rescue went smoothly. After arranging the 3 people, Yifeng went back and forth twice more. With all the people working together, all the poisoned students were finally sent to the hospital. The whole hospital also started to get busy. Hubby worked hard. I'll serve you well at night. I'm going to watch the students now. Luo Bing somewhat apologized. There were just too many students and she didn't have time to accompany Yifeng for the time being. Who could have known that something like this would happen? Alright, you go ahead. I'll go buy some water for you guys. Yifeng nodded. Thanks hubby. Bye. Yifeng smiled and went to the hospital supermarket. When Yifeng came out of the supermarket carrying a box of water, he saw a somewhat familiar figure in a corner of the hospitalization department. It's him? Yifeng quickly remembered the other person. He was Yi Yang's classmate, but he wasn't a villain. When Yi Yang took the living expenses given by Yifeng to chase stars, he knew that it was not easy for Yifeng and advised Yi Yang. But Yi Yang didn't listen and still did what he wanted. So he told Yifeng. Then he fell out with Yi Yang. But the other party was now in a sick suit. His face was pale, his eyes were lifeless, and he was obviously sick, and it was quite serious. Just as Yifeng was about to go up and ask the other party what kind of illness he was having, Yi Yang, the retard, walked towards the other party with a 6-fold step, almost forgetting that Yi Yang was in this hospital. Yo, isn't this the snitching student Mu Qing? Got cancer, got retribution. Yi Yang sneered. At first, he just went to see Jiba. This guy was yakking, and when he didn't care about him, he even snitched to Yifeng. This also made him not have the money to go start chasing afterward. Now he got cancer, right? He simply deserved it. Cancer? Yifeng froze for a moment. This was really a good man who did not live long, and a scourge that would last for 1,000 years. Mu Qing glanced at Yi Yang faintly, his eyes full of pity. How dare you look at me like that? Yi Yang was furious. He was already furious that Hotspur had been robbed, and this guy actually looked at him with this kind of look. I'm pitying you. You don't know what love is. You fart. I've had a girlfriend and even went to Daboojin. How could I not know? Yi Yang was furious. Mu Qing, holy, he wanted to curse. Not only do I know, I will know in the future. On the contrary, you can only know in your next life when you reincarnate. Yi Yang said with a smug face, although it was only less than 2 minutes each time, he really knew. Bang! A big long leg kicked out and Yi Yang flew out backwards. Mu Qing was startled and turned his head to see that it was Yifeng. Somewhat familiar. He had seen Yifeng very few times and after so many years, he didn't think of it. Yi Yang saw that it was Yifeng and immediately glared at his dog eyes in anger. Scram! Just roll. What's the big deal? Yi Yang tumbled away. Chapter 56. You're a piece of. Thanks. Mu Qing smiled, his smile filled with bitterness. Not long after he had just graduated from college, just when he thought that his beautiful life was about to start, he got stomach cancer. It was already in the late stages when he found out. He himself was studying medicine, and as a result, he got cancer himself, which was equal to not knowing. It was too ironic to say it out loud. You're welcome, brother Mu Qing. Do you still remember me? Yifeng put the mineral water aside. To be honest, in his 20 years of life, there weren't many who were genuinely kind to him. Mu Qing could be counted as one, especially when the two hadn't even met a few times. He could care so much about a stranger. This was someone who was truly kind and had great love. You are? Mu Qing said with some doubt. He was now in the late stages of cancer. His health was not as good as before, and his memory was starting to fail. I'm Yi Feng. Oh, you're Yi Yang's younger brother. Mu Qing finally remembered. He and Yi Yang had even fallen out because of Yi Feng in the beginning. Yi Yang had been harboring a grudge, and he refused to let him go now that he had cancer. Instead, it was this younger brother of his, helped him kick Yi Yang away. What a kick! You've changed so much even now. You've become stronger and more energetic. I can't even recognize you. Mu Qing smiled. The Yi Feng at the beginning was full of emaciation, tall and thin, with a thin body, as if the wind would blow and he would fall down. Yi, on the other hand, was well-bred in white. Brothers stand together. Yi Feng looked more vicissitudes than Yi Yang. Later, he heard that Yi Feng not only have to pay back the home mortgage, but also to give Yi Yang living expenses, but also to give money to the family, to take care of the family's sick mother. He was very distressed. It was just a child who had not graduated from high school. That's why he kept straining to remind Yi Yang not to spend money indiscriminately. By the way, why are you here? Mu Qing asked. The students at my girlfriend's school had collective food poisoning. I came to help. So that's how it is. I said the emergency side is so busy today. Mu Qing nodded. Brother Mu Qing, what are you? Nothing. Terminal stomach cancer. Mu Qing smiled. Yi Feng, advanced stomach cancer is still nothing. Could it be a misdiagnosis? Have you been to another hospital? Yi Feng frowned. Could it be that he took the wrong Yi Yang's medical report? Went to see several. Mu Qing smiled bitterly. Have you been to the city's tertiary hospital? Or the Magic City? Or the Imperial City's big hospitals to see them? If I don't have the money, I can. The county hospitals are all second-rate hospitals. Or almost. Have been to all of them. The doctor said that I could probably live for half a year. I didn't want to waste money. So I was discharged. 2 days ago I had a seizure. My family sent me to the hospital again. Mu Qing was a little lost. He actually didn't want to come. It couldn't be seen well anyway. He owed his family too much. Yi Feng, why don't good people live long? Cancer? Yi Feng suddenly remembered his own price inflation world spelling you. Isn't there a cancer special medicine for sale up there? You'll be fine. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Yi Feng smiled evilly. Thanks. Bye. Mu Qing didn't take Yi Feng's words to heart, and only took it as Yi Feng saying 2 good words. Yi Feng carried the mineral water and left. Yi Yang jumped out just as Yi Feng left. You can't really think that you will be fine. Stomach cancer late stage. Hey, the doctor said that you can live for half a year. I think at most 3 months. Yi Yang said very viciously. You are a piece of trash. Mu Qing stood up and coldly looked at Yi Yang. He just couldn't understand. The same said living under one roof of the 2 brothers how the gap is so big. One was well-informed and sensible, carrying the burden of the family at a young age. One, however, is capricious and arrogant, does not know to appreciate his brother, taking his brother's hard-earned money to go to the star. The words are vicious. Is that something he just said that a doctor could say to a patient? Who are you calling trash? Yi Yang was furious. Of course it's you. You're not even 1/10 as good as your brother. You fart. I'm much better than him. Yi Yang's old face turned red. He went to the great treasure sword and it was 2 minutes every time, with the highest being 2 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Is there any man stronger than him? Mu Qing ignored him and went back to the ward. Yi Yang immediately took out his book and started drawing circles to curse Yi Feng and Mu Qing. Yi Feng also carried mineral water to this side of the emergency room and handed out the water to the students and teachers who wanted to drink it. Just buy mineral water. Drinks, milk tea, coffee don't even spare. Still driving a Rolls Royce, Li Jia said in a conspiratorial manner. Who let Yi Feng not let her get on the car? Isn't it just a Rolls Royce? What's the big deal? She came in a Mazda and wasn't there any traffic jam on the road? Teacher Li, not everyone likes to drink. That's right, everyone is so busy. It's good that people can buy water. If you want to drink, go buy it yourself. This is a doctor's appointment, not to have afternoon tea. The other teachers couldn't stand to watch. They weren't school teachers either, much less hospital staff. They were just purely helping out. It's good enough to buy you water, but you also need a drink. Why don't you go to heaven? You guys? Li Jia didn't expect her co-workers to actually defect. Don't bother with her. She's just a psycho. Luo Bing also stopped pretending. Now she was no longer careful either. The more careful she was, the easier it was for people to stomp on her. Who are you calling a psychopath? You have the guts to say it again. Li Jia jumped up. That's enough from you. Ms. Li, shut up. The principal was enraged. He was already annoyed that so many students had food poisoning, and he didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. This woman is again in yakking. Noisy. It was she who first said I was crazy. Li Jia was a bit aggrieved. You go back first. You're not needed here. Scram. The principal couldn't bear it. Seeing that the principal was really angry, Li Jia had to go back gray. After Li Jia left, things gradually got under control. so there were students who were properly treated and basically slowly recovered. In addition, the police also went to the cafeteria to investigate clearly. After investigation, found that the cause of food poisoning is not cooked beans at noon. All the teachers and students who ate the bean curd had more or less symptoms of poisoning. How to deal with the back? There are public security organs. After an afternoon of treatment, the students recovered one after another, except for a few particularly serious, basically all discharged. Luo Bing also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter today had really scared her enough. Hubby, there are still a few students with serious symptoms. They need to continue to be observed for a night. I and another teacher will stay in the hospital tonight to accompany them. You go back to rest first. Luo Bing somewhat apologized. Good, I'll fix you a snack later. Thank you, hubby. Hard work, hubby. Then I'll go back first. Slowed down on the road. After bidding farewell to Luo Bing, Yi Feng drove back. Master, this is the special effect medicine you wanted. When he returned home, the housekeeper had already delivered the stomach cancer special effects. Because he had to open the store, his cell phone had been placed on the butler's side. Chapter 57, almost hanged up. He had already called the butler when he was in the hospital just now, asking him to buy a special medicine for stomach cancer. The butler of the two people's cell phones had already implanted anti-bugging software, and when they finished, they would erase all traces, so that no one would know about it, and there wouldn't be any record of it. Otherwise, if their conversations or messages were discovered in the background, it would be too shocking. Is the composition of this thing complicated? Yi Feng looked at the white pill in his hand. 100 million apiece. It was cheaper than invisible paint, equivalent to $100 a pill in their world. It was cheap, and Yi Feng guessed that it shouldn't be too complicated. If he really wanted to take it out, then he definitely had to figure out the ingredients and be able to replicate it himself. Otherwise, if he was exposed, it would be troublesome if he couldn't explain it. This ingredient is very simple, much simpler than invisible paint. I know the formula. The butler nodded. As a future all-powerful butler, there were knowledge reserves in all areas. The formula for a special medicine to treat cancer was nothing in the future. It could only be considered common knowledge. That's fine. You write me the formula, chemical formula. Yi Feng nodded. This butler had really bought the right one. If the housekeeper couldn't get it out, he wouldn't have taken it out. There was no need to take such a big risk. Mu Qing wasn't that kind to him either, but since he could get it out, then he could take it to Mu Qing. In fact, I should have known that I should have gotten a special cancer medicine. This is definitely a fast moneymaker. His current industry is still too small. It had only been a month or so, and Pangfei International's seasoning had already been copied by other companies. Although the flavor is still a little bit worse, but people sell it cheaper. After a long time, it was estimated that it wouldn't make much money. Although the valuation of Cold Heart Thoughts is high, he is free, and he can't make a few dollars yet. Unless selling equity, it is difficult to realize the cash. The rest of the invisible paint, it is even more to sneak. It is impossible to sell on a large scale, and cannot earn much. However, if this special medicine is made, the money will certainly drop greatly. In the future, you can spend money openly. Well, start with stomach cancer, but we still need to cooperate with the military. Otherwise, those big pharmaceutical companies won't give up. If he didn't have the military to cover him, he might come up with the formula in the first place, but he might encounter some accidents in the second place. Okay, young master, I've prepared the information. The butler handed over a few sheets of A4 paper. It was indeed a bit simpler than last time, and half as much as last time. There weren't many material ingredients that didn't exist in this world yet, but last time it was all sorts of chemical ingredients. This time it's all biomedical ingredients, so he'll have to learn from scratch again. He was just a laborer. After the housekeeper left, Yi Feng took the formula and started reading it. As for Mu Qing's side, there was no hurry first. Waiting for a while wouldn't kill him. He planned to sneak over at night. Fewer people are better to maneuver a bit. 1 in the morning. After a little preparation, Yi Feng set off. Half an hour later, Yi Feng came to the hospital again. Just as he arrived at the ward where Mu Qing was, he heard the nurse shouting up, "Doctor, doctor, that patient in bed 28 is vomiting blood." The nurse shouted at the doctor in a panic. Yi Feng, number 28, wasn't it Mu Qing's bed? Didn't he say that he still had half a year to live? How come it's vomiting blood now? What's going on? Wasn't he fine during the day? The doctor on duty hurriedly went to check. Yi Feng also followed closely. Don't ever hang up. That's one of the few good people in this world. If you want to die, Yi Yang is good. It's not much use to society. Yi Feng followed the doctor, accelerated his pace, and came to the door of the ward, only to see Mu Qing's face as pale as paper, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, the whole person leaning weakly against the bed. The doctor on duty was sweating profusely as he was taking emergency measures, and Yi Yang stood aside with a face full of indifference, even with a hint of a smile. Yi Feng, why is this retard here? Could it be him? Yi Yang was a little scared when he saw Yi Feng coming over and turned around to leave the ward. Bang! Yi Feng kicked Yi Yang out. No matter what, it was definitely right to kick him. Although Yi Yang was angry, he didn't dare to say anything more and rolled and crawled away. It's not working, notify his family. The doctor on duty found that there was no way back after first aid. Yi Yang's breathing was also getting weaker and weaker, and his eyes were gradually closing. The various data on the instrument also gradually flattened out. Yi Feng took advantage of the crowd's inattention and came to Mu Qing's side, pulling out the special effect medicine from his pocket and stuffing it into Mu Qing's mouth. Brother Mu Qing, swallow the medicine if you want to live. Yi Feng came to Mu Qing's ear and whispered. It was impossible to care about so much at this time. Luckily, no one noticed him and thought he was a family friend. Mu Qing, who was originally prepared to wait quietly for death, heard Yi Feng's voice, and his survival instincts made him open his mouth with difficulty, trying hard to swallow the pills. Yi Feng poured some more warm water and gave it to him. Only then did Mu Qing reluctantly swallow the medicine, but his condition didn't improve immediately. Although this medicine could cure stomach cancer, it needed time to work, and since Mu Qing was terminally ill, it wouldn't necessarily work. But what can be done has already been done, so let's see what God will do next. Time passed by minute. Mu Qing's face gradually had a hint of blood, and his breathing began to stabilize. The indicators on the instrument also began to normalize. Yi Feng was happy in his heart, knowing that the medicine was starting to work. After notifying the family, the female doctor on duty came back again with wide eyes. How is it possible? Just now, the patient's every bodily function was rapidly losing, and it looked like he was going to be unable to return to life. But he returned to normal so quickly? This is not scientific. The female doctor on duty checked again, and determined that everything was gradually recovering. At least for the time being, his life would not be in danger. Doctor, what's wrong with my son? A middle-aged couple rushed over in the dust as well, their faces filled with anxiety. Both of them looked exhausted. He vomited blood just now, but he's fine now. The female doctor on duty was a little embarrassed. Just now, she had said that people were not okay, but in the blink of an eye, they were okay again. It's good to be fine. It's good to be fine. The middle-aged couple breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at their son with a sad face. No matter how fine he was, he only had a few months to live. Son since childhood, son was their pride, well-behaved and understanding, excellent grades, has always been someone else's child. Unexpectedly just after graduating from college, he got cancer. The heavens had really played a big joke on them. Uncle, auntie, brother Mu Qing will be fine. Don't worry. Now it seems that the medicine has worked and resuscitated him. Thank you, young man. The old couple only took it as Yi Feng's good wishes. If there's nothing tomorrow, you can be discharged from the hospital. Call me if you need any help. Brother Mu Qing and I are friends. I'll leave first. Yi Feng was afraid of attracting too much attention and planned to run away first. Goodbye, young man. Bye, uncle and aunt. Chapter 58. You hit me. The female doctor on duty at the side looked at Yi Feng and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. She suspected that it was Yi Feng. In the panic just now, she seemed to see Yi Feng giving the patient water. She was in a hurry to go inform the family and didn't care. By the time she came back, the patient was back to normal. Maybe the other party had given the patient something like a quick-acting heart-saving pill or something like that. Leaving the ward, Yi Feng gave Luo Bing a midnight snack, after which he went back to study the ingredients of the special medicine for stomach cancer. I have to hurry up and get it out, and I don't know how long I can hide it. The female doctor on duty, many times wanting to say something, afraid to see something. Early in the morning, Mu Qing woke up from his slumber. He felt soothed all over. This was the most peaceful night of sleep he had had in months, especially in the last month. Every night, he had to wake up with pain, and the painkillers were starting to not work anymore. The first 2 days it was the pain at night that was too much to bear before he came to the hospital. He turned around comfortably, and the sunlight pierced straight into his eyes through the gap in the curtains. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover it, then it froze in the air. During this period of time, if he exerted himself just a little bit, a sharp pain like a knife strangling would come from his abdomen. Every breath felt like it was pulling on the nerves of his entire body. But just now, he turned around and subconsciously raised his hand. The entire movement was silky smooth, but his abdomen was painless, and the familiar pain disappeared without a trace. Mu Qing was full of doubts, sat up, hands trembling in the abdomen pressed. No pain. He then increased his strength. Finally some pain. Pinched. Mu Qing was overjoyed. He felt that his entire body was much more relaxed. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. What the hell is going on here? Mu Qing murmured in a low voice, his voice full of unbelief. He then took his pulse. Although he had studied Western medicine in college, he had also learned some Chinese medicine after class. Feeling the strong pulse beating, Mu Qing's face clouded over. This pulse was very healthy, completely unlike the pulse of a patient with terminal cancer. Suspecting that he was dreaming, he viciously pinched his thigh, and with the clear pain coming through, he was sure that this was not a dream. He might actually be well. He suddenly remembered the voice he had heard last night when he was on the verge of death. Remembered what he had told himself during the day. You'll be fine. Could it be him? He could cure cancer? Mu Qing's face was grave. Whether it was true or not, he had to keep it a secret so as not to cause trouble for the other party. Glancing at his parents who were full of fatigue and sleeping on the side of the bed, Mu Qing was filled with guilt. But it was better now. He would definitely honor his parents in the future. Just at this moment, Yi Yang once again sneered and walked in. Mu Qing frowned. Yesterday, he was the one who argued with this guy, and in a moment of excitement, he spat out blood and almost hung up. Now it seemed that he did it on purpose. He didn't expect that this guy would be so vicious. He himself had terminal cancer, and he couldn't even wait a few months. How does this kind of person deserve to be a doctor who saves lives? You look very good today. It seems that it's a return to the light. There are no more days to live. Yi Yang was a little surprised at first that Mu Qing would get better, then shook his head. Doctor, you said my son he? Mu's father, who had just woken up on the side, heard this and his heart tightened. Returning to the light? He's having a flashback, which we medically call near-death phase surge, is a special physiological phenomenon of the human body at the end of life. When the various organs of the human body fail, and life is nearing its end, the body will activate its final self-protection mechanism. Yi Yang blah 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 said. The more the old couple listened, the more they panicked. At this stage, the body's adrenal cortex will secrete a large amount of adrenaline. Your son is obviously in this situation. Hurry up and pack up and go home. He's going to die soon. Saying this, the old couple became even more anxious. Doctor, please save my son. Mu mother couldn't stop her tears from falling. Although she had prepared for this, she was still a bit at a loss when this day really came. She didn't know how she could live after losing her son. He is in the late stages of stomach cancer. No one can save him. Yi Yang was full of indifference and even a little bit of stealing. Who made him snitch in the first place? All the people who offended him would not have a good ending. They should all die. Yi Yang's face was a bit grim. He just liked Reba. What was wrong with him? Of course, now that he didn't like it anymore, he had already taken off his fan. Hotba also lost him as a fan forever. I didn't expect Hotba to be that kind of person. Actually hooking up with Yi Feng, this son of a. She had grown so big and had such beautiful eyes for nothing. Ah ta. Mu Qing, who was lying on the bed, couldn't listen anymore. She directly jumped up from the bed and kicked Yi Yang with a sweeping leg in the air. Yi Yang stared wide-eyed. Bang! Ah! Yi Yang screamed miserably and flew out backwards. Bang bang bang! Mu Qing wasn't relieved when he landed, and went forward to press the other party on the ground and frantically rubbed him. Ah! Yi Yang cried out as he was beaten up. It wasn't until his parents came forward to pull him that he stopped. Son, are you alright? The old couple was very worried. Before, their son was in severe pain when he moved a little. This time, with such a strenuous movement, he must not die of pain. Who? I'm fine. Mu Qing clapped his hands and felt relieved. He had long wanted to beat up this son of a. There's no strength to beat someone up. Yi Yang, who was lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen nose, laughed. Beat it, beat it. The more vigorously you beat, the faster you die. When the adrenaline ran out, he would be dead too. He couldn't wait for his opponent to die naturally anymore. Mu Qing shouldn't have beaten his brain to death. It didn't hit the head just now. He also studied medicine and knew where he could hit and where he couldn't. The head was not hit for a moment. Come on, if you have the ability to hit me again, if you don't hit, you're not a man. You hit me, sprinkle. You hit me, sprinkle. Yi Yang continued to provoke madly. Mu Qing, everyone heard it. He was the one who told me to hit. Bang bang bang. Mu Qing once again stepped forward to beat Yi Yang up. It just so happened that he didn't have a good time beating him just now. Ha ha, over the top, harder. The more pain on his body, the happier Yi Yang laughed. Let's see how long his adrenaline can support him. Finally, he didn't need to draw circles to curse, saving a lot of ben. Bang bang bang, you have the ability to beat me to death. If you can't beat me, you're just enough of a sissy. Yi Yang continued to stimulate Mu Qing. He didn't believe that Mu Qing's adrenaline kept running out. Come on, beat me to death. Hoo. In the end, Mu Qing's hands were hurting and he was panting. Yi Yang was still talking tough. Dad, Mom, I'm fine, let's get out of the hospital. Mu Qing sighed, kicked Yi Yang aside and prepared to leave the hospital. He was very sure that he was fine. Chapter 59. As long as the other side does not send out Yin Xuanying, he had to help Yi Feng keep it a secret and not let the hospital notice anything. Even if it wasn't good, the hospital couldn't cure it, so it would be better to go home. Anyway, the hospital said that nothing could stay. Son, you are a little worried, the old couple said. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I'm fine now, Mu Qing said and started to pack things. It was no good for anyone to persuade. Although the hospital saw Mu Qing's face getting better when he was doing the formalities later on, they wanted to let him have a checkup before he was discharged. But Mu Qing refused. He was discharged just to avoid exposure. If he was found to be cured, how would he explain it to others? When Mu Qing's family went through the formalities, Yi Yang, who had been beaten up and swollen, followed them the whole way. In his heart, he cursed countless times and counted down the time, hoping that Mu Qing would fall down the next second. But Mu Qing had been alive and well. This made him very confused. How come the other party didn't die yet? Did he have so much adrenaline? Until Mu Qing's family was discharged from the hospital after completing the formalities, he still hadn't seen what he wanted to see. This made him very upset. If the other party didn't die, didn't he get this beating for nothing? For sure the other party was gifted and had an exceptional amount of adrenaline. But after today's exertion, it definitely couldn't last long, maybe halfway to karma. Thinking this way, Yi Yang was in a much better mood. Yi Feng stayed for 2 days and went back. After that, he looked for a medical lab borrowed from the Southern University through military connections to start doing experiments. Because the ingredients, chemical formula, and steps were all there, the experiment went very smoothly. In half a month's time, he successfully developed the first special medicine for stomach cancer. After a few days, Yi Feng developed other cancer special drugs one after another. All the cancer special effect drugs, except for a small number of ingredients that differed. Most of the ingredients were more or less the same. As long as one was successful, the others would easily succeed. Yi Feng mass-produced more than 100 of each before stopping. Although it had been successful, at the moment he did not intend to directly open a company to take it out for production and sale. For one thing, the domestic and foreign pharmaceutical capital was very powerful, so it was better to keep a low profile for the time being. Before being sure, it is better not to enter casually first, otherwise one day how to die do not know. At least find an opportunity to talk to the military first. Secondly, he was ready to harvest a wave of rich people first. A drug sold 1,800,000,000. Earn his 800 billion. Later spend money without stingy. Yi Feng returned home in a great mood. Master, I think you need to raise the security level now. If others know that you have the invisible pain formula, as well as all kinds of cancer special drugs and formulas, although you are physically strong now, you can never deal with hot weapons. People's hearts are treacherous, you have to be on guard. The butler analyzed with a serious face. You have a point. Yi Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Genetic drugs, even if they transformed him to be stronger, people would still be finished with a pike. What do you recommend? The butler said so. He must have thought about it. I recommend two. One is this intelligent bodyguard robot that can protect you, Master, 24 hours a day, priced at $10 billion. The second is this energy shield. It's garbage for people in the future, just like a toy. But now 90% of the thermal weapons in this world can't break through it, priced at the same $10 billion. These two are the most suitable for you, the current master. The butler opened the price inflation world spell Eve and recommended. Yi Feng, are you looking at my balance to recommend this? It's hard for you not to spend all my money, right? If he didn't remember wrongly, the account was more than 20 billion. Buy it, buy it. Yi Feng waved his hand. After working so hard for so long, all of a sudden, he went back to the pre-liberation era. But for the sake of his own safety, this money had to be spent. Okay, master. The butler immediately placed the order. Buzz. A circular black hole once again appeared above his head. Clang, clang. A large and a small package fell out. The large one was a meter long, wide and tall, while the small one was only the size of a cell phone box. Yi Feng opened the small box first. This was the energy shield, somewhat similar to a sports bracelet. The overall lines were smooth and tense, as if it was a piece of equipment that came out of a sci-fi movie, with a full sense of technology. After briefly reading the manual, he familiarized himself with the usage of the bracelet. In addition to releasing the energy shield, you can also access the internet, can be used as a watch. Sports bracelet. The function is very complete. Absorbing the free energy of the universe once can release the energy shield 5 times. Energy shield defense is extremely strong, enough to resist machine guns, sniper rifles, electromagnetic cannons and so on. It also automatically absorbs energy after it is consumed. Yossi, this is a good thing. Yi Feng put on the bracelet with great satisfaction. He himself was considered to have a life-preserving card. The butler's side also disassembled the bodyguard robot and activated it. Recognizing the owner, looking one size bigger than the butler. It was the same type of intelligent robot as the butler. Only the butler is a comprehensive butler-type robot. This is a professional bodyguard robot, called Defender B5. The appearance is a strong man about 1 meter 9 or so tall. Looking at it was very oppressive. Equipped with all sorts of high-tech weapons that he hadn't even heard of in the future. It was able to analyze the data of the surrounding environment in real time, predict potential dangers, and formulate the best response strategy in an instant. Whether it was dealing with emergencies or dealing with complex security threats, it was able to calmly cope and react quickly. Master, as long as the other party doesn't deploy the Swallow Double Eagle. Yi Feng, what the hell have you been reading? Ah shucks, as long as the other side doesn't deploy weapons of mass destruction. Having these 2 undercards is enough to ensure that you, Master, can rest in peace, the butler said with great confidence. It's good to call you Shadow. Yi Feng was also satisfied. Now the little life was guaranteed. Yes, Master, right, by some of that invisible paint for him to put on him. It's safer. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, Master, I already have an invisibility function. The shadow said and immediately turned transparent in place. That's not bad. The paint money is saved. From now on you will be invisible to protect me. Yes, Master. On the other side, Mu Qing recuperated at home for a month and was able to eat and drink. His body also gradually returned to normal, and he even gained a lot of weight. He was very sure that he was cured, and it was Yi Feng who cured him. He went to so many hospitals, often half dead from pain. There is no possibility of misdiagnosis. The hospital didn't give him any effective treatment either. Apart from Yi Feng, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. He didn't expect that there was actually someone in this world who could cure cancer. He wanted to find Yi Feng to express his gratitude, but he didn't have his number or address. It was not good to go looking for him with great fanfare, for fear that things would be exposed and disturb Yi Feng's normal life. In the end, he could only give up this idea for the time being and go back to work. When his physical examination report was handed in, it quickly attracted the attention of the hospital leadership. Chapter 60, Dija Ultraman. Soon Mu Qing was called to the dean's office. Mu Qing, your body is cured? The dean glanced at Mu Qing and looked at his medical report, still somewhat incredulous. When Mu Qing was first diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer, he was still a bit sorry. He was the most optimistic about this young man back then. Aha! Mu Qing nodded his head stiffly. He also wanted to continue to hide it, but he had to go to work, so he couldn't stay at home all the time and let his parents raise him for the rest of his life. No matter which hospital he worked in, he needed a medical report. The hospital cases in the province were all networked, and there were all his cases online. A little bit of checking would tell you that there was no way to hide it. Can you tell me how you were cured? The dean was full of anticipation. This was advanced stomach cancer, and it was cured just like this watery? I don't know. That night Yi Yang came to my ward and had a fight with me. Then I was so angry that I vomited blood. I felt like I was going to die at that time, but as a result, I was inexplicably cured the next day. Mu Qing selectively said. The dean nodded. He had already looked for the doctor on duty that night to find out. What Mu Qing said was true. Then do you remember what someone gave you? When I was about to faint to death, it seemed like someone gave me water, but my eyes were already open at that point, so I didn't see who the other person was, let alone know what I ate. Mu Qing thought for a moment and said, the highest level of lying is that I say all the truth, but the important ones are not said. The dean was somewhat helpless. Mu Qing didn't lie. The doctor on duty said that she seemed to have seen someone feeding Mu Qing water when he was on the verge of falling into coma shock. It was normal not to know. Unfortunately, there was no surveillance inside the ward, and only the nurse's station had surveillance. It was impossible to find anyone. Okay, I know. You go and get busy. Do a good job. I'm optimistic about you. You're the best one in this class of graduates. The dean smiled. Thank you, Dean. Mu Qing spoiled himself. After this time, he also looked away. After Mu Qing left, the dean sat over there and thought for a while, then called Yi Yang. Yi Feng knew that things would not be hidden for long, but he did not expect that someone would come to his door so soon. Gah! Leaks came to the door. Early in the morning he received a call from Mu Qing. It is the Magic City D family. Mu Qing on the other end of the phone blamed himself somewhat. He was afraid that Yi Feng was angry. Yi Feng had saved him, but he couldn't help Yi Feng keep it a secret. However, although the D family was not visible on the surface, the Everest Group it founded was a giant existence in the country. The Everest Group is the largest shipping group in the country and has its own terminals both at home and abroad. Even in the world, it can rank in the top 5. The industries the group was involved in also included the internet, new energy, hotels, real estate, and so on. In front of them, Dean didn't have any choice. D family well, I know. Mu Qing nodded. It was good to know. Yi Feng could cure cancer and was considered a strange person. Even if he wasn't very familiar, he still belonged to a circle. It should be known. Dija Ultraman, well, I used to watch it a lot when I was a kid. Mu Ching, goddamn Dija Ultraman. Tell them that I promised to come over. Let's start with this what's his name D family. Okay, I'll reply to them then. Good. Not long after hanging up the phone, the D family came. A vast number of 7 or 8 big black Mercedes parked in front of the villa. A middle-aged man in a straight suit walked down from the front car. Behind him was a large group of bodyguards. Mr. Yi, first introduce yourself. I'm Mr. D's butler. My surname is Ding. Yi Feng. Worthy of being a Dija Ultraman. Look at this platoon of others. The butler has so many bodyguards. He still has to make more money and try to arrange bodyguards and drivers for his butler as well. Thinking of this, Yi Feng was energized. Hello. Yi Feng felt green when he looked at the other person's head. Ahem. Don't get me wrong. He meant all good leaks. Next to the housekeeper was the director of their county hospital. Good day, Mr. Yi. The dean was full of excitement and went forward to shake Yi Feng's hand. This is a great god who can cure cancer. How many people could be saved if that medical skill was promoted? Yi Feng, I'm sorry. Mu Qing also came and he blamed himself a little. It's fine. Yi Feng waved his hand. It was originally his plan. Yi Yang behind the crowd looked at Yi Feng with a complex face. It was through him that the dean confirmed that it was Yi Feng who made the move to save Mu Qing. There was no one else in the ward at that time. It couldn't have been the female doctor on duty, much less a nurse. The dean also thought for a moment that it was him who made the move, but it turned out that it wasn't either. Then it could only be Yi Feng. He didn't know when Yi Feng could cure cancer. Even if he had money, he could actually cure cancer. This world had become insane. It had become insane in a way that he didn't recognize, but the only good thing was that he would be able to turn regular after his internship. This was what the dean promised him. Otherwise he wouldn't have told them about Yi Feng. Thank you Mr. Yi for being willing to offer. We are willing to offer 20 million. Butler Ding stretched out 2 fingers. Hearing $20 million, Yi Yang's eyes lit up. I am the first eldest grandson of the Yi family. Give me this $20 million and buy me a villa and a Rolls Royce in Magic City. Yi Yang stepped forward. The butler was shocked by his powerful aura and looked at Yi Feng. Give it to him. Although Yi Feng was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. Who let Yi Yang be the first son and first grandson of the Yi family? It had to be cultivated with all his might. All the money was given to him. This villa of mine, and this car, all of them are also transferred to you. This is what you said. Then I will reluctantly accept it. Ha! The corner of Yi Yang's mouth revealed a silly smile, caught in a huge fantasy that he couldn't pull himself out of. Are you guys looking for the wrong person? I'm not a doctor. I'm not qualified to practice medicine. How can I save people? Yi Feng laughed. It's only $20 million. Sending out beggars. It would take $100 million to buy it online. You are the butler of Dija Ultraman. You have bodyguards, and you are still so stingy. Ahem. I misremembered just now. We are willing to offer 200 million to ask Mr. Yi to make a bid. Butler Ding was worthy of having worked in the Dija Ultraman house for so many years. He was very good at reading people's words, and immediately added 10 times more. Actually, it was right. This place where Yi Feng lived wasn't bad. 10 or $20 million was still not bad. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth twitched. 200 million ah. He wants to have 200 million directly wealth freedom. Relying on interest to eat, drink, whore and gamble would be enough. Does he still need to go to work in misery? 800 million. Yi Feng said indifferently. Butler Ding was a little hesitant. When he came, he expected a maximum of 1 or 200 million. Yuan gave him the authority that he could make the decision within 200 million. Now Yi Feng wanted 800 million. Moreover, he didn't see with his own eyes that Yi Feng could cure cancer. It's just hearsay. What if the other party takes the money and doesn't do anything? I'll have to call and ask Mr. D about this. The housekeeper can't make the call. Chapter 61 Going to Ultraman's house. Fight it. Yi Feng waved his hand. The butler immediately went to the side to call and communicate. Yi Yang secretly prayed that the housekeeper would not agree. If you need so much money to see a doctor, you might as well die. People will die anyway. How nice to save the money and give it to him. Yi Feng having 800 million was worse than killing him. Mr. D said 800 million is fine, but he has to cure the disease before giving the money. In addition, he doesn't have so much cash right now. Can he have shares, properties, hotels of equal value to mortgage? The butler nodded, and D Changyuan unsurprisingly agreed. After all, even more money, it's useless when you die. Who wants to die if they can live? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth twitched. Still really agreed. This is 800 million. Yi Yan wanted to use his powerful intention to control Yi Feng and give him all of this 800 million. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Still Dija Ultraman can't even take out 800 million. but it would be the same if it was changed to something else. Good, then there's no time to lose. Mr. Yi, come with me, the butler said with some impatience. Di Chunyuan was also getting very sick now, and spent a large portion of his day in bed. If he went late, he would have a lot of fun if he hiccuped. Alright, let's go. Yi Feng nodded. Good. Will Mr. Yi take his own car or ours? I'll drive myself. It was impossible to come back immediately after going there, and still have to wave around Magic City. Driving by myself was more convenient. Good. Then Mr. Yi will just follow us later. The butler nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the crowd was ready to go. Right. Add one more condition. Before getting into the car, Yi Feng stopped again. What condition? The housekeeper was a little nervous, afraid that something would go wrong again. He is an intern in your hospital, right? Yi Feng pointed at Yi Yang. Yi Yang suddenly had a bad feeling. Yes, Yi Yang is a very superior. In our hospital, the dean cheerfully said. He knew that the two were brothers. As long as their hospital kept Yi Yang, it would be the same as getting on a superstar who could cure cancer. This time, the D family would say they owed them a favor. Don't let him convert. Indecisive one. His kind of character is indeed not suitable to be a doctor. There is no him on the transfer list this time. The dean instantly said very seriously. He was really a little witty. Mu Qing on the side nodded his head. He very much agreed with Yi Feng's point of view. What kind of doctor deliberately irritated a patient and tried to piss them off? Yi Yang. Oh, you're all bad people. I should have known not to come. I go back to draw a circle, curse you. I go back to this month's salary to buy a small notebook. Every day to draw a circle, curse you. I can't stop you. Don't let this kind of people in. They'll make the house dirty. Yes, young master. The housekeeper nodded. Actually, he had informed Yi Feng at the beginning. It was Yi Feng who let him in. He knew that Yi Feng wanted to show off his wealth. Now that he was done showing off, he could tell him to get lost. The butler had just been smiling, but suddenly he changed his face and stormed out. Bang! Yi Yang screamed miserably and flew out of the villa courtyard. The butler was an omnipotent robot, and he knew a little bit about punches and kicks. Ultraman's butler was shocked in his heart. This power of the other party was not like an ordinary person. Moreover, the other party was warning him not to use any crooked ideas. In fact, it was also right. Those who could cure cancer, could they be ordinary people? It was a good thing that they didn't have any other thoughts in the first place. There was no telling how much energy was behind this kind of strange person. Let's go. Brother Mu Qing, you come along too. Take my car. Yi Feng also drove out from the garage. I'm going too? Mu Qing was a bit surprised. Go, consider it a paid vacation. Go. Count it as a business trip for you. The dean smiled and nodded. That's good. Mu Qing got on the car with his ass in the air. Yi Feng was giving him the opportunity to take him to the D family to brush his face. Just follow us, Mr. Yi. At the door, the Ottoman family convoy was already waiting. Go! Yi Feng waved his hand. The convoy set off. Their car was in the center, and the Ottomans drove 10 cars. 5 were in the front to open the road. They were Mercedes-Benz, and the other 5 were in the back to break the back. They were also Mercedes-Benz. Yi Feng, I didn't do it on purpose. I wanted to help you hide it, but they asked Yi Yang. In the car, Mu Qing was a little embarrassed. It was all because of him that Yi Feng was exposed. This D family came from such a big place, and this time, it was even worse, so he was worried that he might be in danger. It's fine, I still have to thank you. Originally I was going to put the news out as well. Otherwise how can I make money? Yi Feng said indifferently. This D family is not simple. You have to be careful. If you encounter any danger at that time, you have to escape immediately. Don't mind me. I'll find a way to help you stall them. Mu Qing felt that the other party couldn't easily take 800 million out. That was $800 million. There were a lot of blackouts and flip-flops on TV. The D family made their fortune in shipping, so no one would believe them if they said they were good people. That's why he's here. At that time, no matter what happens, even if he goes out of his way, he will help Yi Feng stall for a while. Yi Feng, you're really overthinking it. He now has invisible bodyguards sitting right behind the car and an energy shield. As long as the other side does not deploy nuclear weapons, Yan Xuanying, there is not much of a problem. It is not just the Deja Ultraman well. The other side dares to make a mess. Yi Feng will send them all back to the Ultraman home planet. Don't worry, I tied dozens of kilograms of TNT on my body. Can't blow them up. Mu Qing, chatting blindly all the way. The caravan came to Magic City in the afternoon. After that, it took 7 more turns and passed through many barriers. It stopped in front of a luxurious manor surrounded by trees and lush greenery. Yi Feng opened his cell phone map and looked at it. The map showed that this place was a forest. Yi Feng immediately lost interest. This kind of place looked forced, but in reality, the takeout couldn't even be delivered. so he didn't even want to give it to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, we have arrived. Butler Ding came forward very respectfully. Let's go. Yi Feng and Mu Qing got off. Mu Qing was shocked by the luxurious manor in front of her. The entire manor looked like a grand and exquisite building, just like a castle. The main body was white in color, the gate was thick and ornate, and the stone lions on both sides looked very powerful and domineering. The security at the gate was very vigilant in looking at them. Under the butler's leadership, several people entered the manor. Inside was even more luxurious, with pavilions, rockeries and waterfalls, and all kinds of exquisite stone carvings. Everywhere highlights the fact that the Ottoman family is stupid and rich. Mu Qing carefully followed behind Yi Feng. Although the housekeeper did not say, he knew that every stone here was worth a lot. It was only because of Yi Feng's light that he was able to come here. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to enter in 8 lifetimes. He was not even qualified to know about it. The two of them followed the butler around and finally arrived at the main floor living room. Chapter 62 Dragon Elephant Dharma Body. At this time, a large group of maids walked out. All of them had long legs and were like models. Yi Feng also found that several popular showbiz stars were also there. He also knew what their fans would think if they knew their idols were here as maids. And a few small flowers even stood at the end of the team. Apparently the status is not high. It had to be said that Ultraman was quite good at this. Mu Qing also stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous. He didn't expect the actresses who were so glamorous and beautiful in front of people to be so humble. One of them he even liked very much. Now the filter is shattered all over the place. How is Mr. doing? The butler immediately asked. Butler Ding. Mr. just took his medicine and fell asleep. Good. Then let's wait first. The butler nodded. Wait my ass. If you want to wait you guys wait. I don't have the time. Don't look I'm leaving. Or wait for an hour plus 100 million. You guys look after yourselves. Yi Feng did not have a good mood. Want to wait can. Have to add money. I'm up and down a few $1,000,000 a minute, which have time to wait for you. You are? The maid leader looked at Yi Feng with contempt. If you keep looking at me like this, I'm going to hit a woman. In his dictionary, there were only people he wanted to beat and people he didn't want to beat, regardless of gender. You're a maid and you're making a superiority complex. Is it fulfilling to be arched by an old man? You guys go down first. The housekeeper opened his mouth. The more arrogant Yi Feng was, the more certain he was. It was hard to invite the other party here. It was better not to make him angry at this time. Yes, Butler Ding. Although the maid leaders were unhappy, they didn't dare to disobey the butler's words. I'm sorry Mr. Yi, you sit first. I'll go in first and call Mr. The butler said and went inside the room. 2 minutes later walked out. It's ready, Mr. Yi. Mr. D has already woken up. You guys come in. The three of them entered the bedroom. Di Changyuan was already leaning on the bed. At this moment, his face was haggard and pale. His eyes were sunken in. His body was wasting away significantly, and his mental state was also very bad. There was no longer the luster of the businessman of the past. Mu Qing looked at the other party. The state was even worse than he would have been. If it wasn't for the money, he would probably have hiccuped long ago. Sir, Mr. Yi has invited him. He is the divine doctor. The butler came to Ottoman's ear and whispered. Ahem. Good day Mr. Yi, please Mr. Yi. A light flashed in Ultraman's eyes. Although Yi Feng looked young, but people can't be measured by appearance, and Gigi can't be measured by feet. Since he dared to open his mouth to ask for 800 million, and also promised to collect the money after he was cured, then he must be certain. Otherwise, his D family's money is not that easy to cheat. Alright, get a grip. All of you get out of the way. I'm going to set up a formation. The crowd. Nanny. Set up a formation? Yi Feng pretended to take out a few pieces of jade from his bag and casually placed them. You'll take the immortal pills that my master refined later, and with my spirit gathering formation, it will help you cleanse your flesh of all cancer cells. Yi Feng made it up. People had paid so much money, they couldn't be too casual, or they would feel that the money was not worth spending. Often on the internet, I saw locksmiths opening locks because their skills were too good, casually mucking around and opening them, and then the customer felt it wasn't worth it, or even didn't pay the money to quarrel, to seriously muddle through. Butler, it always feels like something is wrong. Didn't he hire a divine doctor? How come it seems like he invited a godly man? Mu Qing. It didn't seem like he was like this in the beginning, or else he would have been seen by a whole bunch of people. The scene is a bit big later. No matter what you see, don't be surprised and don't say anything, Yi Feng said in advance as a precaution. With that, he took out his Taoist robe from his bag and put it on, and pulled out a peachwood sword. Crowd. Really? Really want to practice? Everything is ready. Yi Feng pulled out the liver cancer special medicine. The housekeeper had spoken to him before, and he had read the case. It is certain that it is liver cancer. Di Changyuan is a bit hesitant. The other party, like this. doesn't seem to be a regular doctor. But after a little bit of agonizing, he still took the medicine. He's like this. The other party shouldn't want to harm him. Otherwise, the D family wouldn't let him go. If he didn't get better, he wouldn't be able to get any money. There was absolutely no need to do this. Seeing the other party take the medicine, Feng also started his performance. He recited words under his breath, and the peachwood sword in his hand waved from time to time, drawing a weird golden arc. The crowd was bluffed. The people around him held their breath and watched him nervously, with both anticipation and apprehension in their hearts. Suddenly, Feng shouted, "Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. Dragon elephant dharma body, listen to my command. Descend to the earth and dispel the demons of sickness." He pressed the button of the remote control in his hand. Roar! A huge light shadow slowly emerged, and it was none other than the mighty golden dragon elephant dharma body. It filled up half of the room. This was all made possible by his peachwood sword and Dao robe. These were all high-class goods that the price inflation world had bought at Spellbound. The effect presented was amazing and exaggerated than the current so-called 3D, for D do not know how many times real. Subsequently, light and shadow flashed, the dragon and elephant roared, angry eyes round, majestic and domineering. It was as if it really came from the heavenly realm and wanted to disperse all the evil in the world. The butler and Mu Qing's scalps went numb, and they were so frightened that they retreated, not daring to breathe. Phew! The dragon elephant dharma body then spewed white mist from its mouth, surrounding Di Changyuan's entire body. Di Changyuan's eyes widened, filled with shock and awe. More importantly, he felt that after being surrounded by the white mist, his body was rapidly improving, so comfortable that he wanted to wave and scream. Put! After 2 minutes, the giant dragon dissipated and the white mist disappeared. Feng also pretended to pant and sit on the ground covered in sweat. In fact, it was the mineral water that he had just poured onto his body while the white mist was there. Butler, what happened? At this time the bodyguard who heard the sound outside rushed over. Go down. Don't disturb Mister's treatment. The housekeeper lowered his voice. He was afraid of affecting Feng's treatment. All right. Feng put away his equipment. Mister has worked hard. Di Changyuan was filled with admiration. From his experience of traveling the world for so many years, the one just now didn't look like any special effects. There was no country in the world where special effects could make such realistic special effects. Moreover, after the dragon spewed out white mist, his body was really getting better. It shows that people are really capable. This is a high-level person. Only in the past, his status was not enough and he did not come into contact with it. This time, he was considered to have truly seen what it meant to be a high person. Sir, you? The housekeeper stared wide-eyed. Not only did Di Changyuan look much better, his speaking voice also sounded neutral. I feel great now, and it's thanks to Mr. Yi. Thank you for saving my life. Di Changyuan was a bit excited. He had survived, and had even made the acquaintance of a high-ranking person. Sir, I'll immediately have someone check you out. The butler was also very excited. Let's check it tomorrow. It's not completely healed yet. Tomorrow morning it'll be almost done. You should take a rest first. Good. Tomorrow then. Ha! Di Changyuan cheerfully said. Chapter 63, The Delight of the D Family. Butler, take Mr. to stay and treat him well. Yes, sir. Mr. Yi, this way please. Good. Soon the butler brought the two to the guest room. You two are responsible for serving Mr. Yi. You are responsible for serving Mr. Yes friend. The butler arranged two of the best-looking maids for Feng. Arranged one for Mu Qing as well. The one arranged for Mu Qing was the little starlet he liked. Just now, he had looked twice more and was seen by the butler. The butler of a big family was able to do things in a seamless manner. Mu Qing's old face flushed, somewhat at a loss for words. Two honored guests. Just order them if there's something. They'll satisfy all your requests. Okay, I know. Feng waved his hand. Although these maids were very pretty, the thought of them being arched over by Ultraman did not interest Feng. You guys go out first. I will call you if I need you. Yes, Mr. Yi. The two maids had no choice but to exit. Mu Qing was torn for half a day, but in the end, he let the goddess go out. He wasn't this kind of person either. I won't bother the two of you, the butler said and went down. After coming to the hall, his face immediately became serious. Then he beckoned. Butler. Immediately, a big man in a suit came forward. Today's maid foreman, sir, doesn't want to see her again in the future, the butler said indifferently. Just now, that foreman was somewhat looking down on Feng. It was not suitable to stay anymore. If Feng saw it, he would be unhappy. This was a real high-level person who could summon a divine dragon. I understand. Steward. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the big man's eyes. You understand a hammer. I said fire her. Go tell her to pack up and leave. The butler rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. This guy was full of muscle and could only fight and kill. He worked his ass off for this family every day, said the big man. Then you do not say clearly, this kind of thing need to find me? Thought it came to life. Yi Feng just left. Originally already lying down, Di Chunyuan immediately got up. Quickly, call the doctor over and give me a full checkup. Just now, when Yi Feng was there, he naturally had to listen to Yi Feng, but he really couldn't help but wonder how his body was doing now. He felt all better already, but he didn't feel at ease without a checkup. Yes, Mr. D. The family doctor immediately arranged for an examination. The D family side has a family doctor and nurse, as well as supporting medical equipment. After a round of checkups, the family doctor looks at the results with his mouth open enough to swallow an egg. How is it? Di Chunyuan was very anxious and said, Mr. D, according to the report over here, your cancer cells have stopped spreading and have magically disappeared by a third. According to our estimation, it will probably all disappear tomorrow. This is simply a medical miracle. The family doctor was filled with disbelief. Wrong, this is a monetary miracle. Di Chunyuan smiled faintly. What do you mean money can make things happen? Without $800 million, how can there be any medical miracle? With 800 million he could even invite the immortals down to cure him. Di Chunyuan was filled with pride. Mr. D, I have an unkind request. Can I? The family doctor rubbed his hands together with some excitement and said, can't. Di Yuan naturally knew what the other party was going to say, but it was definitely not possible. How could people teach you when they were setting up formations in dragon body phantoms? What kind of thing are you? Is that something you can know? Don't say anything about this matter, or you know the consequences. Di Chunyuan glanced eloquently at the doctor. Yes, I won't say anything. Mr. D. The family doctor was shocked in his heart. This one was not a good person. Those who could kill their way through shipping and make it big and strong. Which one was not a ruthless person? Although he was older now, it didn't mean he couldn't hold a knife anymore. You go down and come back tomorrow morning to check me once more. Di Chunyuan remembered what Yi Feng said, asking him to check again tomorrow. The cancer cells had only disappeared by a third today, so he probably would be fine tomorrow. Thinking about this, Di Chunyuan is a bit excited. Yes, Mr. D. The doctor wiped his sweat and retreated. In the evening the housekeeper entertained them graciously. All kinds of delicacies, abalone, ginseng, shark's fin and maw, seen and unseen, it's all here. Mr. Yi, feel free to eat today. Mr. D will personally entertain you tomorrow. The butler smiled faintly. Mu Qing, this is still casual. Don't want to talk to you rich people. Eat a big lobster to suppress the shock. After the meal, the butler brought the lawyer again. Although Di Longyuan is not completely cured and the cancer cells have not all disappeared, the family doctor is very sure that it will not spread. Paying in advance would show their sincerity. Mr. Yi, the consultation fee is 800 million. But, Mr. D doesn't have that much cash, so we're going to use some other assets as collateral, as we agreed before, the butler said carefully. Ever since he saw that Yi Feng could summon a divine dragon, he unconsciously bent slightly every time he saw him. He respected Yi Feng more than he respected Di Chunyuan. Humph. Yi Feng nodded. Good. Is Mr. Yi interested in real estate? Mr. D has quite a few properties in Magic City. Even if he gave assets, he still needed Yi Feng's consent. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. It was good to get a house in Magic City. Good. Mr. D has a villa in Tang Palace. Now the market price is about 600 million. How about making a price of 400 million to Mr. D? Originally, that side was Di Changyuan's own residence, and then he moved to this side of the manor to recuperate after he got sick. Real estate this thing, there must be water. Plus in order to flatter Yi Feng, 600 million villa, even 400 million. Okay. Yi Feng nodded. Mu Qing on the side spat out her tongue. Boy, a $600 million mansion. He wouldn't be able to earn it in 8 lifetimes. Right estimation. There's still 400 million. We're going to pay for it with a 5-star hotel of a long-term group, which is now valued at around $2 billion. We'll use 30% of the hotel shares to pay for the remaining 400 million. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Okay, I have no problem. Yi Feng nodded. Valued at $2 billion. 30% of the shares were already 600 million. That villa in Tang Palace also cost 600 million. It added up to 2 billion, far more than 800 million. It was obvious that the D family had put their blood on the line to flatter him. He reckons that the dragon body is too bluffing. Ultraman treats him as a god. If he came directly over and gave Ultraman the drug and did nothing, they definitely wouldn't give so much. Maybe they would even covet his special effects medicine. Now with this, not only would they raise the money, odds are they would also ignore the special effects medicine. He was really a little resourceful. Good. Mr. Yi can take a look at the contract. If there are no problems, sign here and we will take care of the rest of the formalities. The lawyer also produced the documents. Yi Feng simply scanned it and signed it. The D family definitely didn't dare to screw him now. Mu Qing looked at Yi Feng with a face full of admiration. Making more than $1 billion at a time. Who would believe this when told? But people also have this ability. When that dragon came out, he almost wanted to kneel down for Yi Feng. Chapter 64, should have beaten you. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, Di Chunyuan couldn't wait for the doctor to check him again. Even though he felt like he had fully recovered, he still needed to be checked before he could rest assured. The truth was that he hadn't slept well all night. Couldn't sleep at all. The family doctor had also long been ready to help Di Chunyuan with a thorough examination again as quickly as possible. How is it? Di Chunyuan said with some apprehension. This is unbelievable. Mr. D, you damn straight say the results. Di Chunyuan glared at the doctor. Unbelievable your ass. Cough cough. Mr. D, according to the latest examination report, you are now fine. The cancer cells have completely disappeared, and all the body data are normal and healthy. The doctor looked at the report and said, good. Ha ha ha. Di Chunyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Quickly, I need to bathe and change to meet Mr. Yi. Di Chunyuan said with a grave expression. That was a truly high-ranking person. One couldn't be too casual. The butler waved his hand and a maid immediately walked in. Half an hour later, Di Chunyuan walked out refreshed. Go, take me to see Mr. Yi. Yes, sir. The butler brought Di Chunyuan to the dining room. Yi Feng and Mu Qing were having breakfast. Mu Qing was a bit speechless. Whose good person eats leg of lamb, aubergine, and steak for breakfast? Hello Mr. Yi. Thank you Mr. Yi for saving my life. Di Chunyuan folded his hands and bowed deeply towards Yi Feng. This was from his heart. If there was no one around, he would have wanted to kneel down for Yi Feng and ask him to teach him the art of longevity or something. Today's Di Chunyuan's voice was loud and clear, completely unrecognizable from yesterday's sickly man. Mu Qing felt amazing. He himself was almost hanging before and came back to life the next day. But that time, his own consciousness had begun to blur, and this time, he clearly saw Yi Feng pulling a cancer patient back from the brink of death. It was amazing. Although Di Chunyuan still looked a bit skin and bones now, he had a lot of energy. At least with a little recuperation, he would be able to fully recover. You're welcome. Oh, ahem, Mr. D, you gave money too. The son said that the Buddha has yuan people. Who let you have yuan? Mu Qing. Z said this sentence? And aren't you a Taoist priest? Ha ha, Mr. Yi has a point. I, D, have nothing but yuan. Ha ha. Di Chunyuan is in a great mood. This tall man is not pedantic. He is a man of nature. He likes it. By the way, the agreed fee is 800 million. But Mr. D gave 1.2 billion. Hey, this is what Mr. Yi deserves. And that house is just a speculated price. It wasn't worth that much in the first place. There's also that hotel. It's also a valuation. It wouldn't actually be worth that much. It's already a shame not to have cash on hand. Di Chunyuan waved his hand. Mr. D is modest. I'll send you an elixir for that 400 million. Yi Feng smiled slightly. What elixir? Di Chunyuan's eyes lit up. When Mr. Yi makes a move, it must be extraordinary. This one is the rejuvenation pill. My master refined it. I see Mr. D you are more horny. So many pretty little maids. Can one not be horny? Di Chunyuan. Are all of you tall people so direct in your speech? The butler turned his head away, his shoulders shaking, trying to control himself from laughing out loud. He was professionally trained, and generally didn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Here's a rejuvenation pill. It can nourish yin and replenish yang, 5 times a night, and it can also slow down aging and return to youth. In fact, this is the price inflation world spelling Eve on the elderly healthcare products, nutritional products. There is nothing for people who have eaten genetic drugs in the price inflation world. Online poor reviews apiece. But for people who have not eaten genetic drugs, that is a big supplement. There are no side effects. Di Long Yuan's eyes lit up. If someone else said that, he would definitely consider him a liar. But when Yi Feng said that, he believed it. Thank you, sir, for the medicine. Di Chunyuan wasn't polite either. As soon as he took the medicine, he swallowed it. Now was not the time to be polite. In case he was polite and the other party took it back, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yi Feng. No wonder there are often so many healthcare product sellers in the countryside. The old man's money is good to cheat it. I say you believe. Sir, the housekeeper was a little worried. Yesterday Di Chunyuan that was terminal cancer. And now that he's better, he can't just take anything. I'm fine. Di Chunyuan waved his hand, feeling his body warm. Little D, who used to be a bit listless, was also vibrant at the moment, holding his head high. Di Chunyuan was overjoyed. Don't look at the fact that the family has raised so many beautiful maids. In fact, Most of the time he has long had the heart to do nothing, other than getting them a faceful of saliva. He can't actually do anything. Mr. Yi, you guys eat slowly, I'll come back later. Di Changyuan immediately returned to the bedroom and killed the little maids. It was already noon when Di Changyuan came out with his six-parent stride. The butler's eyes changed as he looked at him. Sir, you? The butler opened his mouth. What's wrong? Was I too brave? Ha ha. Di Changyuan thought that the butler had heard a voice. No, your hair? What's wrong with the hair? Di Changyuan was a bit puzzled. See for yourself. The butler brought a mirror. Hiss. Who is this young handsome lad? Di Changyuan froze for a moment, then rejoiced. It was a bit of an exaggeration to call the person in the mirror a young lad, but while his original hair was basically white for a large portion of his life, now there were only a few sparse white hairs left. The wrinkles on his face were also much less. Rejuvenation pill, nourishes yin and replenishes yang, 5 times a night, slows down aging and returns to youth. Di Changyuan's scalp went numb. A tall person is a tall person, surprisingly not exaggerating a single word. The butler's face is full of envy. He also wants it, but he doesn't have this much money. Counting, this thing is 400 million apiece. Pa! Di Changyuan suddenly slapped himself. Sir, what's wrong? The butler was a bit puzzled. Ha, you're still there. Should have slapped you. You earned this money. Butler, just kidding. Look at you, that loss of color. But we are really Mrs. Slacking, Mr. I don't know if Mr. Yi is angry. Mr. Yi is still there? The formalities are done. Mr. Yi has left after he got the housebook, but he said he wants to play in Magic City for a few days before going back. That friend of his went back. I sent someone to drive him back. That's good. It's not too late. Like this. You go and get ready. Di Changyuan ordered a few words. Okay, sir. The butler nodded. Yi Feng's side also went to play with Reba. She was in Mordor for the past 2 days and was about to shoot the promotional video for Cold-Hearted Thinking. The little maid of the Ultraman family's long legs were so hot to watch. Of course, compared to his family Hotba, still a little gap. Yi Feng brought his invisible equipment to the long-distance hotel where the hot bar is located. It is the hotel that Ultraman gave him shares. Now he is also considered the owner of the hotel. Chapter 65, Love You for a Long Time. Among all the 5-star hotels in Magic City, the Everest Hotel is not so eye-catching. In the past, it was mainly used for the internal staff of the Everest Group to stay on business trips, and was gradually opened to the public later on. But it is an old 5-star hotel, more low-key luxury than many net-red hotels. Many really rich people like to live over here. Ottoman gave him the shares of this hotel. He really wanted to make friends with him. Driving his car to a place where there was no one and no surveillance, he put on his invisibility gear and came to the hotel. Although he could go in the open, he doesn't. He's going to sneak around. Afterward, he found the room where Hataru was. Now there was another problem in front of him. How to get in without being noticed by Hataru. Otherwise it would be ineffective. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long before Hotba's manager came back. Yi Feng also took the opportunity to flash in with her. Hotba glanced at the corridor with some suspicion. It always felt like there was something, but the surroundings were empty. What's wrong? The agent asked. Nothing. It's probably an illusion. Hataru shook her head. Come on in. Aha! Click. Hotba closed the door to her room and returned to her room to sit on the sofa. At this time, Hotba had a plain face, a casual outfit, and black-framed glasses, but it was still bright and colorful, with delicate skin and well-defined features. It can only be said that having a face is so damn beautiful, it is really cheap. Yi Feng also tried to make his breathing a little smoother not to let the two people find out. Surveying around, 40 or 50 square feet, a large bed, enough to roll the sheets, a bathroom with a bathtub, a coffee table and 2 sofas. A coffee table? Ahem. He didn't say anything. I can see that it's just an ordinary guest room, not that kind of presidential suite. The top stream family didn't have any leftovers either. Hataru, this is our itinerary for the next few days. Take a look. The main thing is just the advertisement promo for Cold-Hearted Thought. It's already confirmed to be shot in Magic City. As for those messy notices, I've pushed them all for you. Thank you, Sister Dan. Hotba was full of happiness. Finally, she didn't have to rush those messy notices. If it were before, she would have to do whatever the company arranged, and would have absolutely no right to refuse. Especially after Sister Honey left, the company squeezed her even more. Almost all year round, she hadn't been home for almost 10 years. Now she can take it if she wants to, or not if she doesn't want to, and the company's executives don't dare to say anything. For the first time, she experienced the joy of playing a big name. There's no need to thank me. If it wasn't for the one in your family, there's no use for me to say anything, and now you can stop being so tired. Aha! Hataru nodded vigorously. It was just nice to have someone up there. Well, sometimes she was up there. Hataru blushed a little. Last time was so rushed. I'll make sure to get that guy to compete this time. Hotaru messed with her thoughts. Hey, now you know the benefits of having a big brother over you. Aha, you were reluctant to let you go then. I thought it was a middle-aged greasy guy with a big belly, or a bad old man. Hotaru spat out her tongue. You still don't believe me when I've said he's a super handsome guy. Handsome indeed, with a good body. Hotba nodded. What about that aspect? How long? An hour. Hotaru blushed a little. Hiss, that's great. The agent's eyes lit up. I'm telling you. Yifeng on the side was listening to the two tigers and wolves with a great sense of accomplishment. In these 2 days, you just take a good rest, get in better shape, prepare for the shooting of the promo, and contact that person in your family to liaise. I'll go say hello to those bosses. The world of adults is not that simple, especially those who are mixed in the entertainment industry. It's all about human relationships. Although those messy announcements were pushed back, but try not to offend as much as possible. Definitely go to say good words, greetings and apologize. Tough on Sister Dan. Come back tonight and treat you to a delicious meal. Keep your yogurt lumps for yourself. I'm not used to eating them, but it's really delicious. Hotba pouted her little mouth without cracking up. How could something so delicious not be liked? I'm not blessed to eat it. Let's go. Bye, Sister Dan. Ka-ching. Ahem. After the agent left, Hotaru cleared her throat. It's raining outside. As if my heart's blood is dripping. Loving you for a hot long time. It's actually not easy to count. Under Yifeng's expectation, Hotba topped her stunning face and sang the Big Mom version of I Can Hold You. And every now and then, she also soared a high note. Yifeng, what kind of taste is this? All day long I don't know what kind of stuff I've been watching. Yifeng is full of contempt. Just as Yifeng was thinking about whether or not to show up, Hotba took out her cell phone. I didn't K. Dinosaurs carry wolves 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 carry. Yifeng's cell phone rang. Listen to how tasteful and elegant this ringtone of his was. Yifeng wanted to go and turn off the phone, but it was still too late. Hotba stared at the ringtone out of nowhere with wide eyes and a face full of horror. The hell with it? Just now, her manager asked her to liaise with Yifeng, so she called him to ask if he was free. As a result, it rang inside the room. Woo! Yifeng unzipped his zipper, revealing his stunningly handsome face. Surprise? You? Hotba's eyes widened. She went up and touched Yifeng's face, and was relieved when she was sure it was a real person. It was a human, not a ghost. How about it? Is it surprising? Unexpected? And exciting? You this? It's an invisibility cloak. Hotaru became interested in his invisibility cloak. This is now the most cutting-edge high-tech. Invisible paint, don't tell, or you'll be spanked. Hotba, don't say anything or you'll get a spanking. Ahem, she didn't say anything. Can I try it on? Hotaru said as she jumped at the chance, saying that she even picked up the invisibility cloak and started to compare it on her body. I guess a lot of people had the fantasy that they could be invisible when they were kids, and she was no exception. Just don't mind the smell. Don't mind. Full of testosterone. Hotaru rubbed her hands together. Okay, take it and wear it. Good. Hotba took the clothes, then twisted her small savage waist in front of him, slowly fading her jacket, pants. It was called a flavor. Yifeng stared wide-eyed. You take this test, cadres? Which cadre can withstand this test? Noticing Yifeng's eyes, the corner of Hotba's mouth rose slightly. Bring it on you. Yifeng picked up Chiba and went to the bathroom. Ouch. Hotba covered her mouth and snickered. Hotba was worthy of studying dance. Although she became an actress later, her dancing skills did not fall, and there is no venue restriction this time. Two people various poses big mess. Of course, these still have to be paid to watch. Chapter 66. If I say he's Ultraman, he's Ultraman. Honey, you're awesome. Hotba was full of happiness and hugged Yifeng. For the first time she felt that being a woman was quite good. Last time was tight. It could only be considered a taste of salt, not addictive. Well, I also feel awesome. Hotba, you're still feeling adorable. Is this the kind of room you have at your house? Own hotel. Next time ask for a presidential suite or something. Yifeng thought that all the Topstream big shots lived in presidential suites. Topstream's family doesn't have any leftovers either. Hotba rolled her eyes. The hotels are all set by the company. So if I can save a little, it's a little. And it's only in the past 2 years that I become more famous. So I'm living in a 5-star. Before our 4 stars. 3 stars. Live what level? According to your curry. Just started to live that kind of dozens of dollars a night hotel are there. What's more, I work most of the time. The hotel is just to sleep at night. There's no need to be that good. No. Own hotel? This hotel yours? Hotaru said, suddenly noticing what was wrong. What did he say? Own hotel? Isn't this the long-term group? D's family's hotel? Hotba was puzzled. He was from the long-term group? His last name is D too, bastard. I have 30% of the shares of this hotel. It was given to me by the Ottoman family. In the future, come here and directly ask for a presidential suite. Just report my name. Yifeng said with a proud face and patted his chest. Hotba, can you pat yourself on the back? Hotba blinked Yifeng. Old colorful batch. Then there was some doubt. Ultraman gave it to you? There's still the matter of Ultraman in here. Isn't the Everest group owned by the D family? Well, then what does that have to do with Ultraman? Hotaru still didn't understand. How does it not matter? Dija Ultraman. Hotaru. Hiss. So abstract. Honey, it's okay for you to say that here. Don't say it like that outside. Or you'll be in trouble if Dija gets angry. Hotba reminded very seriously. She still knew a little bit about the background of the Everest group. It's been a little better in the past 2 years. Their chairman is getting older and I heard that he got cancer. So he's been acting a lot more low-key. In the past, they were like the underground emperor of Magic City and Southeast Asia. Dare to say that they are Ultraman. The consequences are very serious. It's fine. If I say he's Ultraman, he's Ultraman. I say the same thing when he's in front of me, Yifeng said in a domineering manner. Hotba. Yifeng was so confident. Could it be that his background was even bigger than the D family? That's why the D family would curry favor with Yifeng and give him 30% of the hotel shares. Boy, is he looking for a backer? This is finding a Himalayan bar. Right, you come with me. Where to? Bought you a house. Hot damn. I can afford it myself, but there's no need. I'm so busy with work right now that buying a house would just leave it empty. She hadn't figured out exactly where to settle, either. Wait, can I wear this out? Hotba pointed at Yifeng's invisible suit, her face full of anticipation. Okay, you wear it. Great. Thank you dear. Muah. Hotba was in a great mood and hugged Yifeng and kissed him. Then she couldn't wait to put on the invisible suit. Although it was a men's suit and was a bit big, but since it was said to be tight, there was nothing wrong with it. Honey, let's play hide and seek. If you find me, I'll promise you one thing. If you can't find me in 5 minutes, you promise me one thing. After putting on the invisibility cloak, Hotba's face value turned around. Saying that, without waiting for Yifeng to agree, she zipped up the zipper and her entire person disappeared inside the room. Yifeng. Hotba hid behind the coffee table sofa with a smug face. As a result, before she could be complacent for 2 seconds, she was gripped by Yifeng and carried out. Splat. Yifeng slapped on Hotba's little butt. Oops, how did you know? Hotba said unconvincingly. She was invisible. How could she still find out? This place is this big. Just close your eyes and quiet your mind. Naturally you can hear your breathing. Alright, you owe me one thing. Yifeng was a little amused. In fact, no matter how invisible it was, the energy shield watch on his hand scanned it and found it. This thing's main function was a shield, but it also had other functions. That was why the invisible paint thing had a bunch of bad reviews on the side of the price inflation world. Hotbar. Careless. No, let's do it again. This time 2 things. Hotbar said unconvincingly. You start looking on 10s. 1, 2, 3. Oops, you slowed down. It doesn't count. Hotaru rolled her eyes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. This time Hotaru ducked over to the nightstand, trying to make her breathing a bit smoother, not letting Yifeng find out. As a result, she was once again gripped by a hand. Pa, oops, how did you find out again? Hotba huffed. Wearing a cloak of invisibility, there was no sense of accomplishment at all. I'm an expert. I can hear the sound. This place is this big. If you breathe smoothly, I can still find out. Yifeng was happy. Big stars also have such a cute side. Hotba, then you didn't say it earlier. You owe me 3 things now. Yifeng was a bit smug. Isn't it 2 things? Hotba blinked her big innocent eyes and said, Yifeng. This was to renege on the debt. Pa. Yifeng gripped up Hotba and gave a blow to the little butt. Oops, I was wrong. 3 pieces. 3 pieces. Hotba hurriedly begged for mercy. 4 pieces. Hotba, how can you still take advantage of the fire? Okay, 4 pieces. 4 pieces. Seeing Yifeng's hand raised again, Hotba could only agree. Again, 5 pieces this time. Hotba fumed. No, better forget it. Next time. After thinking for a while, Hotba decided to forget it. Indeed this place was too small. Just find a bigger place to play next time. Otherwise this guy was listening to his voice again. By the way, what did we just say we were going to do? Hotaru tapped her head. Bought you a house. Now go take a look. That's all a big star has. A 7-second memory. Oh yeah, let's go. I'll wear this one out. It'll be much easier. Okay, let's go. After simply packing up, the 2 of them went out. Hotba walked on the road, realizing that the passers-by couldn't see her at all. Shalnat was in a great mood and felt very amazing. From time to time, she waved her hand in front of other people's eyes. When others felt the gust of wind and thought they were seeing ghosts, she almost suffocated her internal injuries. When the two of them were almost to the place where Yi Feng parked, Hotba suddenly turned her eyes, let go of Yi Feng's hand, and ran out. Hey, just now the hotel room you can hear. Now outside, the place is so big, there are a lot of murmurs, you always can not hear it. However, she hadn't run far, when she felt an empty space under her feet. Ouch! Hotba was somewhat helpless. She was once again gripped by Yi Feng. Chapter 67, you do round up. 5 pieces. Hey, you rascal. I didn't say I'd bet on it this time. Snap. Fine. 5 pieces is 5 pieces. Hotspur commiserated. By the way, how did you find me? After getting into the car, Hotaru still couldn't figure it out and said, because I'm an expert. I can hear voices in a circle of several hundred meters. Hotba. Seriously. She suspected that Yi Feng was fooling her, but there was no evidence. By the way, which neighborhood is the house you bought? Is it Townsend 1? Sister Honey has a house over there. I've even been there before. If it's really over there, you can be neighbors with Sister Honey. Hotba spat out her tongue in embarrassment. The house in Tang Palace was so expensive. It's Tang Palace. Tang Palace? Hotba's eyes widened and the corner of her mouth twitched. It was the Tang Palace where the cheapest set cost 4 or 5 small goals? It was the Sandalwood Palace that required a capital inspection of 1 small target to see the house? Even though she was a top-tier top stream, she made a lot of money every year, but after paying taxes, the company brokerage draw, and then outside of the team's salary, there wasn't much money left in hand. She definitely couldn't afford it anyway, and the Tang Palace wasn't something that could be bought with money either. It's that Sandalwood Palace that's known as the #1 mansion in Shanghai? Hotaru reconfirmed. It should be. It's also given to me by the Ottoman family. It shouldn't be so bad as to find a random Thai neighborhood. Yi Feng nodded. Hotba, calling people Ultraman again. Dee's family made a move, so it should be that Tang Palace. Soon the two of them drove to Sandalwood Palace, the building that Ultraman gave him. This is the building. It's beautiful. Hotaru's eyes were glowing. It was a European-style villa with an overall white color. It covered an area of more than 2,800 square feet, with a building area of more than 1,800 square feet. The garden was over 1,000 square feet, 3 floors above ground with a basement. There were swimming pools both indoors and outdoors, above ground and underground parking lots. Entering inside the villa, the luxurious decoration staggered Hotba. The two briefly visited. Inside, there was a gym, audio-visual room, library, meeting room and so on. In the future, you can live here in Magic City. I'll help you arrange for nannies, maids, and the like, so you can see what else is lacking. Thank you, dear. You're welcome. Honey, let's play hide and seek. Hotaru's eyes twinkled. This place was so big, more than a few hundred meters. She didn't believe that Yi Feng could still find her here. Yi Feng, ask if you don't understand. Is hide and seek really so much fun? Let a female top stream so lust. Okay, how many pieces this time? 5 pieces. Hotspur said after thinking for a while. In the future, if she doubled the events she bet on each time, she could offset all that she owed before by winning just once. She could be such a little wit. She couldn't believe she couldn't win even once. Okay, you hide it. Yi Feng smiled. I can find you even if you hide to the ends of the earth. Okay, you close your eyes and start looking in 5 minutes. Hotba smiled confidently. When she visited just now, she had already found the location to hide. She didn't believe that she couldn't win once. Such a big place. She hid a little further away. She didn't believe that this hearing voice was still so powerful. No peeking. Seeing Yi Feng close his eyes, only then did Jiba turn around to hide, still somewhat uneasy with her instructions. Yi Feng was somewhat amused. They were all top-stream big stars, but they were still like children. Hotba also found a place to hide where she felt Yi Feng couldn't possibly find her. The garage. It was more than a dozen meters away from where they had just been. But soon, she heard Yi Feng's footsteps approaching. Hotba was instantly flaxen and frozen. No way. Found it again. And so fast. Then what was the point of her needing this invisibility cloak? Jiba tiptoed around and wanted to change places. But once again, she was gripped up by a big hand. Pa! Yi Feng smacked it in passing. It wasn't hard not to come for a while. Ouch. No strength. Not playing. How did you find out again? Didn't you say that hearing sound is only a dozen meters? Hotspur pouted his little mouth not open to and said, this time it's not hearing the voice. It's our hearts are in the right place. Hotba. So meaty. Forget it. No more games. Give it back to you. Hotba shoved the clothes to Yi Feng. 10 pieces. Don't forget. Yi Feng reminded. You still remember. Hotba drooped her head. I'm not Alzheimer's. Of course I remember. Can it be less? Hotba pitifully said. No, you're the one who suggested it. Fine. Now then. First thing now, you go change into your bikini and we'll go swimming. Ah, I didn't bring a bikini. Then don't wear it. Yi Feng carried Hotaru on his shoulder. Don't. Da ba. 20,000 words are omitted from the following. There are still 10 pieces. Yi Feng reminded. Aren't there 9 pieces? Hotba frowned. Already finished swimming. No swimsuit. So shameful. How can there still be 10 pieces? Rounding up well. Hotba. You are going to round up. 9 o'clock in the evening. Hot bar after the bath. Is lying in the soft big bed to see play cell phone. Yi Feng just took a call and went to the conference room for a meeting. It seemed like it was about the material issue of the invisible paint. She didn't ask. This kind of major secret, Yi Feng can let her know is good. She can't get to the bottom of it. It's better to know less. At this time the phone rang. It was her agent, Sister Dan. Hotba picked it up. Hello, Sister Dan. Missy, where have you been? Why aren't you at the hotel? I was about to look for you to discuss tomorrow's schedule, the agent said with some urgency. I'm in Tang Palace. He bought me a house. The corners of Hotaru's mouth rose slightly. Tang Palace, right, okay, I'll come to you right away. You send me a location. What? Tang Palace? He bought it for you? The agent reacted. The hand holding the cell phone shook a little. Is the big brother out to be so bold? Giving away a house in Tang Palace? Well, come over here, Sister Dan. I'll tell you, it's all quite nice here. It's just too big. If you're not careful, you'll get lost. And I'm a roadie. I have to turn on the navigation a lot of the time. Agent, I suspect you're showing off, but have no proof. Okay, I'll be right over. Will I be disturbing you and will the big guy be upset? No, he's very nice. Come on. Okay, then I would like to see the legendary Tang Palace. The broker was a bit excited. Soon, the agent took a taxi to this side of the Sandalwood Palace. It was the first time the cab driver had seen someone living in Sandalwood Palace and taking a taxi. After arriving, Hotba came out and brought the agent inside. Oh boy, it's really Sandalwood Palace. Until he saw it with his own eyes, the agent still couldn't believe his eyes a little. Is there a fake Tang Palace? How much does this one cost? I just looked online. The most expensive building king here is heard to be over $1 billion. This one of ours is only 600 million. As long as 600 million? Chapter 68 Over 2,000 mineral waters. The agent rolled his eyes. As long as that's how it's used? You are going to as long as. He. Hotba covered her mouth and snickered. Got her loaded, didn't she? Soon the two arrived at the villa. The broker was equally shocked by the luxurious decoration inside. This is too luxurious. Worthy of being the #1 mansion in Shanghai. The smell of money is in the air, the broker exclaimed. She could see that the materials used for the decoration were all imported. It's not bad law. It's just too big. And I'm a wayfarer. Look at me now, I can't find my room. I still have to turn on the navigation. With a helpless face, Hotba took out her cell phone and pretended to open the map to start navigating. Broker, you'll die if you don't pretend. Although this place is big, it's not as big as this. Hotaru was joking, of course, and put her cell phone away when she finished. Sister Dan, sit down. Something to drink. Coffee? No, mineral water is fine. The agent thought for a moment and thought it would be better to drink water. The big brother's house coffee, in case it was the very high grade, expensive kind, was his own unintelligence. He's in a meeting. Wait until he's done. Here, Hotspur brought a bottle of mineral water. What brand of mineral water is this? A foreign brand? I haven't seen it before. Tastes pretty good. How much is a case? I'll buy some. The broker opened it and took a sip, then glanced at the packaging. Worthy of being rich, the mineral water was all imported. I don't know. Foreign brand. I'll look it up. Otherwise I won't be able to go out and brag to my friends later. The agent picked up her phone and took a picture of it and searched online. Then the corner of her mouth twitched. What's wrong? Dan, see for yourself. It's called something like Kona salt brine, 2007 a bottle. Originally, she wanted to drink something cheaper, but in the end, she picked the most expensive one, 2007 bottles. Who's a good person to drink mineral water that's over $2,000? Is drinking it going to make you immortal? I should have known better than to drink coffee. This bottle costs over 2,000? Hotba also stared wide-eyed. How many yogurt lumps did this have to buy? Isn't this my house? Don't you know? The agent queried. I just got here too. Hotaru rolled her eyes, saying it as if I bought this. She would never buy such expensive mineral water even if she had the money. That's right too. The agent nodded. She had wanted to buy a case herself, but now it seemed she didn't deserve it. Dee's house. Is the boss back yet? Di Longyuan looked up after handling the last document. Young master has returned and is waiting outside. The butler immediately replied respectfully. The current Di Chanyuan had once again turned into the resolute and decisive Di Chanyuan of a generation of lords. Tell him to come in. You go down first. Yes, sir. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked in. Dad, you're looking for me. A trace of surprise flashes through Di Hongye's eyes. Right now the old man looked about the same age as him, with less gray hair on his head than him. The two looked like brothers if they stood together, and he was the older brother. If it wasn't for that face and that familiar powerful aura, he would have thought someone was impersonating an old man. Well, you've done well during this period of time. Di Chuanyuan nodded. The eldest son was the successor he had focused on cultivating, but his ability to pioneer was not enough to keep the city. He started handing over the group to his eldest son with full authority after he got cancer. During this process, there were quite a few people inside and outside the group who started to act foolishly, but the eldest son solved them all. The company didn't get into any trouble, and the transition of power to his eldest son went smoothly. Of course, that was before. Now that he's better, naturally he's still at the helm. The son still needed to be practiced. I'm just following your arrangement. Dad, Di Hongye didn't dare to take credit. The fact that he was able to go so well was still the old man pressing down on him from above. As long as the old man didn't die, those people wouldn't dare to go too far. Otherwise the old man going berserk is no joke. Well, it's true that you're still a bit lacking, but that's okay, I'm better now. Di Chuanyuan sneered. Ever since he got sick, a lot of people had started jumping up and down. It was time to clean up a bit, but let's put that aside first. He had more important things to do right now. Prepare yourself and come with me to meet a high person tomorrow, Di Chuanyuan said very seriously. He planned to bring this eldest son to meet Yi Feng and get acquainted. Of course, he greeted Yi Feng in advance. He would only take his son there if Yi Feng agreed. Okay, Dad. Remember, make sure you respect Gao Ren more than you respect me. If Gao Ren and I fall into the Huangpu River at the same time, you save Gao Ren first. It doesn't matter if I drown. It's fine if he dies. The tall man must be flattered. He can protect the Di family for 2 generations. Di Hongye, the old man has been descended? In addition, the high man is very young, but you must respect him from the bottom of your heart. Never slack off and look down on the other party just because he's young. Otherwise, there's no need for the tall man to make a move. I'll personally break your legs, Di Chuanyuan admonished. I know, Dad. Di Hongye nodded. The old man had said it so seriously. That high person must not be simple. Could it be that the old man had the changes he had now all because of that high man? Di Hongye thought of something. I believe you can also see that my cancer is cured, and to the outside world. I said that it was favored abroad, but in fact, it was the high person who cured me. Di Hongye's eyes naturally cannot hide from Di Chuanyuan, the old fox. As for how it was cured, I can't tell you yet, and also, I can return to my old age. It's also the elixir that the high person gave me. Di Chuanyuan smiled faintly. Hiss. There are actually such strange people in this world. Di Hongye is also very surprised. That's why you have to be 100% respectful to the high man. It was with great difficulty that I managed to get you the qualification to meet him. If we can be taken in by him and even take him as a disciple, our Di family will be able to leap over the dragon gate. A glint flashed in Di Chuanyuan's eyes. I know, Dad. Di Hongye nodded his head very seriously, knowing that the tall man was so powerful. Even if the old man didn't say anything, he would. Tomorrow you do this. Yes, Dad. Early in the morning, Hotba woke up from Yi Feng's arms like a kitten. Do you have work this afternoon? Yi Feng pinched Jiva's small face. There's an event in the morning, not in the afternoon. Hotba wrinkled her nose, very cute, and said, that's fine, take you to play in the afternoon. Good ah. Hotba was somewhat happy. With less work, she would be able to do some of her favorite things. I'm going to work first. See you this afternoon. Hotba climbed up, her powerful body showing, and pouting her little butt off to get dressed. Yi Feng, always testing the cadres with this. Which cadre can withstand this test? Chapter 69. Don't, then forget it. Bring it on you. Yi Feng picked up Jiba with a hug. Oops, I still have a notice in the morning. Not going. Haven't brushed my teeth yet. It's okay, I have a heavy taste. Hotba, you have heavy taste. I don't have heavy taste. The notice naturally doesn't go. The broker also did not dare to rush. Otherwise she basically made it to the top as an agent. She got up from the soft mattress early in the morning. Rich people's mattresses are different, especially ergonomic. Yesterday's sleep was particularly comfortable, and she didn't find out what brand. It was probably a private order. Last night she also knew from Hotba's mouth that this villa was a gift from the D family in Magic City. D's family also sent 30% of the shares of a 5-star hotel. She would be even more afraid to rush. That was the D family of Mordor. Moreover, Jiba also said that Yi Feng called people Dija Ultraman, and it seemed that he didn't even put the D family in his eyes. That is a super big brother beyond the D family in Mordor. She counted a da. She dared to rush. The sky is falling. There is a big brother to take the top. If you don't like it, go to the big brother. She just got up. ready to make a breakfast for herself and Hotba and Big Brother, brush down the good feelings, but she found that there was already a chef doing it. There was also a maid serving. She didn't think that she would be able to live a life with a maid serving her one day. Yi Feng had asked Ultraman to arrange it, and it came early this morning. Cooks, drivers, maids, gardeners and so on. Guests can have breakfast now. If you don't like these, you can order us and make something else, the chef said very respectfully. Ahem, these are enough. Enough. The agent looked at the table full of various kinds of dazzling breakfasts and quickly waved his hand. So much and still letting people do the rest, really treating himself as a character. Then guest you enjoy it slowly, the chef said and went down. The broker looked at the combination of Chinese and Western breakfast on the table and picked a few items and ate them with relish. I didn't think she would have today. Ah shucks. No, it was experiencing the joy of the rich. After eating she called, and the organizer put off the notice. Hotba has not come down yet. That is definitely not going to go. It is too late to go even if you want to go. It was almost noon when the two people came down. Hotba's walk was a bit unnatural, facing the agent's teasing eyes. Hotba somewhat shyly hid behind Yi Feng. Good morning Mr. Yi, Hotba, I've already pushed off the morning's notice, so you just stay with Mr. Yi, I'll leave first. The agent squeezed her eyebrows and said, just now, Hotba had called her in her busy schedule, saying that she wanted to go out with Yi Feng in the afternoon. She had heard the voice on the other end of the phone. She didn't realize that she had actually become a part of the two people's play. Ah, Hotba lowered her head and became even more shy. Why don't you come with us? We'll go meet the ultras later. You go brush your face and just look for them if you need anything later. Yi Feng said after thinking for a while. In case something happens in Magic City, just look for Ultraman directly. Is this okay? The broker's heart fluttered. It was actually Ultraman. Ah shucks, it was the D family. Last night, Ziba had told her that Yi Feng called the other party Dja Ultraman. Of course it's okay, Sister Dan, just come with us. Hotba smiled and said, then I'm sorry to bother you. Let's go. The three of them drove to the yacht club at the marina. Ottoman had invited them to play on the sea today. Yi Feng used to be a poor man. He hadn't been developed for a long time. He hadn't gone out to play on the sea yet. He hadn't even been to the beach. He was just a turd. When the three arrived, Ultraman had already arrived. He was followed by a middle-aged man. It should be the little Ultraman he talked about last night. In a day's time, Ultraman's body had recovered almost. Together with the healthcare products Yi Feng gave him, the whole person was much younger. Younger than little Ultraman. Hello, Mr. Yi, Mr. Ye's presence is a great honor. With a flattering face, Di Chanyuan took the initiative to go forward and shake hands with Yi Feng. Following behind Di Hongye was the first time he had seen his old man being so fawning. It's also the first time to see the old man waiting for others. If anyone else dared to make the old man wait for so long, he would have thrown him into the Huangpu River and fed him to the fish. The corner of the mouth of the hot agent twitched. The middle-aged man who was talking to Yi Feng she didn't recognize and hadn't seen before. She was far from this level. But the person behind him, she had seen. Once at a party, the person sat in the core position. The company's president went to toast the person and ignored him. That's Di Hongye, one of the top bigwigs in Magic City. And he was just a follower today. The one who was talking to Yi Feng should be his old man, the chairman of the Long Yuan Group, the super big brother around Southeast Asia. Di Chanyuan. Hello. This is a good body now. Mr. Wonderful hands, it's all healed. I'm as strong as a boy now. He. Di Chanyuan happily. This 2 billion spent too worth it. Not only did he look after the cancer, but also return to his old age. The most important thing is to find a big backer for the D family. Hong Ye, come and meet Mr. Yi, sir, this is my incompetent canine son, Di Hong Ye. Di Chanyuan introduces Yi Feng. Hong Ye has met Mr. Yi. Di Hong Ye immediately stepped forward and extended his hand very respectfully. Hello. Yi Feng nodded. First time meeting, this is a small gift prepared by Hong Ye. Please don't mind it, sir. Di Hong Ye handed over a document. Yi Feng, the children can be taught. The young man, ahem, the big guy has a future. I'll be polite then. What's this? Yi Feng opened the file. It's a yacht of our long-term group. Sir just signed the document. The yacht is Sir's. The daily maintenance will be taken care of by our long-term group. Not bad. Yi Feng was more satisfied. For gift giving, he comes to the table. The more the better. The more the better. Di Hongye glanced at his father, and Di Chanyuan nodded in satisfaction. In fact, this was what he had asked his son to do. In order to establish a connection with Yi Feng in the long run, they were responsible for the daily maintenance so that when Yi Feng came to play, they could know in advance and go to the bar. He was really an old wit. Hotba and her agent looked at each other and sort of saw what it meant to be rich, giving away hotels, sandalwood palaces, and now yachts. then I'll also give you a gift. I see that you are also very old. Others were equal to giving gifts, so he naturally had to return the favor. Mister, you don't need to be polite. Di Chunyuan's eyes lit up, knowing that Yifeng might want to send his son the kind of immortal pill that returns old age. But still, he pretended to be polite. Don't? Forget it then. Di Chunyuan's smile froze on his face. Di Hongye was even more wide-eyed, as if he had died to his own father. Ahem, to his opposite number. Somewhat grumbling, he looked at the old man. Be nice. What do you mean you're polite? Now well, you are satisfied. The immortal medicine is gone. You yourself is back to the old man. Look younger than me. Chapter 70, Fishing Competition. Just teasing you guys. Look at you two damaged colors scared. Yifeng handed the healthcare product to Di Hongye. Hatba, broker. It's only you who dares to joke with the Di family like this. Now that they believe that Yifeng is daring to call each other Ultraman, Di's family is probably still happy after hearing this. Damage color are called. What is Ultraman? The Key Di family was still very humble. Thank you sir for giving medicine. Di Hongye is overjoyed. He also knows that the old man is the one who ate Yifeng's immortal medicine to return to his old age. He immediately took it and swallowed it in one gulp, fearing that it would be snatched away. At their level, they didn't care about anything but were afraid of aging. He even licked his fingers after eating it, afraid of missing a little bit. Yifeng, how old are you? Eating and licking your fingers. Di Hongye hummed out comfortably after eating the health food. It felt like his body was bubbling with comfort, and his entire body's cells were revitalized with new vitality. He clearly felt that he was getting younger. This was also too amazing. No wonder the old man thinks so highly of Mr. Di Chunyuan looked at his son with some envy. He would love to have another one. Who would dislike being young? It would be best to turn him into 18. That way, he would be willing to become the richest man in the world even if it made him so. But this thing was unattainable and must be very precious. It was already very good that Mr. could give himself one. One couldn't be too insatiable. Hatba and her agent were a bit confused as to what medicine could make the Di family's eldest son lick his fingers. After exchanging gifts, the Di family father and son took Yifeng to his yacht. The broker opened her mouth when she saw the yacht. She thought that the one Di family gave Yifeng was a small to medium-sized yacht, the kind with tens of millions of dollars. It turned out to be the most luxurious and biggest one in this club. The entire yacht had 3 floors and looked at least 100 meters long. It is estimated that there are at least a few small targets. Have to say, Di family is really rich. A random gift is something an ordinary person can't earn in a lifetime. The key is that they are still rushing to give gifts to Yifeng, as if they are afraid that he won't want them. Sir please, see what else is needed on the ship. Just order them. Good. Yifeng boarded the boat with great excitement. This was his first time playing on a yacht. Sir, this side of the first floor is the living room, dining room, and bedroom. The second floor is the meeting room, entertainment room, with a bar on the side, and the third floor is the leisure area. Di Hongye briefly introduced. Not bad. Yifeng nodded. Rich people really know how to have fun. A few people talked and came to the third floor leisure area. Let's go. The few people chatted for a while and went out to sea. After that, it was all kinds of seafood and drink. It wasn't as fun as he thought it would be. Maybe because everyone is a person with an ID card. Some of them cannot let go. The powerful program did not go on. Just like the sea and sky. Soy sauce are not on. The barbecue shall not be strong. Honey, let us fishing competition. Then who caught more? One more will promise each other one thing. Hotspur's eyes rolled. Hide and seek you're good. You can hear voices. Fishing is useless, right? It's useless even if you hear the fish and don't take the bait. My life is up to me. Today she's going to get her 10 things back. Okay. Yifeng smiled faintly. I'll go get the fishing rod. Hatba farted and went to get 2 fishing rods. You young people play. I'm old. I'll go down and take a rest. Di Yuan was very sensible and didn't disturb the two of them. The emotional contact was almost over. The gifts had been given and received in return. People also brought female companions. Those little programs he prepared to save energy are not good to go on. Sir, we'll go down first. Di Hongye is also a human savant. Greeted Yifeng and followed his old man down. Hatba you guys play. The sea breeze is blowing me some dizziness. I'm also going down. The broker wasn't a stupid person either, and followed along and went down. Di Chunyuan waved his hand and his maid group also went down. In the end, the entire third floor of the yacht was left with Yifeng and the two of them. No one is left now. The corner of Yifeng's mouth rose slightly. It was possible to put on a little favorite show. Gah! There were many people just now, so it was not good to expose his true colors. Oh, Hatba nodded, then stared dead at the sea. There was only a full desire to win in her eyes. This time, she wanted to wipe out her previous shame and cancel out all the 10 things she did before. Thinking about the first thing before was shame. even if it was shameful. In the end, it didn't count, and he would round it up. Yi Feng, you're really fishing, then it's good to fish. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth rose slightly up. I'm going to use the restroom. Aha, you go. Hotba's eyes rolled. This way the fish caught by Yi Feng's fishing rod later would be counted as hers. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng returned. Hotba was a little disappointed. Coming back so soon. I've already caught a minion. Hotba was a bit proud to show her results. Congratulations then. I will definitely win today. Hotba was confident. Ha, the fish is hooked. Yi Feng had just sat down when the fishing rod moved. This seems to be a perch. It's not small. Yi Feng turned the fish up. Hotba, if it was a little later, this fish would have been hers. It was a pity. Someone is going to lose. Keep swimming at night. Yi Feng squeezed his eyebrows and said, everyone is won. It's just a tie. I will win. I can do it. Hotba secretly cheered herself up. It couldn't be more. It was already 10 pieces. My fish is bigger than yours. It's not like we're comparing sizes. We're comparing numbers. Hataru's eyes rolled. Alright, hooked up again. What kind of fish is this? Yi Feng hooked up another 4 or 5 pound fish of unknown species. Hotba looked at his motionless fishing line and was somewhat speechless. Same place. Same bait. She was still so beautiful. Why didn't the fish bite her hook? This was not scientific. Unbelievingly, Hotba continued to stare at the surface of the sea, praying that the fish would hurry up and take the bait. Can't lose again. It's hooked again. This fishing is really easy. Yi Feng just put it down and a fish was hooked. Hot bar. Is there still a king's law? Is there still a law? She pulled the hook up and took a look to make sure the hook wasn't broken and the bait was still there. Then why isn't it biting my hook? Stinky fish. Don't like you anymore. Hataru huffed. This one is also too small. Don't. Yi Feng threw away the fish he just caught with some disgust. Hotba. It's true that people are more angry than people. You don't want to count me, okay? Ha! Hataru's heart tightened. She was now most afraid of hearing that exclamation. Every time, there was a fish on the hook. Another one. Some people are bound to lose. Yi Feng was in a good mood. Hotba. I don't dare to open my eyes. I hope it's my hallucination. Jie, 3 pieces. Yi Feng had a smug look on his face. The reason why he was able to catch so many fish was certainly not luck. Chapter 71 The Beauty Plan. Just went to the toilet and asked the housekeeper to buy him a toy transformer Qin Tianju on Pinxi'xi, and sent it directly to this side of the yacht. Then he secretly put it in the sea, so that Qin Tianju could catch fish and then hook it on top of his fishhook. He can really be a little witty. Don't look at the price inflation spelling CC on just a toy, but that is the future world of toys. Put in this world performance is very counterintuitive. Said black technology is not too much. Introduced above the sky into the sea. In addition to being able to dive into the sea and catch fish, it can also go to the moon. Of course, the platform is still poorly reviewed. In the future, space teleportation has been realized, and it can directly teleport to the moon, and even send express delivery with space teleportation. It's useless to be able to fly to the moon. It's like having a cell phone, who still writes letters. The price is also very expensive. Cost him $10 billion. The 3 melons and 2 jujubes that he had worked so hard to earn were once again emptied. Good thing Hataru already had one. No need to save up for a customization. Ha, it's moving again. Messing with his thoughts, the fishing rod moved again. Hot bar. Is it too late to back out? Can I not race anymore? Looking at Yi Feng one after another, Hotba suspected that she had lost all her strength. 4 pieces now. Yi Feng grinned widely. Jiba looked a little anxious. It couldn't go on like this. Hotba glanced around to make sure the crowd was gone. Honey. Hotba winked, her voice whiny. Yi Feng, a beauty trick. That's my favorite. Feel free to make it out. Honey, the sea breeze has been blowing for so long. I can see that your lips are a bit dry. Let me rub your lipstick for you. Hotba smiled flirtatiously. Yes. Hotba flirtatiously took out her lipstick and applied it on her mouth. After applying it, she stood up, sat on Yi Feng's lap, wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck, and kissed. Yi Feng, applying lipstick like this, I like it. Jiba sneered. I knew that no one could reject my old lady's charm. Seeing Yi Feng's eyes closed in enjoyment, she then secretly reached out and stole 2 fish to put in her bucket. Okay. Only after stealing did this person return to her seat as if nothing had happened. Yi Feng was a little amused. This was also too cute. Ha, hooked again. Hotba, is there any mistake? It's not easy to steal 2 strips. Another one. Why so many fish? Fishing is so easy. Yi Feng's sight of the fish was like no money. Honey, you are so handsome. I can't help but kiss you. This time, Jiba didn't make any excuses, and directly pounced on him and kissed him. After that, she continued to secretly steal fish. Mr. D, the agent said somewhat nervously. Chairman D had gone to rest, and there were only 2 people left here. Di Hongye was also well enough to chat with her. Ah shucks, it's her who is also getting better, able to chat with Di Hongye. Don't be nervous, from now on, we're all on our own. If there's anything you need, just look for me. Other places aside, this acre of Magic City, I can still say a few words. This is my business card. Di Hongye smiles and hands over a business card. If it were before, he wouldn't even look at this kind of celebrity agent from the other side and wouldn't have any interactions. But it was different now. Everyone around Yi Feng had to be taken seriously. Thank you for taking care of Mr. D. The agent received the business card very respectfully. There was only a name and a phone number on it. No other messy titles. It was obvious that it was definitely a private number. Not that kind of business number. This is really good up. D. Changyuan private number are available. Seriously, it's all friends. Aha, all friends. I declare the contest over. I have one more than you. I win. Oi. Hataru terminated the match, her little mouth kissing Baldur pie. Yi Feng, you stole everything from me except for the first one you caught yourself at the beginning. I don't even care to talk about you. Okay, this time count you win. Yi Feng was happy. What do you mean count? It was originally. Hotba's small face reddened. You have one more article. I want to promise you one thing. Hotba, he, but you owe me 10. Take away 1 and there are 9 left. Round it up a bit and it's still 10. Hotbar, no he. Got careless and forgot to round up. Should have known better than to steal a few more. That little mouth is not white bald loopy? I'm not happy. Clean up. It's getting dark. Aha! Hotba put away her fishing rod. Yi Feng was about to put away his fishing rod when the line moved again. Yi Feng hurriedly reeled in the line and pulled the rod. The fish rod was bent. It shouldn't be small. Optimus Prime was working pretty hard. He hurriedly told it to stop working. Another fish hooked? Hataru was a bit skeptical. She had just caught one at the beginning of the day for most of the day, and no more fish were hooked behind her. On Yi Feng's side, there was one on the left and one on the right, both big and small. There was also a bluefin tuna that bit the hook before, but Yi Feng thought it was too big and didn't want it. She then asked where the bluefin tuna came from in the waters near Mordor. Everything reveals a hint of mystery. This time it won't be bluefin tuna again, right? Or a shark? Otherwise the fishing rod was bent. Anyway, she wasn't surprised by whatever Yi Feng caught. Wow! Soon the fish came out of the water. Well, I should say something came out of the water. After Yi Feng pulled it up, he realized that it was a pretty big square wooden box. It was also the good quality of the fishing line and rod. Otherwise such a big box would have broken. Yi Feng, sure enough, it's just a toy. The degree of intelligence is still not enough. Before getting a bluefin tuna, even if, this time actually get a box. Fishing for a box, do you think it's reasonable? Hotbar, is he cheating? Is he cheating? Is there any peanuts for me? Fishing is fine. What do you mean you caught a box? How does the box bite the hook? She seriously suspected that Yi Feng was afraid of losing, so he sent someone to dive into the sea beforehand and hang fish on his hook below. Otherwise, there was no way to explain that the two were in the same sea, the same boat, the same location. Why the fish bit his hook and not their own? Let's open it and take a look. Yi Feng scratched his dog's head with some embarrassment. Click. Yi Feng opened the lid. It was some plates, dishes, bottles and jars. These patterns are quite pretty and the workmanship is exquisite. They should have been exported abroad and accidentally dropped on the ship. Hotba guessed. As the largest outport in the country and one of the largest ports in the world, most of the domestic maritime cargo had to leave from here. It was normal to drop something in the sea. It should be. It can still be used after washing. Yi Feng was used to saving from childhood. Well, can you give me a set? It's kinda retro. Hotba also liked it. You choose yourself. Forget it, take it all home. Aha! Hotba nodded vigorously. Hataru washed everything. Chapter 72, you use yuan xinghua to fill the fish? All the porcelains were cleaned all new and more beautiful. It's beautiful. The more Hotba looked at it, the more she liked it. Take 2 and send them to Ultraman. People give away houses and boats. Well, Dan will give one away too. Hotba said after thinking for a while. Can't favor one over the other. Which one to send? They're all pretty. Hotba started picking them out. Just send anyone. They all look good anyway. Yi Feng smiled. His family's Hotba was really kind. Giving gifts all picked the best looking ones and left the good looking ones for others. It's because they're all good looking and I like them all that I can't give them up. I can't even find an ugly one. Hotba was very bitter. Yi Feng, so you are such a hot bar. After choosing half a day, only then did Hotba choose 3 that didn't look so good. 2 large plates and 1 flat bottle. Just these 3 are fine. Actually these 3 are quite pretty. Hotba looked petty. Don't be so petty. The pattern is open. People send us yachts. We send a plate only. Or pick up. Next time I'll fish a few boxes for you. Aha, fish a few more boxes. Hataru smiled and nodded. taking the 3 pieces of china they were going to give away. The two went down. Sir, please have a seat. Dinner will be ready soon. Di Chunyuan farted forward. Mr. D, the fish was too big just now. The plate can't fit. The chef came over and said, just now. Yi Feng had brought down a big fish that he had caught and asked them to steam it for dinner at night. Di Hongye had explained that he must make it colorful and flavorful to make Yi Feng satisfied. If it wasn't done well, they would be deducted 50 cents from their bonus. That is 50 cents. Is too broad afraid. Now the fish is done, but not so big plate to contain. The fish broken if it does not look good. Di Chunyuan frowned. This kind of small matter actually came to ask him. It's not coincidental. Use this to load it. Yi Feng took out the large plate he was preparing to give as a gift. He didn't know which foreign tycoon had customized it, and the plate was particularly large. The diameter of the top had to be 50 centimeters. It could fit a pig's head. It was enough to hold the fish just now. Mr. is really well thought out. So let's use this. Di Chunyuan didn't understand where this plate came from. There was no such a big plate on the yacht. He also didn't see Yi Feng bring a plate over when he came. But none of this mattered. People were high up. The giant dragon could be whole. So what was a plate? Actually it was originally given to you guys as a gift. Since there is a lack of one to hold the fish, let's use it first. This one is also for you guys. One for each of you. Yi Feng gave the other one to Di Chunyuan. Thank you so much, sir. Di Chunyuan hastily accepted it. Hold it well. If it falls on the ground and smashes, break your dog's legs. Di Chunyuan solemnly handed the plate to his son. Di Hongye, my dog's legs are not as good as a plate chant. Sister Dan, this flat bottle is for you. Hataru also handed the agent the flat bottle. Thank you. This is quite chic. The broker was a bit speechless. Who's a good person to make a flat bottle? Kind of like the flat bottles of wine in the old days. Everyone sit down and eat. After delivering the gift, Yi Feng greeted the crowd. After the crowd all sat down, Di Hongye put the plate aside and began to observe. This plate is well made. This glaze, this pattern. Di Hongye usually likes to study antiques, and when he sees the plate, he can't help but study it. Nonsense. Can what Mr. sent be something ordinary? Di Chunyuan didn't have the good sense to say. This craftsmanship, this pattern, this seems to be Yuan Qinghua. The more Di Hongye looked at it, the more wrong it became. Yuan Qinghua? Broker Hotspur's hand also shook for a moment, and he hurriedly hugged the vase he had just placed next to him tightly. If this was Yuan Qinghua, it would be worth a fortune. She didn't have much research on antiques, also knew that Yuan Qinghua was worth a lot of money. Yi Feng, it seems to give away the antiques. Still ate the loss of no culture. Several people looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was silent, just pretending. Seeing this expression on Yi Feng, the crowd basically confirmed it. I'll look again. Di Hongye only thought that Yi Feng was testing him. Immediately straightening up, he pulled out a magnifying glass from his pocket and started observing. Yuan Qinghua sizes are usually above 30 centimeters, with a maximum of 60 centimeters. This one fits perfectly, and the shape is also consistent. This tire color is gray and white. Di Hongye blah blah blah. He also took pictures and showed them to the experts in this line. The other party was very sure to tell him that it was Yuan Qinghua. He also asked him if he was willing to bid for $100 million. Di Hongye naturally refused. He is like a person who is worse than that 100 million? Di Hongye dead hold plate. This is the Yuan Qinghua. Cannot be found. The world's existing more than 300 pieces. Most of them are still abroad, basically in the museum. There are very few private collections. Right, that flat vase. Di Hongye looks at the bottle in the broker's hand. Can that one let me take a look? Di Hongye was very excited. If it looked right, sure. The broker was a bit reluctant though. This was Yuan Qinghua. Although the shape was odd, it was definitely worth money. But the other party was Mr. D, so if it broke, they should pay for it. Hiss, this is? After observing it for a while, Di Hongye immediately widened his eyes. Quickly say what it is. Di Chunyuan glared at his son. What the hell are you pretending at this time? It's a Yuan Qinghua dragon pattern 4-system flat vase. Di Chunyuan said with great certainty. Is it worth a lot of money? The broker was concerned. In the year 07, at the Imperial Capital Auction House, it was once auctioned for $97 million. The agent's hand shook. She didn't expect that a gift that Hotba casually gave her would actually be so expensive. Hotba, thank you. The agent was filled with excitement. This was $97 million. Almost a small goal. Straight up wealth freedom. Hotba, have I become a loser? Actually gave a gift of $100 million. Originally, Yi Feng only gave it to the D family. Own seems to give a very expensive bottle to the broker. Can she back out? Who would have thought that a box of porcelain that Yi Feng casually fished up was actually all blue and white porcelain? At this time, Di Chunyuan snatched the plate in his son's hand. Dad, be careful. This is mine. yours is loaded with fish. Di Chanyuan very domineeringly pointed at the chef who was carrying the fish up. The crowd then remembered that there was another one that took it to load the fish. This was something only Yi Feng could do. Di Hongye's heart was in his throat. This is his blue and white porcelain. If this guy just broke it, he'd dock the other guy $1 of his salary. The chef felt a cold back. There was a killing aura. It was hard to wait for the chef to put down the fish, and Di Hongye looked at Yi Feng pitifully. This was Yi Feng's fish. If it was someone else's, he would have lifted the sea and washed the dishes. Eat and wash before you collect it. He was a person who just couldn't stand to see waste. Chapter 73, oh, eat fish, eat fish. Di Hongye smiled a little forcefully. What could he do? He was also desperate. Everyone move your chopsticks. This is a nice fish. Just caught and taken for cooking. It's fresh. Yi Feng took his chopsticks and started to clip the fish. The others also started to clip it. Except for broker Jiba, who was very careful with her chopsticks. Everyone else was very casual. Every time a chopstick touched the plate and made a sound, Di Hongye was heartbroken. He was afraid that it would crack, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Don't look at him as a person outside, but he was basically at the bottom of the food chain here. No one dares to say anything, only looking forward to everyone eating the fish earlier so he could go wash the dishes. As he ate, Ziba suddenly shouted and stood up. Yi Feng's hand shook and his chopsticks poked heavily on the plate. Di Hongye was immediately heartbroken. If this was someone else, he would have thrown the other person into the sea and fed them to the fish. Now he can only pray that the quality of the plate is better, otherwise he will cry for everyone to see. What's all the fuss about? Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. I remembered that those plates were all stacked on top of each other after washing them. No, I have to go and put them away. Just now, I only focused on being shocked and forgot that I had casually placed them over there after washing them. If the wind picks up and the yacht lurches and drops all those blue and white porcelain, there's no place to cry. Those plates? Mr. and Mrs. D's father and son looked at each other. There are only 300 pieces in the world. What do you have here? Are those the ones that can be used to describe yuan blue and white? How many are those? Hotba rushed to the third floor. The others followed. Want to see how many of those are in this one? The crowd came to the third floor, saw the hand-washing table placed on the whole of the blue and white porcelain, various large and small plates, and large and small vases. The crowd looked at the scalp numb. The world 300 pieces. Here at least 40 or 50 pieces. Di Hongye was even more alarmed. This is yuan chenghua. It's just sitting on the stage. The plates are still stacked on top of each other. The crowd rushed to move them to a proper location. Hiss, could this be the legendary Ghost Valley down and up figure? Di Hongye stared wide-eyed. Is this expensive? The broker wondered. Was it more expensive than her flat bottle? She was a mundane person who only cared about this. Well, it's very precious. Di Hongye nodded. The broker. Look at people. They just know how to talk. She said expensive. People said precious. One more word and the compulsion goes up. This kind of yuan Qinghua vase with folktale patterns is the most precious. There was once an auction of the same vase over on Hong Kong Island that sold for $2.3 billion. Hiss, 2.3 billion? The broker's eyes widened. Somewhat enviously, he looked at Hotba. This was following a super big brother. No wonder the D family was cautious in front of him. If she had all this, why would she still go to class? Selling a few random pieces would directly lead to wealth freedom. Yi Feng can only say that rich people are really rich. Spend 200 million to buy this. Loser. In the future, if his son spends 200 million to buy this, he will break Yi Yang's legs. Yi Feng guessed that Optimus Prime should have found the ancient shipwreck. Continue to come over tomorrow to fish. Hiss. This is? Di Hongye's eyes widened once again. What is this? There's an ancient man riding a horse. And there's also a man over here. There must be a story. So it must be precious too. The crowd speculated. That's natural. This is the Xiao He chasing Han Xian under the moonplum vase. There are only 3 of them in the whole world, and it was once auctioned at a high price of $7.7 billion. There's only one in the country, placed in the Nanjing Museum. It's the treasure of the town. Di Hongye was trembling all over. He didn't expect to actually see this treasure here. Hiss, 7.7 million. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, adding that $200 million vase. All the porcelain here shall not add up to several billion. Where is this porcelain? This is clearly a gold mountain. Even Di Long Yuan Yi Yang was a little surprised. 2 bottles, plus some money are enough to save his life again. Ahem. Human life. After all properly placed, the crowd went down to continue eating. It's not easy for the fish to finish. Di Hongye immediately can't wait to pick up the plate to clean it. Mr. D, let's wash it. Immediately, a maid came forward and said, Go away. Don't come near me. Stay away from me. Di Hongye warned. If he accidentally touches him and breaks the plate, he'll find someone to blame. The maid is startled and rushes away a bit. Di Hongye carefully washes it clean, and after carefully checking it for half a day, realizing that there is nothing broken or cracked, he is content to hold it in his arms. He is also a person who has yuan Qinghua. His status in the collection world must have skyrocketed. Already don't want to talk to those who don't have yuan Qinghua. After eating, the yacht also returned to the marina. The crowd was also ready to go back to their respective homes. Sir, in the future, if there's anything you want to order, we, the D family, will do whatever we want, Di Chunyuan said very seriously. On the side, Di Hongye was a bit surprised. The old man didn't look like he was joking. When he said this, it meant that their D family had defected to Yi Feng. Was he serious? Alright, you're a person who can. I'll look for you if something happens. Yi Feng nodded. Aha! Di Chunyuan was very excited. This meant that Yi Feng accepted them. Let's go. Bye. Yi Feng got on the car and waved. See you later, sir, take care. Father and son Di Chunyuan bent down and bowed until they couldn't see the rear of the car. Then they straightened up. Dad, you? Di Hongye was still somewhat unconvinced. Although the other party was powerful, there was no need for them to stoop so low. Looking at the old man's appearance today, if this was in ancient times, I'm afraid that he would have to be a servant to the other party. Di Chunyuan's face clouded over. He didn't expect his son to be skeptical. You know, Di Chunyuan narrowed his eyes at his son. He himself had mentioned him so much, but he still didn't know what he was talking about. The aura of a generation of lords was in full swing, and Di Hongye felt it was a little difficult to breathe. I'm sorry, Dad, I was wrong. Di Hongye hurriedly admits his mistake. Today, the old man is kind and happy for a day, almost forgetting the old man's true colors. Really thought the old man would smile at anyone. I know you're not convinced. Let me ask you, when we went to the yacht today, did Mr. bring anything? Didn't bring it. Then how did he get those yuan Chunhua? This? Di Hongye froze. Those yuan Qinghua were quite a lot, and it couldn't have been that easy to hide. It was even more unlikely that they were put on the ship ahead of time, much less by them. Then how did it come? What means did that person use? Young master, listen to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is a high-ranking person. Mr. Yi won't lie to you. The butler also stepped forward. He had seen Yi Feng summoning a divine dragon out to cure a disease, but this couldn't be said. Di Chunyuan had already given a gag order. He didn't dare to touch Di Chunyuan's reverse scale. Chapter 74, let's see how you do tonight. Not to mention those, just based on the fact that people can cure cancer and return to their old age. This is something that ordinary people can do? And look at the change in yourself now. Humph. Di Chunyuan snorted coldly. My changes? Di Hongye immediately pissed on the side to look at himself, making a joke. Eldest young master. Look. The butler pulls out a mirror that has long been prepared. This? Di Hongye is shocked when he takes it and looks at it. See, we are just as rich as we are. That's still ordinary people. People are already beyond the realm of ordinary people. Being able to meet someone else is already the greatest fortune of our lives. Don't look at us giving a lot this time, but in fact, people give more. Healing me 800 million more or less? I just gave a little more, and people immediately gave elixirs to make me younger. Today send people yacht. People again send elixir, and send yuan Qinghua. You calculate. In the end who take advantage. Di Chunyuan hated it and said, this is the style of high people. There is no eyesight at all. He is so solemn. This little son of a still do not pay attention. These rich people of theirs were nothing in each other's eyes. Yes, Dad, I was wrong. Di Hongye broke out in a cold sweat. If it was because of himself that he had slacked off on Mr. Their D family would not only miss out on the opportunity to make friends with a high-ranking person, but they would also most likely have to go down in flames. Humph. The next time, I don't mind changing my successor, Di Chunyuan said meaningfully. This eldest son still needs to be knocked around a bit, otherwise it couldn't become a qualified successor. I'm sorry, Dad, I really know I'm wrong. Di Hongye once again apologized very sincerely. Hatba, it's better to return this bottle to you. This is too valuable. The agent was a bit reluctant to part with it, but still decided to return it. Otherwise, she kept having the urge to auction off the bottle and go home to retire. I can take it back then. With a twinkle in her eye, Hataru took the bottle back. Hey! The agent watched with bated breath as Hatba took the bottle away. She was just being polite. Ha ha, just kidding. Hatba was happy. Although the bottles were indeed expensive, with so many at home, and with Yi Feng being secretive, it was estimated that he could catch more. I'll be polite then. Ha, lost and found, almost losing a small goal. The agent didn't pretend anymore. By the way, Hataru, have you noticed that during the night, that Mr. D seems to have gotten younger? The broker whispered. Women were naturally more sensitive to this. Compared to any yuan Chunhua, becoming younger was more appealing to them. Is that so? Hotba didn't care too much. With billions in hand, who had time to care about them? When you were here in the morning, the father and son stood together in defiance. More like brothers. It looks like the son is a bit older. When you came back in the evening, was it less incongruous? The agent said with a raised eyebrow. Indeed. I didn't even notice until you said so. Hotspur nodded. When they boarded the ship, it was a little incongruous for father and son to stand together, but gradually it didn't feel that way back there. How did he do that? Hotaru came to be interested. Although she was in her prime now, sooner or later she would get old. I'm guessing it's that pill Biggie gave him this morning. The agent lowered his voice. At that time, when Di Hongye was so excited when he got the medicine, she knew that it was definitely not simple. When Yifeng jokingly took the medicine back, the father and son had such wonderful expressions. Is it? It should be. Then I'll ask tonight. If it's cheap, get me one too. No problem. The two chatted for a while before the agent went back. She had to put the bottle away. The rest of her life depended on it. Not long after, Yifeng came out after taking a shower. Hotba also asked about the medicine. That's the rejuvenation dam that my master refined. The refining method has been lost. Yifeng made it up. Lost in the tradition. Jiba was a bit sad. Then is there still stock? Hotba said with some anticipation. Of course, she had already silently scratched out the agent in her heart. There is. You want it. The corner of Yifeng's mouth rose slightly. Aha! Hotba nodded vigorously. Then let's see how you behave tonight. The little white rabbit took the bait. I will definitely satisfy your majesty tonight. Hotba smiled flirtatiously with flavor. I'll go get ready. Hotba twisted her small savage waist and went out. 10 minutes later, Hotba returned. She had changed into a red sari and was wearing a red veil. She danced to the cheerful bar-hopping music. Even though the veil covered her face and the dance costume was large, it still couldn't hide her delicate figure and stunningly beautiful face. There was also an additional layer of hazy beauty and exotic flavor. It was a delight to the eyes. Yifeng poured a glass of grape juice in a tall glass and sipped it while admiring it. He knew that the old ancestors recovered the border not for those few raisins. Duke Sui is 1,000 years old and is worthy of the imperial temple. I will repair one for you someday. Halfway through the jump, the sarong slowly fell off. The back naturally comes back to the paid part. Honey, was last night still satisfactory? Early in the morning, Hotspur said with affection. Too satisfied. This is for you. Yifeng took out the healthcare product. The longevity gene medicine could unlock the longevity gene and increase life expectancy, but it couldn't become younger, so it was still necessary to take healthcare products, and it was better to keep the gene medicine a secret for now. This thing he didn't know how to get it out for the time being, and it was not appropriate to make it public. In case it leaks out, he can't tell, and it involves genetic problems. I guess it won't be too simple. If this was exposed, it would be even easier to drive people crazy than a cancer special medicine. This was also the reason why he didn't take it out before. He planned to start researching health products next, and then genetic medicine. But even if he researched it, he wouldn't take it out. Moreover, he was going to build his own medicine and biology lab to facilitate secrecy. Ahem, going too far. This is it? Hotaru's eyes lit up. Well, one will make you younger. How do I eat this? Swallow it directly? Hotba said with some impatience. Well, this one naturally has instructions. Let me teach you how to eat it. Yifeng smiled evilly. Good, then you teach me quickly. Yifeng put the medicine into his mouth and chewed it. Hotba. She instantly understood what Yifeng meant. After blankly glancing at Yifeng, she kissed up. 5 minutes later. Hoo-hoo. Is it done? Hotba panted. There's still a bit more. Not a bit less. Otherwise it's ineffective. Hoo. Hotba took a deep breath and continued to kiss. Kissing and sucking. Until the mouth is almost bald skin. This only stopped. After that, Hotba looked in the mirror every 5 minutes. Although the change was not much each time, Hotba could still clearly feel it. She was really getting younger. By the time the evening came, she was very surprised to see the huge change in herself. She was really years younger and back to the peak of her face. Chapter 75, It Smells Like Naan. Honey, do you see how I've changed? Hotba happily spun around in front of Yifeng. Well, it's become a bit non-flavored. Yifeng nodded. Hotba looked very youthful and clueless when she first started out, along with that exotic Viennese face. That feeling, in one word, was non-flavor. Later on, when she became top stream, her aura was getting stronger and prettier, but the non-flavor was getting faded. Now it's back a little bit. Hoda, you are the one who can describe it, and the non-flavor is no one else. Mua, thanks honey, I really have to go. Flight tonight. Hotba was very upset. These 2 days were so much fun. I wish I could continue to hang out with Yifeng and continue to fish for boxes, but she still had to go to work, and her agent was waiting for half a day. Call me if you have something, come to me if you don't have a job, and tell me if you don't want to work. Okay de honey, I will. Hataru nodded. It was nice to have this feeling of being covered by. In the end, Hotba got into the car very reluctantly and waved goodbye to Yifeng. Bye. Yifeng waved his hand as well. After Hotba left, Yifeng went out to sea on a yacht alone. Earlier, he looked at Optimus Prime's work recorder. It was indeed a shipwreck that was found. The box of porcelain fished before was just a very small part. There were more. Fish out this one and then continue to look for other shipwrecks. Yifeng just salvaged beautifully every day. In case of bankruptcy in the future, you can still take it to sell it and rise again. For this reason, he also deliberately bought a few sets of villas, with oversized basement kind, and then buy some safes. Safes is to store all kinds of salvaged antique porcelain, gold, jewelry. The other fall into the sea will soon rot. Yang, is it really not working? Yi Dashin was a bit annoyed. His grandson, who was so excellent, his hallowed Yi family's first grandson, actually couldn't turn up. What a bull ******* hospital. Really blind. Yi Yang just can't be converted. By you say as if the old man is going to hang. Originally, with my ability, it is possible to turn regular. I am the best among several intern doctors. Yi Yang said without a red face. Yi Dashin nodded. It was affirmative. But the other few either had connections in their families or stuffed money. The hospital operated in the dark. That's why I couldn't be transferred. Yi Yang said with an indignant face. Outrageous. Is there any king's law? Is there any law? The hospital is just messed up by them people. No wonder the medical skills of the doctors are now worse than one by one. All the good doctors have been driven away by them. There is no room for doctors with high medical skills. Yi Dashin was furious and blew his beard. Yi Yang, you still really believe it? I'm blushing a little at this talk. There's actually a more major reason. Yi Yang gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Yifeng, he would have already turned. What he told Dean Yifeng was predicated on the transfer. What reason? It's Yifeng. Originally, even though I didn't care, my excellent performance during my internship had already conquered the hospital leadership. But at the last minute Yifeng gave the word to not let me transfer. Yi Yang aggrievedly said. What? It's that little bastard. Yi Dashin got even more angry. It must be because he kicked the other party out of the genealogy and the other party held a grudge in retaliation. Yi Yang, he's the little bastard. You're the old bastard. This IQ is really catching. Why does your hospital listen to him? Yi Dashin was puzzled. Because he probably, cured a cancer patient by mistake. Yi Yang very much didn't want to admit it. He still has this ability? Yi Dashin said suspiciously. In fact, I also doubt. He a high school did not finish. How could he cure cancer? But the scene on that day was like this. Yi Yang briefly said it. Well, if I'm not wrong, it wasn't Yifeng who saved him, but you. Yi Dashin said after a moment of contemplation. Yi Yang's head was full of questions. Big brother, why do you say this? I didn't even know I had this ability. It must be that you made him vomit blood in anger. Hey, by chance, he vomited out all the viruses, cancer cells. Yi Dashin analyzed. Yi Yang, hey you big man, but there seems to be so much truth in the abstract. Could it really be that he cured it? That's right, it must be, Yi Dashin said with great certainty. Hiss, Grandpa, your analysis is so reasonable. Yi Yang was filled with admiration. That's right, although Grandpa reads little, he has a heavy taste and has eaten more salt than the rice you've eaten. Yi Dashin said with some complacency. Yi Yang, then your taste is really quite heavy. He was in school that would be the school's famous rice bucket. Others dare not say. No one is better than him at eating. His name of the king of the rice bucket is not called for nothing. So what are you going to do now? I can only come to the town's health center for internship. Yi Yang sighed in his heart. The old guy saying this meant that he couldn't help him. The old guy was usually bullish, said that he was the most bullish in the dozens of miles around. As a result, he couldn't even solve the matter of his transfer. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about what about tomorrow's blind date? Yi Dashin frowned. It's not good to brag about it. Yi Yang, cool, this way, you say this tomorrow. Just so happens that her family has a cancer patient. Yi Dashin smiled slightly. Good, just do what Grandpa said. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. This is a low-key thing, including getting married in the future. Get a license and live together. Make sure to hide it from everyone. And hold the banquet afterward. Or I'm afraid that little bastard will come and ruin it. Aha, what Grandpa said makes sense. Yi Yang nodded vigorously. Grandpa, what is the matchmaking partner this time? Yi Yang asked. Don't worry, can the one Grandpa chose for you be bad? She's an air hostess and even bought her own house. Just move in directly after you get married and save the money for buying a house. Yi Dashin smiled slightly. Air hostess? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. It had to be said that the old man was good at picking. From female college students to female teachers, and now air hostesses. It was a pity that the first two were snatched by Yifeng, but it didn't matter. He had already drawn 10 book circles to curse Yifeng. Just wait, Yifeng doesn't have a few good days left, he will soon be unlucky. The night was silent. Early the next morning, the grandparents and grandchildren set off to go on a blind date. In order to prevent Yifeng from opening sabotage, this time Yi Dashan personally sat in the town. Soon the two came to the county. This time, the blind date was from the city. Under the arrangement of the matchmaker, the two sides met in a hotel room. Their side of the habit, the matchmaker introduced successful license to marry before the red envelope failed to have. This is because there was an old woman with a woman around the blind date. The woman no matter what do not agree. The old woman took the red packet and the woman to share equally. It was only later that people realized they had been cheated. Later, in order to prevent this situation, only successful marriage license will have red packets. Far from it. Chapter 76 This can have. But the success rate of matchmaking is too low nowadays. So in order to prevent a waste of time, matchmakers usually make an appointment at a restaurant. This way at least you can rub a meal. Success or failure is not a loss. This is Xia Ning, air hostess. This condition. You all see it. No need for me to say more, right? The matchmaker had a smug look on her face. Pretty face, good personality, temperament, still a flight attendant, high income. This was a girl with the best conditions she had ever introduced. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was an air hostess, with long legs in the front and back. It was his ideal type of wife. Of course, as long as she looks pretty and has a good body, she is his ideal type. He was that shallow. Xia Ning sighed in his heart. The first time she saw Yi Yang, she had already passed Yi Yang in her heart. Not to mention his crooked looks, his clothing is also extremely poor. In fact, if it wasn't for the matchmaker's good relationship with her mom, who asked her to come and talked her way out of it, she wouldn't have come at all. Well, it's indeed okay. Yi Dashan nodded. Although the other party's conditions were good, his grandson was equally excellent. It was just barely worthy of his grandson. In fact, he felt that it was too skinny. It was better to have a stronger girl, with strength for work. He had seen a northeastern fish lady on the internet who was good and worked well, so she was his ideal grandson's daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, his grandson doesn't like that kind. He likes this kind of skinny one. It's a pity. Xia Ning is even more disgusted. They even commented on it. Hello, my name is Yi Yang. Yi Yang hurriedly introduced himself. Flight attendant with a doctor. It was a perfect match. Hello, Xia Ning. Xia Ning nodded politely. Very cool. Yi Yang was happy in his heart. It's good to be cool. So she doesn't like money and won't be hooked up by Yifeng. Finally found a girl who doesn't worship gold. Ahem. Yang Yang is a doctor. Right. Seeing that the scene was a bit awkward, the matchmaker spoke up. In their line of work, the most important thing was to be able to liven up the atmosphere. Well, our Yang Yang is the best doctor in the county hospital. Yi Dashan said with a proud face. When he said the best, it was the best. After his words, who was in favor and who was against? Xia Ning. Other do not know. Her mother is seriously ill. The county hospital several authoritative experts she still knows. Dishonest. Pass. Then Yang Yang is the attending physician? The matchmaker continued to play the joke. Wrong, is the chief physician. Yi Dashan waved his hand. Hiss, such a young chief physician. It's amazing. The matchmaker gave a thumbs up. To be a matchmaker was to have the ability to open one's eyes and blow bull to the sky. For example, matchmaker people are honest. Don't say much. Fact, people are old. Not much truth. Yi Yang, big brother, over. He is so young chief physician. You are really dare to blow ah. Xia Ning, if he is the chief physician, I am the dean. Although our Yang Yang's medical skills are good, his character is good, and the hospital is still ready to focus on cultivation, and the city's AAA hospitals are all coming to grab people. But, Yi Dashan's words turned. Xia Ning, the previous are not important, are nonsense. She does not believe. The next is the focus. He finally decided to go back to his hometown township health center, to help the folks to see the doctor. He wants to use the knowledge he learned to return to the folks. Weekends will also be in the township clinic. I often told him that people cannot forget their roots, and in the future have success absolutely cannot forget the townspeople. He did it, and I also support it. Yi Dashan was there to talk nonsense. Xia Ning, the talent that the three hospitals all grabbed, went back to the town health center. This matter is placed in the entire universe as a very explosive existence. Then this kid is really caring. There aren't many young people like this nowadays. Although she knew that Yi Dashan was talking nonsense, the matchmaker still continued to harden her heart. This was all a small scene, but after knowing that Yi Yan was only a doctor from the town health center, she knew that this probably wouldn't work out. The red packet was definitely gone. At the same time in her heart there was some contempt. You a town small broken hospital doctor. Also dare to want my hand's best condition girl. Go find your northeastern fish sister. Let's go out. Let the two kids talk by themselves, get to know and understand each other. Let's go out and order food. The matchmaker no longer had the motivation to continue to hold the joke. She only hoped to mix a meal for a bit. That's good. Yang, you guys talk. Yi Dashan secretly gave Yi Yang a look. I know, Grandpa. Yi Yang also secretly nodded his head. Yi Dashan and the matchmaker said and went out. Boss, order the food. Okay, have a boiled beef. Can't get the red envelope. The matchmaker directly point expensive. Ahem. Yi Dashan coughed and secretly gave the boss a look. He had already contacted the boss yesterday and told him to cooperate. This one doesn't. The boss immediately said, Matchmaker, why is this scene so familiar? It's not like I asked for Australian abalone. 4 pounds of lobster. What about the leg of lamb? Ahem. No. How about a green vegetable? No. Cough. This can be had. Yi Dashan hastily reminded. Oh, this one has. The boss hurriedly nodded. Nothing. Don't eat. The matchmaker sneered. This family was really stingy. It's not like they want to eat abalone, ginseng, shark's fin and maw. Really think she hasn't watched TV? It's good not to eat. I'm also bursting with breakfast, so I won't eat. Yi Dashan cheerfully said. Saving money. No way. The restaurant owner quit. Box minimum consumption of 500. Eat or not to give money. The box to you to stay, but also with you to act. In the end, do not consume. Really think I'm stupid. What? 500? Yi Dashan stared wide-eyed. What about robbery? If you don't consume, get lost. The boss was still nonchalant. Let's eat. Yi Dashan huffed and flipped through the menu. Now that Sun Zi and that girl were chatting, it would be too humiliating to be kicked out now. But isn't 500 too much? Is 300 okay? No. How about 400? No. 450. Tops. Or I'd rather change restaurants. Boss. Look at you. I'll be damned if this blind date is going to work. The two sides are not very happy with the decision to spend 450. Inside the private room. Actually, what my grandfather said just now is true. My medical skills are really good. I can cure cancer. Yi Yang lowered his voice and said with a mysterious face. After seeing that Xia Ning wasn't interested in him, Yi Yang decided to go straight to the point. Xia Ning, is this meeting a liar? You can't even hang out at the county hospital and you can cure cancer? Why don't you go to heaven? The other party probably knew that her mother had cancer and wanted to use this to cheat her. Xia Ning was immediately alert. I know you don't believe me and think that how could a health center doctor like me treat cancer? Chapter 77, Fooling Around. If it can cure cancer, how could it be sent down to the health center? I'm only telling you one person about this. You must not divulge it. In fact, this is to cover people's ears, or the above in order to protect me. Deliberately put me into the town health center. Yi Yang lowered his voice. Xia Ning, you continue to make up. Believe you a word count me lose. I'm serious. In fact, originally I was going to go to the city's third-rate hospital, but after the leadership of the Ministry of Health after deliberation, finally put me in the town. This way no one can guess that it was me who made the move. And after a period of time, after the wind and waves calm down, they will naturally promote me up. Yi Yang made it up. This was what Yi Dashan taught him to say. The old man deserved to be a heavy old man. He had eaten more salt than he had eaten rice. He was really a genius. I don't know if you've heard of it, but there was a terminal cancer patient in our county hospital who was cured not long ago. Still a hospital doctor. It was that time, when I was being treated, I was seen by too many people. So that's why I came up with this plan, letting me go to the town health center first, to get out of the wind. Yi Yang continued. Hearing this, Xia Ning's heart stirred. She knew a little about the county hospital having intern doctors who were cured of cancer, and it was because of this that she brought her mother back for treatment. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would not give up. Originally, she brought her mother to be treated in the city's tertiary hospital, but exactly how it was, who treated her, and even who the patients were, she wasn't sure and didn't inquire. Apparently someone had put a gag order on it. Could it really be this guy? But he didn't look like that either. Seeing that Xia Ning was somewhat interested, Yi Yang continued to strike while the iron was hot. A while ago, there was a Mercedes-Benz fleet that came to our hospital. It was a big scene. I got on the car at the time, and a lot of people saw it. It was to go to Magic City to treat a big shot. If I didn't have some skills, why would people want me as an intern to go? Xia Ning was a little shaken. It was because many people in the hospital saw the Mercedes-Benz fleet at that time that she knew about this news, and hid some clues behind it. Could it really be him? Of course, when it comes to that big shot, we signed a non-disclosure agreement, and it's not convenient to reveal too much about the specific PR. Oh Cess, how exactly? He didn't know. It wasn't good to keep making it up. Otherwise it would be easy to reveal the cloven foot. Lying meant adapting to the facts. otherwise others could see it at a glance. Was it cured in the end? Xia Ning was finally a bit moved. Of course it's cured. I'll make a move. Surely there's no problem. Yi Yang patted his chest and guaranteed. Seeing that Xia Ning was somewhat convinced, Yi Yang swung a smile in his heart. The little white rabbit was going to fall for it. Grrrrrr. As long as it believed the next step would be good. Then can you help me cure my mom? Xia Ning said somewhat nervously, as if grasping the last straw. What's wrong with Auntie? Yi Yang pretended to look like he didn't know. Actually, Yi Dashan had inquired clearly. Xia Ning was raised in a single-parent family. Her mother had cancer and didn't have many days left. In the future, when the two get married, Xia Ning's family's house, and the money will all be his. My mom has advanced breast cancer. Xia Ning was a little sad. Her mom had brought her up all by herself, and now that she had a hard time making a name for herself, her mom had this disease. Breast cancer. Yi Yang immediately looked grave. Yes, can it be cured? I have a special identity and signed an agreement that I can't go out in general. If you can cure my mom, I will marry you, Xia Ning said with a determined face. But then again, your filial piety makes me very touched. I might be able to make an exception once. Yi Yang smiled. It wasn't easy. The little white rabbit finally took the bait. Really? Great. Then let's go now. Xia Ning couldn't wait to stand up and said, no hurry. Let's talk about the conditions first. Yi Yang's mouth revealed a wicked smile. He finally took the initiative. So naturally, he couldn't go right away. Besides, he couldn't cure it. Now it was his turn to not be in a hurry. You're high and cold again. What conditions do you want? Xia Ning frowned. Let's get married first, then cure. Otherwise what if I take a huge risk to cure you and you don't recognize it? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth rose slightly. As long as you get married first, feel free to treat it later. He didn't say the success rate was 100%. Even a cold can kill a person, let alone cancer. No, I'll marry you after you cure my mom. Xia Ning was naturally not stupid. She didn't really trust Yi Yang in the first place, and the two had only met for the first time. No. Marriage before treatment. You can choose to accept it or not. I don't care. Don't talk to me about conditions. Yi Yang shook his head. I'm going back to think about it. Xia Ning gritted her teeth. She wanted to go back and check. It's fine. Take your time to consider it. Only I have to remind you that although I can cure cancer, the earlier this treatment is done, the better it is and the success rate is higher. You go back and take your time to consider it. You're the one who has to consider it. If you can't cure it back there, you can't blame me, right? Okay, I agree. After some mental struggle, Xia Ning gritted her teeth and agreed. She couldn't lose her mom. As long as there was a ray of hope, she was going to try. Good. Yi Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had taken the white rabbit by coercion. In order to treat your mom as soon as possible, let's keep everything simple for the wedding. Good. Xia Ning nodded. This was also what she wished for. With mom in this state now, it wasn't appropriate to make a big deal out of it. Good. Let's count this meal at noon as our wedding banquet, and after we eat, we'll go get the license. In order to prevent the night from getting long and Yi Feng coming to destroy it, Yi Yang planned to make a quick decision. Xia Ning, isn't this one too Jane? Let's go out. The two walked out of the box. How's the talk going? The matchmaker went up and asked. She felt sure that the conversation had broken up. From her years of experience as a matchmaker, Yi Yang and Xia Ning were not from the same world. Yi Yang was just a turd, and the suit looked cheap, completely unworthy of Xia Ning. We've already chatted. This meal at noon will be a wedding banquet. After eating, we'll go to get a license. Yi Yang sneered. From the very beginning, this matchmaker couldn't see him. Didn't expect it. I took her down. Yi Dashan was old and comforted. His grandson was just excellent. You agree? The matchmaker stared at Xia Ning with wide eyes, not daring to believe it all. Aha! Xia Ning nodded. The matchmaker. Can you even agree to this? Were you bewitched or did you lose your mind? Blink if you've been coerced. Ning, do you want to discuss this with your family? The matchmaker advised. She didn't want Xia Ning's life to be ruined in her own hands. No need. I've decided. Let's eat. Xia Ning only wanted Yi Yang to treat her mom as soon as possible now. The matchmaker wanted to say something else, but Yi Dashan glared at her fiercely. The matchmaker didn't squeak. These grandparents didn't look like good people. There was no need to get themselves into trouble for someone else. Chapter 78, Am I so powerful now? After the four of them finished their meal, Yi Yang and Xia Ning went to get their license first. Thank you so much this time. Yi Dashan took out a red packet with some meat pain. According to the custom, their family had to give the red packet when the two became a couple. The matchmaker took the red packet, pinched it, it was quite thick, and left with a smile on his face. Yi Dashan also rushed to run away. The wind is tight, pulling the call. 2 minutes later, the matchmaker came back panting. Hoo, boss, where's that old thing? The matchmaker's eyes were on fire. She was holding a bunch of 10-cent, 20-cent, and max 50-cent Mao bills. The total was no more than $10. She was going to explode with anger. How could there be such a shameless person? Such a thick pile. She thought there was a couple thousand. There he is. The boss pointed to Yi Dashin, who was frantically running away. Old thing. Stop right there. The matchmaker was furious. She introduced a Xianing with such a good condition to that rubbing pussy. It was already very unconscionable. To get married, the red packet actually only gave some 10 or 20 cents of tickets. It's a good thing he could still find the change these days. Shoo! Yi Dashin ran faster. Old thing, don't run. The matchmaker hurriedly chased after him. Nanny, he's on a blind date again and wants to get a license? Yi Feng, who was fishing for porcelain jewelry, also couldn't sit still after receiving the butler's message. What kind of blind person can actually look at Yi Yang and go to get a license right after the blind date? This is also too damn heartless. I'll go back now. Yi Feng looked at the photos and information. The woman was good in all aspects except for her bad brain. They were not suitable. He did not agree. Yi Yang would be suitable to find Northeast Fish Sister, Shrimp Sister or something. After all, he's so wasted. He can't do without a strong man at home. He'll be bullied. That's his own brother. He couldn't bear to see him being bullied. Yi Feng couldn't care about fishing for things and drove back. Sis, you said you married him? He's still going to live in our house? When Xia Ning brought Yi Yang back, her sister Summer was stunned. How could there be such a reverse Tiangang thing? Sister, wake up a bit. Well, just got a license. Xia Ning nodded and showed her sister Summer the marriage license. Yi Yang wouldn't make a move without the license. You fell in love at first sight? Summer said suspiciously. This was not tall or handsome looking, and he had to live in the woman's house after getting married. The whole person also revealed a hint of lewdness. Well, 2 threads. No. Xia Ning shook her head. Then you guys knew each other before? Affecting each other over time? No. Summer. Then there was only one truth. The sister had her head dropped. You're Summer, right? Hello, I'm your brother-in-law. From now on, we're family. Take care of each other. Ha! Yi Yang grinned and bared his big teeth. This house of Xianing's was good. It was a beautiful large flat. It was much better than his previous house, but it still wasn't as good as Yi Feng's downtown villa. Xianing still had to keep working hard to get him to live in a big villa sooner. Well, now that the marriage license is received and you've moved over, when will the treatment start? Xianing said with some urgency. Mother already had stage 4 breast cancer, and her life was in danger at any time. One more day of delay was one more day of danger. Summer, treatment? She somewhat understood why her sister was doing this. She didn't realize that she actually sacrificed so much to save her mom by marrying this sleazy guy. But this guy is so young. Is he any good? What's the hurry? After tonight, I'll go back tomorrow. Today is my big day. Let's cave in first. He. Yi Yang said with a roguish face. He's the only man here. It's still whatever he says. Saying that, his claws reached out to Xianing. Don't look at the 2 have been licensed. The other party is very wary of him. Before the small hand have not held. No, you heal my mom first. Xianing took a step back. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, and her attitude was very resolute. Being able to get a license and letting the other party live in was already her biggest concession. It's not up to you. Jia. Yi Yang let out a sinister laugh, exposing his true colors. They were both husband and wife. It was normal to do something, right? What are you going to do? Xianing's face was gloomy. It seemed like she had led the wolf into the house. Since we're a couple, it's... Yi Yang's face was hideous. Ata! A dainty voice rang out. A cute sneaker came into Yi Yang's eyes. Bang! Ah! Yi Yang screamed miserably and flew out backwards. Am I so powerful now? Summer was a little skeptical. Xia Ning, her sister, was practiced. Previously, she thought that her sister was a flowery fighter, but now it seems that there is something. Should she herself follow along and practice in the future? You? Yi Yang stared wide-eyed. He didn't expect Summer, who looked very kawaii on the outside, to be so tough. It was all because of the old man, who had told him from a young age to just study hard and not care about anything else. This caused him to not be able to fight at all. Otherwise idly 3 or 5 kindergarten kids wouldn't be able to get close to him. Let me tell you, cure my mom. Otherwise, I'll beat wash you. Summer clenched his small fists. Milk Fierce said. Ahem, today's time is not early. Go tomorrow. Yi Yang said pitifully. If this couldn't be cured, wouldn't he have worked half a day for nothing? No, you go now, or I'll beat and wash you now. Summer clenched her small fists into a crunch. That one involves confidentiality issues. You guys pick up ante first. Yi Yang could only drag it out first. It was best to hang up halfway so that he didn't have to make a move. Good. Xia Ning nodded. The 3 of them then went to the hospital to pick up Xia Mother. To Yi Yang's great disappointment, Xia mother did not hang up halfway. Daughter, can he really? The vain Xia mother lay on the bed and said with some skepticism. This doesn't look like a miracle doctor or anything. Mom, it's definitely possible. Xia Ning comforted. In fact, she also knew that there was little hope, but as long as there was hope, she was going to try. After comforting Xia mother a few more times, she then urged, hurry up and start. Good. Yi Yang had no choice but to go forward with a stiff upper lip. Then I'll start. Hurry up. A big man is grating. Summer rolled her eyes. Ha, yikes. Yi Yang shouted. The sisters were startled. Summer's mother was also dumbfounded. The mother and daughter trio didn't understand why this guy was having a seizure all of a sudden when he was fine. Summer had already clenched her small fists, ready to strike at any time. You old undead. You're still dragging your daughter down at your age. Why don't you go to your death? Early death and early death. Yi Yang began to frantically output. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only follow what the old guy said, cursing until the other party vomited blood. Maybe it would be good to spit out the cancer cells. Xianing's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. This dog actually cursed her mother. Chapter 79, Great. Your family is a liar. I'll beat you to death. Summer even completely exploded. Bang bang bang. Going forward. Yi Yang was beaten up. Yi Yang was unexpectedly unable to resist for a moment. Cough. Mother Xia was also trembling with anger and her face was pale. She had already felt that she had dragged her daughter down, and now that she was scolded by Yi Yang, she was angry and at the same time felt that what he said made sense. In her heart, she felt even more guilty. The essence in her eyes was immediately gone, and her whole body quickly withered. Mom, are you alright? Xia Ning was very anxious. You guys listen to me? This is my unique treatment method. As long as she is angry and vomits blood, she will be fine. Yi Yang was still dying. You, go to hell, said the man and cursed again. Xia mother hadn't spit out blood yet. You're still cursing. Xia was completely mad, picked up the bench and madly smashed at Yi Yang. Yi Yang was immediately beaten up. Mom, don't listen to him. You'll be fine. Oh, it's all my fault. Xia Ning was very self-blaming. I actually got carried away and believed Yi Yang's bull *******. Originally, mother could still live for a while longer. Now that she was scolded by him, it was obvious that she didn't want to drag them down, and there was no desire for survival in her eyes at all. Yi Feng rushed and finally came to Xianing's side of the house. Still in the doorway, he heard inside clanking, ghosts crying and howling, already fighting. I didn't expect Yi Yang to actually hit a woman. Bang! Yi Feng couldn't care less and directly kicked the door open. Then there was no more then. The three people inside stopped and looked at Yi Feng at the same time. All three were a bit nervous. The Xianing sisters thought that Yi Yang had come to help. Yi Yang seeing Yi Feng was even more like a cat seeing a mouse. Yi Feng, so embarrassed. This can't be blamed on him. Who would have thought that Yi Yang actually couldn't even beat two petite girls? It was really scrappy to the core. Who are you? What are you doing? Xianing blocked in front of his sister. Although her sister knew some flowery fists, the other party kicked open the solid wood door of her house with terrifying strength. It wasn't something a small arm and leg like her sister could deal with. I'm here to rob the marriage. Yi Feng said truthfully. He was a person who never cared to panic. His strength was enough for him not to have to lie. Xia Ning, are you a comedian sent by a monkey? Summer, could this be the sister object? Knowing that she was going to get married so she came to steal the wedding? Then why does sister seem to not recognize him? Yi Yang, still a step too late. This plague is still here. All have been so low-key, matchmaking marriage less than a day. He still knows. Now look at you guys like this. Is it that you don't need me to grab it? You guys also see his true colors. Then you guys continue. Don't mind me. Just pretend I don't exist. Yi Feng waved his hand. Xia Ning sisters. Nervous. Who the hell are you? What's the purpose of coming here? Xia Ning didn't dare to take it lightly. Yi Feng looked mysterious. Who knew what he was up to? This is a long story. Then make it long and short. It can't be short. I'm long in all aspects. Yi Feng was confident. Summer, call the police. Xianing's face went cold. Her mom was seriously ill. She didn't have time to be playful with the other party. Summer also immediately pulled out her cell phone. Don't call the police. Have a conversation. Yi Feng advised. But Summer ignored him and continued to call the police. Seeing that the other party had pressed to the second number, Yi Feng hurriedly snatched the other party's cell phone. The sisters took a few steps back in some fear. Jia. Scared. He is my brother. Yi Yang, who was lying on the ground, let out a sinister laugh. He wanted to create some chaos and escape. Bang! Yi Feng kicked Yi Yang unconscious. Shut up. Who is your brother? He was kicked out of the family tree. Brother, a hammer. Bang! This was followed by another kick that sent Yi Yang flying into the trash can downstairs. What the hell do you want? Xia Ning's face became even more gloomy. Compared to Yi Yang, this punk, this guy was even more ferocious. If he wanted to do something to them, which one of them would come first? Ah shucks, they wouldn't be able to resist at all at that time. You beat him to death? Summer's face showed horror. Although her home was on the second floor, it wasn't low, especially since the other party was still in an unconscious state. Don't worry, can't die. Cell phone for you. Yi Feng threw his cell phone to Summer. Hey, splat. Summer didn't catch it and dropped it on the ground. The screen cracked. Yi Feng. So embarrassing. Women just can't. This can't catch. Summer's mouth was deflated, and she was about to cry to him. I'll compensate you a new one. And this door, I'll find someone to fix it for you too. Summer didn't say anything, just biting her lip and looking at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you're like this, people still think I'm how you are. Mom. At this time, Xia Ning glanced at Xia Mother and realized that her eyes were already almost closed. Mom, are you alright? Xia couldn't care about getting angry with Yi Feng and went to see Xia Mother. Oh, Mom, you're okay? Mom, you'll be fine. Summer, quickly call an ambulance. Xia Ning panicked. Summer also cried in fear, her hands shaking as she held the cell phone. Auntie, is this cancer? Yi Feng went up and asked. Yi Yang was in too much of a hurry for this blind date, and the woman's background in messy housekeeper hadn't been investigated clearly. But looking at the symptoms, it should be cancer. Before researching cancer special medicine, whether it was cancer or not he could tell at a glance. Well, Summer cried. Pearly helplessly nodded her head. Great, Summer. Ahem. That's not what I meant. I meant I can cure cancer. You can cure cancer too? The originally still sad Xia Ning's fire rubbed off when she heard this, especially just now. Yi Yang seemed to have said that the two were brothers before he was kicked unconscious. This was a family of liars. Well, you guys get out of the way, or else it's going to get cold soon and there's no way back. Yi Feng nodded. Being able to cure cancer didn't mean he could raise the dead. Get out of my way. Xia Ning couldn't hold back any longer and growled. Having just sent away a liar, another one actually came. She no longer believed in such words as someone being able to cure cancer. Yi Feng, the temper was still quite big. What kind of cancer does your mom have? Although it could be seen that it was cancer, the exact kind could not be seen. It was necessary to treat the symptoms. Humph. Xia Ning snorted coldly and turned her head away. Snap. Yi Feng gripped Xia Ning and slapped her heavily on her small butt. Xia Ning was ashamed and angry, but she bit her lips with a stubborn face. Slap. Say it or not. Say it or not. Yi Feng asked while pumping. Time was urgent. This was all he could do. Xia Ning wanted to struggle, but he was gripped by Yi Feng and couldn't move at all. Chapter 80, You're Thinking Out Loud. It's breast cancer. Summer spoke in a hurry. If he didn't say anything else, his sister's little butt was going to be opened up. Wouldn't it be over if you had said so? Pa. Yi Feng gave a final hit. The feel of the hand was really good. You? Xia Ning's eyes widened, itching to eat Yi Feng. You've already said it's breast cancer and you're still hitting it. You're addicted to hitting it, aren't you? Shameless old colorful bastard. Yi Feng took out a special medicine for breast cancer from his bag and fed it to Xia Mother. Look, my ass. Go get a glass of water. Yi Feng blared at the wood-like sisters. Mother Xia was already out of breath and couldn't swallow the pill normally. Oh. Summer hurriedly went to the kitchen and poured a cup of warm water. After half a day's effort and a lot of hand-wringing again, she finally gave it to her mother before she hung up. How is my mom? Xia Ning looked at Yi Feng with a somewhat complicated face. She also somewhat understood now that Yi Feng seemed to be saving her mom, and people didn't make any demands at all. Unlike Yi Yang, who was a liar and made a bunch of demands first, but was still incapable of saving people. I used the elixir to temporarily help her stabilize her life. If you want to cure the cancer, you still need to take the next step. It was better to make a ceremony to fool around. The special medicine can't be taken out for the time being. There's still the tycoon leak to be cut. The last time the Ottomans all gave something, cash did not give. Although he has fished out a lot of gold and silver jewelry and antique porcelain, but these want to realize the cash is still a little trouble. As long as you can save my mom, I'll marry you, Xia Ning said in a hurry. Mom's breathing had begun to gradually stabilize. The original glimmer of hope flared up again. Those legends in the county hospital were not necessarily false. You think beautifully. Yi Feng did not have the good sense to say. He was not going to give up a forest for a tree. Xia Ning, was she being disliked? Did she think wrong? The other party wasn't here for her? But she didn't have much money either, especially after buying a house. She still had to pay for her mom's medical treatment. I'll move away a bit. I'm going to set up a formation to cast a spell. Yi Feng took out his equipment from his bag and put it on, casually placing 2 jade pendants. Xia Ning, how did he suddenly turn into a godly man? Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. Dragon Elephant Dharma Body, listen to my command. Descend to earth and dispel the demons of sickness. Yi Feng waved his mahogany sword, reciting words in his mouth, while secretly pressing the button of the remote control. Roar! With a dragon roar, the domineering golden dragon elephant Dharma body reappeared. Both sisters were stunned, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Everything in front of them had completely exceeded their existing knowledge. Looking at this giant dragon, it wasn't like it was 3D 4D or anything. Roar! As usual, the giant dragon sprayed out a white mist to surround the summer mother. After pretending to mess around for a while, Yi Feng then withdrew his divine ability. Both the giant dragon and the white mist disappeared. It's good now. Yi Feng clapped his hands and put away his equipment. Xia Ning didn't know how to describe her feelings. Looking at her mother on the bed, her face did look much better. The divine doctor who saved the cancer patient in the county hospital was you? Xia Ning stared at Yi Feng dead on. It should be. Only a strange person like Yi Feng could cure cancer. Otherwise, it was impossible for the county hospital to have rumors like that for no reason. Yi Feng nodded. Xia Ning was overjoyed. So those rumors were true. Then her mom wasn't saved. Looking at her mom on the bed again, her breathing was already very smooth, just like she was asleep. Wow, brother-in-law, are you that divine doctor? Summer was full of adoration. Yi Feng, this will be brother-in-law now. What are you talking nonsense about? Xia Ning glared at her sister, blushing a little, especially when she thought of being beaten on her little butt by Yi Feng just now. She was even more shy. Actually, I'm a Taoist priest. Our sex gong method is special, and cultivating it to a great extent can indeed cure cancer, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate. But I am a cultivation genius. At a young age, I have already cultivated to a great success, and I have even cultivated the dragon elephant Dharma body. But you guys mustn't say anything. After all, although I can cure cancer, but every time I consume a huge amount of money, and in serious cases, I may lose my life, and there aren't many pills left in my hand, and the refining method has been lost. Yi Feng made a strong effort to make things up. Aha, brother-in-law, we will definitely help you keep it a secret. Summer nodded vigorously. We definitely won't say anything. Xia Ning also assured. That's good. I'll leave first. Yi Feng patted his butt and prepared to leave. Xia Ning pouted and gave Yi Feng a blank look. Don't you have an ass yourself? Slap mine. But Yi Feng saved mom, so he could slap it if he wanted to. Moreover, he had just beaten it, so he didn't care about patting it twice. He. Summer covered her mouth and snickered. Brother-in-law, what's your name? Leave a phone number Weibo for us. In the future, let my sister repay you. Tell you my sister is a stewardess. Wearing a uniform can look good. Summer squeezed her eyebrows and said, now that Xia mother is better, she has also regained some of her old liveliness. Summer. Xia Ning glared at her sister, shy and a little lost at the same time. People simply couldn't look at her, otherwise they wouldn't have said daydreaming just now. It looks better without it. I've seen it. Summer came to Yi Feng's ear and added in a whisper, Yi Feng, ask me to join you next time. You dead girl. See if I don't tear your mouth. Xia Ning was greatly ashamed, said she was going to pinch her sister. I'll say it. I'll fight you. The two sisters instantly made a mess. As they were fooling around, they suddenly lost their voices. Yi Feng hurriedly got up to look. The sisters were lying on the sofa asleep. The sisters had been taking turns taking care of Mother Xia since she had gotten sick. With so many things happening today, their energy had long been severely overdrawn. Now that they suddenly relaxed and jostled around for a while, they couldn't carry on any longer. But the sisters both wore a hint of a smile and slept peacefully. Yi Feng, who am I? Where am I? What should I do? The front door was kicked to pieces by him, and it just seemed inappropriate and unsafe to leave two girls at home. In case you meet Yi Yang kind of. Yi Yang is fine. He can't even beat the girls. Yi Feng carried the two girls to the bed and covered them. After that, he contacted some decoration companies and asked them to come tomorrow to change the gate. He also went downstairs to the business hall and bought a cell phone to prepare to compensate Summer tomorrow. When he passed the trash can downstairs, Yi Yang just woke up. When he saw Yi Feng come down, he was very happy. So happy, the wife was robbed again. Bang! Yi Feng went up and slapped this retarded person, and then thoughtfully put the lid on the trash can. There were no words in the night. The second early morning. Mom, how are you? Xia Ning woke up from her sleep, rushing to climb up. Just as she opened the door to her room, she smelled a fragrance. Get up, have breakfast. Yi Feng brought out the prepared breakfast.